We stood in a room half covered in papers, photos, and writing. It looked like an investigation board, or a nutjob's conspiracy board. It was hard to tell at first glance. I moved further into the room and pulled a chain to an overhead light. It blinked on, but didn't really offer better visibility. Our night vision may have been a better option. "Don't touch anything," Mina said, pulling latex gloves out of her kit. "We need to get the team down here." "Yeah, I'm on it," I said, already heading back through the door. I called Alex and sent the coordinates for our location. It was already after 6 o'clock, so I called Ayla too. "Hey, sweetie," I said when she answered. "How are things going with Mom?" "Educational," she replied, amusement in her voice. "But I think I convinced her to pick it back up tomorrow. How's the search going?" "We found something," I told her. "It's big, babe. I think this is exactly what we need." "That's awesome, Theo." "Yeah, but I might be a little late," I said, disappointed. "This is going to take a while to get through." "Do you want some help?" she asked. I smiled. "We have forensics on the way right now. We have to limit access until they finish processing the scene," I said. "But I'll get some pics and you can help me look over what we can tonight. You may see something before we do." "Sounds good," Ayla said happily. "And don't rush, babe. I'll be here when you're done. I'll talk to you later." "Can't wait," I replied, hanging up. That was the first time she called me babe. She had always called me by my name. It felt a little silly, but that one little word made everything seem so real, like I wasn't actually dreaming that Shay stayed with me. I rushed back inside, more determined to get this done so I could get back home to Ayla. "Okay," I said. "Anything standing out? We got any ideas?" "It's kind of a mess," Briggs said, rubbing the back of his neck. Mina was taking pictures of every inch of the room. "But there are a lot of names in here. They're from different packs too," Mina said. She pointed to a section to her left. "I recognize that family from the Wild Tail pack. There are some ranking members too," Briggs said. "But it's going to take some time to try and make sense of it all. Nothing stands out as an explanation." "Maybe I should ask Randall," I mused. I told Alex to send him to the cellar. I think we may have found his weak spot. "Can I ask what is this cellar?" Mina said. Briggs gave me a look, and I shrugged. He sighed. "It's a system of rooms under the pack house," Briggs explained. "It was an existing foundation that it was built over. Similar to this place, I suppose. It's probably older than the pack." "And what do you do in this cellar?" Mina asked sternly. "Whatever needs to be done," I told her. "It's a last resort. It's not something we take lightly, Mina." "I'm not judging, Theo," she replied, using my name to let me know this was a personal conversation. "The bastard held me hostage with a knife to my throat, and looking at all this, I can't say he was planning anything good. Do what you have to do, and if you need help, let me know." "Mina." Briggs ran a hand over his face as he shook his head while she returned to taking pictures. I busted out laughing. They really were perfect for each other. Not long after, the forensics team arrived and started processing the area. Briggs let Mina do her job and decided to come back to the pack house with me. Instead of going inside, we headed around to the north side of the building. A utility room was built onto the main structure, but you could only access it from the outside. In the back, a floor hatch led down into the cellar. The cellar really was a nice term for the place. In all likelihood, it was actually the dungeons of some medieval castle. So our usage of it was quite apropos. It also helped that it blocked all mind links from coming, in or out. We could hear sounds coming from one of the cells near the end. As we approached, I could see Alex standing relaxed outside the door. I was glad to see he had no qualms about taking this route. Randall was yelling inside the cell. I looked in at him. Somehow, his broken nose was bleeding again. "Did you start without me?" I asked Alex, tipping my head in Randall's direction. "Of course not, Alpha," Alex said. "He thought it was a good idea to fight us on the way down those rickety stairs." I shook my head, opened the cell door, and entered the room. "Okay, Randall," I said, grabbing a chair and taking a seat in front of him. "I'm sure you've figured out this isn't a place you want to be. Good news. I don't want to be here either." Randall didn't look at me and didn't respond. "Hey," I said, patting his face to get his attention. Not gently. He winced up at me. "All right, look, I'm going to level with you, Randy. I have a dinner that I really don't want to miss, so it's in your interest if you just start talking." "I told you before," Randall hissed. "I don't have anything to say." "Really?" I leaned in closer. "Because we just found a whole room full of fun pictures that say otherwise. It was right next to this burnt-out car we found." His eyes went wide for a brief moment. It was long enough for me to know I got what I needed. I pooled my energy, gathering my aura for another round of commands. He knew what was coming. His breathing became heavy. Randall Fallweather. I spoke with authority, putting a heavy command behind my words. Tell me what files you're looking for. He fought against it. His face went red as he struggled to breathe. The veins in his head and neck bulged against his skin. Tell me, Randall, I commanded again. I'm looking for the families, he blurted out in a rush. What fam? You don't get it, Randall interrupted me, laughing through the pain. I've been conned not to speak. No shot, I said. There are our S2. He shook his head. No, not this. No, not this, to overpower that. Command, you can't. Why? What's so special about this? So special about this? Asked, knowing that. No alpha is that strong. Randall didn't reply. Tell me, I commanded. Only one person can break the command, he said with a sneer. And I'd love for you to find them for me, Alpha. That's who you're looking for, I stated. He laughed eerily. Theo, Briggs came through the mind link. We have a situation upstairs you need to address. I was smiling as I walked back to my apartment that evening. Despite being a little overwhelming, I had a good time with Grace planning the banquet for Saturday. She accepted my request to keep it casual, especially with it being such short notice. I even suggested doing something like a barbecue on the lawn, which she actually loved. Before I knew it, she had a bonfire, food, and entertainment planned out. I was texting Mina when someone called out to me. So, you're really going through with this charade? Remembering the voice from earlier, I turned to see Amy standing in a doorway. What do you want, Amy? I said politely. I'm busy. Oh, I'm sure you are, slut, she snapped. Off to go fuck someone else's mate, I'm sure. Don't let me stop you. I'll make sure to get pictures to send to Alpha. She pushed off the door jamb. Tell me, what is it like being with Alpha Theo knowing he fucked your sister? What is your problem with me? I asked. You met me what, one time? What could I have possibly done to make you think you know me? I witnessed enough, she said. Witnessed what? I asked, my temper rising. Kylee said you were obsessed with her, Amy sang, constantly calling her, getting into her business, just so you could live through her because you screwed up your own life. Or I was checking in on her like a loving sister, making sure she had everything she needed, and I think it's pretty funny that she was telling everyone I abandoned her, and now you're saying I wouldn't leave her alone. She can't have it both ways, Amy. And what did you ever provide for her? Everything, I spat, my hands clenching. Food on the table, her education, the roof over her head. Hell, the roof over your head, if I'm not mistaken, because last I checked, I paid for the house you all shared last year. Kylee never wanted for anything, thanks to me. Amy's expression was sour, but she didn't seem to have a response to that. Or at least I thought she didn't. I turned to leave, done with whatever this conversation was, until she said something that almost had me ripping her throat out. Except a father, Amy shot, stopping me in my tracks. I hear that was your fault too. What did you just say to me? If it wasn't for you, Kylie's father would be alive, she said. I wonder if you actually set the whole thing up. I was beside Amy in a blink, grabbing her wrist and wrenching her arm behind her back. I ignored her cries of pain as I started walking. I forced the mind link wide open, connecting to anyone in range. If anyone has a problem with me or believes I'm selfish enough to steal my sister's mate, come to the packhouse lobby. I didn't miss the fear that threw Amy at my words. I have someone you'll want to talk to. I half-drug Amy through the halls. She continued to try to break free but wasn't nearly strong enough or trained enough. There was already a crowd forming by the time we were descending the stairs. I pushed her forward, making her stumble down the last few steps and fall to the floor. All right, Amy, I said loudly, making sure my voice echoed. Here's your audience. Tell them what you just told me. She dragged herself up on her hands, giving me a defiant glare. I felt everything build inside me. Months of rejection and lies coming to a head. A power flowed out of me I had never used before. Tell them, I commanded. Amy's eyes went wide. I said that she set up the explosion that killed her father. Audible gasps traveled through the room, followed by murmurs. I ignored them all. I stalked over to Amy and grabbed her hair, yanking her up to face everyone. Now tell them whether that was the truth or a lie, I commanded again. She struggled to speak, but the words still slipped out. It's a lie. Any other lies you want to clear up for all the lovely people, Amy? She didn't respond. Speak. Her teeth were gritted as she mumbled, she didn't steal her sister's mate. I'm sorry. What, we can't hear you. I tightened my grip on her hair. She didn't steal her sister's mate. I threw her roughly to the ground and looked at the faces around me. I don't care what you all believe I've done with the last 10 years of my life, I announced. You can believe I was whoring myself to a pack of rogues for all I care. But let me make something perfectly clear right now. If I ever hear anyone say anything about my father, or that I had anything to do with his death, you'll be lucky if you live to regret it. I saw Jimmy standing near the entrance, grinning from ear to ear. I nodded to him. Get her of here. He stalked up and grabbed her under the arms to help her up. She cried out as her ankle gave way under her. Take her to the infirmary to get that checked out, I added, then send her home to her family. As I turned to leave, I heard Amy again. Like fixing my leg will fool anyone into believing you care, she mumbled. Did you really not learn your lesson? I bellowed, turning on her again. Because if showing you the literal meaning of hold your tongue is the only way you'll get it, I will. She was cowering in front of me, trying to grab onto Jimmy's shirt. Be smart, Amy, and shut up. Now, go. I watched Jimmy carry Amy out, still feeling power coursing through my veins. Hands gently grabbed my shoulders. The tingling sensation they left told me exactly who it was. Ayla, Theo said in my car. You can relax now. Pull it back, baby. They see who you are. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, letting my body relax. When I opened them, he was standing in front of me, brushing my cheek. You okay? I nodded. Yeah, she just peed me off, I said. We saw that. Theo laughed. You ready to go now? I nodded. Okay, he said, putting an arm over my shoulder as he addressed the rest of the room. I don't think I need to tell the rest of you to go about your business. I think I was going through as many emotions as Ayla was by the time we made it back to the apartment. When Briggs told me Ayla had mind-linked half the pack, I didn't know what to expect. I got to the lobby in time to see Ayla throwing Amy to the ground. I noticed Jimmy across the room and asked him what was going on. When he told me what Amy had said about Ayla's father, I was about to execute her myself. But Briggs held me back. She needs to handle this man, he told me. I knew he was right, and Ayla was glorious. My beautiful mate exuded power as she solidified her position in the pack. But it was also a little terrifying. I had never seen a she-wolf with the kind of power Ayla had. Briggs had told me about the incident at the Alpha's gathering with Connor, how Ayla managed to command everyone to stop. He tried to play it off as an effect of such a tense situation, but what I saw from her today, that was something entirely new. And she didn't even know she was capable of it. That was raw power let loose. She would need to learn to control that. I guess that wasn't the best introduction I could have made, Ayla said, collapsing on the couch. What? I asked. I probably looked like a raging to everyone, she clarified. Ayla, that was a perfect introduction, I stated. As you pointed out earlier, our relationship isn't without scandal, thanks to me, but you just put all of that to rest. I doubt that, she said, but thank you for trying to make me feel better. Trust me, babe, I said. You just showed the pack that you won't put up with bullies, bigots, or liars. Amy doesn't have the best reputation as it is. They knew she most likely provoked the incident. I debated asking her about her ability, but I could tell she was tired. I didn't mind a quiet evening with my mate either. In fact, I was desperate for it. I slipped my fingers through her hair, letting the softness settle me. I'm sorry I missed dinner, I said. She smiled and tucked up under my arm. It's okay, she said. Honestly, I kind of want to feel like a boring normal couple tonight and just watch TV on the couch. I chuckled. That sounds pretty good to me. Why don't you get changed? What about you? She asked. You should probably bring some clothes and stuff to keep here. I smiled. Or we could both move into our own apartment. I laced my fingers with hers. I hear the Alpha's suite will be vacant pretty soon. Really? I confirmed. There's enough room to bring all your things. You won't have to live out of a suitcase anymore, babe. She looked up at me. I don't really have any things. I didn't really care about anything I left behind at the house, and a sadness settled in her expression. What is it, sweetheart? She shrugged. I lost everything else. What do you mean? I asked. The rest is with Kingston, she stated. It's not much. Mostly just keepsakes like the first prints of my books and some photos. But he's not about to send anything back to me, and I don't think it's a good idea to go there. So it's all gone. I shook my head. No, I told her. What do you want back? Babe, it's fine, she insisted. No, Ayla. I argued. It's not. If Kingston doesn't return your belongings, I'll find someone who will. What do you want back? She sighed. Mostly I just want my dad's ring and his ashes back, she said quietly. My body tensed. He won't give your father back. Only if I go get them, she clarified. But I'm not. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I'll find a way to get them back. I just don't have the energy to worry about it tonight. I sighed, pushing my anger down as best I could. Before, I could at least admit my opinion of Kingston was a petty dislike, hating him because of my own screw-up. But now the bastard was holding her dead father's ashes and a family heirloom over her, just because she left him. And I still think he was using her somehow, because of her family history. I wasn't going to let that go. But I would leave it for another day. If my mate wanted a relaxing evening in, that's what she would get. Okay, I said, kissing her head. We'll drop it for now. Go on and get changed. I'll find us a movie. She got comfortable and settled on the couch, cuddling against me. We watched a couple movies. Although, she only made it about 15 minutes into the second before she fell asleep. There was something about the normalcy that left me in awe. Having her in my arms, being able to watch her sleep, and just being together because I'm the person she wants to be with, was more than I could have imagined. Couldn't fathom how I could have ever thought it would be possible to have this with anyone else. Thinking back, it was like I was a completely different person. My time with Kylee had always been a bit hot and cold. There were times when I couldn't get enough of her scent was intoxicating, and it was like I had tunnel vision. At other times, I had a hard time mustering any interest. A few times, I felt like I just needed to be free of her, and then suddenly, I needed her with me, but I could never explain why. With Ayla, I knew exactly why I wanted her. And it wasn't the mate bond. That made our connection more intense, of course. But it wasn't why she meant so much to me. She was everything I imagined my mate would be. She was smart, strong, kind, empathetic, and generous. She valued hard work and believed in creating your own opportunities. She was more beautiful than I could have ever thought possible, and every part of her fit with me like a puzzle. But she was still full of surprises in ways I didn't think would ever become predictable. I didn't think I could have made a mate more perfect. I picked her up from the couch and carried her to the bedroom, tucking her under the covers. I stripped down to my boxers and climbed in with her, pulling her against my chest. I found myself praying to the moon goddess again, thanking her for allowing me this second chance. I spent the next day between Randall's secret room, the precinct, and the cellar. There was so much information to go through that we planned shifts around the clock. I told them about what Randall had said about the gag command he was under. But something told me that even if we found this person who could overrule the order, bringing them to Randall wouldn't be a good idea. Either way, finding them would hopefully give us more answers. But we weren't getting anywhere fast. We started looking into the names and came up with nothing. So far, everyone was either dead or had disappeared. That was likely why they were on the wall, but we couldn't find any connection. It all seemed random. I was back down in the cellar, sitting in front of Randall, trying to get something from him. He wasn't looking any better. The stronger command didn't relieve the pain of denying mine. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily, slumped over in the chair. "Come on, Randall," I said. "Give me something to go on, and you'll get a break. I'll even have them bring a cot in and let you get a decent night's sleep." He looked up at me, a hopeless expression on his face. He shook his head. "It's no use," he replied. "You're not asking the right questions, and you'll never figure it out on your own." "Then why don't you just tell me the answers all on your own?" I suggested. He smirked. "I'm not ready to make it that easy for you, Alpha." I nodded. "Okay, I can respect that," I said. "But I hope you can respect that I'm forced to change my methods." He lifted his head, his nostrils flaring. I stood from the chair. "I'll give you a little time to think about it." I left the cell. Briggs was waiting for me in the hall. "We calling Carl?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm running out of patience with this," I said. "Did you get anywhere with Sablemane?" "Ayla's friend Emma had already told Beta Pierce about the ring," Briggs said. "He said he would do what he could, but he couldn't guarantee it would be a quick turnaround. I'm afraid to know what's going on in that pack these days. There's no way I'm letting Ayla near that territory," I said. "I don't trust Kingston." Beta Pierce said the same thing as before, Briggs replied. "Even he doesn't think it's a good idea for Ayla to be around him right now. I still have no idea what is going on, but Beta Pierce has been friendly. I don't want to push that relationship too far." "No," I agreed. "We need to keep the goodwill there for now." Briggs' phone pinged. He checked the message and started walking. "I think Mina found something," he said over his shoulder. "We didn't get enough service to get calls down here." I followed Briggs eagerly. He was calling before we were even out of the utility room. "Hey, Mina." He answered with it on speaker. "What's going on?" "You and Theo need to get to the precinct," she said, sounding frantic. "You need to see this." "What did you find?" I asked. "Just get here now," she said, hanging up. We rushed into the city to the precinct and headed straight to Mina's lab. Mina was pacing by a table covered in the evidence from the hidden cache, chewing on a fingernail. What's going on? I asked as I barged in. She looked at me, and I could see she was scared. I found the connection, she said. She picked up a stack of papers and set them out. I kept seeing this name, Callimackers. It rang a bell, but I thought it was a coincidence, until I talked to Ayla. Callimackers is linked to 7 other names, all dead or missing like the others, but there is absolutely no record of a Callimackers existing anywhere in any pack. You think it's a false name? I asked. She shook her head. No, I think it's a real name, Kingston's. Hang on, Briggs said. Why Kingston? Ayla said his real name was Callum before they escaped the pack. Massacre, Mina explained. I didn't get a last name, but at least 7 families escaped with him besides mine. This is about the War Pock Society. They've been hunting down Onyx Crown survivors. You can't be sure about that, I said, my heart rate picking up. I wasn't, she said, until I looked over a colleague's assigned documents, and I found this. She picked up a copy of a newspaper clipping. A section was circled in red with "Children" written beneath it. The column is about an explosion that killed 3 people, Mina said. No names are listed, only mentioning a celebrated social worker, his sister, and her mate. No one else in this precinct would think anything of it. I couldn't move. My eyes were stuck on the bright red word. This is about you and your cousins, Briggs said angrily. No, Mina shook her head, laying a newspaper clipping with more heavy red ink in front of me. The clipping was from what looked like a school newspaper. It was a piece honoring their youngest graduate to date. A 15-year-old girl smiled up at me, silver-gray eyes shining with pride. This is about Ayla. Don't you even think about it, Torin Arden, Grace said sternly. You know you wouldn't be able to watch a hog hunt. Your wolf would be taking over without a thought. Nah, Alpha Torin said. He'll be happy to watch Theo wipe the floor with the others. He will do no such thing, Grace said. He'll be with Ayla. I'm not letting my son abandon his mate at her introduction party for some convoluted show of masculinity. Now, stay out of my plans. Grace grabbed the folder she had miraculously put together already for the party planning and moved to the kitchen table. Alpha Torin looked at me and shrugged, giving me a wink. So, Ayla, he said, where were we? I think we're just about done, I informed him. The only thing I can think of would be anything you hope to do with the rest of your time with us. Oh, well, I've been lucky enough to have lived a pretty full life, Alpha replied. Yes, I noticed, I teased. He chuckled. There is one thing I hope to do before I go, he said. I think you can help me with that, my girl. I'd be glad to, I said. What is it? He crooked his finger for me to lean closer. Hold my grandchildren. I felt my face turn bright red, but I couldn't help the smile that pulled at my lips. Well, I think I'll have to talk to your son about that first. Talk to me about what? Theo said from behind me, making me jump. He had just come through the door and came straight over to me and his father. Oh, nothing, I said. Your dad just wants me to do something for him. Alpha Torin winked at me again. Well, it may have to wait, Theo said. Do you guys mind if I steal Ayla? My brow furrowed. I noticed that he was really tense. He was trying to hide it, but something was bothering him. I'm not going to stop you, Alpha Torin replied. We can finish this conversation tomorrow. I shook my head as I stood up. Theo took my hand and led me out of his parents' apartment. They had already moved out of the Alpha's wing, which Theo and I were already starting to move into. But it needed some new furniture we were waiting on, so we would stay in my apartment until it was ready. He didn't say anything on the walk back, making me more worried. When we were back home, he just turned and kissed me. When he pulled away, he just looked at me, brushing my hair back and grazing his hands across my cheeks. Theo, what's wrong? Taking my hand again, he led me to the sofa. He sat on the edge of the coffee table to face me. Ayla, we found out what Randall was looking for, he said solemnly. That's a good thing, isn't it? I asked. He still held my hands, rubbing the backs with his thumbs. He's working with the War Pock Society, Ayla, Theo said. He gripped my hands tighter as I felt myself go pale. Dasha actually came to the forefront of my mind, but I couldn't react. Hearing the name of the group that murdered my family sent a wave of fear through me, followed by rage. Does he know who killed my father? I asked. I don't know, Theo said. We figured out from the documents we found in that room. I haven't questioned him again yet. We have someone who can help make him be more receptive. But that's... I want to speak to him, I insisted, Dasha backing me up. I want to hear what he knows. Theo shook his head. I can't let you do that, Ayla, he told me. I started to protest, but he stopped me. There's more you need to know, he rushed, squeezing my hands tightly. Baby, they're looking for you. What? Why me? We're still trying to figure that out. I've reached out for more. Information on the Warpak and their vendetta against the Onyx Crowns, he said. Until we know more, I need you to stay near the pack house. If you need to go into the city, let me know. If I can't go with you, I'll have Jimmy or Briggs take you. I scoffed. What are you going to tell your mother? He gave me a confused look. She planned to take me dress shopping tomorrow, I said. And what about Mina? Or Kylee? They're Onyx Crowns, too. Mina is going to be working from the pack house, too, he confirmed. And I already have someone watching your mother's house and keeping an eye on Kylee. I want to talk to him. Theo, I said again. If he's locked up, what can he do to me? Who is he going to tell? No, babe, he said firmly. That's what he wants. Right now, he isn't aware that we even know each other or where to find you. I want to keep it that way. Do you plan on letting him go? I inquired with attitude. No, of course not. Then I'm going to speak with him, I stated, standing from the couch. Theo grabbed my wrist. Ayla, please, he asserted. He closed his eyes and sighed. Okay. I sat back down, crossing my arms over my chest. Okay, he conceded again. I'll take you to speak with him tomorrow. Thank you, I said. Theo pulled me onto his lap. I don't like it, he said. But I'll take you. I just need to know, Theo. I know, he replied. I'm just worried this is more dangerous than we realize. There will always be some kind of threat, babe, I said, running a hand along his chest. Unless you want to send me away. Absolutely not, Theo growled, squeezing me tightly. Never again. Whatever is going on, we'll handle this together. You and me. I told you we can make it through anything, love. I leaned in and kissed him, snaking my arms around his neck. I still felt Dasha with me, fully with me. Welcome back, girl. I'm here, Ayla, she replied. I felt so many things coursing through me, fear, rage, anticipation, intrigue, power. The electricity from Theo's touch, intoxication from his scent, hope from my wolf. It was exhilarating. I shifted my position, straddling Theo as I deepened our kisses. Take me to bed, mate. A rumble echoed in his chest. With me wrapped around him, he stood and fulfilled my command. I watched Theo punch in a code that opened a floor hatch in the cramped utility room. He opened it and guided me down the narrow stairs, going deeper than expected. The place was all stone walls, but I could tell there were additions to areas. Theo stopped outside a door down the hall where a warrior stood guard. Let me go in first, okay? He told me. You can watch from there. He pointed to the dark glass window nearby. Press the button to hear what's going on. I nodded. He kissed my head and entered the cell. I moved to the glass. There were 2 other men in the room with Theo. The one tied to the chair was obviously Randall, but I didn't know who the other male was. Whoever he was changing out an IV bag attached to Randall's arm. I had a strong feeling the bag didn't contain hydrating fluids. I pushed the speaker button as Theo sat down in front of him. Theo pulled out a piece of paper and set it down on the small table between them, pushing it forward for Randall to see. Who is she? Theo asked firmly. Randall twitched as he looked at the paper and back at Theo. You tell me, he replied with a weak smirk. Who is she? Theo commanded. Ayla Garner, Randall spat. I tried not to react at hearing him say my name. What's your interest in her? Why are you looking for her? Randall started to sputter, every muscle in his body straining fiercely, his veins bulging from his neck. But no words escaped. Come on, Randall, Theo said. You've got wolfsbane flowing through you. You won't last much longer. Answer my question and the pain stops. Can't, was all he managed to force out. It was like he was trying to answer, but he physically couldn't. Why is the Warpak looking for Ayla Garner? Theo pressed. The other male standing behind Randall grabbed the IV bag and squeezed it. Randall screamed, sweat and spit running down his face as his body contorted horribly. This went on with no results. Stop, Theo finally commanded. Randall's body went lax in the chair. I didn't know how he was still, conscious. I turned to the warrior standing guard. Open it, I said, indicating the cell door. He paused for a moment. Open it. He did as I said and let me in. The atmosphere in the room shifted when I walked in. Theo tensed immediately but didn't move. The other male just looked at me curiously. But Randall, his demeanor completely relaxed. He looked up at me and started to laugh. They were right, he said weakly. Who was right about what? Theo asked. Tsk, tsk, Randall sounded. You don't get to ask the questions anymore, Alpha. Okay, I said, stepping in. Who was right about what? Oh, you'll have to do better than that. They're beautiful. His head snapped to the side as Theo's fist made contact. Watch your mouth, Theo rumbled. Randall spat a mouthful of blood on the floor. So, you're the true mate, he said. That's good to know. Why is that good to know? I asked. What do you want with me? Randall shook his head. Still not go ksh. What's not good enough? I pushed, losing my patience with whatever game this was. If you want information, honey, you're gonna have to command it, he said. What are you talking about? Command me, Randall said. Ayla, get out, Theo told me. No, I want to know what he knows. My anger was rising. I felt like Randall was just playing with me, and I wouldn't take it. Neither would Dasha. She had been right near the surface since we set eyes on Randall. After months, she was ready to come out. I stepped in front of Randall, my claws extending. What do you want with me? I commanded. Randall smiled. Nothing. I raised my hand, ready to strike when Theo suddenly grabbed my arm. Ayla, wait, Theo said. What? I yelled, looking back at him. He looked at Randall. Tell him to tell you why he was looking for you. I was trying not to go off on Theo for stopping me. He sensed my frustration. Just trust me, babe, he said gently. I took a deep breath and turned back to Randall. Why are you looking for me? It has to be a command, he replied. I don't know what you mean, I said, my frustration building again. I can't. Yes, you can, Ayla, Theo said. You've done it before, now you just have to figure out how to do it without being angry. I looked at Theo like he was crazy. He put a hand on the small of my back for support. Just breath, he said. Focus on him. Think about what you want and make him give it to you. I looked back at Randall. His expression was surprisingly blank, but his eyes were encouraging. What the hell was going on? I huffed but shook out my shoulders and did as Theo said. Why are you looking for me? I commanded, feeling the power in my words again. This time, I started to understand what that power was. Randall released a long breath. To protect you. I snorted. You really think we'll believe that? We have to, Theo said, running a hand through his hair. It was a command, Ayla. Ask him. That won't be necessary anymore, Randall interrupted. She broke the original command. I can speak freely now, but it would be nice to not have wolfsbane fed straight into my veins. And maybe get the cuffs off. Theo nodded to the male still standing behind Randall. He reached over and yanked the needle from Randall's arm before unlocking the cuffs that bound him. Randall slid down on the chair, stretching out with what strength he had left. Is someone going to tell me what the hell is going on? I said, feeling a bit dumbfounded. He's not with the Warpak, Theo said. Randall shook his head. No, well, I'm not on their side at least. There are a few members who are under the impression otherwise. Is that why you were at the library? Theo asked, directing me to sit down in the other chair. Yeah, Randall said. I wasn't responsible for the murder. She can command me to verify. Oh, she will, Randall, Theo said. But first tell me what the hell is going on and what it has to do with my mate. I actually like Randy better, Alpha, he said with a weak smile. He sat up straighter before continuing. You're aware of the Warpak Society, obviously. I'm guessing you figured out they've been killing Onyx Crown survivors. Yeah, Theo concurred. We got that. Well, you'll have to speak with Alpha Harden to get caught up on the group I work with, Randy said. For now, just know that the Warpak received information that the Blessed One exists. I don't know for sure, but I believe they may know it's you, Luna. That's why I had to break into the pack house like I did. You had to get caught, Theo said as if it should have been obvious from the start. Randy nodded. I hoped you would eventually bring her here. By the way, tell the young lady she has a great right and that I'm sorry I scared her. Trust me. He looked over his shoulder at the wolfsbane Evoy. If I could have done another way, I would have. We'll get you to the infirmary when we're done here, Theo said. Actually, I'm safer down here for right now, he replied. What's important is that you and Luna know that the Warpak is coming for. You need to be prepared. We asked Randy a few more questions but didn't get through nearly as many as I had. But he needed rest. Theo and I both could tell he was barely holding on to consciousness. Theo had a cotton bedding brought down to him, and actual IV fluids to help flush the wolfsbane from this system. As we left the utility room, Theo stopped me. Why didn't you tell me Dasha came back? He asked shyly. I could tell he was hurt about finding out that way. I grabbed his hands and leaned into him. I wasn't sure if she would go away again, I told him. I didn't want you to be disappointed if she did. I hope she never has a reason to leave again. Dasha made a smartass comment, making me laugh. What? Theo asked. I'll tell you later, I replied, kissing him. We need to have a meeting, he said. Our inner circle needs to be filled in on everything so we can get a better game plan in place. Okay, I said. But we also need to talk. About? What I did in there, I said. I don't understand what's going on. Theo leaned in and kissed me. I know, sweetheart. I'm not sure either, but I have some theories. I think Ring can help us with that, too, once he's rested up. You trust him? I asked. Theo smiled at me. What are you feeling about him? He asked. What are your instincts telling you? I thought for a long moment. I believe him. You commanded him, Ayla, Theo reiterated. You commanded him in a way no one else could. Even I could feel it. I don't know what that all means or if what he will tell us is true, but I think he believes it is, and if he believes someone is after you, I'm not taking chances with that. He put an arm around my waist and led me back to the pack house entrance. When we turned the corner, we were surprised to see a flurry of activity. People going in and out of the pack house. There were several trucks parked in the front. The party, I grimaced. They're getting things ready for tomorrow night. Theo ran a hand over his face with a sigh. I completely forgot about that. Babe, I don't think it's going to happen. That's too many people in and out. We don't have the extra security for that right now. No, I agree, I said. I'm not worried about that right now either. The question is, which of us is going to tell your mother? Theo groaned. I'll go. He volunteered. She's used to me disappointing her these days, but you owe me. You go break the news to her, and I'll start wrangling the help, I said. Let them know the event is off. Okay, he said. His eyes glazed over for a second while he was mind-linking with someone. Jimmy's on his way down to help. Stay close to him, okay? I nodded, and we headed inside. Jimmy was already coming down the stairs as we came in. All right, Luna. You tell me who needs kicking out, and I'll make it happen, he said. Hopefully, we can just ask them to leave politely, big guy, I said. Where's the fun it? He replied, feigning dejection. I better go bite the bullet and find Mom, Theo said, kissing my cheek. I'll let you know how it goes. Jimmy and I got to work, figuring out who was who and what was what. For the most part, we were dealing with rental furniture and decor that were being stored inside until the setup, so it was mostly having to get anything already unloaded reloaded without getting any mix-ups. I was opening a crate to see where it was meant to be when I felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck, followed by an arm wrapped tightly around my shoulders. Don't call out, a voice said in my ear. And don't bother trying to mind-link anyone, Luna. It won't work. I felt the blade in my side without needing to see it. I tried to reach out, but the voice was correct. I couldn't connect with anyone, not even Theo. I quickly pushed my panic down. It wouldn't help me now. I started to turn my head to look at my captor, but he stopped me. Don't look at me, he hissed, pulling me toward the hall. Just come, with me quietly, and this doesn't have to get ugly. What do you want with me? I said, keeping my voice calm. For you to cooperate, he replied. There's no reason this should be difficult. What is this? I asked. If I knew, I may be able to help things go more smoothly. Just shut up and walk, and there will be nothing to worry about. I looked around as best I could. Most of the delivery workers had already finished packing up and left. The only ones left were too far away to notice what was happening. I would have to figure something out because I was not leaving the pack house with this mail. The commands. Theo had said I could do it. Apparently, that's what I had done to Randy to allow him to speak to us. But I wasn't sure I could do it again. We were heading toward a doorway. There would be no way he could by height. He would have to change positions to get past. That was my opportunity. I'd have to figure out how to command him fast. Fit both of us through the way we were walking, Sid. No. We came to the threshold, and he turned slightly to guide me through the door. I took my shot. Stop, I commanded. He paused. I took the window to spin my upper body, hocking his arm beneath the shoulder and striking up into his face, breaking his nose. My command must not have been that strong because I felt a piercing pain shoot through my side. The man stumbled back as I cried out. He no longer held me, so I backed away as far as I could, just in time for a flash of fur to rip my attacker out of my line of sight. I turned to see a wolf tear into him, the sound of his neck breaking echoing through the hall. Holding my side, I felt the warm liquid oozing between my fingers. Sit, I said, looking down at my side. I leaned forward, resting my other hand on my knee as I composed myself. Jimmy swore as he shifted back and ran to my side. He helped apply pressure to the wound. I'm so sorry, Luna. Goddess, fuck! It's fine, Jimmy, I said, working to steady my breathing. It's not that bad. I didn't listen to what he was yelling down the hall. I breathed in through my nose, blowing out through my mouth, trying to ease the lightheadedness. I looked down again. There was a lot more blood than I thought there should have been. It was a sliver blade, wasn't it, big guy? I asked calmly. I have to get you to the hospital, Jimmy insisted. I swayed. Yeah, you may be right. The most intoxicating scent hit me as my vision went black. Theo, I didn't know how the day had so quickly turned into the worst day of my life. I knew something was wrong the moment I lost the connection with Ayla. Ever since she rejoined the pack, I had been hyper-aware of her consciousness. It was when I felt her pain that my world came crashing down. I flew through the halls, arriving in time to see Ayla collapse on the floor, the air filled with the scent of her blood. A lot of blood. Everything seemed to move in slow motion after that. I carried her to the infirmary, where they quickly stopped the bleeding. Jimmy said she kept saying it wasn't that bad. It was hard to believe, but the pack doctor said she was healing within minutes of arriving. He checked over the rest of her and said she wouldn't even need to go to the hospital. But she did lose enough blood that she would sleep the rest of the day. It was after midnight as I watched her sleep on the cot. Kieran was pacing solemnly in my head as we sat, waiting for her to wake up, so I could do the hardest thing I would ever have to do in my life. She groaned softly and her eyes began to flutter. I leaned forward, holding her hand tighter. "Hey, baby," I whispered, brushing my hand over her hair. "You can wake up now." "Theo?" "Yeah, honey," I assured her. "I'm here." She opened her eyes, giving me a weak smile. She looked around and realized where she was. "What?" she hissed as she moved, looking down at her side. "Oh, yeah, that." "How does it feel?" I asked. "Sore as hell," she said, rubbing over the bandaged wound, "but not too bad." "Do you think you can walk?" I asked. "Yeah," she said confidently. "I should be good." "All right," I replied, grabbing a set of clean clothes for her. "We've got to go. I need to take you somewhere." She sat up on the cot and I helped her gently get dressed. When she was ready, I took her hand and led her through the pack house to a back exit. Everything was quiet and most of the lights were out. I didn't want anyone to see us leave. "Where are we going?" Ayla asked. "What happened after I passed out earlier?" "We'll talk when we get there," was all I could manage, wishing I had some of her strength right then. We left the pack house and, sticking to the shadows, walked the short distance to one of the single-family houses we provided. I let them know we were there and waited for someone to let us in. "All clear?" Briggs asked when he opened the door. I nodded as I led Ayla inside. "Theo," she pressed, "what's going on?" I couldn't answer her yet. I couldn't say anything yet, or I wouldn't be able to go through with it. Kieran knew it too. He retreated to the furthest recesses of my mind. He couldn't help me with this. So I held Ayla's hand tighter and led her straight to the garage where Alpha Harden and his gato were waiting. "Miss Garner," he greeted her with a gentle smile. "It's nice to see you again." "Alpha Harden?" Ayla said. "It's good to see you too, but why are you here?" "Can we have a minute?" I asked Harden. He nodded and they both went into the house. I led Ayla around the Blacktown car parked in the garage and opened the back door. I pulled her in front of me, blocking her in. "Theo?" "Ayla, the man who stabbed you, he was with the Warpuck," I told her. "Oh, he was also a gray tooth," I stated, swallowing the lump I couldn't stop forming in my throat. "We all had a long discussion while you were asleep. Every scenario came to the same conclusion. I can't protect you here." Realization set in, and Ayla started shaking her head, pushing against me. "No, Theo, we're not doing this." I held her. "Ayla, please, listen." "No," she shouted. "I'm not leaving." I held her face in my hands, making her look at me. "Baby, you have to," I said, my voice losing all stability. "I failed to keep you safe. I failed because I can't do it. Not when any of my pack could be one of those back. So, we changed the game plan," she croaked, gripping my shirt as tears filled her eyes. "Like you said." I shook my head, my heart tearing apart. "We are, baby." "No," she yelled, her tears falling as she pushed and hit my chest. "No, this isn't the plan. You don't get to make that decision without me." She sobbed as she fought. "You promised we would do this together. You promised you'd never leave me again." Baby, shh." I grabbed her face again, holding her against me tightly, knowing I wasn't ready to let her go. "I'd never be ready. I'm not. I swear I'm not giving up on us," I cried, desperately needing her to believe me, to understand. "But Harden can take you somewhere safe. He can keep you hidden until I can come for you. I swear I will come back for you, Ayla. I swear. As soon as I've made it safe for you." But we both knew there was no telling how long that would take, if ever. "Theo, please, don't do this," she sobbed. "I love you." Whatever strength I had nearly dissolved, the only thread left coming from the image of Ayla lying bloodied on the floor so recently burned into my memory. My own soz escaped as I kissed her hard and deeply. "I love you more than life itself, baby," I wept. "You are everything to me. You are my goddess, the very air that I breathe, everything. And I will give you everything you deserve. So I need you to make me a promise, okay?" I wiped the mix of our tears from her face with my thumbs. "If something happens and I don't come for you—" "Don't say it, Theo," she begged. "Don't you dare." "If I don't," I pushed, "promise me if you find someone. If you get the chance to be happy, promise me you'll take it." "No." She shook her head. "No, I won't. I can't." "You can," I said gently, kissing her before I tried to step away. No, Theo. She grabbed me. You won't do this. I felt the command she tried to put behind her words. In any other circumstances, I may not have been able to withstand it, but she still couldn't control it, and I still felt the fear and anguish of believing she would die in my arms. I kissed her one last time before strong arms pulled her into the car, and I shut the door. The pain of defying her command, nothing compared to the pain of her muffled cries, ripping me apart as I walked away. Briggs found me in the same place I went the last time I walked away from my mate. I had torn the gym apart, punched holes in almost every surface. I was currently still punching the bag despite my hands being bloody pulp. Theo, Briggs called to me. I didn't listen. I wouldn't listen. Theo, stop. Still no response. No acknowledgement. Damn it, Theo. Briggs's arms went around my shoulders, holding me still. It was enough for everything to take over. I didn't stop the thundering roar that exploded from me. Knowing it wouldn't be enough, the yell turned into soaks as my knees hit the floor. I know, man, Briggs said quietly, maintaining his hold on me. I know. He let my emotions run their course, sitting with me as I felt my world slipping away from me. All I could do was keep telling myself Ayla was safe now, over and over. My mate was safe. That's all that mattered now. I slowly calmed down, but I still didn't feel like I was there. My mind was still floating over everything that had happened that day. We never even got to see her, I whispered. What, buddy? Briggs asked. Dasha, I replied. Ayla got her back. Kieran never got to see her. Briggs sighed sadly. I'm sorry, Theo. I heard the door open and close behind me, and someone approached us. It wasn't until Mina sat on the floor in front of me that I looked up at her, knowing she probably hated me again as her face was flushed and her eyes were red and puffy. She had been crying, too. Mina, I'm sore. Shut up, she interrupted. If you say sorry to me right now, then it means you've given up on her, and there's no way in hell I'm letting you do that. A jolt of energy shot through me that she would even dare think I was giving Ayla up. I'll never give up on her, I growled. I don't care if you hate me for doing this to her. I don't hate you, Theo, Mina insisted. You know she's the best thing that ever happened to you. As her cousin, that's all I could hope for. But believe it or not, you're the best thing that happened to her. You were good for her, Theo. Mina, stop. I don't need. Shut up, she said again. You do need to hear this, and you're going to listen. Because she needs you, and you are good for her. Even in some twisted way, you rejecting her was good for her. I couldn't control the growl that started. I said, shut up. Miwa, she instructed. Ayla was a slave to her family. Yes, they allowed it, but it was her own doing. She let her role consume her. Had you managed to reject each other successfully and truly broken the bond, she would have continued on like that. She never would have left the pack. She never would have left her mother, and she would have watched her sister live out her life with you, and it would have destroyed her. I shook my head. She would have figured something out. No, she wouldn't have, Mina argued, because she didn't see how wrong her life was. She was supposed to take care of her family. That was her purpose. Because of their reliance on her and their selfishness, she never would have questioned whether she was meant for more. And we all know she was meant for so much more than being Marie's nursemaid for the rest of her life. She deserves more than that. She deserves someone who not only sees who she really is, but who allows her to be that person. And then her mate comes along and rejects her for doing the exact opposite, I grumbled, her words reminding me of my stupidity. How many times have you seen Ayla cry, Theo? Mina asked. It was like a punch to the gut. It felt like half the time I had spent with her, she was crying. Often because of me. Too many, I replied, hanging my head. I've seen her cry once. I lifted my head. Mina continued, I've seen Ayla cry once in my entire life, and that was the night her father died. She cried for 10 minutes before she realized we would need her, and she had to be strong for us. No one else has ever seen her cry. Mina reached out and rested her hands on my arms. Ayla can cry with you, Theo, because she feels safe, because she knows down to her bones that you will be the strong one when she needs it. Because you're her true mate. You gave her the purpose she's been searching for her whole life, Theo. She told you that? Briggs chuckled next to me. She didn't have to tell anyone, man. And Kingston never came close to that, Mina added. But that's all gone now, I replied, my chest constricting again. Yeah, because some s***s are trying to take that from her, Mina snarked. You're her mate. It's your job to not let them. So I need you to get your ass up and get to work at finding these bastards. You made her a promise today. You better keep it or die trying. Mina stood up and offered me her hand. Or else I really will hate you. I took her outstretched and let her pull me up. Geez, Theo, Mina said, looking at the damage I had done to my hands. You need to get these cleaned up, and change. You're covered in blood again, I swear. Ayla would kill me if she knew she wasn't even gone a day before her mate was ruining everything. Something Mina had said struck me. What did you say about me being Ayla's mate before? I asked. It's your job to stop these jerks? Mina stated. I shook my head. No, you said I was her true mate. Well, yeah, as opposed to Kingston or any other alpha, Mina said. Yeah, but that's not the first time I've heard that term, I explained. Randy called me her true mate as well. Do you think it means something? Briggs asked. Honestly, I have no idea, I said, but if it does, it may help us fix this mess. We need to talk to Randy again. Since he seems to know so much about who Ayla supposedly is, I was numb as I stared out the window, watching rain trail down the glass. We were out of Greytooth territory now. I could feel it. I'm sorry, Ayla, Alpha Harden said again. Truly, I am, but this is the only way to keep you safe. I didn't say anything. I hadn't said anything since we left the city. He wanted to come with you, you know, Alpha Harden said. He didn't even hesitate. He would have given it all up. What stopped him? I said hopefully. Reality, he replied. Yes, there's no way the War Pack won't know he's your true mate now that you made your relationship public. If you both disappeared, they'd have an array of people to go through to find you both. They'd go after the Pack, his family, even his allies. I closed my eyes. I'd never want that to happen. I tried to focus on the coolness of the window against my face. Thunder rumbled outside as the rain became heavier. The storm was getting worse. I knew how that felt. Alpha, we've got flood warnings coming up, Blake said. We're heading right into this storm, and it's going to hit hard. I think we should find somewhere to wait it out. I felt Alpha Harden's eyes on me. There's a motel up the road, he replied. We'll stop there. Let Miss Garner get some sleep. I didn't want to sleep. The last time I slept, everyone I loved decided to ship me off to goddess knows where. Knew they were trying to protect me, and I appreciated that. But I was sick of it. I spent 10 years protecting myself and my mother and sister from loan sharks, bookies, homelessness, and starvation. I should have had the choice, so I wouldn't let them take it from me. We pulled into the parking lot of a motel as I started to formulate a plan. Blake got out and ran into the front office to rent a room for us. He drove us to a room at the end. Alpha Harden covered me from the heavy wind and rain as we ran from the car. It wasn't anything special, but that was fine. We didn't need anything fancy. It was just someplace to take shelter. I sat on the edge of one of the beds and tried to think of my next move. Alpha Harden said it was a 2-day drive to the safe house they had arranged. I wasn't going to let them get that far. We'll give it a few hours for the storm to pass, Alpha Harden said, but we'll need to drive straight through once we get back on the road, so you should rest while you can get comfortable. How do you command someone? I asked without looking at him. Theo said you were coming into your abilities, Alpha Harden replied. You'll need to be careful with that. Then show me how, I said. Theo gave me an idea on how to use it, but I have to concentrate too hard. That didn't really help when I needed it. Alpha Harden sat on the opposite bed, leaning back against the headboard casually. Do I have to be looking at someone for it to completely work? I asked. I wasn't looking at my attacker. It slowed him down, but obviously not enough. It just wasn't strong enough, he said. That's fine for some things. You need to know how much strength to put behind the command, and no, you don't have to be looking at them. You only need the intent to direct it toward them. But you do have to speak the command, I inquired. Yes, or send it through a mind link. He clarified. But that may take you a little bit to figure out. It's hard to send that energy through that connection. It doesn't seem like I won't have anyone to mind link with anymore anyway, I said under my breath. I slid farther up onto the bed. Blake sat in the chair on his phone. Why you? I asked. Is Randy working for you? Not directly, Alpha Harden said. The Onyx Crown weren't just allies, they were personal friends. I knew your father well. He spent some time with the Blue Fang Pack. We were all devastated by their loss. My family started hunting members of the War Pack Society. My brother heads a group dedicated to bringing them down. Randall works for him. Is this group how you learned about the Blessed One tale? Alpha Harden nodded. Yes, it was part of the Wark's objective. Why? I asked. What was so wrong with my family that they wanted them destroyed so badly? Because they believed that the Dominus family would make themselves kings, Alpha Harden said. They thought the Onyx Crown would take control of all the packs. They believed they would do this with the help of the Blessed One. The moon goddess reincarnated on Karth. Wait, I said. Are you saying they think I'm the moon goddess? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Alpha Harden chuckled. You heard the story. But yes, that's what they believe. What about you? You're so convinced I'm the blessed one. Do you believe I'm the moon goddess? I believe you are blessed. There is something about you that makes you remarkable, he said. And you have abilities that no one else has. The Dominus family was known for that. They are the oldest known werewolf bloodline. So it's more likely you inherited much of your family's gifts. Either way, it makes you powerful. But I don't want to take control of the other packs, I said. I just want to live my life. We're trying to allow you to do that, Ayla, Alpha Harden said kindly. We just need you to trust us. Now, get some rest. I laid back on the bed, not bothering to take my shoes off, and turned my back to them. I thought about everything I had learned over the last few days. Determined to find something that would help me take back my life, I waited a couple of hours before I rolled over to face the room. Alpha Harden looked to be asleep, his chest rising and falling slowly, but Gotta Blake was still awake in the chair, still on his phone. I thought back to the morning before when I was in the cell with Randy and Theo. Concentrating, I searched for the feeling that I was starting to recognize. I felt the power I needed. I focused on Gotta Blake, but included Alpha Harden in my intentions to be safe. Go to sleep, I whispered forcefully. Gotta Blake's eyes started to drift close and his head fell forward, but my command wasn't strong enough. He quickly snapped back up, looking around. I closed my eyes quickly, waiting to see if he noticed I was awake. He must not have, because he was back on his phone when I peeked at him again. I mustered up my power again. Go to sleep, I whispered again with more weight. This time, he was snoring softly within a minute. I looked over at Alpha Harden. He was also still out. I sat up slowly. When I was sure they were both unconscious, I wrote a quick note on the nightstand notepad, then tiptoed to the dresser and grabbed the car keys. Keys in hand, I quietly let myself out of the motel room. It was still raining heavily, but the wind and thunder had died down. I climbed into the car and turned on the engine. I pulled out of the parking lot and drove down the road a little before pulling into a gas station parking lot. I grabbed my bag from the back floor. They had packed my things for me, at least. I searched through it, breathed a sigh of relief when I found my phone and wallet inside. I went to turn my phone on, but paused, thinking twice. It may be paranoid, but with everything going on, it wouldn't be ridiculous to think someone was tracking it. I ran into the station's Quick Mart, getting cash from the ATM and purchasing a cheap smartphone and prepaid plan. I had no idea where I was or how to get where I needed, so I needed the GPS. Getting back in the car, I quickly got the phone up and running and punched in the address. It was about 5 hours away. So if I was lucky and the weather cleared up, I would be there before midday. I put the car in gear and got on the road. I didn't know how this would go. My goal was to get in and get out without a big fuss. I just wanted to get my dad's ring and his ashes. I didn't know if Kingston would be there, but I knew the code to the safe where he kept them. As long as he hadn't changed it, I wouldn't need to see him if he wasn't. I was kind of hoping he wasn't. I felt a little guilty about that, but our last conversation made me nervous about being around him. I would have called Emma or even Pierce, but I was hoping they wouldn't even know I was there. Mostly because there was too much going on and I didn't have time to go through it all then. I pulled up to the Sablemain pack house before noon. I was glad to see that it wasn't very busy, and I managed to make it through without being noticed. I let myself into Kingston's apartment. Kingston wasn't there, so I went straight to the bedroom to the wall safe. I entered the code and opened it. My father's ring wasn't in there. His ashes were still where I left them, but the ring was gone. Only an empty ring box was in its place. I wasn't leaving without my ring. I went back to the living room and started pacing. Not sure if I should call him or wait for him to return. I decided to wait. If I called him, it might give him the opportunity to stash it somewhere. If he hadn't already. The thought peeved me off. Why the hell did he take it? Was it just to spite me? I know I made some mistakes in our relationship, but I never intended to hurt him. Taking a valuable family heirloom, the last thing connecting me with my late father, is a bit extreme. Besides, he said I should come and get it. I've done that. It should be here. I was getting more worked up the longer I waited. I was fuming when the door finally opened and Kingston walked in. I was about to start yelling but froze at seeing him. He was covered in blood. I started to run to make sure he was okay, but after 2 steps the scent hit me. It wasn't his blood. None of it. Our eyes met and my breath caught. "Kingston," I gasped out. "What happened?" He didn't answer me. He just stared like he didn't believe I was there. "Kingston," I repeated. He started toward me, but I retreated. He stopped. Ayla? What did you do? I asked, indicating his blood-soaked hands. He looked down. It's nothing, he said. He walked around me to the sink and started washing. That's not nothing, Kingston, I yelled. What the hell is going on? I was hunting, he said casually, pulling his ruined shirt over his head. I didn't expect to see you back. You told me to come and get my father's ring, I stated. What were you hunting, Kingston? His shoulders fell slightly. So you're not coming home to me? I told you, Kin, I replied. I don't belong here. He moved toward me again. Yes, you do, Ayla. I moved back. He wasn't himself. Something was very wrong. He looked like he couldn't think straight, his eyes darting around, meeting my eyes, then anywhere, but... Ayla, can I not even touch you anymore? He asked softly. I took a tentative step forward, reaching out to take his hand. I needed him to talk to me. I needed to know what was going on. Kingston, what were you hunting? He lifted my hand into both of his, rubbing his thumbs along my skin without looking up at me. Warpuck! Kingston, I said, trying to pull my hand away, but he held it tight. What are you saying? Have you been hunting? Wark members, he interrupted. Of course, the bastards thought they could come back. They thought they could come into my territory and work under my nose, but he got careless. I caught his scent. Who, Kingston? I asked, getting more nervous. Who got careless? Grogan, he said. Arthur Grogan. The Ashkole was supposed to be dead, I saw your father kill him myself, but he must have survived and escaped. Who is Grogan? He's one of the Warpak leaders, Kingston clarified. But it's okay. He won't get away this time. I'm closing in. He tugged me against him, and he led me to you, so I know we'll prevail. It couldn't mean anything else. My goddess came to me? Did he mean me? Was he talking about the tail? What goddess, Kingston? How did Grogan lead you to me? I asked, trying to step away from him. The night we met, I said. I was following his scent when you came around that bend. That's why I was in the road, but I wouldn't have caught him. I wasn't ready. I needed the goddess's support. I needed you. I managed to push away from him. So you did know about the Blessed One, I said, hurt filling my gut. You did believe I was her from the start, and you didn't tell me. Ayla, you had to have known, Kingston said, trying to reach for me again. How could I have known? I yelled, dodging his embrace. Did you know what would happen when we went to the gathering? Did you know they would figure it out? Kingston froze, guilt filling his eyes before he looked away. Oh my goddess, I murmured. You did. You bashed. You did. I didn't know Connor would act like that, he insisted. I didn't mean for you to get hurt, Ayla. No, I bellowed. You just wanted to use me as bait. You knew they would try to come for me. You used me to flush out whatever Warpak members you could. That's why you're hunting them down. Of course I wanted to draw them out, he spat. They need to be destroyed. That's the only way we can bring our pack back. It's the only way we can return to our land. My eyes went wide. This had been his plan all along. He was going to use me to reinstate the Onyx Crown pack, to become their alpha. Kingston, that will never happen, I guaranteed. The Onyx Crown pack is dead. I won't bring it back. All I want is my father's ring. Now give it to me. No, that's not how this is supposed to go, he growled. You came to me. You came to me because we are the last Onyx Crown ranking members, the Alpha and Beta. Now, the Alpha and Luna, you belong by my side, Ayla. No, I don't, Kingston, I said. I'm not your mate. I belong with Theo. Devastation filled Kingston's expression, quickly followed by rage, and I realized the mistake I had made. I started backing away toward the door. Kingston, I said calmly. Calm down. I'm just gonna go, okay? You're not yourself right now. You won't leave me again, Ayla, Kingston growled. This is our destiny. I shook my head. No, Kingston, it's not. I rushed for the door, but Kingston was too fast. He grabbed my arm hard and spun me around. His mouth was on mine before I knew what was happening. It was painful and sickening. I pushed and pulled to get him off of me. Kingston. He thinks he can trick you into choosing him, Kingston rumbled. I'll show him how wrong he is. His hold on me was hurting. He reached and started pulling my hair back. When he grabbed my chin, turning my head sharply, I knew what he was planning. He was going to mark me. Terror ran through me, and tears formed in my eyes. I fought harder, but he was too strong. He couldn't do this. I couldn't let him do this. I searched for the strength I needed. Stop, I commanded. It was enough to make him pause. I yanked my arm free, punching up against his jaw. I didn't get enough leverage to break it, but it did knock him back a few steps. Don't touch me. I followed. His rage cleared, and realization of what just happened filled his face. Ayla, I'm sore. Don't follow me, Kingston. Leave me and Theo alone. I ran out of the apartment, Kingston calling after me, and through the pack house. I tore off the property and drove in the direction of home. I was too shaken to call anyone. I just needed to get out of Sablemain. I was almost at my mother's house before I finally allowed myself to stop and collect myself. I took some deep breaths as I picked up the phone I just purchased. I was still too afraid to turn mine on. Kingston had tracked me before. I dialed Theo's number, praying he would pick up. Ayla. Theo's panicked voice sounded. Please, goddess, tell me this is you, baby. Yes, Theo, it's me. I rushed. Thank the goddess, he muttered. I could hear the utter relief in his voice. You scared the fucking hell out of all of us. I'm not going back with them, Theo, I told him. I've been taking care of myself for years. I have a say in this, and I'm not leaving. I know, sweetheart, he replied. Where are you? I'm coming to get you. I'm almost to Ma's, I said. Babe, I had to see Kingston first. I just wanted to get Dad's ashes and ring back. I promise. Shh, it's okay, baby, he assured me. I know, I'm on my way. We were already out looking for you, so I'm not far. Okay, I said, pulling off the side of the road. I'm getting Kylee and Ma. I don't care if they hate me right now. I'm not leaving them out here on their own. Hardin has agreed to take them to the safe house as well, Theo said. If you think they'd prefer that, I'll let them decide, I said. Did you get it back? I got his ashes, I said. But Kingston, he's not himself right now. Ayla, what happened? Theo demanded. Did he hurt you? No, I lied. I didn't need to start a war on top of everything else, at least not physically. He's not taking the situation well. It doesn't matter, Theo said. I'm on my way, babe. I pulled into the driveway of my childhood home and my stomach dropped. Theo, he had to have heard the panic in my voice. Ayla, is something wrong? The door is open. I was racing down the freeway, weaving through traffic, driving on the shoulder when necessary. Ayla, don't go inside, I begged. I'm 20 minutes away. I heard a car door shut on the other end of the line. I knew she was going into the house. Ayla, stay out of there, I yelled. Ma! Kylee! I heard Ayla calling through the house over and over. Ayla, I kept trying to get her attention. Theo, she finally responded. They're not here. Something's not right. Okay, baby, I need you to get out of the house, I urged. I'm almost there. Ayla cried out suddenly. I heard struggling sounds on the line. Ayla, I yelled. The call went quiet before cutting out. I gunned the engine, pushing as fast as I possibly could without ensuring I crashed on the way there. 20 minutes may have been generous, but I made it, skidding into the yard on 2 wheels, launching myself out of the car and sprinting into the house. Something in me knew she wasn't there, but I ignored it, calling out to her as I checked every inch of the house. There was no sign of her. How could the Warpock have found her? No, it couldn't be them. I ran back out to the car and got my phone. Where the fuck is he? I demanded when Pierce answered. I don't want a war, Pierce, but he just fucking started one if you don't tell me where the hell she is. Whoa, Theo, Pierce said. If you mean Ayla, she's not here. She left hours ago. I know, but your Cho Alpha followed her. He took her and you're gonna tell me where the fuck he is, I replied. Hold on. Ayla's been kidnapped? Pierce asked. I was talking to her when he grabbed her, I said. Theo, Kingston is right here with me, he replied. He has been since she left. This wasn't him. My mind didn't want to believe him, but my gut told me he was telling the truth. Send me the address, Pierce insisted. I'm on my way. He hung up before I could protest. That's when I saw it. Tucked under the wiper of the car Ayla was driving was a blue envelope. I ripped it off, pulling the card out. I told her she was mine. I told her I would come for her. Give up. You'll never find us in time to stop me. It took everything I had not to tear the message to pieces as rage filled every inch of my body. I called Briggs. He took her? I rushed. Get a team to Marie's house now. What? How did the Warpock find her? He asked. It's not the Warpock, I said. It's her stalker. The bastard took Kylee and Marie, too. He was waiting for her. There's no scent, just a message. And you're sure this guy isn't working with the Warpock? Not entirely, I replied. But the Warpock want Ayla dead. This guy just wants her. He's infatuated with her. The next thought almost had me on my knees. Briggs, he's going to mark her. We won't let that happen, man, Briggs insisted. Keep your head, Theo. Start looking. We're coming. I went into the house after hanging up. I inhaled, concentrating on the scents in the air. Ayla's was the first my mind registered. My senses, honing in on her instinctually. I followed her path through the house. I found the phone she had been using on the floor near the dining room. I bent down to pick it up and noticed a syringe. Using a towel, I picked it up, smelling the contents. It had a chemical smell, but it didn't cover the faint hint of wolfsbane. I again forced my emotions to settle. I needed to focus. I followed Ayla's scent back to the front door and outside. The trail swung around to the side of the house and then abruptly disappeared. I walked the whole area and couldn't pick it back up. There were faint tire tracks on the hard ground. He must have put her in a vehicle. But then, where were Kylee and Marie? I repeated the process again, forcing myself to focus on their scents. Theirs didn't mingle into the same path Ayla's had, and they were fainter. They hadn't been there in a few days. I went around to the neighbors to see what information they had. The houses weren't close together, and they all worked during the day, so no one seemed to have seen much. I let Kieran run the property for a while, before returning when we got nothing. I was searching Ayla's rental car when a group of vehicles pulled up. Briggs and Mina had brought our forensics team out to handle this. They immediately got to work inside while we set up a tent in the yard as a central base. Randy was on his way back from picking up Alpha Harden and Ga Blake. Mina was looking over the new message, using a field fingerprinting kit. Briggs and I were setting up a search grid through the area. Detective Morton was contacting local police for any traffic footage. We had already sent out as many warriors as we could to canvass the surrounding 20 miles. But it all felt like we were looking in the wrong place. Harden, Randy, and Blake pulled up and joined us. "Do we have any leads?" Harden asked. "This guy has been really good at staying hidden," I said. "He's managed to completely eliminate his scent, not just mask it. We haven't found any prints." Ayla said it was the same when he visited her in Sablemain. I was so incredibly tense. I didn't know how much longer I could hold everything back when we were getting anything but answers. I forced my hands through my hair, starting to pace the lawn. It all came to a head when an SUV pulled up. Pierce got out of the vehicle, along with Kingston Amirov. My wrists and shoulders stung. My head was pounding as I tried to open my eyes. Someone had stripped me down to my undergarments. I could feel my thighs touching cold stone and something hard against my back. The smell of wolfsbane burned my nostrils, but it was almost better than the foul smell filling the rest of the room. I finally pried my eyes open, lifting my head as my vision focused. I was in a dimly lit large room with a high ceiling. It was too dark to see how high it went, but there was enough light to see the body that hung from it. I gasped at the gruesome scene. Bile rose in my throat as I recognized the tattoo on the forearm. It was Connor Elkins, what was left of him. "Ayla," a terrified voice called. I turned to see Kylee and Ma. They were locked up in a cage on the other side of the room. "Kylee? Ma?" I croaked, wincing as I moved. I managed to look up. My arms were tied over my head by thick, tight ropes. From the smell and the sting, they must have been soaked in wolfsbane. It was seeping into my bloodstream through the raw, open sores on my wrists. "Kylee," I said huskily, "how long have I been out?" "Over 2 days," she said, tears running down her face. "Are you hurt? Ma doesn't look too good," I said, hearing her writhe in the cage next to Kylee. "I'm okay," Kylee replied. "Ma's struggling. We've been here for 4 or 5 days now." "Sit!" "She's going through withdrawal, Kylee," I told her. "I know," she said softly. She had finally accepted Ma's addiction. "Do you have water?" I asked. "Some," she said. "I've been giving her as much I can." I nodded, trying to stay conscious. "Good," I replied. "If she starts seizing, make sure to hold her head." I tried tugging at my bonds, testing for any weakness in the ropes. I was tied against a wooden post with a metal ring fixed on it. I tried to wrap my fingers around the ring. If I could work it out, I could get to Kylee and Ma. "I'm so glad you're awake, my love," a familiar voice echoed through the room, making me sick. I could hear footsteps coming toward me through the dark. A wave of shock ran through me when he came into the light. Theo. Kieran took over the shift. There was no holding him back. We were both volatile as it was. For this soul to show up in my territory after what he's done. Kingston responded, shifting into this wolf before me. Kieran snarled, baring his teeth as he advanced on Lennox. He was smaller and leaner than us. Kieran almost relished how easy it would be to tear into his throat, but he wouldn't get the chance. Harden's brown wolf appeared between us, stopping our confrontation. "Stop this," his voice echoed in my head. "We're wasting time." His words hit me, bringing me back to reality. However much I hated Kingston, he didn't have Ayla. Kieran growled one more time before relinquishing control, allowing me to shift back. Kingston followed suit. "What the fuck is he doing here?" I demanded through gritted teeth. "He wants to help," Pierce said firmly. "You need all the help you can get." Briggs came over and handed me a pair of shorts. "Come on, bro," he said. "Now's not the time." I put the shorts on and went back to the table. "No prints," Mina told me, "on the card or the syringe, but I think I know what he's using to mask his scent." She pulled a labeled spray bottle out. "We use this when we enter certain crime scenes." "Where would he get it?" I asked. Mina shrugged. "I don't know of it being commercially available, but it may not be too hard." He's not using this specifically. This stuff doesn't eliminate our scent entirely, just makes it faded enough to not contaminate the area. It could eliminate a scent in large enough concentrations, but the user would risk major damage to their sense of smell. How does this help us? Kingston inquired. It may help tell us why, Mina replied. She had brought the rest of the stalker's messages with her, and she pulled a couple out of their evidence bag. Something about these bothered me. I studied handwriting analysis in school. Whoever wrote these was trying to disguise their handwriting in these last few messages. If you consider that, plus them eliminating their scent completely, this is someone Ayla knows, but I think it's someone you know as well. She directed the last statement at me. Someone who's close enough they believe you would recognize their handwriting. I thought desperately about who it could be. As far as I knew, everyone in my inner circle only knew Ayla as Kylee's older sister up until recently. I didn't know anyone who had met her personally before 2 weeks ago. We need to get back to the pack house then, I said, pulling my phone out. I don't know who it could be, but I'll have Dad start questioning. I called my father. Have you found her? He answered. I explained our current theory and that I needed him to start questioning any ranking member there. You should ask Harry, he instructed. If the stalker was masking his scent from the start, then it was someone Ayla knew well enough that their scent would be out of place. Harry would have a better idea of any overlap. Something in my gut didn't sit right. I put him on speaker for the others to hear. Why would Beta Harry know that? I asked. He's the one I've had looking out for Ayla and the family since her father's death, Dad said. He's gotten to know them. That's why I had asked him to take you to meet Ayla after her 18th birthday. I felt the blood drain from my face. Briggs and Mina were frozen. Dad, I said gently, Harry never took me to meet Ayla. What are you talking about? Of course he did, Dad insisted. He told me nothing happened between... My dad's voice trailed off as pieces started to fall into place. Theo, Briggs said, didn't Beta Harry introduce you to Kylee last year? Dad, where would he take Ayla? It had been nearly 2 days since Ayla had been taken, and I was losing my mind. Dad had told us every place he could think of where Harry could have taken Ayla and her family. We had been all over the territory with no sign of them anywhere. The only thing keeping me sane was the mate bond. My bond with Ayla was still intact. He hadn't killed her or marked her. She wasn't being tortured, but a pain in my wrists told me she was tied up. We needed a lead. Theo, Mina may have found something, Briggs mind-linked me. I rushed back to the hotel room we were using as an office. What did you find? I asked, rushing in. I ignored the fact that Kingston came in right after me. Mina was at a laptop. I went through the safe. Ayla left for Marie when she cut her ties. There was a list of accounts and passwords. One of them was for an emergency device. Ayla bought a necklace for Ayla when she graduated high school. If Kylee was ever in trouble, she could click a button and it would call for help. I've seen that, I said. She almost never took it off. Mina grabbed her phone. Well, let's hope this isn't one of the times she did. If we still believe they're all together, this could be our ticket. Mina called a number and started speaking with an agent. She provided Ayla's security information and they checked the device within minutes. Mina put them on speaker. And the emergency contacts didn't receive any messages, the agent asked. No, we didn't, Mina said, knowing she was one of them. Okay, if she didn't have her phone in range, that would have caused the problem, the agent said. However, we can check the GPS history. If she clicked it, it would have pinged her location. We heard the sound of fingers flying over a keyboard for a few seconds. Okay, the agent said. We have 4 hits from 4 days ago. However, at this point, we would need to involve the authorities, miss. This is Alpha Theo Arden, code 47398, I said, giving the universal identifier that all emergency agencies would have for pack leaders. This case is already with the authorities. You can send the information to me. Yes, Alpha, the agent replied. It's on its way. As soon as I got the email, Mina pulled up the information on the map. This doesn't make sense, she said. They're heading east, but it just stops. There's nothing out there. As far as I know, that's not even rogue territory. I know where they are, Kingston interrupted. My head snapped to him. He was staring at one of the cards that Harry had left. He held it up to show us the photo on the front. They're in the Onyx Crown pack house, he said. Ayla, why are you doing this? I asked Beta Harry as he crouched in front of me. He reached up and brushed a finger down my cheek, making me cringe. Because it's time, my love, he answered vaguely. I've been waiting so long. I was hoping to have a little more time to get this place fixed up for us, but it seems that Alpha Pup was more determined than I thought. I drew my knees up to my chest as tightly as I could, trying to pull myself as far away from him as I could. "Don't struggle, Ayla," he said. "The wolfsbane will get into your system faster. Your immunity isn't as strong as it should be, but we'll have that fixed soon enough." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "You didn't think being able to command alphas is the only ability you have, did you?" Harry said. "Your family was known for their immunity to wolfsbane." "What does any of this have to do with you?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this?" "Because I love you," he said as if it was obvious. "Together we'll rebuild the werewolf kingdom. The first time I saw you when your father brought you to meet Torin, I knew this would happen. All these years I've watched you grow into yourself. It was more and more amazing with every experience. It was something else to be able to watch my mate grow up this time." "I'm not your mate," I snapped. "Not yet anyway," Harry said bitterly. "This wouldn't be such an issue had that were of a sister of yours done her job." I heard Kylee gasp from the cage. "What?" I looked over at Kylee. She looked as shocked as I felt, but I couldn't tell if it was because she knew what he was talking about or not. "What did you do?" She shook her head vigorously. "Nothing. I mean, I don't know," she stammers. "I thought he was helping me. I don't what he means." Harry laughed. "My dear girl, I wasn't helping you. I was giving you the only chance you ever would have had. Theo would never have looked twice at you if it wasn't for me." "What are you saying, Harry?" "I gave her a perfume that would encourage Theo to show an interest in her," he said. "All she had to do was keep him occupied and keep him away from you until he marked her." "What?" Kylee sobbed. "Why would you do this?" "Because I needed him out of the way," Harry bellowed at her. "And you couldn't even get that right. Because you couldn't be bothered to listen, you selfish cow." I thought back to the day Harry sat in on the session with Alpha Torin. He wasn't Torin's original Alpha. He took over when his last one died. Before he quit to take on more pack duties, he had been a biochemical engineer. "What was in it, Harry?" I asked. "What was in the perfume?" "Wolves didn't wear perfume or sprays. Our senses were too heightened, and they were more irritating than pleasant. So if he gave Kylee something to wear, there was a purpose." He looked back at me with a proud smile. "In a way, it was you, my love," he said. It mimicked the scent of his mate, made her nearly irresistible to him at times. I tried to swallow the bile that rose again at the way he said it. "Why my sister, then? Why take the risk?" I asked. "Surely, you knew she would bring him to meet me." "Not if she had listened to me," he spat. "I tried using it with other girls, but it wasn't strong enough. It needed someone with similar pheromones to work, and your little Kylee was so willing to throw herself at our young alpha, she made it easy." "Did you put them up to making her his chosen mate?" I asked, needing to know how much of what happened was Kylie's choice or the manipulation. Harry laughed. "I may have brought up the idea in passing, but she was the one who pursued it all on her own," he said smugly. "But I will give Theo some credit. If I hadn't been drugging him, he never would have agreed to it." Kylee was sobbing against the bars of her prison. "You were drugging Theo?" I pushed. "I needed him to be pliable. I needed him to doubt himself." Harry reached out and cupped my cheek. "I couldn't have the transition go smoothly for him. He needed to be distracted enough to stay away from you." "You bastard," I spat. "Too bad you failed." Harry's jaw clenched. "Merely an unfortunate setback. But everything I did for you, my love. They all would have held you back, coddled you, kept you from learning your true strength, especially your father." My heart pounded in my chest. Was he saying what I thought he was? Did you kill my father?" "Shh, it's okay, Ayla," he cooed. "I know it hurt, but it was necessary. He never would have let us be together. You never would have been strong enough to defy him had I kept him alive." Kylee sobbed louder. "You son of a bitch," I yelled, kicking out at him, fighting hard against my restraints. "I'll kill you." He chuckled. "There's that fire I love so much." The sudden burst of rage faded quickly, leaving me dizzy and lightheaded. My breathing became heavier. I had to remember the wolfsbane. I hadn't had anything to eat or drink in days. It would put a bigger toll on my body. But I had to keep him talking. "So, are the Warpack even looking for me?" I asked. "Or is that just another one of your tricks?" Harry shrugged. "They're looking for you," he said calmly, "thanks to that stupid Sable-Mane Alpha. When he brought you to the Alpha's gathering, I knew he was going to be a big problem." "And this is what you meant by doing what Kingston couldn't with Alpha Connor?" I commented, remembering the message he had left about it. "You're the reason he went missing." Harry had his back to me as he rummaged through a box. "Of course," he said proudly. "He was already planning on hunting you down. I couldn't allow him to think for a moment he could ever have you." "Do you like my work?" He waved a hand at the mutilated body still hanging before me, laughing. I think he got the message. Theo. The sun was setting when the helicopters touched down 5 miles from the ruins of the Onyx Crown pack house. With the territory mostly taken over by the forest, this was the closest they could get us. We would have to run the rest of the way. We all helped kit our wolves out, shifting and having one of the others attach a supply pack to our wolves so we could shift back and still have what we needed. When we were ready, we took off through the woods. Kingston would be our guide, as he was the only one who had been here before. Our wolves crossed the distance in no time, coming up res. We lost the last rays of sunlight. We would need the darkness as cover. I immediately started searching for Ayla's scent. I caught something when I heard Kingston's voice start to bark out orders. Like fucking hell, I was letting him take over. I shifted back. What the hell are you doing? I yelled. I told you this isn't your mission, Amvorov. The only reason you're here is as a guide. There's no way we can find her inside in one group, he snarled. We need to split up, which we will do once we've found a trail. I wasn't going to tell him I had already found it. But if you're in such a hurry, be my guest. You take 5 and we'll go this way, he said, slipping pants on. With all the structural damage, the best way in will be through the tunnels. Fine, I agreed, but Briggs goes with you. What? He snapped. Why the hell? Because I don't fucking trust you, that's why, I spat. Kingston looked at me with disdain. Fine, then Pierce is with you. Not a problem with me. It wasn't. I liked Pierce, and he was here for Ayla, not his alpha. I felt this arrangement would be more of an issue for Kingston. But he agreed, and that's all I cared about. I let them go off in their intended direction as I searched for our way in. I tried contacting Ayla through the mind link, but our connection was blocked again. I found the trail I had caught originally and started to follow it. Her scent became stronger as we went. You know, he really does just want to help, Pierce said. He cares about her too. Forgive me if I have a hard time giving a shit about his feelings, Beta Pierce, I replied. I know who Kingston used to be. Maybe it's time you saw he's not that man anymore. I'm not there yet, he said, but there was a touch of sadness in his voice. There or not, if he tries to take my mate, I will kill him, I said firmly but not viciously. It wasn't a threat. I needed him to know that it was a possible outcome. I know, he replied. I stopped for a moment. I still had Ayla's trail, but something was off. The ruins were huge. The wing that jutted off at this side seemed mostly collapsed, while the main section was more sound. We're on a false trail, I said quietly. Pierce sniffed. Are you sure? Her scent is pretty strong here? I closed my eyes, breathing deeply. Yeah, something was off. Guilt twisted my gut. I had let my anger for Kingston cloud my judgment. Otherwise, I would have caught it sooner. It's not hers, I replied. It's pretty damn close, but it's not real. Come on. We're heading back. We followed Kingston through the thick brush. He seemed to know exactly where he was going, which was a bit uncanny since he was 8 the last time he was here. But Theo said to watch him, so I would. I had to admit, this wasn't the same man I met months ago when I tracked Ayla down. That Kingston was calculating but genuine. On that day, there was no denying that he cared about Ayla. This Kingston... Well, this man was still calculating, but he was less stable. I could still see the affection for Ayla in the concern he carried, but there was something more determined in him. I didn't trust it. The tunnel entrance is this way, he said, leading us away from the packhouse ruins. We won't have to go far. Where do the tunnels lead to? I asked. And how are you so sure they're still intact? He paused for a moment, looking around the area. I'm not, he replied, but they survived a couple of millennia before this, so I think our odds are good. So the packhouse was built on an existing structure? I asked, thinking about our own packhouse in Greytooth. It's more like it was continuously renovated, he clarified. Remember, the Dominus family is the oldest werewolf bloodline. They ruled from here from the beginning. He glanced back at me. At least that's the history I was taught. We came along a dip in the terrain, and I could hear water running nearby. Kingston leaned down and brushed leaves and debris away, revealing what looked like part of a stone wall. It's this way, he said. The dip turned into a steep incline as we followed it, stopping along a cutoff above a stream. The stone wall was easier to discern here, except for moss and some vines. We didn't have to follow it far before it turned into the hillside, creating an entryway. We headed into the tunnel. It wasn't long before we came to a heavy metal door, which was locked. Should I even bother to ask if you have the key? I said, trying to keep the irritation from my voice. This is a dead end. Hush, Kingston barked. He turned toward the wall and closed his eyes, taking a few slow, deep breaths. When he opened them, He reached up and counted the stones. One of them shifted. He removed it, and taking a second to what looked like to pray, he stuck his hand in the hole. With a sigh of relief, he pulled out a key. "How did you know that would be there?" I inquired as he stuck the key in the lock. "This is how Jack got us out the night of the massacre," he said solemnly. It took some effort, but the key finally turned, and I helped Kingston shoulder the door open. It opened into more stone tunnels full of cobwebs. Tree roots had found their way between the stones, hanging sporadically from the walls and ceiling. "But you weren't sure it would still be there," I commented. "Why?" Kingston remained quiet at first. The tunnel was now pitch black, too dark for our night vision, so we switched to flashlights. "My mother went back for my father," he said quietly before our light came on. "I didn't know if she came this way or not. She never came back." Theo. We were back at the front of the ruin. The entrance was completely blocked off, but I knew there had to be a way in from here. I walked the area, looking for windows or holes that were passable, sniffing the air for any sign of Ayla's real scent. "Let me," Kieran asked. "Not yet," I said. "Besides, you didn't catch the scent was fake the first time." I kept my tone light. It wasn't intended to blame him, but to give him some levity. His desperation was getting overwhelming. It was getting harder to keep a clear head. "That's it." I froze, smelling the air near a blocked window frame. There was nothing. I stepped in closer, focusing my sense of smell on that area specifically. Nothing, not even the smell of dirt or moss. "This is it," I said to Pierce and the others. I climbed up to the opening. There was a beam blocking it that seemed immovable, but when I tried, it didn't take much effort. Behind it was a dark, narrow passageway that turned into the building. I waved for everyone to follow, but to stay quiet. It was dark inside, but nothing my wolf's eyes couldn't handle. We proceeded cautiously. Between the stability of the structure and having no idea where Harry could be, we couldn't afford to make a mistake. As if on cue, I heard a snap and then a rumble. The walls shook, and I heard crashing from behind me. I turned to see the 3 warriors we had with us retreating as the ceiling came down. Pierce and I were forced back, but were quickly stopped as rocks began to fall from the other direction. We covered our heads and moved out of the way as best we could. After a few very long seconds, everything became quiet. The air was thick with dust, and it was pitch black. All I could hear was the sound of Pierce and me breathing heavily. I reached out to my men on the other side and breathed a sigh of relief. "They okay over there?" Pierce asked. "Yeah," I confirmed. "Some bumps and bruises, but they'll live." Pierce's flashlight lit up, illuminating the rubble around us. I retrieved my light as well and started to assess our situation. I looked up at the ceiling and noticed something peculiar. "I think the first fall was structural," I said, then pointed my light to the top of the second barricade. "I don't think this one was." Pierce followed my gaze, seeing what I saw. "Yeah, I think you're right," Pierce said. "The Ashul has the place booby-trapped." "Warn the other group," I told him. "I'm going to see if I get clear a path up to the second floor." A huge rumble echoed through the room, bouncing off the high ceilings, making the walls shake. Harry stopped what he was doing and looked toward the sound. His shoulders instantly became tense, and his face contorted into a curious scowl. "Bear with me, my love," he said absently to me. "We may have a visitor." My heart skipped. "Don't get your hopes up," Harry snapped. "There's no way he could have found you. It's probably some rogue poking around where they shouldn't be." He disappeared into the darkness, the sound of the door closing the only indication he was gone. I waited a moment before pulling at the ring again, trying to work it out of the wood. "Ayla," Kylee said to me. "I'm sorry." I sighed. I wasn't in the mood to deal with her apologies. It's not like they meant anything anyway. I closed my eyes, pushing past the headache that had formed. That was harsh, and even though she deserved it, I didn't. I couldn't carry that pain with me from here, if we got out of here. So I might as well have faced it then. "For what?" I asked snarkily. "For telling everyone you know I'm a horrible, selfish person, or for trying to steal my fated mate for yourself?" "I didn't know he was your fated mate," she rushed. "Okay," I shot. "For trying to steal someone's fated mate, because you sure as hell knew he wasn't yours. Are you sorry about that too? For lying to me?" I'm sorry for everything," she said. "I really did love him, Ayla. I still do." "Really?" I snapped. "You're really gonna go down that road? Tell me how much you love the one person who was supposed to be mine? Like I'm supposed to just let you have him. Newsflash, Kylee. I already did that, and look what that got me. When you found out who Theo was to me, you didn't regret what happened. No, you slapped me in the face. I gave up everything for you, Kylee. I gave up my high school years with my friends so I could keep you fed and a roof over your head. I kept you from seeing Ma passed out drunk in a pile of her own sick. I made sure you never knew how many times we were almost taken by some thug Ma owed money to. Well, not so much that one, seeing as Ma never would have let them touch you. Oh, but me, she wouldn't have put up much of a fight for. That's not true, I heard my mother say weakly. She sat herself up slowly. How could you believe that, Ayla? I laughed bitterly. Because, Ma, you kept doing it, I said, looking her in the eye. You kept letting it get that close. You kept leading those ashkas right to our doorstep, and you kept making me talk them out of it. Face it, Ma, I was your meal ticket and get-out-of-jail-free card. Ma, Kylee whispered in shame. I leaned back against the post, giving my fingers a rest. I knew it would never get that far, Ma said. I knew you would never let them take you. How the fuck could you have known that, Ma? I yelled. Do you hear yourself? You're special, Ayla, Ma explained. You know that. Kylee needed me more. Your father always made sure you knew. So my father feeds you some booklet story about me being different, and you thought that meant I could take on fully grown werewolves with no morals? My voice was dripping with disdain. But you did. I shouldn't have had to, I bellowed, yanking at my bonds in anger. But I did, because you were still my mother, and because I needed to make sure Kylee was taken care of. You both took everything from me, and it was okay because one day I'd find my mate, and he'd see me for who I was and... Oh, wait, you tried to take that too. I ignored my mother's and sister's sos, instead focusing on the cold floor against my skin, the rough wood splintering along my back, the caught rope digging into my flesh. Anything but the two people who betrayed me the most. Then my dad flashed through my head. I nearly sobbed. I missed him so much. The image came back. It was a memory. It was me and him on a hill near our home. I could see Ma running after Kylee as a toddler across the lawn. Dad had his arms slung casually around my shoulders. I remembered that was the day he told me it was my job to protect the family, that I had to help them grow too. We all play a role in a family like we do in a pack, Dad said. We all have to find our strengths. Sometimes we need each other to help us with that. I didn't really do a good job at that. Did I, Dad? Ayla, Kylee said, pulling me from my memory. I want to make it right. You loved Theo, I responded. Ma loved you. I loved you both, but that meant nothing to either of you. I love you, Ayla, my mother cried. You're my baby girl. Of course I love you. Stop, I said. It doesn't mean anything. Ayla, Kylee said with more conviction. I want to make it right. If he's going to kill me, then I want to go with you knowing how sorry I am. You're right. I was despicable, saying those things behind your back, doing what I did. I see now just how much you did for me, and it means the world to me. I can't die with you hating me, Ayla, please. You're not going to die, Kylee, I said. I laughed at the irony that she still didn't understand the lengths I would go to protect her. After the conversation we just had, do you really think I would ever let him kill you? I just want you to forgive me, Kylee replied. Well, then you better start making yourself useful and look for something that can help, because you're going to have to live a lot longer for that to happen, I replied. I was at the top of the rock pile, wedged against the ceiling with Pierce across from me. We were strategically moving stones and had produced an opening small enough to let some light in. I was getting hopeful when I heard a muffled voice from above us. I motioned Pierce to freeze. We waited a few seconds and the voice sounded again. It carried through our opening enough for me to recognize it as Harry's. Kieran jumped to the front of my mind, bringing rage with him. I pushed him back. We couldn't get to Harry yet, and he wasn't helping. I heard crunching footsteps and a sliver of light beamed through our little space. We tucked ourselves against the ceiling as best we could to stay out of sight. The light went away, but I didn't hear Harry leave. It felt like an eternity until he finally walked away. I started to move again, but Pierce stopped me. Not yet, he mouthed. Too close. If we moved a stone and caused a slide, he'd be able to hear it. I suppressed a huff but remained still, not waiting another second after I felt he was far enough away. I'd like to say we made quick work, but nothing felt quick enough. When the opening was finally big enough for us to fit through, I almost left Pierce behind, but I needed him to help me keep a level head. As long as he was here, I remembered Briggs was with Kingston, and I needed to keep tabs on Kingston too. I pulled Pierce out of the hole and onto his feet. He went this way, I pointed out. Come on! There was still no scent to follow, so there wasn't much to guide us. Luckily, there weren't many options. We emerged in what used to be a hallway, with only one accessible door in the direction we were heading. It led into a room where we found a part of the far wall torn open, leading into the next. We followed this pattern in and out of rooms and hallways, but I was getting increasingly frustrated. Kieran was going crazy in my head. "We're getting nowhere," I finally said, resisting the urge to punch a hole in the nearest object. "Yeah," Pierce agreed. "Without knowing what this place looked like, I wouldn't know how to find his hideout even if we had an idea." "Hang on," I said, pushing my fingers through my hair, forcing myself to think. "This was a pack house, right?" "That's what Kin said." "Then we should be able to get a general idea." I returned to the room we had just left and looked out the window. This isn't the front where we came in, and there were offshoots on either side, so let's say we've made it to the back. The living quarters would be in the extended wings. "So perhaps these were offices or conference rooms," Pierce speculated. "Harry picked this place for a reason," I said. "There's some kind of meaning here. Whatever it is, he wouldn't set up in just any room. He would take Ayla somewhere specific." "The receiving hall," Pierce said. "Every pack house that I knew of had a receiving hall. It was where the pack leaders were formally recognized during any event or occasion where the pack would address them directly. If Harry wanted to mark Ayla, it could mean he wanted to be alpha." "We need to backtrack," I said. "We need to look for a way back down to the main floor." "Theo, Kingston's on his own." Briggs' voice came through the link. "There was a trap that separated us." "Briggs, the tunnel system was like a maze. Kingston had been right about them holding up, though. We didn't come across many dead ends, although I wasn't sure that was much better since making heads or tails of the place was impossible. And it didn't escape my attention that several of those dead ends included strange doors. But Kingston said there were markers to follow. He even showed us what to look for." "I'm sorry about your family," I spoke, breaking the silence we had been walking in. "It wasn't just my family," Kingston said. "It was my pack. Everything I had known and loved was ripped away from me in a single night." Being back here must have brought up terrible memories for Kingston, and a feeling of unease had been growing in my gut since we entered the tunnels. "Are you sure you remember the way?" I asked calmly. Kingston stopped. "My father taught me how to navigate these tunnels. As the beta, he was in charge of protecting the pack's greatest secrets. I was too young for him to tell me any of them, but he said it was never too early to start learning how to keep them. So, yes, I remember." "Do you remember how much further?" I pressed. "We don't know how much time Ayla and her family have, or what he's doing with them." "It's not much farther," Kingston replied confidently. Then he stopped abruptly. We stood at a four-way juncture. "Hang on," Kingston said. He examined the corners of the walls, reading the markings he used to guide us. I took a few steps further down one hall. A scraping sound filled our ears, and a cloud of dust erupted into the air. "Kingston," I called, remembering we were warned about traps. "Kingston." I rushed forward and almost ran headfirst into a wall right where a hallway just was. The warriors with me were sablemen. They would be able to link with him. "What's going on?" I asked the nearest. "Alpha says he must have tripped something," the warrior said. "He'll find his way out. He said for us to follow your lead." Of course he did. I wasn't making much progress with pulling out the ring. I kept looking around, trying to find something else to aid me. I was instructing Kylee to do so the same, helping guide her as best I could. She was working at the hinges of the cage door when Harry came back. "That's adorable, Kylee," he sneered, "thinking you could accomplish anything remotely as impressive as an escape." Kylee looked dejected, but the hatred filled her eyes. Harry shoved his hand through the bars to grab the small metal rod she had been using. With a scream, she stabbed it into his hand. A wave of pride rippled through me. I started laughing as Harry bellowed. His eyes shot to me. "Okay, my love," he said venomously. "You think pain is funny?" "Your pain," I clarified. "Come on, Harry. I'm sure even you can enjoy the poetry in this." He smirked at me, almost genuinely. That is until he turned and opened the cage. He reached in, grabbing my mother by the hair and dragging her out. He kicked Kylee hard as she tried to hold on to her. Ma was kicking and screaming as he pulled her before me. "Stop, Harry," I yelled. "What are you doing?" "You think my pain is funny," he snarled, gripping Ma by the throat. "Well, it would hurt me greatly if I had to kill my mate's mother." His other hand was on the back of her head, poised to break her neck in one quick motion. My mother stared at me with terror in her eyes. No longer fighting. "Harry, don't," I pled. "No? Why not?" he spat. "It would be so Casey. It's not like she deserves you, not after everything she's done." "Harry, you're not going to murder my mother." He stared at me. His breathing began to slow. I couldn't tell what was going through his mind, but by the way he looked me up and down, I knew I didn't want to know. He finally released my mother's throat, but his fist remained firmly in her hair. When he finally looked away, he dragged Ma back to the cage, throwing her back in. He went to a table and grabbed a rag before stalking toward me. "You're right, my love," he said eerily. "Enough of this playing around. It's time to finish this." Fear gripped me as I tried to pull against my restraints. He knelt next to me and brushed my face again. Then suddenly, he was shoving the rag in my mouth, gagging me so I couldn't speak. I tried to pull away, but he was too close. Once he finished tying it, he grabbed my face hard, making me wince. "I'm sorry, my love, but it's necessary. We can't have you commanding me before the process is complete," he said. He pulled me toward him. I cried out as my shoulders were wrenched in the wrong direction. "You know, they say marking your mate in the throes of passion is the most exquisite feeling anyone could experience," he whispered against my jaw, his hands moving down to grip my hips. "I have to be honest. I'm too curious to resist, my love. I've been waiting for so long, imagining what you feel like." A silent tear ran down my face as my whole body shook. He shifted to face me. I kicked out, hitting him square in the leg, sending him to the floor. I kept kicking, just trying to hit anything to keep him away from me. I was screaming against the gag, using whatever strength I had to pull against the rope still around my wrists. Harry managed to grab my legs, deflecting my movements long enough to grab my waist. He spun me around, my knees painfully hitting the stone floor. His hand held my hair, yanking my head back as he pressed himself against me. He turned my head to look as my family watched in horror, crying out for me. "If you don't want to watch them die, you'll stop fighting." "Don't stop, Ayla," Kylee sobbed, tears rushing down her cheeks. Ma was screaming next to her. I tried to tell them to look away, but I couldn't link with them. "I will cut their throats and make you watch until every drop of blood is drained. Now," he almost cooed, "be a good girl." He pulled away as he fumbled with his pants. Kylee kept yelling for me to fight as she held my mother, covering her face so she couldn't see. I closed my eyes, filling my mind with images of Theo, holding back the shib that threatened to break from my chest. I braced myself for the agony that was about to overtake me. But I suddenly fell to the floor. My arms popped as I landed on my side from something ripping Harry from behind me. I struggled to right myself, but as I did, I cried as I saw Kieran growling viciously at a rage-filled gray wolf. Hands came up to my face, pulling the gag from my mouth. I was surprised to see Pierce kneeling next to me. "It's okay, Ayla," he said. "I'm going to get you out of here." "No," I cried as he reached for the ropes. "They're soaked in wolfsbane. Get Kylee and Ma out of here first." Pierce looked toward the cage across the room. "I swear I'll come back for them," he insisted. "But Theo and Kingston would kill me if I left you behind." "Pierce, save my family first," I commanded. He gave me a disapproving look but lowered his hands. "Now it's my fault," I said with a smirk. "Go." Pierce rushed to the cage, grabbing a metal bar to pry the door open, lifting it off its hinges. He lifted Ma and started guiding them toward the back of the room. I breathed a small sigh of relief, turning back to the fight before me. Then Kylee was by my side. "Kylee," I yelled, "get out of here." She was sawing at my ropes with a shard of glass. "I'm not leaving my sister." Kieran squared off against Rafe, Harry's wolf, fueled by pure rage. The sight of another male behind our mate's naked body, her face contorted in pain and fear, had thrown Kieran into a frenzy. Harry wouldn't be leaving in one piece. But I had to keep Kieran focused. We had fought against Harry in practice, and he was always a formidable opponent. Rafe was smaller than Kieran, but he was fast and agile. We could use our hatred for his betrayal to motivate us, but not to the point of self-destruction. And Kieran would if I let him. We stepped to the side, taking in the crazed look in his eyes. The animal before me wasn't the wolf I had known all my life. The sting of his treachery burned deeper, as I wondered when he decided to turn on us. Rafe lunged at me. We evaded, turning and grabbing his leg. We threw him against the stone wall, diving toward his exposed throat. But he was too fast. He met us head-on, slamming us backward, sending us skidding across the stone floor. He lunged again. We still managed to evade him, but didn't get close enough to do any damage. But we would. He was lunging high, leaving himself exposed. When he launched at us again, we dove low, catching his underbelly, tasting first blood. But our victory was short-lived as he kicked against us. He dragged a claw through the flesh of our shoulder. We threw him to the ground hard, and he slid into the shadows. We risked a glance at the other side of the room. Kylee was working at Ayla's bonds. Where the hell was Pierce? Why was she still here? Her eyes met ours, making it hard not to rush to her, until they went wide and she called out to us. We turned, but it was too late. A sharp prick pierced our neck. A burning sensation quickly spread throughout our extremities. Kieran stumbled. "Wolfsbane, how could we be so statted?" Kieran managed to turn us toward Harry, now back in his human form. He threw the massive needle away from him. He swayed a little as blood seeped from the abdominal wound we had inflicted. "You were always easy to distract, boy," he sneered at me. "How many times did your father have to tell you to focus?" Kieran growled, fighting against the toxin coursing through us. We just had to hold the shift. Harry shifted back into his wolf. He moved more confidently, more controlled. He may have been. Coursing through my wolf, we were on equal footing. He came at me. We knew our reaction. Tenerously injured but with wolfsbane. Be fast enough so we swung our body, hurling it against him, rather than waste the energy trying to evade. We knocked him off course, but he did manage to take a chunk of flesh with him. He fell to his side, and I pounced, catching him on the chest. We were going for his throat when he managed to kick us off him, his claws catching our face. Kieran was getting too weak. It was taking too much effort to hold the shift and fight Harry. I shifted back, immediately searching for a weapon. I found a metal pole to use as a staff and picked it up. I took a deep breath to steady myself. Ayla's scent hit me full force. I wouldn't fail her again. I wouldn't lose her. Rafe darted at me from across the room. I took out one of his forelegs with the pole. He tumbled forward. I took advantage of his momentum and slammed it hard into his shoulder. A sickening crunch echoed against the stone walls. Another swing took out a back leg at the knee. Rafe rolled across the floor, shifting back into Harry before stopping. His entire left arm and leg were useless, and he was bleeding profusely from the belly wound we had inflicted. "Why?" I barked out. "Why betray us?" He laughed weakly. "If you have to ask that, you don't deserve her." I shook my head. "If you think that means you know her, neither do you." I watched Harry collapse. His breathing stopped, and I fell to my knees, the wolfsbane draining me. I closed my eyes as I gathered my strength. My head was pounding, and I didn't notice Harry get back up. Roaring growl was accompanied by a gust of air flying past me. I opened my eyes and was frozen in awe. Dasha had Harry in her jaws, breaking his neck with ease. She pressed down on him with a paw, sharp claws digging into his flesh, until she was sure he was dead before turning to me. She was the most beautiful wolf we had ever seen. There had never been another like her. Her golden fur, the color of the moon when it was closest to the hocken, glowed in the dim light. Every inch was like glistening light, except for the black patch on the top of her head and ears. Her golden eyes were mesmerizing as they looked into my soul. Dasha shifted back, leaving Ayla standing across the room from me. She held my gaze until her legs buckled, sending her to the floor. "Ayla," I rushed to her, pulling her against me. Her arms went around my neck, holding on with what strength she had. "I'm okay," she said softly. "You're here." "Of course I'm here," I croaked. "Where else would I be? I love you so much, Ayla." "I knew you'd find me," she sobbed. I pulled away, my lips taking hers. "Always, baby," I whispered. "Always." We debated whether to turn back or to try to continue forward. The others weren't keen on leaving their alpha down there, and figured our best chance of finding him again was to press forward. I agreed that would be the best option, so we started to traverse the tunnels to the best of our abilities. Kingston insisted we wouldn't have to go through any of the doors to get to the surface, but it wasn't long before we felt like we were just going in circles somehow. Theo mind-blinked to say he found Ayla, and they were safe now. Harry was dead, and there was a support team waiting outside. Meanwhile, I was trying to keep the men from panicking when we heard Kingston calling. Us. With one of them linking with him, we started shining our lights down tunnels for him to find us. I noticed a light moving ahead and went in that direction. Eventually, Kingston appeared from around a corner. "Have a nice adventure?" I joked. Only a little passive-aggressively. "I've got the way up," he replied. "Let's go." We rushed after him, not sure how long it was until we finally came to a stairwell leading out. "I'm not sure what we'll find up there," Kingston said. "This leads up to a housing section." Theo said there was a lot of structural damage on that side, I informed him, so we'll need to be careful. Kingston nodded, and we headed to the floor above us. We were led up to what looked like an old servant's passage. One wall was lined with doors. We checked to see if we could make it through any of them. Several didn't open, while the others led to impassable rooms. We finally found one that seemed navigable, but as soon as Kingston walked in, I saw his shoulders tense. I followed him in, and immediately saw the cause. Theo. I picked my mate off the floor and carried her out of the room. She clung to me as I navigated the way out. We had found an easy way out before finding Ayla, which I was grateful for at the moment. I don't know if I could have gotten her out from the second floor. It was still night, but the front of the building was lit up with reinforcements. As we exited the building, Kylee came running up, wrapping a blanket around Ayla to cover her. I put her feet on the ground. They cried as they held each other, their mother coming to join in. "Ladies, she needs to be checked over," I insisted. Kylee and Marie backed away but hovered close by as I took her to one of the medics that Alpha Harden had brought with him. I tugged on a pair of sweats before helping Ayla get dressed. What we brought swallowed her, but it was better than nothing. After that night, I wouldn't have been able to handle all these males' eyes on her. One of the medics looked her over while another kept trying to tend to my shoulder wound. When I waved him off again, Ayla gave me a look. I huffed, throwing my leg over the stretcher and tucking in behind her. It gave my medic the access he needed without getting in the way of the other checking her. "Happy?" I whispered in her ear with my hands on her waist. She chuckled softly. "Okay," the medic attending her said as he finished bandaging her wrists. "I'd like to get her started on an IV, but we'll have to do that when we get back to the helicopter. But I think she'll survive." He smiled at her kindly. "Thank you," Ayla replied sweetly. I leaned in and kissed the back of her neck. I felt something strange. I pushed her hair back and found a patch at the base of her skull. "Hold still, baby," I warned her. "This may hurt a little." "Ow," she cried as I pulled the patch off, revealing a needle that had been inserted into her. She leaned back. "What the hell was that?" I showed her the device as Randy came up to us. I looked up at him. "We found one of these on you after your attack at the pack house," I told her. "What is it?" she asked, picking it up. I looked at Randy, wondering the same thing. "We think it's a neural blocker," he said. "It's designed to block mind links." Ayla looked up at me. I couldn't connect to anyone, not even Kylee or Ma. I didn't want to think about the implications right then, but this meant that Harry was working with the Warpuck. Randy seemed to have the same thought because he gave me a concerned look. We would have to look into this quickly, including searching the ruins for anything he may have had here. "Did Harry tell you anything?" I asked Ayla. "Maybe about working with the Warpuck?" Ayla leaned back against me. "He told me plenty," she said, indignantly. She turned her head to look at me. "He was drugging you." "What?" "He said he was drugging you," she said. "I don't know how or with what, but he made it sound like it was messing with your head. That's why you rejected me." "He rejected you?" Randy shot. He didn't look impressed with me at that moment. I shook my head once in a warning, wrapping my arm around Ayla's waist instinctively. "We rejected each other," Ayla clarified. "It's a long, convoluted story." I noticed Ayla glance in her sister's direction. I squeezed her hand. "I guess that explains how you ended up in Sablemane," Randy said. "What did you say this Harry guy did outside of pack duties?" "He was a chemical engineer," Ayla said. "He worked in a lot of research and development," I stated. "I don't remember his specialty. Dad will know." "We'll have to go back and search his properties again," Randy said. "It sounds like he's been working on some side projects." I was agreeing with him when Briggs came through the mind link. "Hey, Theo. We made it out of the tunnels and there's something you need to see." "Briggs said they just found something we need to see," Theo said. "Kingston is on his way out to take us." "Kingston is with Briggs?" I asked, shocked. "Alpha Amvorov helped us find you," Randy said. I could tell Theo wasn't happy about the situation, but he was murderous, so I was grateful I hadn't told him what happened the last time I was in Sablemane. "Do you think you're up for it?" Theo asked me. "If not, I'll let Briggs handle it." "I'm fine," I said. And honestly, I was. Besides being pretty sore from being tied up for days, I felt like I had caught a second wind. I knew I probably needed the rest more, and it would likely come back to bite me later, but I wanted to find out whatever we could while we were here. Theo looked at me hesitantly. "Really?" I insisted. "I'm fine." Theo kissed my cheek before standing. He pulled a shirt on and then grabbed my hand. We were heading for the entry point when Kingston emerged. His eyes immediately went to me. "Are you okay?" he asked, trying to mask the sadness in his voice as his eyes fell to my hand in Theo's. "I'm good," I said. "Thank you for helping." He gave me a strange look. "Did you think I'd be anywhere else?" "What is it you need to show us, Amvorov?" Theo interrupted. Kingston shot him a look, but quickly cleared his expression. "We found a lair, I guess you could call it. Looks like your old beta has been busy. Ayla doesn't need to see this." Theo raised an eyebrow. "After what I've been through this week," I interjected, "I'm pretty sure I can handle it." Theo smirked, and Kingston's jaw tightened as Randy joined us. "Are we going to need any equipment for this?" he asked, slinging a backpack over his shoulder. "No," was all Kingston said before turning around and heading back inside. Randy whistled lowly. "He sure is holding a torch for you," he stated quietly. "I'm glad I'm not an alpha." He gave me a wink before following Kingston inside. Theo shook his head and squeezed my hand, leading me ahead of him. I didn't know how long it would take us to get to this lair, but I was glad Randy was with us. I knew I didn't have the strength to deal with Theo and Kingston alone. Luckily, we didn't have too far to go. We entered what I believed was once a living quarter. Briggs rushed up and gave me a big bear hug, lifting me off the ground. "I'm glad my mate doesn't have to kill me for letting anything happen to you," he teased. "You know you love me," I joked back. The room was lit up by stand lights that I guess had already been here, along with a generator in the corner. There was furniture piled up on one side next to a bed with moth-eaten blankets. The fact that it seemed it had been slept in made me cringe. But the other side of the room, that made my skin crawl, the place was bigger than I had expected. There was a corner with a workstation filled with various chemicals and electronics. There was a desk covered in papers, many tacked up on the wall above it. Then there was the wall dedicated to me. It was like a shrine, pictures of me at all ages, some that had to have been stolen. I stepped closer and swallowed a gasp. There was a picture of me and Theo from the night we were together at the lake. I snapped it off the wall and tore it up. Theo's arm went around my waist, pulling me away. "I know you're upset, baby," he said gently. "I'm pissed off," I retorted. I was fuming. That bastard had to taint everything. I have half a mind to storm down the hall and kill him again. In fact, a broken neck is too good for that show. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Theo grabbed me as I started heading for the door. "Sweetheart," he said calmly, snaking his arms around me, "we don't need to waste time mutilating dead bodies. Just breathe." I took a few deep breaths, leaning into my mate. "Is this Dasha?" Kingston asked quietly, looking at a picture of my golden wolf. "Yeah," I nodded. Randy tsked, shaking his head. "That's disappointing." "What?" I said a little defensively. Theo's and Kingston's attention both snapped to him as well. "I would have preferred to see her for the first time in person," he replied with another wink. "I'm sure the camera can't do her justice." "I can attest to that," Theo agreed. "So, do we have any idea what the rest of this is?" I asked, moving to the desk. "Do we think we've got anything useful?" "There's no way to tell yet," Randy said, picking up vials and checking labels. "There's no point bringing a team out here. Our best bet is to load up what we can and go over it later. We'll take it back to the Greytooth Packhouse," Theo said. "I'll have a home base set up in the cellar. I'm sure I can put Mina on this full-time for now." I picked up a notebook from under a pile of papers. It looked to be a journal, although not much of it seemed coherent. It could be coded. Harry was out of his mind, but he wasn't unintelligible ramblings crazy. I tucked the journal under my arm and began helping the others put things in boxes we had found. It took longer than expected as we tried to keep things somewhat organized. I was starting to feel the week catching up with me. "Come on, babe," Theo said. "They can finish this up. Let's get you out of here." I nodded. I didn't know where we were going exactly. We weren't exactly close to civilization, but I didn't care, as long as it had a clean bed big enough for me and my mate. We were about halfway back when I heard Kingston call my name. I turned as he approached. "Can I have a minute?" he asked, looking between Theo and me. Theo's arm tightened around my waist. "It's okay, Theo," I said. "I'll be right there." He exhaled loudly. "I won't be far." "Never thought otherwise," I replied with a smile. He kissed my hair and left us in the hall, but not before shooting Kingston a warning look. "What is it, Kin?" I asked. "I wanted to apologize," he said gently. "My behavior has been deplorable, to put it nicely." I crossed my arms around me. "I'm not going to argue with you. I hope you can understand that I wasn't myself," he continued. "I still care deeply for you, Ayla. That hasn't changed." "But I have," I insisted. "I know," Kingston acknowledged. He stepped closer, reaching out to take my hand. "I believe this is yours." He set my father's ring in the palm of my hand. "I shouldn't have kept it from you." "Thank you for giving it back now." He continued to hold my hand. "I haven't given up, Ayla," he whispered. "If you think he's the one you need right now, then so be it. But I'll be here when you're ready to come back." "Theo isn't for right now, Kingston," I stated. "He's forever for me." Kingston sighed with a bitter expression. "You better get back to him then." I shook my head. "Take care of yourself, Kingston." "We'll be seeing each other soon," Kingston said. "You guys are going to need my help with the Warpak." Releasing my hand, he walked away. I went to the end of the hall and smiled, leaning against the wall. "I guess he behaved well enough," I said, knowing Theo was just around the corner, "since he's walking away in one piece." "He was pushing it," Theo said, stepping in front of me and pulling me against him. "You saved him with the whole forever thing." I chuckled as he kissed me. "Now, can we go?" he asked. I'm exhausted. Ugh, I groaned, laying my head on his chest. Me too. We made it back out of the ruins. Theo told me we would be taking a helicopter to Blue Fang territory to a safe house where Alpha Harden would meet us later. Kylee and Ma were taken there earlier to be looked after. Theo helped me onto one of the off-road vehicles brought in by the second team. The rest of the trip was a bit of a blur. I somehow fell asleep on the flight as the sun rose. I woke up with Theo wrapped around me, snoring softly. I smiled and snuggled into him, until my stomach let out an awful grumble, reminding me I hadn't eaten in days. Kylee had said I had been in and out of consciousness before I woke completely. Harry had at least fed me water during that time, but now my body was demanding food. "I'll get you something to eat," Theo murmured. I hadn't even noticed he woke up. "You rest a while longer." I shook my head. "I'm awake now." We climbed out of bed, Theo never letting go of my hand, and went down the small hallway to the kitchen. There was a note on the counter from Alpha Harden letting us know there was a selection of takeout in the fridge for us when we were ready. I groaned as I pulled out several containers of pasta. "I love that man," I said. "Baby, those are fighting words," Theo replied. "Should I be jealous?" He pinned me against the counter, caging me between his arms. "Only if this lasagna is better than yours," I teased. He leaned over and popped a container open. "I think I'm safe," he commented, taking my mouth with his. We were interrupted by the sound of a door opening. We both looked to see Kylee standing in the doorway to what must have been a second bedroom. She looked a little shocked herself, but as she looked between me and Theo, I wasn't sure if it was because she wasn't expecting to see me, Theo, or both of us together. Whatever look it was, it bothered me. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "I'll leave you two alone." She retreated back into the room and shut the door. Theo and I both sighed as I rested my forehead on his chest. "What are we going to do about them?" I asked. "Whatever you want," Theo stated. "I don't know what I want," I replied, as much to myself as to Theo. "We had a conversation. I guess you could call it that. We're being held." "And?" Theo pressed as he dished food out to be heated. "And I'm not sure it resolved anything," I said. I smirked a little. "Although I think that was the first time I never held my feelings back from them." Theo chuckled. "I wish I had seen that, especially if your confrontation with Kylee at the pack house was you holding back." "I don't know," I stated. "I was a bit brutal." "It's not your fault if honesty hurts," Theo said with a shrug. "But it's up to you, Ayla. Whatever you feel you need to do, I'm 100% behind you." I made sure Ayla ate enough. By the time we made it to the safe house that morning, she was completely passed out from exhaustion. She even slept through the medics setting her up with an IV drip for a few hours. But overall, I was incredibly relieved with her condition, physically at least. Her wounds were healing fast, but I worried about the mental toll the experience would have on her. When she was done eating, I insisted she take a long hot bath to relax and recover. We needed to speak with Alpha Harden before we left for home, and I was going to make sure she used these few hours to take care of herself. There was no telling what she would be bombarded with when we got back. I was on the front porch, just getting off a call with Randy, when I heard someone clear their throat behind me. "What do you want, Kylee?" I asked when I saw it was her, pushing Kieran back as he growled in my head. She shut the front door behind her. "Can we talk?" I ran a hand down my face. "I have nothing to say to you, Kylee," I stated. "But I do," she replied shakily. She took a deep breath. "I want to apologize to you. There were so many things I did wrong. I see that now. I hurt Ayla and I hurt you." "I'm not the one who needs an apology, Kylee," I said. "I've apologized to Ayla," she rushed. "I know it's not even close to being enough, but I did." "Then, whatever happens is up to her," I told her, crossing my arms and leaning against the railing. "I no longer have an interest in your well-being as anything other than my pack member and my mate's sister, and the latter is contingent on Ayla." Kylie's hands fidgeted in front of her. Her lip trembled and her eyes brimmed with tears. Maybe I should have felt guilty for not caring, but I didn't. It wasn't as easy for me to forgive as Ayla. It was one of the many ways she was better than me. But if she wasn't ready to forgive Kylee, I sure wasn't. Looking at her now, it wasn't even about what she did to me. I wasn't sure I could ever forgive her for what she did to Ayla. Hell, I still hadn't forgiven myself. "Okay," Kylee replied, seemingly surprised by my response, which kind of peed me off. "But I still wanted you. Know that the things I did to be with you, it was all because I love you." "Don't that to me," I growled. "Ever." Her eyes went slightly wide. "But I do." "No, Kylee," I snapped. "You don't. You love some schoolgirl fantasy of me. You don't even know me." "That's not true, Theo," she said stubbornly. I laughed. Kylee, you were completely oblivious to the fact that I changed toward you. You had no idea that I had experienced something extremely emotional the night I met Ayla. I could see why your mother wouldn't have noticed, but you saw nothing that was going on between the two people you supposedly love. At the time, I was grateful because I couldn't hurt you if you couldn't tell. But now I know that not seeing what was so clear to everybody else was a testament to how you saw me. That doesn't mean I don't love you, she insisted. You're my first love. I didn't know what it meant to be in that kind of relationship. But you know how to be a person, Kylee, I admonished. It was starting to feel like I was talking to a child. You've had more relationships and friendships than Ayla had. I realized that. You know how I know that's not love? I pushed off the railing. Because I know every shift in Ayla's mood. I know when she's sad, when she's hurt, when she's pissed off. I know when she's conflicted and unsure of herself. And if she ever started avoiding me for any reason, I dacked well would be doing everything in my power to know why and what she needed from me. I know you didn't love me, Kylee, because I love your sister with everything I am, and what you showed me was nothing compared to that. I took a step toward her. And if you think you saying otherwise is going to give you any chance of getting back together— Of course not, she exclaimed, and for once I actually believed her. I just don't want you to hate me anymore, Theo. Alpha, I corrected her. Her mouth opened and closed as she searched for words before hanging her head. Alpha. Let me be clear, Kylee, I said. As your alpha and as your brother-in-law, I am glad you are safe. I am still responsible for your safety and will take that seriously. I don't hate you. I don't feel anything for you other than the obligation I've sworn to uphold. I understand, she whispered. Can you at least talk to Ayla for me, please? I want to make things right. If you want to make things right, you should start by not talking about how much you think you loved her mate, I insisted. Find a way to be happy for her. As if you would be okay with letting Ayla be with Kingston, she snapped bitterly. I wasn't okay with it, but I was ready to accept it, I bellowed. She really wasn't getting it. It hurt like f***ing hell, but I would have never taken that happiness from her again. And Ayla belongs with me. You knew I never belonged with you, so you're still missing the point, Kylee. Love isn't about your happiness, it's about theirs. So you either don't have a clue what love is or you're too damn selfish to care. But if I were you, I'd start figuring that out before you start running that mouth of yours. I pushed past her, pausing with my hand on the doorknob. Oh, and no, I won't talk to her for you, I said. Whether Ayla forgives you or not, I will support her. But she has no obligation to allow you to make things right. I won't do anything to encourage otherwise. She doesn't owe you a damn thing. What am I supposed to do? Kylee sobbed. Be better. I got out of the bath and dried off. I slipped on some sweats that actually fit, thanking whoever brought them for me. It felt so good to be clean. Once in the hot water, I realized how dirty I felt. I spent extra time scrubbing my body, working to rid myself of everything that happened. I was a deep shade of pink by the time I emerged. I had brushed my teeth and was sitting on the bed, brushing my hair, when there was a tap on the door. May I? Ma asked, indicating the brush in my hand. Hesitated but slowly handed it to her. She sat behind me on the bed as I tucked my feet up in front of me. She gently began to run the brush through my tangled hair. It felt so familiar that my mind flashed back to when she used to do this when I was younger. Before Dad died, I shook off the memory. I had enough to make me feel sad and angry without it. I know you think I act like nothing is wrong, Ma finally spoke. And I do. But it's not because I don't know that things are wrong. She sighed heavily. It's because I don't know what else to do. I'm sorry never seemed good enough. I didn't know how to face the shame. I've never been strong like you. I know, I said flatly. I know you tried, Ma. It was always a shicky try, but you tried. At least when you were sober. Which wasn't often, Ma said regretfully. It's an addiction, Ma, I said. That you tried to help me with so many times, she replied. Yes, I did, I said. I wasn't trying to make it sound like it was all okay, Ma. These are things you need to remember, to consider going forward. Whatever you tried in the past didn't work. It's time to try something else. Are you saying we can come home with you? She asked. No, I said instinctually. I winced, not realizing that's how I felt until then, and knowing it was time to address it. I turned around on the bed to face my mother. I grabbed her hands. No, Ma. I restated. You're not ready to be with me yet. You mean you're not ready to forgive me? No, I insisted. I mean you're not ready. I always forgive you, Ma. I'll forgive you again eventually. But I'm done being treated the way I have been. I'm done being disregarded and used. I won't put up with it again. You're not ready to not be that person yet. You need to figure out how to change that. I can't do that for you." She tried not to fall apart, holding back tears. She sniffed, taking a deep breath. "Okay," she said with the most determination I'd seen in her in years. "What do you want me to do?" "You're going to rehab, Ma," I said gently. "You've already made it through the hardest part, but you've only detoxed. You're not fixed. That's going to take a long time. And I need you to start with a rehab program. I'll talk to Alpha Harden. We can set you up with one here in the Blue Fang pack. Get clean, like actually clean. No more drinking, no more gambling. Go to therapy. Get on your feet. Then maybe we'll talk about you coming home." "I can do that, Ayla," she insisted. "I promise I can do that. And I will hold you to that," I said. She was quiet for a few minutes, just rubbing my hands that still held hers. "Ayla," she said softly, will." She struggled to get the words out, but I could tell it was something important. I squeezed her hand. She swallowed and took another deep breath. "When he was," she said, "when I thought." All I could think was that I wouldn't get to hold my baby girl again. "I know I'm broken, and I know I'm a terrible parent, but I still feel like your mother. I love you like a mother. So, can I hold my baby? Just for a little while?" I scooted in, resting my head on her shoulder as I snaked my arms around her waist. She held me to her, rubbing my back as she rocked us back and forth. She sniffled, and I knew she was crying. "You know I'm so grateful I had you, sweet girl. It was something you said to me growing up. I'm so proud of you." "I know, Mama," I replied. "You know what Kylee did was my fault, right?" she said. "I said terrible things out of spite." I pulled away and looked at her sadly. "No, Mama, Kylee can think for herself. She chose to do those things. Whatever happens, it's between me and Kylee, okay?" Ma nodded. "Marie." Theo's voice sounded from the doorway. "It's getting late. I'll take it from here." Ma gave him a weak smile and hugged me again before leaving. Theo shut and locked the door behind her. He kicked his shoes off and climbed on the bed, sitting against the headboard as he dragged up with him. I sank into him, taking a few minutes to experience that feeling before the world pushed its way back in. "I hear you've been getting some overdue apologies," he said, lacing his fingers in mine. I hummed. "I'm not going to apologize for sending you away," he said firmly. "I won't do it again, but it was the right thing to do. Considering I successfully got myself kidnapped because I tried to come back, it's hard for me to argue," I said. "I shouldn't have fought you on it." "No," he said. "We both made the right decision. I need you with me, Ayla. You're strong enough and smart enough to help us keep you safe." "About time you realized that," I teased. I woke up around 2 in the morning. The house was quiet. The only sound was Theo's soft breathing next to me. I gingerly moved his arm from my waist and slipped out of bed. I made my way to the kitchen, pulling a glass from the cabinet for water. "Ayla," I nearly jumped. My hand went to my chest as it took a second to recognize Kylie's voice. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I didn't mean to startle you." I turned to her. "It's fine. I'm a little on edge still, I guess." Kylee nodded. "What are you doing up?" I asked. "I can't sleep," she said with a shrug. I've had a lot to think about." "I would think so," I replied. She let out a shaky sigh. "Ayla, I think I should stay here." I set my glass down on the counter, waiting to see if she would continue or if I could go back to bed. "I don't know what to do, Ayla," she explained. "I am so ashamed of myself, but I also still feel hurt. 2 months ago I was planning my mating ceremony. I thought I had my future all figured out. Now that's gone, and I have to find a way to come to terms with the person I've become. It hurts." I started to turn away from her. 2 months ago, I would have taken her in my arms and told her how I would make everything right. I didn't have that inclination anymore. I couldn't give her what she wanted. "I know you're the last person I should be talking to about this," she rushed, grabbing my arm. "I know you don't deserve to hear it, but I just don't know what to do." I exhaled heavily. "You can be hurt, Kylee," I said. "You just can't blame it on me." Kylee winced. "I know," she conceded. "My head understands that, but the rest of me doesn't want to accept it. That's why I think it's best if I stay here. Ma told me what you said to her, how you want her to go to rehab and stuff, to get better so she can make things up to you. I think I need to take some time to do the same." "Okay," I said. "I think that would be a good idea." I dumped the water in the sink and rinsed the glass, heading toward the bedroom. "Ayla," Kylee stopped me. "Ma said that you would forgive her someday. Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive me?" I shrugged. "Probably," I said, "but I don't think that's what you need to focus on." "What do you mean?" "My forgiveness isn't for your benefit," I said. "If I forgive you, it's because I'm ready to move on and heal. If you find comfort in me forgiving you, great. But my forgiveness is for me. And that doesn't mean I'll accept you back in my life, Kylee. I will probably let Ma come home if she wants. But that's because I know I enabled her. Doesn't matter what the reasons were. I did. You didn't learn to be selfish from me, Kylee. I know, she agreed. I don't know what changed with you, Kylee, I continued, but I know I taught you better. I may not have been there as much as I should have, but I know what our time together was like. I don't think you're this person. Or at least, I don't believe you were this person 3 years ago. You might want to figure out if this is who you want to be. She shook her head. It's not. I don't want to hurt people, Ayla. Then you need to figure out how to change that, I insisted. And don't think staying here means you can just live off of Alpha Harden's kindness. You want to show me you want to change? Then you need to actually make some changes. You're 20 years old. It's time that you pulled your weight. If you want to go back to school, fine. But you're going to find a way to pay for it. If you have to get a job, get a job. If you're going to stay close to Ma, then you're going to have to step in and help her stick to the program. It's your turn to take care of the family, Kylee. Because right now, I'm not a part of it. Silent tears ran down her face. Her eyes shifted from me to the hallway. Theo was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He was looking at Kylee with uncomfortable disdain. I'm not sure if he would ever be comfortable having Kylee around, and I couldn't blame him. Whether she realized it at the time or not, she took advantage of him in a vulnerable state. I turned back to my sister. And I won't make any promises for the future, I told her. I won't do anything that puts my mate in an unpleasant situation. If Theo doesn't want you living near us, then you won't. I understand, she said. I will do my best, Ayla, I promise. She stepped closer to me tentatively, moving in to hug me. I hugged her back gently, letting her take this last bit of comfort from me. Maybe she would take hope from it. I love you, Ayla, she whispered. I pulled away, holding her shoulders. Go get some sleep. She returned to the room she shared with Ma, shutting the door behind her. Theo came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. You okay? He asked. I nodded. Yeah. You did what you could, babe, he said. The rest is up to her. Now, come back to bed. We were waiting for Briggs to arrive the next morning to pick us up for our meeting with Alpha Harden. Ayla said she didn't want to speak with him at the safe house. She didn't want Kylee or her mother involved. She would talk to Harden about getting them settled in here in Blue Fang, but she wanted them to worry about getting their lives together, not how to keep them. I wasn't inclined to have them overhear anything either. The more they knew, the more of a liability they were to Ayla. I wasn't okay with that, so I had no issues moving the meeting to a different location. Briggs and Randy had taken our findings from the Onyx Crown pack house back to the cellar in Greytooth. They would arrive back shortly to pick us up from here. Ayla was pacing the small living room. There was a lot on her mind, and I started to worry she was beginning to feel some post-traumatic stress. I went to her, stopping her pacing as I tipped her chin up to kiss her. What's on your mind, love? I asked gently. I loved how she sank into me whenever I touched her. Knowing I could do that to her was the most sensual experience ever. I would never get over it. I held her as she looked up at me. I just feel like there's so much to do, she expressed. I'm just not sure what to do first. Like what? We need to figure out what the Warpak is up to, so we need to go over everything we found from Harry. That will take a while. We need to start looking into finding members and tracking them down to stop them. We still have your alpha ceremony to get through. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with my career. I know I will be taking on the Luna duties soon, but I want something that's mine too. I still want to go to school. Not to mention, I want to sell the house. Okay, baby, slow down, I chuckled. All of that is being taken care of. This meeting will address the Warpak. I've already postponed the alpha ceremony. It's just not going to happen this week. We'll get you in school next week. That'll be easy. None of this is anything you have to handle by yourself, okay? That's what I'm here for now. But why do you want to sell the house? She sighed. It just doesn't feel right to keep it anymore. Ma and Kylee aren't going back there for now. Even if they do return to Greytooth, I don't think they'll go back to the house. It just feels violated. I don't think I could go back there without thinking of Harry. It broke my heart that her childhood home had been tainted in such way. I knew how much the property meant to her, but I could understand her wanting to let it go and move on. Okay, so let's go there first, I said. Instead of heading back home, we can go and get it ready to sell, unless you just want to hire someone to take care of it. No, she replied. I want to do it. I think having a stranger in there would make it worse. Besides, I'll have to get Ma's and Kylie's things ready to send to them. All right then, I concluded. We'll stop by the house first. We'll handle one thing at a time, babe, and nothing more than you're ready to take on. There was a knock at the door, and Briggs connected to tell us it was them. I let them in and was almost knocked on my ass when Mina burst through, making a beeline to Ayla and throwing her arms around her. Don't you ever be that skid again. But Mina scolded her cousin as she held her. You nearly gave me an aneurysm. Ayla laughed. I'll do my best. Good, she said. She held up a bag. Now go get changed out of those sweats so we can get going. I love you, she breathed, grabbing the bag eagerly. As Ayla ran to the bedroom to change, Marie and Kylee emerged from their room. Mina went to them next, embracing each of them. How is Ayla? Briggs asked through the mind link. Still holding up. She's physically recovered, I replied. Quite impressively, actually. And her mental state? I don't know yet, I said worriedly. She's definitely feeling stressed, but she's been dealing with her family since she arrived. I'm watching for deeper trauma. Then let's get this meeting over with and get her home, he insisted. Agreed. Ayla returned, looking more comfortable in her own clothes. We ready? She asked, brighter than a few minutes earlier. You're leaving already? Marie said. Ayla looked at her. Ma, I have things to get back to. You knew I wasn't staying. Marie shook herself. No, of course you're right. Ayla took a deep breath. She hugged her mother and sister one last time but didn't say anything else. She came to my side and took my hand. We ready? We drove to the address Hardin had given us. It was an expansive country estate settled near the base of the mountains. We pulled through the gate and parked in the front. Randy and Alpha Hardin met us out front. Miss Garner, Hardin said, taking her hand. I'm glad to see you looking so well. I hope you are recovering from your ordeal. I hear I largely have you to thank for that, Ayla said kindly. Thank you for everything. Hardin smiled at her. My assistance was never in question. He addressed the rest of us. Please come inside. There is someone you all need to meet. We followed him inside and were led to a plush sitting room. There was a male waiting for us, looking over the contents of a folder he held in his broad hands. The man was huge. He was several inches taller than me and somehow broader, which was saying something. I'd never been accused of being average, but this guy made me feel small. Noticing our arrival, he closed the folder and set it on the coffee table. Everyone, Hardin began, this is my brother, Alpha Cooper. And this must be the Greytooth members causing such a stir these days, Alpha Cooper said, stepping forward to offer me a hand. I shook it firmly. Alpha Theo, I introduced myself. This is my mate, Luna Ayla. You, my dear, need no introduction, Cooper said. Forgive me if I don't shake your hand. I'm unfortunately unmated. It's probably best to avoid any complications. I instinctively pulled Ayla closer to me. The corner of Cooper's lips twitched up at my reaction. Please, everyone, come sit down. He motioned us towards the couches. I'm sure you're eager to get more information about the situation. At this point, that's a bit of an understatement, Ayla said. For starters, why would shaking my hand cause complications? We all settled into our seats. I couldn't help the desire to keep Ayla so close she was practically in my lap. Hardin answered. Miss Garner, we know the stories about the Blessed One are new to you. We hope to provide you with more information, but we want to set some expectations. Much of what we know was gathered from the Warpak Society. Anything else comes from other obscure sources. Ultimately, everything is just theory at this point. Okay, Ayla replied skeptically. I guess I'll let you decide where to start. I suppose we should start by explaining why we know so much, Alpha Cooper stated. As Randy and my brother have mentioned, I am the head of a covert group of agents that focus on the Warpak Society. The Onyx Crown Pack was a close ally of ours and friends, Hardin said. I knew your father very well, Miss Garner. It was personal and political for us. We also couldn't assume they wouldn't come after other packs. Finding the members was a slow process. As I'm sure you can imagine, a cross-pack secret society doesn't really advertise its organization. Regardless, we did manage to make strides, mostly over the past 10 to 15 years, Cooper said. We started to infiltrate their ranks to find out what the society is actually about. That's how we found out about the Blessed One, Randy spoke. They have other objectives, but that one seemed to hold a specific importance to their practices, so I was tasked with focusing on that. Right? A bedtime story that supposedly inspired mass murder, Ayla said. I understand the secret groups. Alpha Hardin's something about the Dominus family making themselves kings. Okay, sure, I get why that would make people nervous and some delusional ishchel took it too far. But that doesn't explain what it has to do with me. Someone believes that I'm the Blessed One, and I don't know if that's why all these things are happening to me or if it's the other way around. That's what I want to understand. I keep hearing all the words and details that make no sense and mean nothing to me. That's what I want to know about right now. Like how you could have more than one mate? Randy said, eyeing me for a second. Ayla shook her head. I have one mate, Randy, she sighed. But yes, why would others believe they could also be? The Blessed One is supposed to be the moon goddess reincarnated on Earth, Cooper explained, the living embodiment of a true Luna. Any alpha would be drawn to that kind of power. So some versions of the story state that she would be the mate of all alphas. After all, alphas are alphas by the grace of the goddess. I have to say, sitting in the room with you now, the theory is quite compelling. Then why do I keep hearing about her true mate? I asked, trying not to show the jealous rage simmering under the surface at the thought of anyone else trying to claim Ayla. Because they all mention one true mate, Randy stated. There was one alpha who was destined to be the one who ruled with her. If she bonded with any other alpha, it would be an inferior bond, marked or not. The bond with her true mate would break the prior immediately. That's why I initially assumed you were her true mate. Assumed? I gritted out. We first saw Miss Garner with Alpha Kingston, Hardin said. We assumed she bonded with him first, then met you. Then I found out you rejected her, Randy interjected, something that should have been impossible. I started to question that assumption. Ayla squeezed my leg in assurance, trying to calm the turmoil within me. Kieran was growling in protest, telling me he was wrong. Ayla and Dasha belonged with us. Don't worry, Alpha, Randy insisted steadily. Harry pretty much confirmed that you are Ayla's true mate. We've been able to piece enough information together to support his belief. It also explains the lengths he went through to get you to mark someone else. He knew his own mark on Ayla wouldn't be enough. I think he was hoping if you marked someone else, you wouldn't recognize her. Even though there was no guarantee we would ever meet, I said solemnly. His attempts to keep us apart is what brought us together. The Alpha ceremony, Ayla said, looking at me. If you hadn't been with Kylee, I still would have been at the Alpha ceremony. We would have met then. He said he tried to get you with other she-wolves, but it didn't work. Kylee was the only one that his pheromone stuff worked on. He didn't care who it was as long as it was too late by the time we met. I looked at her for a few moments. My chest tightened as I realized just how messed up our meeting was. I imagined how amazing it would have been to meet her the night I became Alpha. I kissed her forehead. I was just grateful we were together now. Yes, well, Hardin said, as happy as I am that you two have found each other, this whole situation does pose another issue. I looked back at Alpha Hardin. How so? I don't know if he intended the outcome, but when Kingston brought you to the Alpha's gathering, I'm sure you noticed the amount of attention you attracted, my dear girl, Hardin told me. The former Alpha Connor is an example. Kingston admitted to wanting to get the Wark's attention with that, I said. What? Theo hissed beside me. He's been hunting them, I explained, hoping Theo wouldn't let it go for now. We are aware of Alpha Kingston's hobby, Alpha Cooper said. It's both helped and hurt some of our operations lately, but that's not what Hardin is concerned with. I looked back at them. There has been some unrest since the gathering, Hardin stated. Any of the unmated alphas you met have developed an infatuation with you. Most are minor fixations, no more than reaching out with requests to see you again or to find out where you are. But some have been more intense. Alpha Connor, for one. His obsession hit fast. Even Harry's behavior supports our fears. If he had alpha blood, it would explain his obsession and downward mental spiral. Are you saying Ayla is driving the males crazy? Mina shot. Power is one hell of a drug, Randy said with a shrug. That's just ridiculous, I insisted. So you didn't see a change in Kingston over your time together? Cooper asked. If meeting Theo isn't what split you up, what did? I huffed. He was having me followed. He became very controlling and overprotective. And another alpha nearly rejected his fated mate and started a war just because he saw you, Hardin said. Again, I don't know if Kingston knew that would happen, or if he had a clear enough head to care at that point. But you have an effect on all alphas. That needs to be addressed. What do we have to do? Theo asked with determination. I'm not any happier about any of this than you are. I would prefer not to have to fight off every alpha that lays eyes on my mate. Unfortunately, Randy said, we don't know for sure. Remember, this is all conjecture at best. But my suggestion, Cooper interrupted, would be to mark each other. Soon. The sooner, the better. Our mating ceremony was supposed to be this weekend, Theo informed them. We were planning to postpone it, but... Don't, Hardin said. It doesn't have to be a public ceremony. It may be better that it isn't. Either way, do it soon. I won't argue, Theo insisted, squeezing my thigh. Okay, we can take care of that, I agreed. What about the other abilities? I don't believe I am any kind of blessed one or whatever, but I get that I can do things. Like commanding people. Harry mentioned that my family was known for having extra abilities. There were a few gifted wolves in the Dominus family, Hardin said. A Luna being able to command other alphas is unique, but I suppose it could be an extension of those gifts. It's about time, too, Mina mumbled. Mina, Briggs sighed. Cooper and Hardin burst out laughing, and Randy just grinned and shook his head. Young lady, I can assure you, my Luna has never had any trouble with being obeyed despite lacking the ability to command, Hardin assured. Any Luna worth their salt has no problem holding their own, Cooper expressed. Still, Mina stated strongly. What does any of this mean for Mina or my sister? I asked, getting us back on topic. They are an interest to the Warpeak as far as being Onyx Crown blood, Randy said. However, I don't think they know about Mina. I wasn't even able to make the connection, so she should be safe where she is. Kylee is a vulnerability. She has opted to stay here in Blue Fang, I said. If Alpha Hardin is still willing to house them. Of course, Hardin replied. We can set them up with new identities as well. Thank you, I said. Do we know if there is any chance the Warpeak would just leave us be? I do not intend to create any new kingdom or even rebuild the Onyx Crown pack. I'm a Greytooth. I just want to be the best Luna I can for them. That feels like more than enough. Same, Theo expressed. My people are all I need. I prefer not to have a war brought to their doorstep. We don't want that either, Cooper said. That's what we're hoping to prevent. But the Warpeak aren't known for listening to reason. Besides, it's most likely they're coming after you for the power you already have, not to stop you from gaining more. Ha, Randy burst. That would be an understatement. Most of the ranking members I've discovered are wealthy elitists already. Truth be told, I'm sure there are some reigning alphas among their ranks. I'll be working on getting more identities in the coming weeks. You won't be helping us with what we found at the Onyx Crown Pack House? I asked. Randy gave me a gentle smile. If you need me, I'll be there. But my skills are better utilized in the field. You should reach out to Kingston then, I said. He said something about knowing who one of the leaders is. Someone named Grogan. Randy perked up. I think I will do just that. What about Harry working for the Warpeak? Theo asked. We're pretty sure we have some of his research. But if what we've seen so far any indication of the resources he provided them with, there's no telling what we could be up against. That's what we're hoping you guys can handle, Cooper said. You have everything we pulled from Harry's hideout, and you have access to all his properties within your territory. You also know him better than any of us. Randy is going to be watching out for any new tech he may come across. If he finds anything, he'll bring it to you. I almost forgot, Randy said. You may want to speak with Professor Armand. He's one of ours. He may be able to help you make sense of some of Harry's ramblings. So he was involved, Theo commented. Why are you just now telling us? Randy shrugged. I didn't get a chance before we had to send Ayla away. He wouldn't be much help without her. He's under the same command I am. Oh, yeah, about that, Theo pressed. How does that work? I've never seen anything like that before. So the three men exchanged looks. It's a safeguard, Cooper said. One we actually learned from the Warpeak. We use it to help protect our undercover agents. Okay, Theo said, but that doesn't answer my question. How does it work? How can someone be under the command of someone they haven't met, and how can that be stronger than any other Alpha's command? Not just anyone, Cooper stated. Ayla, it's not an easy or pretty process. We don't use it on all of our agents. And if I wanted to use it with some of my people? Theo asked. For instance, myself, it would give me some peace of mind to know I can't be used against my mate. I laced my fingers in his, hearing the stress and fear in his voice. I wouldn't be opposed to that either, Briggs said. Ayla could just issue the command herself, Cooper said. We can give you the wording, but it would be safer than our process. What do you mean safer? I asked. How was the command tied to me? It's on old ritual, Randy finally said. It came from the Onyx Crown archives. Apparently, one of your ancestors developed the process, which would make sense since it requires a piece of you, so to speak. Excuse me? I said, the hair on my neck sticking up. A piece of me? Well, someone from your family, Cooper clarified. Blood, hair, skin, whatever. Like I said, it's not a pleasant process. And where did you find a piece of my family to perform this before? I asked disgustedly. Theo had tensed beside me. I knew he didn't like this any more than I did. Your father, Hardin said, leaning forward to rest a hand on mine. He gave it to us. He actually confirmed its efficacy. I wouldn't let him help us once he settled with the Grey-Tooth Pack. We didn't want to lead the War-Pack to him, but we did consult him a few times when we felt we had to. He gave us his blood. Oh, I said. What about the War-Pack? You said you learned it from them? As far as we know, they haven't actually managed to successfully use it, Randy said. Except for perhaps the highest-ranking leaders. But why use it? I said. It seems counterintuitive to bind yourself to the command of the family you hate. To identify you would be my guess, Randy pointed out. You're the only one that can release them. They use it to expose you. We use it to protect you instead. We can't be forced to reveal your identity or anything that may lead them to you. But the command had been removed, Theo said, concerned. Randy shook his head. Not entirely, he said. We didn't know for sure, of course. Not even Jack knew the extent of how the binding command worked. But I still can't be compelled to speak about you with anyone you haven't allowed me to speak to. It was quite frustrating when I tried reporting to Alpha Cooper. I had to tell Alpha Hardin. The only reason I can talk freely now is because you're in the room. I'd still like to know about the process, Theo said. This could be the difference between life and death for Ayla. You may not even need it, Hardin said. Once you mark each other, you'll be bound anyway. Do you think the same applies to Mina and me? Briggs asked. She is a direct descendant. Randy shrugged. It could, I suppose. You may still need the command from Ayla to drive it home, but you'd have the bond. But there are others that I would like to offer the opportunity, Theo said. She's going to need a guard for a while. Theo looked at me. I know Jimmy would appreciate knowing he couldn't be commanded to betray you. Theo had told me that Jimmy had been beating himself up pretty badly over my attack. He had been racked with guilt since I was stabbed, and all the events that followed didn't help. Theo said he even tried to step down as his gawk. I didn't want that to happen. Yeah, I think it would help, I agreed. What if you tell us how to do the process in case we need to use it, but I'll try to work on the command myself first. If that's the safer option, I'd much rather use that anyway. Cooper looked to Hardin. I can live with that, he stated. But only if you promise to have Randy or me help you the first time, if you need it. Or Professor Armand, Randy indicated. I have no problem with that deal, Theo said, reaching out to shake on it. All right, Alpha Hardin said. Unless there is anything else you think we need to address, I think it's time you guys got on the road. I have a private plane waiting to take you back to Grey-Tooth territory. You'll be leaving from a private airport, so they'll be ready by the time you get there. We all stood up. Theo shook each man's hand again, thanking each of them genuinely. I did as well. I didn't want to think about where we would be if it wasn't for their help. I didn't think I could ever repay them for their kindness and generosity. Toward me or my family, it was a short flight back. I was surprised to see my parents waiting for us when we landed. Both of them ended up in tears as they hugged Ayla, grateful she was safe. I don't think Mom let go of Ayla's hand the entire ride back to the pack house. My father updated me on the pack business I missed while I was gone, but other than that, he was pretty quiet. I could tell he was struggling with Harry's betrayal and treatment of Ayla. I would have to spend some extra time with him soon. I wouldn't let this be what breaks him after everything he's been through. It was late afternoon when we arrived back at the pack house. I hoped we could slip in without much fuss, but I knew that was wishful thinking. The moment we stepped inside, a slew of people were waiting for us. Annabelle practically threw her daughter into her mate's arms and rushed to embrace Ayla. Thank the goddess, you're okay, she said, squeezing her so hard I worried she'd break a rib. Annabelle? Ayla gasped with a smile. I still need to breathe. Oh, sorry, Annabelle said, jumping back. I'm just so glad to see you back. A big frame moved quickly past me, and now Jimmy had her swept up in a bear hug. Okay, big guy, Ayla chuckled, patting him on the back. I'm all good. He put her back down and sheepishly rubbed his neck. Luna, can you wait at least a month or two before you give me a heart attack? Jimmy said. I don't think I'll make it through another. Ayla smiled. I promise to do my best. Jimmy turned to me, pulling me into an embrace as well. I'm glad you got her back, Alpha. Me too, I said, clapping his back. But I've got a job for you that will help us keep it that way. Talk about it tomorrow? He nodded. I'll be there. My mother wrangled everyone and got them on their way, leaving me to take Ayla to our apartment. We made it up to our wing when Mom caught up with us. Theo, Mom said, Ayla, I have something to show you. We followed as she headed toward the Alpha's suite. I didn't know what she had up her sleeve, but I prayed it wouldn't be too overwhelming for Ayla. Mom stopped before she opened the door. I've been so worried, she said, grabbing Ayla's hand. I just couldn't keep still, but I felt so helpless. So when your furniture came in early, I couldn't help myself. I knew everything would be okay. She opened the door and ushered us in. I heard Ayla gasp as she stepped inside the door. My mother had fully decorated the suite for us. I thought it looked really nice, and there was something familiar about it. You can change anything you want, of course, Mom rushed. I tried to stick with your inspiration looks and got some pictures from your mother's house, but if you don't like anything, feel free to get rid of it. Ayla turned around and threw her arms around my mother. I released a slow breath. It's perfect, Grace, Ayla said. I love it, thank you. One grinned as my mother teared up. Well, you haven't seen everything yet, she replied. Come, let me give you the tour. I hung back as they went to check out the rest of the apartment. I sat down in a recliner in the living room. I rested my head back and closed my eyes. The place didn't feel like home just yet. It was still missing Ayla's scent. What lingered from her wasn't enough. But I could imagine what it would be like when that time came. I got a pretty nice glimpse when I felt her slide onto my lap. Do you hate it? She asked teasingly, lying on my chest. You hate it all, don't you? I chuckled. No, babe, I replied, holding her to me. It looks great. Everything okay? My fingers started playing with her hair, letting the softness relax me like it always did. I'm just thinking about everything that needs to be done, I admitted. Didn't you just get on to me about that this morning? She admonished. I laughed. Yeah, I suppose I did, I conceded. I just want to be with you, Ayla. I love you so much. I can't take this constant feeling like someone is going to come and take you from me. Ayla's lips touched mine, pushing firmly against me as she held me. I love you too. No one is taking me anywhere, babe, she insisted. And I'm not going anywhere without you. Good, I said, because this is what I want for the rest of my life. We lay together like that for a while. As I replayed everything from the past week for the 100th time, my mind kept drifting back to my father. I'm worried about Dad, I said softly. I know, Ayla replied. Me too. I can't imagine how hard Harry's betrayal was for him. It had taken a lot to convince him not to come with us to rescue you, I told her. We practically had to sedate him before we left, but I knew if he went, he'd shift. His wolf isn't stable enough to handle killing his own beta or watching his son do it either. There was no way to predict what would happen, let alone the damage it would do to his body. We should spend some extra time with him, Ayla stated. I think seeing us together will help. I smiled against her hair. Yeah, I said. He needs something to be hopeful about. Ayla shifted, looking up at me. That reminds me, she said. I was supposed to talk to you about something. Oh, yeah? You remember when you came to get me from your parents' apartment to tell me about Randy? Ayla asked. Yeah, Dad had asked you to do something, I replied. It was our last session for the book, she explained. I asked him if there was anything he wanted to do with his last years. And he said he wanted to hold his grandchildren. I froze, my heart beating a mile a minute in my chest. I told him I'd have to talk to. I grabbed her face and pulled her to me, my lips crashing into hers. I kissed her deeply and with everything I had. More than anything, baby, I rasped out. I want pups with you more than anything. I had gotten up early to spend a few hours in my office the next morning. I needed to dedicate some time to catch up on some business, both pack and professional. I trusted my people but had to put some time in while I could. I didn't know when things would slow down enough to get back to a routine closer to normal. Briggs knocked on the door about 8 o'clock, coming and sitting across from me. We have the cellar room set up and ready to go, he informed me. I let Mina's boss know she would be working on an important project with us for the time being. He promised her anything she needed, so her lab is available if needed. He also offered to lend a lab assistant or two if we wanted. I'll see what Mina thinks. I nodded absently. Sounds good. Jimmy should be here in about an hour for us to discuss Ayla's security detail, he continued. We'll need to reach out to the university if she's going to be attending this semester. I doubt she'll want a bodyguard hovering over her the entire time, so we'll have to work with campus security, and I'd like to start running our own background checks now. Yeah, that will need to be a priority, I agreed. You okay, man? Briggs asked. Ayla still holding up okay? What? Yeah, I said, shaking myself out of my trance. Just a lot going on. You sure? You gotta let me know if things are getting to be too much, bro, Briggs insisted. I know, I said. I'm fine. Just trying to figure out our next step is all. You and Ayla's? Yeah, I nodded. Theo, you heard Harden. You need to mark her soon, Briggs reminded me. And I'm not even saying that because of the whole alpha mate thing. It's going to drive you crazy if you wait much longer. Honestly, I thought you would have done it last night when we got home. So, what's holding you back?" I ran my hands over my face. Briggs was my best friend, but sometimes I wish he didn't know me so well. "I don't want to push her, Briggs," I explained. It's extremely intimate, whether it's during a public ceremony or not." "Why do you think she's not ready for that?" he asked, confused. "You guys seem to be on the same page to me." I hadn't told him what I saw when I found Ayla that night. It wasn't something I wanted to relive. But I was anyway. Any time Ayla and I were alone, how could I tell him I was afraid to touch her like that right now? The last thing I wanted was for her to be reminded of his hands on her. "He nearly raped her, Briggs," I said quietly. He stiffened in his chair. He was so close to, if I had been a few seconds later. "But you weren't," Briggs said firmly. "I know," I replied. "But she and I both know what would have happened if I was. That image will haunt me for the rest of my life, man. I can only imagine what it's doing to Ayla. I don't want to push this on her. When I mark her, I don't want him flashing through her mind. I don't want him to f***ing ruin this for her, too. The bastard has already taken so much from her." "Has Ayla talked to you about it?" he asked. "She just keeps saying she's fine," I said, "but she's having nightmares. Kieran is stressed about it, too. His mood isn't the greatest whenever we remember that night. He says Dasha is fine, but he can't seem to shake the rage. I don't want to keep questioning her if she's not ready to talk about it, but I can't push our mating until I'm sure she's ready." "So, what are you going to do?" Briggs asked. "You can't put it off much longer." "Yeah, I know," I insisted. "I think I'm going to take her home over the weekend. I know everyone will be talking about the canceled ceremony, and I don't want Ayla to have to deal with that. She wants to sell the house. She says Harry has tainted it. I'm hoping if we can go down and start clearing it out, it will help her move on." Briggs scratched his head. "Do you want me to have Mina talk to her?" "No," I insisted. "They'll talk anyway. I hope Ayla opens up to her, but that information doesn't need to come from anyone else." "Okay," Briggs agreed. "And you're probably right about the house. If she associates it with Harry now, then getting rid of it could be therapeutic." "Yeah," I said, stacking papers on my desk. "Can you do me a favor, though?" "Like you have to ask," Briggs smirked. "Well, 2 things, actually," I clarified. "Clearing out the house might take us a few days. Can you spend some time with Dad? He's not taking this well. There are a couple runs that need to be made to the cast side of the city. Take him with you." "Done," Briggs agreed. "What else?" "Set a damn date," I insisted. "It's driving me crazy not being able to mark my mate. I can't watch you two take that for granted." "Trust me," Briggs said with an eye roll. "I'm working on it." "Work faster," I teased. "I'm ready to see someone I care about happy. Might as well be 2 someones. I'll tell Mina you said so." I read Harry's journal in the passenger seat as we drove to my childhood house, the house that would never feel like home again thanks to him. But I was determined to find something that made sense in the pages of that damn book. I know Theo, Hardin, and everyone else wanted to blame his actions on that stupid bedtime story, but there was more to it than that. I could feel it in my gut. Too bad I had absolutely no idea where to start. I sighed, leaning my head against the headrest and looking out the window. "What's up, babe?" Theo asked. "You've been quiet today." "I'm just not used to having so many questions without being able to find the answers," I replied. "I know," he agreed, "but that doesn't mean we won't find them." I smiled at his optimism. Taking a deep breath, I shook myself out of my funk. "You're right," I stated. "We'll get it all figured out." "That's my girl," Theo said. I checked my phone to see if Ma had gotten back to me yet. Alpha Hardin had gotten her into one of the nicest rehab facilities in Blue Fang, but since she was new to the program, she had limited outside contact. I had broken the news to her and Kylee that I was selling the house, and they seemed to take it well. They agreed it didn't feel right to stay there anymore, but they needed to decide what they wanted me to do with their stuff. "She still hasn't gotten back to you?" Theo asked, noticing me checking. I shook my head. "But I think her phone time isn't for a few more hours. It's no big deal. It's going to take a couple days to get it packed up. The realtor wants to come and take pictures before we remove the furniture anyway." "She's coming by tomorrow, right?" "Yep." We pulled onto the street, and I saw a big moving truck already in the driveway. Theo had it dropped off, so it was there when we needed it. I told Kylee we would store her stuff for her until she figured out her living situation, but I was probably just going to donate my things. I had no use for them anymore, and the sentimentality was gone. I exited the car, taking in the brick facade that I thought I knew so well. I saw the remnants of police tape in the front hedge and bent down to pick it up. They were supposed to clean all of that out, Theo said with agitation. I chuckled and raised an eyebrow at him. Because it would bring up bad memories? I shrugged. It's not a big deal. I'm ready to do this. Theo rested a hand on the small of my back. You're sure you don't want to hire someone to come clean it out? Dasha paced in my head. She understood what was happening, but she was still happy to be back. She didn't feel the weight of Harry's presence as I did. I was grateful for that. It gave me something pleasant to cling to. I'm sure I need to do this. In a good way, I assured him. I've been angry about all of it. First, Ma changed how I saw this place, then Kylee, then Harry. I was mad, but I don't want to be mad about it anymore. There were bad memories here, sure. But there were good ones, too. Memories that none of them can change. I need to revisit those before I say goodbye. I'd like for that to happen, too, Theo replied. I sucked air between my teeth. You say that now, but let's see how you feel after a few hours of finger paintings and photo albums. Theo laughed, wrapping his arms around my waist. Baby, if it means I get to learn everything about you, I could spend weeks looking at toothless grade school photos and class certificates. That reminds me. I pushed off him and rushed to the door to quickly unlock it. What's the rush? I have to hide the baby pictures, I said, pushing through the door. I tried to close it before he made it in, but caught his foot. Absolutely not, he argued as he pushed against the door. I laughed as I leaned into it, knowing he wasn't trying that hard to get in. Huh, I said. I spent a month with your parents, and all I got was proud, picture-perfect moments. No way am I giving you that kind of leverage. He chuckled as he stopped fighting, but kept his foot firmly on the threshold. I'll tell you what, he said. I swear to let my mother show you every embarrassing photo, drawing, assignment, you name it, when we get back. We'll make a whole night of it. I smiled as I thought about it momentarily before I turned and opened the door. Deal. Theo was on me in one stride, pulling me against him as he kissed me. It was wanton and needy and had tingles shooting through me to my core. Oh, how I had missed that. I let my body react, pressing into him for more as his hands roamed. But he pulled away too soon. Where do you want to start? He asked breathlessly. I wanted to start with what we were just doing. He hadn't touched me like that since he rescued me. I tried not to read into it since we had both been through a lot, but this time it was hard not to feel a little worried. And even a bit hurt. But I pushed it back. We both had been stressed, and I didn't want to make something over nothing. I guess we can start in my room, I said, hiding my disappointment. Okay, Theo said, kissing my nose. I'll grab the boxes from the truck and meet you there. I watched him go back out the door before turning toward the hall. I leaned against the door jamb of my bedroom as I looked it over. I couldn't help the quiet laugh that escaped at the irony. I could have my pick of alpha mates, but still couldn't get laid in my own bed. I punched in the code to open the cellar hatch and headed down the stairs. We had set up our workstation in the largest room near the entrance. I found Mina hovering over a table, clutching what was probably her third or fourth cup of coffee for the day. Ayla had managed to keep her from locking herself down here, but now that she was gone for a few days, I worried she wouldn't leave. You promised me you wouldn't bury yourself down here, babe, I said, leaning on the table beside her. We're supposed to be visiting the venue in an hour. I know, she insisted, waving me off. I'm ready when you are. But we both know how important it is to get through all this. Yes, I do, I sighed. But we're also still waiting on whatever they find from Harry's other properties here. It's likely none of this will make any sense without that. So, take a break. It's Saturday. She exhaled slowly. You're right, she said, moving before me and snaking her arms around my neck. I'm sorry. I just want to get through this so Avla doesn't have to. I know, but Randy and Cooper said things are quiet right now, and the best thing to do is go about our lives as best we can, I reminded her. That means normal work schedules and normal activities like getting ready for our mating ceremony. I know, Mina conceded. You keep putting this off, Mina, I said. If you don't want to do this. Of course I want to do it, she rushed. Really? Because you won't even set a date, I said bitterly. So either you don't want the ceremony or you don't want me. And I need to know which it is. How could you say that? Mina gasped. Of course. I want you, Briggs. I love you. I want the ceremony. I want everyone to be there. Then what's going on, babe? I pled. Talk to me. She rested her forehead on mine. I don't want to lose you. Why would you think that's even a possibility? Why wouldn't you? She shot back. Look at the situation we're in, Briggs. Theo had to send Ayla away, and it nearly destroyed them. And they aren't marked. What if they find out who I am? What if... That would never keep us apart, I interrupted. You know why Theo couldn't go with Ayla. I don't have any such limitations. If you go, I go, babe. No question. Then I would feel awful, she said. I would hate for you to give up everything just for me. Laughed. Mina, you are everything to me, I insisted. I love Theo, even when he's being a bass, and I love my pack. But I don't know if I'm meant to be here. I don't know if I'm supposed to be his beta. I'm just doing the best I can with where I'm at. But I do know, without a shadow of a doubt, that I'm meant to be with you. You are the only guarantee in my life, babe. I'm not giving that up for anything. Marked or not. I wiped the tears from her cheeks that had escaped. She laughed as she sniffled. But, I continued, I'd really, really like to make that official to the rest of the world. I'm ready to be as close to you as possible. She nodded. Me too. She traced the collar of my shirt. Maybe 2 weeks from today? A smile spread across my face. Yeah? If you think we can manage? My hand went to the nape of her neck as I pulled her into a kiss. I stood as I held her to me, enjoying every taste and every touch. I spun her around, pushing her onto the table. She groaned, pushing me away. As this is, she waved over the stuff on the table she was now sitting on, 15 all evidence. I huffed, my head falling to her shoulder. Yeah, I drawled. I kissed her neck and pulled her down. I moved to fix the papers that had been disturbed, pausing when I noticed something odd. I picked the sheet of paper out from the pile to get a better look. The page was made up of lines and markings that were very familiar to me. What is this? I asked Mina. She glanced over my shoulder. Oh, not sure. I think it may be a legend or cipher, but I have no idea to what. There were a few of them. Show me the rest, I requested, helping her look for the others. Mina easily searched through her system and found what I needed. I laid them out over the table. It took a few minutes to feel confident, but when I saw the line I was looking for, I knew what these were. They're maps, I said. To what? Mina asked, leaning over them with me. The tunnels beneath the Onyxerone packhouse, I told her. These symbols at the junctions, those are guide markers. Kingston used them to lead us through. There was no way I could track our path by memory, but I was getting more information about what was down there. There were holes in places where Harry must not have gotten the chance to explore yet, but his notes told me enough. He was looking for something, I mumbled. Are you sure? Mina asked. I pulled out my phone and searched for a name. Yeah, I'm sure, I insisted. And it wasn't just Harry. And if I was right, I would be incredibly pissed off. The call picked up. Hey, we need to meet, I said firmly over the line. I'll send you a time and location. I hung up without waiting for an answer. I'm sorry, Mina, I said, stacking the maps and rolling them up, but I've got to handle this. What's going on, Briggs? Mina asked worriedly. I don't know, but whatever it is, I don't think it's a good thing, I said. I need you to do me a huge favor, babe. Anything, she said. Don't say anything to Ayla or Theo about this yet, I requested. Please, just trust me. As long as you tell me what's going on when you know, she stated. I kissed her. Deal. I was folding up the clothes from the last drawer of my old dresser when Theo returned with our takeout delivery. He handed me the bag of my favorite sesame chicken and the best fried rice in 5 territories. I think I'm going to miss this the most, I said, my eyes rolling back as I took my first bite. Theo chuckled. We'll have to find a restaurant in the city that will suffice. It'll never be the same, I said melodramatically. So, Theo said, who is this Adam Grant guy, and should I pay him a visit? My head snapped up, and my face reddened when I saw Theo looking through my junior high diary. Theo Avery Arden, you put that down, I yelled, jumping up and launching myself over the bed. I promised baby pictures, not reading my diary. Theo laughed as he held the book out of my reach. Calm down, he said. I didn't know what it was. I just happened to open it up to that page. I'm sure. Theo tossed the diary away. It landed in a box near the door. Then my back hit the mattress and a deep growl sent shivers through me as Theo pinned me down. You didn't answer my question, mate, he said, grazing his lips along my jaw. Who is Adam Grant? His scent was intoxicating as electricity flowed through me. Answer me, love, he insisted. My 8th grade crush, I said. A rumble emitted from Theo's chest. And did he reciprocate your crush? I laughed softly. Are you sure you want to know? He nipped my ear. Did he like you? Theo pressed. He was my first kiss, I said. So I thought so. Theo paused, pulling up to look at me with a concerned look. You thought so? I chuckled. Theo, we were 13-year-old, awkward kids. Then life happened. I leaned up and kissed him. What matters to me now is that I know exactly who my last kiss will be. Theo kissed me again. This time it was gentle and loving. My arms wrapped around his shoulders, pressing against him. His mouth moved down my jaw to my neck. "I love you, Ayla," Theo whispered. "I love you," I returned. We were interrupted by my phone ringing. I let out a frustrated grunt as Theo sighed heavily. "It's probably your mother," he said, rolling over. "Yeah," I huffed, pushing myself off the bed. I never would have answered if she hadn't had limited scheduled phone time. I grabbed my phone from the dresser. It was the rehab clinic, which meant Theo was right. "Hello," I answered. "Hi, sweetie. It's Ma," my mother said. "Hey, Ma," I said. "How is everything going so far?" "It's a change," she replied, "but everyone has been kind." "I'm glad to hear that." I sat back on the foot end of the bed, and Theo slid down behind me. "We're here at the house this weekend. I need to know if you want me to store your stuff." "But if it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate it," Ma said sheepishly. "I'm okay with selling the house, but I'm not ready to give up the bed I shared with your father." I smiled. "I understand, Ma," I told her. "We can store it with Kylie's stuff for you. You guys can decide what to do with it later." "Thank you, my sweet girl," Ma said. "Is there anything else specific I should look out for?" I asked. "If not, I won't worry about going through anything in your rooms. I'll just pack it all up in boxes and let you guys sort through it." "That should be fine," she confirmed. "Other than my jewelry box. You can keep that safe for me." "I will, Ma," I agreed. "Oh, actually," Ma said quickly, "your father would tell me every year on my birthday that if we ever moved, to remind him not to forget the shed." "That's weird," I replied, a little thrown. Dad never forgot anything, so it was strange that he would say that to my mother. Even more so because I had no idea why it would be so important to take the garden shed. "It drove me mad," Ma said with a laugh. "But you know your father. He was always saying strange things like that." "Yeah, I guess you're right," I conceded. "I'll check it out and see if I can figure out what he was talking about." "Okay," she replied. "My time is almost up. I still need to call Kylee. I love you, Ayla." "Love you too, Ma. Take care of yourself." I hung up, thinking about my dad's odd words. "It sounds like we need to check the shed," Theo said from behind me. "Yeah, I guess so," I said with a shrug. "It's probably just some keepsakes. He used to keep everything from when we were kids, but I'm not sure where they'd be. I've cleaned that thing out dozens of times since he passed." "Still, it won't hurt to take a look," Theo said as he stood from the bed, pulling me up behind him. He led me through the house. I grabbed the key for the padlock from the hawk before heading out the back door. The garden shed was off the side of the house. After unlocking it, I opened it to see what I expected. It was a small space. We both couldn't fit inside with the shelves and broken down mower in it. I stepped in and checked through the shelves, looking through any of the containers. "All of these are just holiday decorations we couldn't get in the attic," I said. "Everything else is for the yard. I don't know what Dad would have been talking about." "Watch out," Theo said, tugging me out of the way. Stepping inside, the floors creaked under his weight. "Well, that's a little off," he said. "I don't know, babe. You definitely have a few pounds on me," I teased. He shot me a cheeky look before pulling the lawnmower out to give him more room. He bounced on the wooden planks for a second, listening to them groan beneath him. "They shouldn't be making that much noise if they're just laid over solid ground," he indicated. Kneeling down, he felt around and eventually managed to yank a board loose. Babe," Theo said over his shoulder. "I think I found what your father was talking about." Theo moved some containers outside the shed and started tearing up the rest of the flooring. When he had it all pulled up, he sat back on his knees, giving me the opportunity to see what he was talking about. There was a large metal box buried under the shed floor. "We may have to tear down part of the shed to get it out," Theo said. "I'm not sure I can get it to fit through the door." I leaned in around him and grabbed a crowbar from a top shelf. Sticking it in the doorway, I started prying boards off. We got a few planks and some framing out of the way, and Theo lugged the box out of its hole. "It's locked," Theo pointed out. "Do you have a key, or am I breaking it open?" "Knowing Dad, the key's probably around here somewhere, but I'm not dealing with that right now," I said. "Just break it open." Theo took the crowbar and snapped the padlock open. I knelt down next to him on the ground, my heart racing as my palms began to sweat. I had no clue what could be in the box. He obviously hadn't told my mom it existed, but why didn't he tell me? "Hey, you okay, sweetheart?" Theo asked. I nodded. "Yeah, I don't know what this is." "Then I guess you should open it," he said, rubbing my back. I nodded. Taking a deep breath, I gripped the cold metal lid and lifted it open. Inside were other containers and books neatly organized. Sitting on top was in an envelope with my father's handwriting. It was addressed to me in, "Theo? How? Why?" I stammered, picking it up to show Theo. This is from my dad. Why would he address this to both of us? Theo's expression turned guilty. Theo? I pressed. Your dad knew we would be fated to each other, he said gently. He told my father about a year before he died. Dad told me about it when he told me about everything else. Why did you tell me? Because... He ran his hands over his face. Because I didn't want it to impact your decision. You and I weren't... I wanted our relationship to be a choice for you. Ayla, I didn't want you to be with me because you felt obligated to. I know how much your father meant to you. I didn't want his words to be the final say. My lips crashed into his as I threw my arms around him. How could I have ever been so stupid as to not fight for this man? Or ever believed I could be with another? You know I love you, right? I said. Theo chuckled. I like being reminded, he replied, brushing his nose against mine. Let's see what the letter says. I sat back down on the grass. My hands were shaking as I opened the envelope. I barely managed to get the papers out. I unfolded them, but my eyes started to blur as tears formed. It was like getting to talk to my father again. Theo kissed my cheek and gently took the letter from my hand. I got it, baby, he told me, grabbing my hand as he began to read. My beautiful daughter, Ayla. I can't believe you're 18 already. I know that if you found this letter, then you have also found your mate. It also means I am no longer with you to tell you all this in person. So it may seem impossible that I already knew who your fated mate was. I know this won't make sense to you at first, but it will soon. I promise. I am sure young Theo will be there to help you through it all. But first, I want to tell you how proud I am of you. Nothing breaks my heart more than not seeing you and your sister grow into the strong, amazing women I know you both will be. I don't need to tell you to take care of her and your mother. You've been keeping this family together since you could talk. But I will remind you that you have a wisdom beyond your years. Don't ever stop nurturing that. You will need it many times over. With it, you will command legions. Within this box, you will find the history of our family. Your true family and where we come from. There will be answers and there will be questions, but it will all come together when the time comes. Trust in your heart and your head. And remember, sometimes you just need to believe. I love you more than life. You are my greatest blessing from the goddess, and I hope you never forget that. Theo, my dear boy, you may not remember me, but I know who you are. The moon goddess has entrusted my greatest treasure to your hands. I believe they are capable hands, even if there are times you do not. Your father is a good, honorable man. He raised you to have everything you need to fulfill your role. You will need each other for the end. I'll tell you something my grandfather told me. Our destinies are not always set in stone. Sometimes our destinies are to choose. Choose wisely, for your choice could change the fates of generations. Take care of her. She is when the moon touches the earth. She is the key to everything. The truck comes to a halt and my body rolls into someone else besides me. I'm too weak to move and can hardly open my eyes from the swelling in my face. Hearing some voices, I know it's the king's men, and I'm guessing we have arrived in his kingdom. The doors back in the truck open and I hear some screaming before bodies are dragged out of the truck. Hands comes and grab me, lifting my body up and tossing me to the ground. I hit the hard concrete with a thud, biting my tongue to prevent myself from making any sound. I feel blood oozing out of my tongue and spit it out in front of me, blood pouring down my jaw, trying to take in my surroundings with my ears. I know we were about 15 people on the truck, and I heard more than one truck when we arrived here. Get up on your feet, rogue. A guard stops by my body and kicks me in my stomach. All air leaves my body and I have to clutch my arms around my stomach in pain, trying to open my eyes. I look around and in the corner of my eyes, I see a gorgeous man in a dark gray suit walking closer to us. I have a feeling I know who it is. I had the maps laid out on the bed of my truck. I was studying them when Pierce pulled into the empty lot. I could tell he wasn't happy to be here, but that made two of us. "What is all this about, Briggs?" he asked. "Your alpha really likes pushing his luck, doesn't he?" Pierce sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "He's been known to. What did he do now?" "You tell me," I demanded, pointing at the maps before me. "Kingston insisted on coming with us because he knew the best way to get to Ayla, but don't think that was the case." "Of course it was," Pierce said. "He may not know the right way to show it, but Kingston loves Ayla." "Then why did he risk her life?" I yelled. "You don't know what you're—" "He was looking for something, Pierce," I insisted, waving a map at him. "And I think he found it." "Hold on," he said. "You're not making any sense, Briggs. Calm down and explain." I took a deep breath. Pierce may have been blindly loyal to Kingston, but he wasn't hiding anything. "We found these among Harry's things," I informed him. They're maps of the tunnels beneath the Onyx Crown packhouse. If you look at them, you can tell Harry was searching for something. Pierce looked over the drawings. Okay, sure, he said. I'd say that's what it looks like. Why do you think this has to do with Kingston? The guide markers, I said. This is the marker we were following. I pointed to the symbol I remembered clearly. Here's where we entered the main building to get to Ayla. If these are accurate, then there were 2 other ways that would have gotten us there faster. Pierce's brow furrowed as he examined my findings. That could have just been the only way he remembered, he argued. He was pretty insistent that he knew his way around, I retorted. And I believe him. Pierce pushed his hand through his hair. Or it was hubris. He was grasping at straws. Your Alpha endangered my Luna, I growled. He knew I was with Theo. He knew we'd find her, Pierce ranted. I won't believe he would risk letting anything happen to Ayla. That bot guard nearly raped her, I bellowed. Pierce grimaced. I know. And had we not split up, had Theo not trusted his instincts, you never would have made it in time, I spat. So don't you fucking tell me he wouldn't let anything happen to her, because he very nearly did. Now, I want to know what the fuck was so important to him that he would risk her life. I don't know, Pierce yelled back. He walked away, his shoulders tense as he clenched his fists. I don't know what the hell is going on with Kingston anymore, he admitted. He doesn't confide anything in me. Everything is so secretive with him. But even before, he never talked about his life before Sablemane. Only about the bards who killed his family. But this is not Kingston. It's like he's lost his damn mind. Knowing what I did about Alpha Harden's suspicion about Ayla's effect on unmated alphas, I suspected that was more true than he realized. He hadn't just been around Ayla the longest. They had had a relationship. We may have something to help with that, I said sympathetically. Yeah, I'm sure fixing Kingston's psychosis is right up your alley, Pierce snapped. Just trust me, man, I insisted. But something else is going on, and I can almost guarantee it has to do with Ayla, and Kingston has lost all my trust when it comes to her. Why do you think he found anything? He asked. We got separated, I stated. He made it seem like another trap, but it definitely wasn't one Harry set. A wall closed up. That was a built-in security system. A very old one. It still could have been an accident, but I don't think it was. I think he did it on purpose so he could retrieve whatever it was he was there for. Okay, he conceded. I'll see what I can get out of him. This whole thing has gotten f***ed up, Briggs. I don't want a war, man. The pack can't take it right now. That was a dangerous thing to admit. But it was why I still trusted him. Our packs had been allies for generations. It would be devastating for both if that changed. I don't either, I agreed, which is why I haven't told Theo or Ayla about this. We may need Kingston before the end of this, and if Theo knew. He'd kill kin on sight, Pierce finished. Yeah, I get it. Honestly, I can't say I'd blame him anymore, but I'd still try to stop him. And I get that, I replied. But that's why we need to get to the bottom of this, before Kingston does something else stupid. I started rolling up the maps to head out. We may need to plan a trip back to those tunnels, Pierce said hesitantly. I really didn't want to ever go back down there, but I had already considered that it may be necessary. Yeah, I conceded. But we'd need to at least bring Randy or Alpha Cooper into it. I'd rather keep this between us until we have a better idea of what we're dealing with. Cooper aren't particularly impressed with Kingston right now either. So, if Cooper or Randy reach out to him, I suggest you encourage him to play nice. I have a feeling they have more reach than they care to admit, Pierce nodded. I'll keep that in mind. He headed back to his car. I carried the container to the living room, where we had been going through it. It was mostly old books, but also plenty of research to go along with them. Ayla was tucked up on the couch, engrossed in one of the older tomes. I checked my watch and realized how late it was. I rested a hand on Ayla's thigh. Come on, baby. Why don't we take a break for the night? She closed the book and set it on the coffee table. Okay, she replied, but her eyes were still on the trove of information before her. She was fixating on it, but I couldn't tell if that was a good or bad thing yet. I had noticed a change in her mood, though. There was an eager fascination in her eyes, and she seemed excited. Between this being from her father and the prospect of learning so much, she was in an element I hadn't gotten to see her in yet. And frankly, it was fucking adorable. But we only had a few days to get through the house, so we couldn't focus all our attention on the box. We'll take it back with us, babe, I said, putting some papers back in their place. You can spend as much time as you want going through all this. Maybe Professor Armand can help too. Yeah, that's a good idea, she agreed. It looks like there is a lot of history in here. He'll probably be able to help fill in any holes. Sounds like a plan, I said. For now, why don't we head to bed? Okay, she said, but didn't move to get up. Her eyes were still darting over everything sitting in front of her. Hey, babe, I said, lacing my fingers through her hair to get her attention. I know a lot is going through that head of yours, but you're going to burn a hole in the table if you keep staring like that. Ayla closed her eyes and shook her head. I'm sorry, she laughed. I was just in the zone, you know. It's a lot to think about. She stood up and started pacing the room. I know it's just more questions, but really it's mostly the same questions we had before, except now we actually have a direction to start in to find some answers. This could indicate that this isn't just about the Warpok hating my family, at least I think it could, especially since the Warpok hadn't even found us back then. Although, I guess he didn't know that. Harry purposely made it seem like it was them to set him up, but... Whoa, back up. What was that about Harry? Oh yeah, Harry killed my father, she said, still pacing. Ayla, I scolded, why didn't you tell me that? I've had other things on my mind, Theo, she replied with a shrug. I huffed. Ayla, this means the Warpok probably found out about you more recently, likely when you showed up at the gathering. Yeah, I guess so, but what does that matter? She asked. Because we've been working with the belief that they've been expecting you to surface, I said. Randy thought they suspected who you were, because they went after your father. But if that wasn't them, then whatever Warpok members were at the Alpha gathering were just as surprised to see you as everyone else. Okay. I pulled out my phone and messaged Alpha Harden. That means they probably made a mistake, I said. I think Randy and Cooper need to investigate the Alpha gathering. Ayla nodded. You think they'll find some of the members? That's the hope. Now, I said, pulling her to me and kissing her forehead, why don't you get ready for bed? I'll repack all of this. All right, she surrendered. She made her way down the hall, and I started getting everything put back in the box. I was glad to see Ayla's mood change. She had been stressed and so weighed down by everything going on that this was an optimistic change of pace. When I finished packing everything back up, I rested my hands on the metal box. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I guess the stress had been weighing on me as well. This weekend was supposed to help Ayla, but I think I was hoping it would help me too. So many things were getting beyond my control, and it felt like our relationship was being taken over by worry and fear. I just wanted to be with my mate, but even that had me on edge. I still didn't want to push Ayla into something she may not be ready for. I never thought I'd be grateful for her mother interrupting us, but a part of me had been earlier that day. I was getting carried away entirely too quickly, and my desire almost gave in. I was lost in my thoughts when I felt Ayla's arms slide around my waist from behind. The tingling sensation that always accompanied her touch allowed my body to relax. Goddess, I needed her. Are we okay, Theo? Ayla asked tentatively. My head snapped up. What? I turned to face her. Of course, baby. Why would you ask that? Ayla shrugged. She paused, shaking her head with a weak smile. It's nothing. No, I protested firmly. I lifted her chin to look at me. It is something. If I'm doing something that hurts you, Ayla, you have to tell me. You're everything to me. If I'm not showing you that, then I need to know. Please talk to me. She buried her face in my chest. I held her strongly as panic began to tighten my gut. It feels like you don't want me like you used to, like you're not attracted to me the same way. Goddess, Ayla, are you kidding me? I grabbed her face, kissing her hard as I pinned her against the wall, letting her feel exactly what she did to me as I pressed against her. You are the s***est f***ing woman in the world. I want you so bad it hurts, baby. I backed off a little, forcing my body to remember why we couldn't take her right there. Kieran growled fiercely, admonishing me for not pleasing our mate. I ignored him. But what he nearly did to you, I whispered. What you went through was traumatic, Ayla. I don't want to push you into something you may not be ready for. Ayla's eyes searched my face. Then she reached up and kissed me. I will never see him when I'm with you, she stated firmly. Ever. He can't touch us, Theo. He never could. Her lips met mine again. I sank into the kiss, but I was still hesitant. She sensed it and pushed me away gently, only to grab my hands. Come with me. Ayla led me through the house and out the back door. What are we doing? I asked. Her eyes held mine as she pulled her shirt over her head. We're going for a run. Kieran surged to the forefront, yipping in excitement. It's about time our wolves got to meet, she added, shimmying out of her jeans. Kieran growled in my head, pulling me out of the trance I was in while watching her undress. I started stripping down but took my time. Kieran was about to burst from me. but I kept control of the shift. I wanted my time with Dasha, too. Discarding the last item of clothing over her shoulder, Ayla disappeared into the shadow of the trees. I followed behind, but soon stopped as gorgeous golden eyes reflected back at me. Dasha stepped out, bouncing impatiently before me, telling me to hurry. I shook my head. "Come here," I stated. She yipped and let out a soft growl. "Come here," I repeated, letting Kieran come through my voice. She stepped before me, meeting me eye to eye. Other than my father, she was the only wolf in this pack who could do that, the only one I would permit. As my Luna, she was equal to no other but me. I let myself take her in, running my hands through fur that was as enchanting as I remembered. Pride filled me as I confirmed I hadn't imagined the light that radiated from every golden strand, a color I had never heard of on a wolf. After allowing me a few moments of adoration, she chuffed at me impatiently. I chuckled. I wouldn't make them wait any longer. I stepped out of my jeans and boxers just in time for Kieran to command the shift. We rushed to Dasha, nuzzling her neck, licking her face, exploring each other. Dasha barked suddenly, bouncing away from us before taking off into the trees. Kieran growled eagerly, jumping into a sprint after her. It had been too long since Kieran had gotten to run like this. And to do it with his mate for the first time, the happiness he felt was exhilarating. We ran for miles, stalking, playing, hunting, everything wolves do. Dasha slipped out of view behind a copse of trees near a clearing. We followed, but were stopped short when we saw her again. She stood by a pond, her reflection lighting up the water's surface. She even seemed brighter than the moon. She is when the moon touches the earth. That line from Jack's letter had stuck with me, but I didn't know what it meant until now. When we celebrate the moon goddess, the ceremonies always take place either before dawn or after dusk, when the moon is closest to the horizon and shines with golden light. She is my goddess on earth. We approached as Ayla shifted back. I forgot she had been robbed of this experience the first time she saw Kieran. They both had. We had to rush back to the pack house from the attack. That was the only time they had had together. So I let him love and caress her to his heart's content. She leaned against him, sliding her fingers through his fur, looking out over the water. "This place has always been my sanctuary," she told us. "Before Dad died, I'd come here to be alone, to think about things, what I wanted to do, what my life would be like, what my mate would be like." She tousled my fur with the last one. When he died, life became less about what it could be and more of what it had to be. I shifted back, silently moving behind her and wrapping her in my arms, listening to everything she had to say. "So I came here," she continued, "and I let the water wash away all the things that could have been for me. I washed away who I was to be, who I needed to be." She stepped away, taking my hands as she turned to face me, backing into the water. "Things happened, Theo," she said. "We didn't get the love at first sight moment we should have. We hurt each other. We denied each other. We were robbed of our trust in our fate." She stilled as the water reached her chest. "We didn't get all of the should-have-beens the world promised us. But now we have something different, something stronger. I'm ready to wash all the rest away." I cupped her cheek, looking into the stunning silver eyes that shined green in the moonlight, full of want, desire, and love. "Me too," I whispered. Our lips touched as we wrapped ourselves in each other, sinking into the water. We let it take away what was done to us, what we did to each other. We let it all go, keeping only who we were and who we wanted to be for the other. "This is it, Theo," Ayla murmured. "You and me, when we leave here, there's no more Kylee, no more Kingston or Harry, none of the things that kept us apart. This is when we start." "You and me," I echoed. "The past is gone now. All I want is to love you for the rest of my life, Ayla." "I need you, Theo," she rasped. "I love you, Ayla." "Mark me, Theo." I froze, not sure if I had heard her correctly. "Ayla, don't say unless—" "I'm ready, Theo," she insisted. "There's nothing stopping us. I want this baby. Mark me." My head fell back as she took the lead, making it hard to think clearly. My body responded to her words, my gums aching as my canines tried to force themselves out. Kieran was practically foaming at the mouth. "You better be sure, love," I gasped, "because I won't be able to stop myself." "I'm sure," she groaned. "I love you, Theo." My canines extended. Her body tensed, and I sank my teeth into her neck as she convulsed in my arms. I felt every molecule of Ayla, her conscience melding into mine. I came hard as another wave of bliss hit me when I felt her teeth pierce my skin. I felt myself bleed into her being, replacing what she had given me. We were one. I don't know how long it took for my brain to clear enough to get us to shore, but I knew I wasn't done. I could feel everything, the electricity, the passion, the need, the love, everything that was my perfect mate. I fell to the ground next to her, holding her securely as I tried to remember how to breathe. We were both shaking, and the world didn't exist outside of the two of us. When my mind came back to me, I opened my eyes to look at Ayla. I was captivated by the mark she now wore at the curve of her neck. My mark, the symbol that tells the world she belongs to me. Her scent would change now, too. So not only would everyone know she was mine, but I was hers. Nothing had ever felt more right. I traced my fingers over the raised lines. It had completely healed already. I remembered the first time I saw Ayla, the first time I caught her delicious scent. I had felt a sense of completion, like I was whole, or at least I thought that's what it was. But it was only a shadow of what I felt now, just a hint of what could be. "Admiring your work," Ayla said, snuggling closer. I chuckled. "Just how well it fits," I said. "How to feel?" Ayla laughed. "Like jelly," she teased, "and happy, really happy." My heart swelled. "Yeah? You should know," she said. "The bond is complete." "Doesn't mean I don't like hearing it from you," I told her. "And what about you?" she asked, stretching out against me. "Any regrets?" I growled. "Only that I didn't do it sooner." She giggled softly. I rolled over on my back, tucking her into my side as I looked up at the sky. She sighed next to me. "What about the pack? Was it a bad idea not to do this for them to witness?" "No," I assured her. "The pack will be fine. All they want is a strong Luna to lead them. They have that. Now, my mother on the other hand," Ayla groaned. "Yes, I suppose she'll be disappointed that she didn't get to plan a big ceremony." "Don't worry, love," I said, kissing her hair with a smile. "I can guarantee you, she's still going to plan a ceremony. It's not unheard of for mates to mark each other more than once. I remember an old tradition Dad told me about once. The pack Alpha and Luna would mark each other every time a full moon fell on the winter solstice. It was believed to make them one with the goddess." "That's beautiful," she replied. "It's too bad they don't do that anymore." I sat up on my elbow. "We could bring it back," I said. "I believe this year's solstice will have a full moon. We could have our mating ceremony then, before the solstice ritual." Ayla smiled brightly. "I'd like that." I leaned down, my mouth taking hers, my hand following the mark she now bore. "I love you, Ayla," I said with conviction. "I love you, Theo." We spent the last few hours of the night as our wolves, getting to know the new parts of ourselves. Dasha and I woke up with Kieran curled around us. Nudging him awake, we made our way back to the house. We hadn't made nearly enough progress in the house, and we were running out of time before we had to get back. However, our progress didn't change much, as we had trouble keeping our hands off each other. Eventually, we agreed it would be better to just hire some movers to take care of everything. Theo had taken his dad's truck down, so we loaded up some of my boxes, including the metal container from my dad, and prepared to return home. Before we left, I took a few minutes to be alone, went to the backyard, and sat at the base of a tree. I held the small canister that held my father's ashes. Theo had found them in the rental car and kept them safe for me. Looking at the house, holding them in my hand, remembering his words in the letter, I felt like he was with me again. "Hey, Dad," I spoke to the space around me. "You were right," I laughed. "Theo is my mate, and even though he's made some mistakes, I think he'll be a good one. I know I've made some mistakes too, and I know in some ways I let you down, but I still think you'd be proud of me. I hope so, at least." "Thank you, Dad, for always being there for me, even when you weren't there," I said with a smile. "I'm on the right path now, which means it's time to say goodbye to this place." I took a deep breath, holding back my tears. "I miss you so much, and I love you." I opened the canister, sprinkling a little bit of him in the grass. Now, he could watch over the next family. Closing the remaining ashes, I stood up and made my way to the front of the house, where Theo was waiting for me. "I'm sorry you have to let it go, babe," Theo said about the house as we pulled out of the driveway. I smiled. "It's okay. It was time," I replied. "I mean, Dad didn't seem to think we'd be there forever." "What do you mean?" "The box," I started. "He thought we'd meet once we turned 18 and I'd move out, taking Ma and Kylee with me. That's why he didn't tell anyone it was there. Just to remember the shed. I'm just glad we found it. I have everything I need. Now it's just a house." Theo laced his fingers through mine. "Why don't I build you a new one?" I snorted. "We have the pack house, babe," I said. "I don't think I'll have any trouble making our apartment home, as long as you're there." He smiled. "I know, but it's still a pack house," he said. "Sometimes there's not a lot of privacy. That's why my parents got the lake house. I liked growing up in the pack house, but it was nice to know I could have some time with my family and friends that was just ours. So, what if I built us our own? And I suppose this house you speak of would be beneficial for that thing your dad asked me to help him with?" I teased. Theo chuckled. I was just saying it was nice to have the space. Sometimes I don't want to share you, cohabitating with everyone. Cohabitating? I giggled. Or anyone else we may be. Well, yeah, I don't know what you were thinking, but I was planning to have our pups live with us, Theo said. I'm glad to hear we're on the same page then, I said. He lifted my hand to kiss the back of it. Good, he said. But you know, baby, that doesn't mean we can't send them to grandmas and grandpas for a night or two every now and then, when we need some alone time. Right, like when you don't want to share me? I chided. Exactly, Theo said with a broad smile. I laughed as I laid my head back against the seat. I looked at Theo, my eyes landing on the mark his color didn't cover. 3 months ago, never would have believed I'd soon be moving out of my childhood home to be the Luna of my pack next to my fated mate and talking about building a house and having pups. Again, I found myself in disbelief at how many changes my life had gone through in such a short time. Not all of them were good. Some seemed bad but were good for me. And others were more amazing than I could have imagined. I still had some obstacles ahead of me, but I knew I wouldn't have to face them alone. I put the bottle to my lips again, feeling the liquid burn down my throat. I didn't feel Ayla anymore, not even the pull that had still been there even after she left me. Nothing. They had marked each other. I felt it, like when her tether broke when she became a gray tooth again. It wasn't as painful as I thought it would have been, at least not physically. Mentally, I accepted it was what it was. Emotionally, I was defeated. I slipped my hand in my pocket and pulled out the stone I had been carrying. I didn't know why I had been so determined to get it. Looking at it now, I had an ominous feeling that I had set something in motion, something I shouldn't have. But what's done was done. The protective barrier that had kept it hidden all these years couldn't be reestablished. Not by me, anyway, and not within the ruins it was taken from. Besides, we may need it in the coming events. There was power within the stone, a power that had blessed and protected my pack for generations. If I couldn't use it to bring them back, I would use it to keep from losing anything else. I wrapped the smooth, iridescent stone in a velvet cloth, tucking it into a small chest. Using the trick from the tunnels, I placed the chest in a hole in the stone wall, placing the bricks back in their place to conceal it. It would be safe here, until I found the piece I needed. Hello, readers. Thank you for reading The Luna's Choice. I hope you enjoyed it. But don't worry, Ayla's story will continue in Book 2, The Luna's Fate. I will be taking a short break before I start posting the first chapters of the next book. Thank you for your patience as I take this time to get ahead on this and other stories for you all. The Luna's Fate, 1 Ayla. Our glasses clinked together as our friends and family toasted to our mating. Everyone was shocked and excited when we arrived back at the pack house, officially mated and marked. I couldn't deny the atmosphere within the pack house was energized and there was no way to quickly get away. We were stuck in the pack house lobby for over an hour while anyone within a mile came to congratulate us. And it was absolutely lovely, if a little overwhelming. When we could finally retreat to the Alpha's suite, Theo's parents insisted on a private celebration. Briggs, Mina, Jimmy, Annabelle, and her mate all joined us in our apartment. Grace took out a set of glasses and 2 bottles of champagne. Before everyone starts in on the questions, Torrin said as he passed a bubbly glass to everyone, I want to make a toast. To my favorite son and my beautiful new daughter. He lifted his glass to me and Theo. There were some obstacles and a few stumbles along the way, but fate, faith, and determination got you both exactly where you're supposed to be. I can't think of 2 people who deserve this happiness more. We love you both. To Alpha Theo and Luna Ayla. To Alpha Theo and Luna Ayla, everyone echoed. Theo's arm tightened around my waist. Thank you, Dad, Theo said. Thank you all. Yes, I concurred. And I hope we didn't disappoint you too much by not waiting for a ceremony. Annabelle waved that off. Oh, Tosh, after all the will they won't they, we're just glad you kids got your act together. We all laughed. And if it helps, Briggs interjected, looking down at Mina, you won't have to wait long for a mating ceremony. What? I gasped. You set a date? Mina's face flushed, and she elbowed Briggs. It's in a week and a half, she said happily. Both Annabella and I squealed in excitement and hugged her. I hope we didn't steal any of your thunder, Mina said quietly, giving Briggs a side-eyed look. Are you kidding? I said. You just made the day better. A week and a half, Grace breathed. That doesn't give us much time. Mina smiled at her. No, so I'm desperately going to need your help, Luna Grace. Grace lit up. Say no more, she said, raising her hand. Just tell me what you want, and I'll take care of it. We all laughed, knowing how much Grace loved to plan an event. And just so you know, Mom, Theo said. pulling me back to his side. You'll still get the chance to plan our ceremony. We've decided to have a mating ceremony anyway, on the winter solstice, like in the old tradition. The Luna's fate won Ayla. Oh. Grace's hand went to her mouth as tears filled her eyes. I'm sorry, it's just so romantic. We spent another hour visiting before Theo subtly started to herd them out of the apartment, but not before Grace decided on a schedule for her to teach me the duties of being a Luna. It was something I hadn't thought about, but was suddenly very grateful for. Okay, Mom, Theo said, ushering his parents toward the door. You can finish this tomorrow. We've got to be up early. All right, she said, giving him a hug and kiss on the cheek. Love you. Love you too, he said to both of them. Torin hugged me and clapped Theo on the back before following his mate out of the apartment. Once they were gone, Theo shut the door and locked it, including the deadbolt. He let out a relieved sigh before turning to me, a devilish look in his eye. What? I asked, knowing exactly what. A grin spread across his face, and he lurched at me, hooking me around the middle and hauling me against him as I squeaked. I thought they'd never leave, he breathed, his lips pressed against mine. I chuckled as I snaked my arms around his neck, opening to his kiss. He kicked the door shut behind him as he pulled my shirt over my head. I did the same with his before falling back onto the mattress. You know, baby, he spoke against my skin, there's one downside to not doing the whole ceremony thing. Oh, I breathed, distracted by his exploration. What's that? We don't get our honeymoon. I woke up to Theo nuzzling my neck. I groaned as I snuggled closer to him. Good morning, love, he said, kissing my jaw. We need to get up. I scrunched my nose, lifting my head to squint at the clock. Babe, do you realize it's only 4:30? I croaked, falling back onto the pillow and pulling his arm around me. He chuckled. I'm well aware. That's why we need to get up. I don't know what you're talking about, mate, but I already don't like it. His warmth disappeared from behind me and the covers were pulled off. I pushed onto my elbow with a growl. Theo, I whined. He laughed again, climbing up the bed. I tried to suppress a grin, biting my lip. If that's what this is about, there were nicer ways, I said. Suddenly, he grabbed my legs and yanked me down the bed. That's very true, he said huskily, and I will make it a goal to perform each one another time. But today, we start training, so get that sexy ass up and get moving. Cha! He straightened and disappeared into the large master bathroom. What? I said, shooting up on my hands. Wait, hang on. I jumped up and followed him. He was in the attached walk-in closet, slipping into some athletic shorts. Theo, what training are you talking about? When did we discuss this? He made a face. I guess we didn't, he said. He came up to me, running his hands down my arms. Okay, I said eagerly. Theo paused. Really? I nodded. Yeah, I replied. I want to train. Theo smiled. I won't take it easy on you, babe. I cocked my hip, giving him a look. Did I ask you to? You too. He laughed. You say that now. Get dressed and meet me in the gym. You've got 10 minutes. He grabbed a shirt and left the bathroom, slapping my ass on the way out. I shook my head and rolled my eyes, but I was oddly excited. The last 3 months had been hard, but the part that had been bothering me the most was the amount of times I felt helpless, especially in the hands of Harry. The idea of combat training had crossed my mind several times, but I hadn't entertained it much because I had so much else on my plate. But if Theo wanted to teach me, I was willing. Me too, Dasha voiced in support. Her own excitement mirrored mine. I threw on my workout clothes, brushed my teeth, and put my hair in a ponytail. I knew there was a private gym for the ranking pack members in the pack house, but I had to link Theo to tell me where it was. When I arrived, Theo wasn't the only one there. Jimmy and a couple other males were scattered around the weights and weight machines. Jimmy spotted me quickly, coming up to me with a big smile. Alpha said you were a morning person, he said. And I just won $50. Good morning to you too. And what? I laughed. We had a bet going on how stubborn you were going to be about this, he said with a shrug. I knew you'd be here. Determination isn't the same as stubbornness. You know my mother is a gambling addict, right? I said sternly. You really think it's a good idea to be betting around me? Jimmy's face fell and he started to stutter. I couldn't keep it up and a broad smile spread across my face. I'm kidding, big guy, I laughing. I'm glad I came through for you. Where's Theo? He shook his with a sigh of relief. He's back in the mat room. Thanks, I said, heading toward the door he pointed out. Oh, and just so you know, I'm always a safe bet, I called over my shoulder. Don't let that get out, he said. You'll thin the pot. I found Theo as he was setting up some equipment at one end of the room. He knew the moment I entered the room and looked back at me. Where are we starting? I asked. Strength training, he replied. You're in good shape, babe, but you have almost no upper body strength. You'll want that leverage in true combat. Then we'll work on seeing what you already know, and go from there. He handed me a set of weights and we got working. 2 hours later, I was on my back, panting and covered in sweat. I guess we'll add that to the list, Theo said, straddling me with a smug grin. I huffed, pushing myself up. Yeah, I said. I get it, I have noodles for arms. Theo chuckled. But you're still fucking sexy as hell, baby. He grabbed the nape of my neck as his mouth took mine. We had experienced a few of these moments of distraction. That's not how I do that move, Jimmy's teasing voice interrupted. Briggs said Malcolm will be here in 20. Theo sighed. I'll meet them in my office. Roger that, Jimmy said. And you know, Luna, if you actually want to learn something, instead of being mauled every 5 minutes, you just say the word. Theo growled as Jimmy left laughing. Theo shook his head. No, he stated, we'll manage. Diversity is a good thing, babe, I chided. Yeah, but me wanting to rip my friend's arms off isn't, Theo replied. None of my men are fucking touching you. Okay, fair enough, I breathed, my eyes falling closed as he kissed down my neck. What about low-contact training? You mentioned boxing. Jimmy or Briggs could always help with strength training too. Theo's chest rumbled. If you stop bringing them up while I'm seducing you, I'll think about it. He pushed me back, pressing my body into the mat. Well, you'll have to finish this later, I said, because you've got 20 minutes to shower, and I have to get cleaned up to meet Mina in the cellar. Theo grunted. You're killing me, babe. I'll make it up to you. I laughed. I had showered, changed, and was heading out the door when my phone rang. I checked the ID and picked up the call. Hey, Zeph, I answered happily. Well, don't you sound perky this morning, Zeph replied. Oh, that's right. Congratulations are in order. Not that I found out from you. There was no anger in his tone, but I still felt a pang of guilt. I hadn't told him about Theo and I marking each other. He was out of town working with Holly on the magazine again, and I hadn't had time once we got back to the pack house. I should have called him on the way home. I'm sorry, I said. The whole thing wasn't exactly planned. Zeph chuckled. It's okay, Ailes, he assured me. Seriously, I'm happy if you're happy. You are happy, right? I smiled. Yeah, I said earnestly. I'm happy. Good, Zeph said genuinely. So I guess that means you no longer hate Theo? I asked. He saved you from a psycho stalker, he stated. So, if the goddess thinks he's good enough, I guess he's not so bad. I rolled my eyes as I left the suite. How is the website going? Actually, that's part of why I called, Zeph said. Other than my best friend not telling me she had been marked and mated, of course. I'm sorry, I insisted. He laughed again. Great, I know exactly how you can make it up to me. Oh yeah, how is that? Pick up the advice column, he said. I winced. I had completely forgotten about that. I paused in the middle of the hall. Look, I've sent you an email with 3 letters we picked out, he told me. Take a look at them and see what you think. I'll be back in town tomorrow afternoon and we can celebrate then. Okay, I gave in. I'll take a look. I knew you wouldn't let me down, he replied. Yeah, I teased. I'll talk to you later. Later, Ailes. I exited the pack house and looked around the grounds before heading to the utility shed at the back. Mina was already down there working when I arrived. Good morning, I greeted. How long have you been down here? She lifted up a cup of coffee for me. Not long. She shrugged. I got here about 15 minutes ago. I promised Briggs I wouldn't put so many extra hours in for a while. I'm glad to hear that, I said. There's already one workaholic in this family. We don't need another. Our eyes met and we both laughed. Okay, I said. Let's get to work. I have an interview with the admissions office at 2. Theo had Briggs bring my dad's box down the day before, while everyone was preoccupied with our arrival. We had another table set up to keep the contents separate from what we got from Onyx Crown. I pulled up a chair and set Harry's notebook down on the table. I had marked a few pages that I wanted to look into. What's that? Mina asked. It's Harry's notebook, I explained. I found it in the hideout. I've been studying it. I can't tell if it is all just gibberish nonsense or if it's encoded. I think it's in code. I'm hoping to find something that will help us decipher it. Let me take a look, Mina said, holding out her hand. I handed her the book, and she flipped through it. She made a few faces before sharing her thoughts. You're right that it's hard to tell which case it is, she said, but we'll cover it to make sure. What if we ask Alpha Taurin? If it's in code, maybe he'll have an idea. No, I interrupted. If I absolutely have to, I'll ask him. But Harry's betrayal has been hard enough on him. I don't want to make things harder. You're probably right, Mina agreed. Well, since I have you on these for a while, she slipped on a pair of rubber gloves. I'm going to play with the fun stuff. She was talking about the chemicals and electronic equipment we had taken with us. She pulled a file folder from her work bag and held it to her nose, inhaling deeply. Ah, she exhaled dramatically. I love the smell of test results in the morning. I laughed as she went to the other work table and started reviewing the file. It surprisingly didn't take her long to find something of interest. Ooh, she said. I think we found what Harry used to make Kylee smell like you. Really? I got up and walked over to her side as she looked through the labeled vials and containers in front of her. She found what she was looking for and selected a large glass vial. She popped the lid and wafted her hand over the opening. "Hoo yeah," she said. "That's you all right." I followed her lead and waved my hand over the bottle. My brow furrowed. "I just smell chemicals," I said, "and it's very faint at that." "Really?" Mina said, cocking her head. "Well, that's just fascinating, although I guess that would make sense in a way." She looked back at the file. "We tend to not register our own scent. This says that this vial contains an unusual amount of werewolf DNA. The sample appears to be from a single subject. Concentration is too high to be contamination." "Wait, Harry was using my DNA?" I asked incredulously. "How could he have gotten that?" "Have you ever given blood?" She made a face as soon as she asked. "Why am I even asking? Of course you have." I shrugged in confirmation. I may also have been a consistent plasma donor too," I told her. "Particularly back when money was tight." Mina said. "I'll contact the plasma clinic and see if they can give us any information on dear old Psycho Harry. In the meantime, and I know how much damage this little invention of his has done to you, but it's pretty damn cool." I rolled my eyes. "Yes, the evil genius made some cool stuff. Let's just hope you still think that when they're being used against you." I playfully tapped her head with some papers and returned to my table. I tugged at my shirt collar as I waited for the staff to finish setting up the room. I was grateful that I could keep a casual wardrobe for most days, but today wasn't one. Malcolm Neal represented one of our biggest vendors and was also a chief investor in my contracting company. I couldn't deny I hadn't been a constant figure with the business these last couple of months, and this meeting was him checking in. So I donned the button-up shirt and dress slacks to make a decent impression. However, he wasn't worth a suit. The morning meeting had been tedious. Despite my absence for the day-to-day, the business had still been running smoothly. I trusted my head of operations, and he had been doing a great job holding things down. But as investors, they wanted to see me. They, being Malcolm and his sister, Julia, who worked alongside him, and a few more of his cronies. I had a waitstaff use one of the smaller conference rooms for the dinner, as I had no intention of bringing these people into my private quarters. I had messaged Ayla earlier to let her know. She would be running a few minutes late from the campus, but insisted she'd be here, which was the only part of the evening I was looking forward to. The servers had just finished when Malcolm arrived with Julia on his arm. "Alpha Theo," Malcolm greeted me. "You remember my darling sister, Julia?" "Of course," I replied flatly. "Alpha Theo, you look as handsome as always," Julia cooed. "Thank you," I stated. "You look lovely as well." My comment seemed to please her, as she directed a lascivious smile at. I really didn't like this woman. She had always flirted with me, but it became more intense with each encounter. I had never entertained the behavior out of general disinterest, as well as our business relationship. Plus, she made my skin crawl. She always wore too much makeup, clothes that were far too tight, and considering the amount of money she obviously invested in her appearance, she always seemed cheap. Several of the others filed in behind them, including Briggs and Mina. "Hey man," Briggs said quietly. "Anything I should be prepared for tonight?" "Probably not," I said. "They're just testing the waters." He nodded and they joined the group. The staff was busy taking care of the guests, so I went to the credenza where a bar had been arranged and poured myself a drink, although separating myself probably wasn't the best idea. "I can't tell you how pleased I am to see my favorite Alpha again," Julia whispered as she brushed against my arm. I suppressed a grimace as I took a drink. I had to play nice with her and Malcolm tonight. The last thing I needed was for them to get pissy and start making trouble for the business, or worse, hanging around and sticking their noses into everything. "I hope you have been well, Julia," I said tightly. "Not as well as I'm hoping to be later tonight," she hinted. "Julia," I warned, "we've been through this. It's never going to happen." "Oh, come on. Everyone's heard the rumors about the shambles your love life has been lately." I raised an eyebrow. "Don't you think it's time you had just a little fun?" A wonderful scent hit me, and a wave of jealousy washed over me. There was no holding back the smirk that crossed my face. a smirk that Julia initially misunderstood, making what happened next all the more amusing. "I'm sorry I'm late, love," Ayla said, pushing her way between Julia and me and kissing me. Her arm went around me as she turned. "And who? Our guest?" The energy coming off of Ayla was palpable, sending Julia back another step. "Sweetheart, this is Julia Neal," I said with my arm securely around my mate's waist. "She and her brother Malcolm work for one of our investors." Julia did a poor job of hiding her displeasure. "And who are you?" she asked. "This is Luna Ayla," I stated, reaching up and pulling my collar aside. "My mate." Julia's mouth fell open for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "I'll look past the disrespect this time, Julia, if my Luna can," I continued, "but I'm sure I don't have to tell you to address her properly in the future." Her lips worked into a fake grin. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Luna. I'm sure," Ayla said with a polite smile. "And have I told you how much I love you today?" I linked her as Julia retreated to find a place at the table. "Considering I just refrained from repainting this room a nice bright red, you better," she replied sharply. I laughed, kissing her right there. Screw professionalism. This was my territory. My hand went to the small of her back as I led her to the head of the table where she would sit next to me. "So, Alpha," Malcolm said, making his way to the table now, "it seems we missed out on the happy news. Congratulations are in order. I'm Malcolm Neal, Luna." He offered her his hand. "It's a joy to make your acquaintance." Ayla rested her hand in his and he closed his other hand around it. His eyes appraised her in a bold manner I wouldn't have thought he had the nerve for. "Thank you, Malcolm," I said, reaching out to remove my mate's hand from his grasp. "It has been a very happy event for our pack." "And why wouldn't it with a prize such as this?" he replied, indicating Ayla. "Perhaps we should move ahead with dinner," I said, wanting to get him away from my mate. "If you're ready?" "Yes, I'm starving," he said, shooting another look at Ayla that almost had me punching him. Dinner was served quickly as we made any additional introductions. I didn't miss the looks both Malcolm and Julia kept giving Ayla. Malcolm's eyes kept wandering, and Julia's scowl could peel paint. "It's a shame Harmon couldn't be here, Alpha Theo," Malcolm said halfway through the meal. "As I'm sure you know, he is with the Arrowclaw Pack negotiating our next deal," I said. "He got a weekly update just like the rest of our investors. He knew exactly where Harmon was." "Yes, I meant to ask you about that," Malcolm went on. "He led the last 2 negotiations, I believe, as well, correct?" "He did," I confirmed. "Well, you may want to remind him about your obligation to your suppliers. Your last 2 projects seem to be short a few orders," Malcolm stated. "They were not short," I replied firmly. "We simply didn't need more than what we ordered. They were both eco-friendly builds, and your company has yet to meet our requirements for those projects." "May I ask what materials your company supplies?" Ayla asked. "They provide most of our lumber and insulation," I stated before Malcolm had a chance to respond. "However, they still haven't managed to produce an eco-friendly insulation option that meets our quality standards." "There is nothing wrong with that product and you know it," Malcolm insisted. "Except that it has half the life expectancy of comparable products," I said, "meaning we would have to go in and replace it within the next 10 years. "Alpha, that's how money is made," Malcolm said smugly. "Not in my business, it's not," I asserted. "Theo, love, if they aren't able to provide the required product, we could always renegotiate the contract." Ayla said, "Don't forget, Uncle Wally would be happy to do business with you." I had no clue what she was talking about, but I was curious to see where this would go. "Ha," Malcolm snorted. "We're the largest distributor within 3 packs, Luna. I don't know who your Uncle Wally is, but anyone else will be far overpriced." "Oh, he's Wallace Doring," Ayla said calmly. I almost choked, and I saw Mina hide a smile as she shook her head. Malcolm, however, had gone a little pale, while Julia looked like she would have a meltdown. Wallace was Malcolm's employer's biggest competitor, and they were having trouble keeping up. Wallace had innovated with the new eco-friendly architecture. Malcolm's boss hadn't. We only used them because Wallace hadn't been accepting any new contracts when we approached him. "You're Wallace Doring's niece?" Malcolm asked skeptically. "Well, goddaughter, actually," Ayla clarified. "He was Grandpop's best friend. When he passed, goddess rest his soul, Uncle Wally helped to fill the role." "I see," Malcolm said slowly. "Well, Alpha, I suppose we can overlook the order shortages for now, and I'll be sure to reach out to our R&D department to check on that green option." "You do that," I said. I slipped my hand under the table and squeezed Ayla's knee. She ran her foot up my leg in response. The rest of the dinner went by quickly, as the conversation soon dried out. The waitstaff escorted Malcolm and his entourage to the guest wing, and I let them off for the night, so they could come clean up in the morning. When I closed the door, Mina burst out laughing behind me. "What did I miss?" Briggs said. "Uncle Wally?" Mina directed at Ayla. "Babe, Wallace Doring isn't really your godfather, is he?" I asked her. "Technically he is," she said coyly. "Yeah, Wallace Doring, the schlubby accountant from the Moon Valley Pack. Not Wallace Doring, the CEO and business mogul," Mina explained. I shook my head with a smile. "I'm glad I didn't get my hopes up," I said. "Sorry, but they do actually know each other," Ayla said with a shrug. "There was an issue with a bank loan and suspected identity theft. It was all cleared up and they were on good terms last I spoke with him, but I doubt they stayed in touch." "Honestly, I don't even care," I said, pulling her to me. "You were brilliant this evening." I kissed her strongly. "Okay," Briggs said. "That's our cue to leave. We'll see you two love birds tomorrow." "Don't worry, Briggs," I said. "In a little over a week, you'll understand." "I'm counting the days," I called over his shoulder as he led Mina out of the room. "Lock the door on your way out," I linked him. "And make sure the halls stay clear." "Just clean up after yourself," he said back. "Don't leave that for our poor staff." Ayla had stepped away and was clearing off the table. I watched her for a minute, wondering if she would ever realize she wouldn't have to do that anymore. I moved behind her, letting my hands run down the sides of her body. "How was your day?" I asked, burying my face in her hair and breathing in her scent. "That Julia chick is a floozy bitch," she said. "But I enjoyed knocking her down a peg, so I guess it was pretty good." I chuckled. "You have no idea how much I owe you for saving me from her advances from now on, or how incredibly sexy it was to watch you put her in her place." "Oh, yeah?" Ayla said, leaning into me. "So much so, I've been planning on bending you over this table ever since," I stated as I nipped her ear. "Is that so, Alpha?" I woke up the next morning feeling extra sore from our first training session the day before. Theo said we could wait a day, but I teased him about saying something about not going Casey on me. In hindsight, I may have been a little overzealous. By the time I was back in the apartment running the shower, I could barely move. But I managed to strip out of my sweaty clothes and spent an absorbing amount of time under the hot water. Thank the goddess for the pack house's endless supply. The shower door opened and Theo stepped inside. I groaned. "Not now, babe." Theo laughed softly. "Don't worry, I'm just here to shower, and since you are determined to spend the day in here, I have no choice but to join you." "Sorry," I said, moving out of the spray. "It's okay, hon," he said. He kissed my cheek and grabbed the soap and washcloth. "Come here." We scrubbed each other down. Theo even washed my hair, which was nice since I wasn't sure I could lift my arms that high. But when we got out, I was feeling much better. I was sore but energized. While I had a full day scheduled, it was a casual workload, so I dressed in some comfy leggings and a flowy tank top. Theo was back in slacks and a button-up, which I knew he wasn't ecstatic about. "More investor meetings today?" I asked. "I have to see Malcolm off this morning, then I have a couple of video calls around lunch," he said as he put on his watch. "But these should be far more pleasant, at least." "And you're sure everything is okay with the business?" I asked. "I know I'm the reason you've missed." "Everything is great, babe," he interrupted. "You have absolutely nothing to feel guilty about. Dad and I started building the business while I was in college, and we set up the management and operations so that I could step back once it got on its feet." He hugged me from behind. "We always knew being the alpha would take precedence. I'm still the primary owner and have the final say in major decisions, but I trust my people, so I promise there's nothing to worry about." "Okay," I said with a smile. "You know I wouldn't keep anything like that from you, right?" he asked. "Everything I have is yours, Ayla. If something happens, you'll always be part of the solution." I reached back and cupped his cheek, rubbing my fingers across the beard he had been growing out. "What does your day look like today?" he asked. "Research," I stated. "I said I'd get some things together for Professor Armand to review. We're meeting on Monday after class. Then I start Luna training with your mother this afternoon." "That's right," he drawled. "I believe she is relinquishing her office to you today." "Her office?" "Yeah, she has the small office across from mine," he informed me. Dad realized real quick that she needed her own workspace for her duties. "Oh," I said. "Speaking of workspaces, Jimmy and I were concerned that the cellar may not be the best place for us to work on the Warpack investigation. All the coming and going may make the utility shed a bit more conspicuous." "Yeah, he mentioned that. I've been thinking about it too," Theo said. "I'm having the packhouse blueprints sent over. I may have a solution for that if everything checks out. Luckily, your mate is a half-decent contractor." He kissed my neck and slapped my butt on his way out of the bathroom. I pulled my hairdryer to finish getting ready, but was turned suddenly. Theo grabbed my face and kissed me hard. "I'll see you later," he said. "I love you." "I love you too," I giggled. After he left, I dealt with my hair, grabbed a granola bar from the kitchen, and opened my laptop. I still had to read Zeph's letters before I could head down to the cellar with Mina. I pulled up the email and clicked on the attachments. I was surprised to find myself actually wanting to write responses to them. The first was from a woman who had been with her partner for 6 years, but he wasn't her fated mate. They had been discussing taking each other as chosen mates for a while, but she recently started to feel like he was pulling away from the idea. The second was about a young she-wolf who was about to graduate and had the opportunity to go to a college she had dreamed about attending. However, she didn't think her family would approve because it was in another pack's territory. And the third was from a mother whose mate recently passed away. I still wasn't convinced I was the right person to be giving them advice, but I did feel for the authors and wanted to help. I shut down my laptop and pushed it aside, weighing my options. I decided to take the day to think about it. Theo was right about having a lot going on. I'd see how the day went and decide when I saw him that evening. I slipped on a pair of flats, grabbed my bag, and headed for the cellar. "You're still getting paid for all this work, right?" I asked Mina as I set my bag down next to my chair. Mina looked up from whatever test she was running. "Oh yeah," she replied. "Theo said if the precinct can't find the budget, he'll take it out of the PAC funds. This does affect all of us, after all. But that's why I'm still waiting on the lab assistants." "Do you really think we'll need them?" I asked. Mina gave me a look. "To process all of this?" "Yeah." She sat back in her chair. "It's not even about analyzing everything. We need to organize and catalog it all. That should help us with the analysis. Plus, who knows what else they'll find at his other properties. They haven't gotten a team out there yet." I looked over at the metal container that held the stuff from my father. I wasn't sure I wanted it to be mixed in with everything else. Maybe I would have Theo move it to our apartment for the time being, just until I had some time to really go through it. The rest of the week went by quickly. It often did when every minute of the day had something to fill it. Holly had come into town with Zeph, and they invited Theo along for our dinner to congratulate us. I also agreed to write the column on a part-time basis, which made both Zeph and Holly happy. Theo was supportive once he knew it was a light schedule that wouldn't be likely to add any more stress to my workload. He and Zeph also got along surprisingly well and started to seem like old friends, which made me happy. In the end, it was a wonderful evening. The following days were filled with much of the same. Training in the morning, working on the Harry investigation with Mina, Luna lessons with Grace, and getting my school schedule finalized. My first 2 classes started on Monday. I was excited but realized how quickly everything was happening. I began to think I should have waited until the following semester to get started. Theo felt my anxiety and, being as sweet as he is, he took me around the campus on Sunday to help me get my bearings. My second class was with Professor Armand. I immediately liked him. His passion for his subject was evident, and he seemed to be a patient and effective teacher. I was excited to see how the class went, but was even more eager to get to work with him on my own history project. Jimmy and I stayed behind when the class was dismissed for my meeting with the professor. "Luna, thank you for staying back with me," Professor Armand said. "This first week of school is always hectic for everyone, and this was the best time for me to fit you in." "It's not a problem at all," I said. "And please, call me Ayla here. I'd rather not draw too much attention." "I'm afraid your secret won't last too long, my dear," the professor replied. "The rumor that our new Luna will be attending this year has been the talk of the campus." "Of course it is," I said lightly. "I'm not expecting to keep it a secret, just as separate as possible. I think it'll be easier on my classmates." Armand glanced at Jimmy behind me. "Yeah," I said, following his gaze. "We're working on that too." Jimmy put a hand to his chest. "You mean you don't like spending the whole day with my sparkling wit and charm? Luna, I'm hurt." I shook my head at his antics. "Anyway, I know you're aware of my rather unique situation," I said as I sat at his desk. "Yes, I'm afraid I was the one who helped Randy track you down," he admitted. "I'm sorry if that has put you in danger." "No," I said. "Trust me, there were plenty of others who did that first. In fact, it was you and Randy that helped us find some answers to what was going on." "It is a relief to hear that," he said. "But you have more questions. I'm not making any promises. It sounds like Alpha Cooper and Randy told you as much as we know." "Well, I think I have some things that can help us," I told him, reaching into my bag and removing one of my father's books. Where did you come by this? He asked eagerly. Let's just say it fell into my lap, I said. I have a couple more like it. I'm still going through everything, but I brought this one because it has a lot of information on my family history. He was flipping through the book as I spoke. Indeed, there is. He stopped on a page I had bookmarked, when it spoke about some of the abilities that ran in my bloodline. Yeah, I wanted to dig a little deeper into that, I said tentatively. I know I can command people, but I don't know how to yet. It's something I need to work on. I'm afraid I'm probably not the best instructor on that skill, the professor pointed out. No, that's okay, I rushed. Alpha Tauren has offered to help with that. But, I glanced back at Jimmy, knowing he wouldn't like the direction I was going to take things. I wanted to know more about the wolfsbane immunity. Jimmy's gaze fell on me, as I suspected, but I ignored it. That is something the Dominus was known for, Armand confirmed. From what I could tell, all the members had the capability. But was it something that was completely inherent, or did they have to build it up? I'm not sure, Armand said. I do recall some kind of tradition or ritual that involved ingesting wolfsbane. I can pull my research for you on that, but I'm sure this would also be a good place to start. I smiled. I hope so, I stated. Randy made it sound like you were an expert on Onyx Crown history. I'm not willing to claim that, I'm afraid, he interrupted. At least not on their more recent histories, I should say. My studies have always consisted of the distant past, but I can certainly get you looking in the right direction for the information you need. Thank you, Professor, I said. Well, I won't take up any more of your time today. Thank you for meeting with me. Of course, he said, standing as I did. And please feel free to review your schedule and let me know of any regular times you would like to meet on this subject. I'll do that, I said. Gamma, Jimmy, the professor said. It's always a pleasure to see you. Take care, Professor, Jimmy said as he followed me out. We made it across campus to my car. You better not be thinking of doing what I think you are, Jimmy said sternly. What? If I find out you've taken wolfsbane in some ritual, Luna, calm down, I said. I'm not doing any rituals, okay? I was just curious. It was just something Harry said. Well, we both know how crazy that bastard was, Jimmy mumbled. I know, big guy, I said. I wasn't going to tell him I had every intention of exploring this possible immunity. With my safety always in question, it would at least take that weight off my mind. And you're sure she's loyal? I asked Briggs as we stood at the edge of the training field. Grady says so, and her family's background checks came back clean, Briggs said. She's a fourth-generation Greytooth warrior, although her family goes back even farther. Top of her class, gets along with the others. She seemed quite ambitious when I spoke to her. She also looks young enough to fit the part. I nodded. I removed my watch and handed it to Briggs. Ducking through the fencing, I walked to the middle of the field. Maggie Walton, I called. She turned and shot to attention with a salute. I waved her to me. How long have you been at it out here today? I asked. She was still out of breath from her last match. About 2 hours, Alpha, she replied. You're going spar with me, I told her, stepping back to a starting point. No shifting, no holds barred. She looked surprised for a moment, but quickly took her stance. I watched her movements as we squared off, waiting to draw her in for the first move. She swung her leg out for a low strike to the knee. I dodged, but she was a step ahead, using her momentum to spin into an elbow strike to my ribs. Impressive. She made contact, but I grabbed her arm, moving to twist it behind her back. A palm strike to my forearm allowed her to pull from my grip. We stepped away from each other, squaring off again. I pushed harder, testing her limits. She was fatigued and quickly started to make mistakes, but her recovery was still solid. She fought hard. I didn't feel the need to keep pushing, so I ended the fight with a shoulder flip, pinning her to the ground. Well done, I panted. I helped her to her feet. Get yourself cleaned up and meet me in my office at the pack house in an hour in plain clothes. Yes, Alpha, she replied, working hard to mask the range of emotions she was feeling. My lips twitched at her reaction. She was perfect. I headed out of the field back to Briggs. Contact the school and get her paperwork started, I said, and get her set up with a room in our wing. I want to keep her close. Yes, Alpha, Briggs replied. Are you briefing her today? Yes, I replied, climbing into my car. The sooner she's in place, the better. We headed back to the pack house and Maggie arrived 5 minutes early. She came into my office and stood at attention before my desk. I looked her over. She wore black jeans and a t-shirt. She still appeared militant. We would have to address that. Otherwise, I was pleased with the selection. At ease, I told her. Please have a seat. She did as she was told. I have a job for you, Miss Walton. A job, Alpha? She asked. Yes, but before we go over the details, I need to ensure you understand how important this position is, I said firmly. I need to know that you are dedicated to this pack, Miss Walton. Of course, Alpha, she rushed. It's been my dream to serve under the ranking families my whole life. That's good to know, I said. But wanting a position for the prestige isn't the same as believing in what you are doing. So, I give you free rein to address any problems you have with me or our ranking members. I'm not sure what you mean, Alpha, she said slowly and sincerely. Do you have any problem with me or my Luna? I asked. Are there any rumors that have raised any concern? Are there any politics I have practiced that you don't agree with? I think there will always be something we don't agree on, sir, she said candidly. However, I don't know of anything worth noting. I believe your father is a strong, fair Alpha, and that you will be the same. And my Luna? I pressed. She took a minute to think about her response. Honestly, I don't know her, Alpha, she said plainly. I believe you are referring to the rumors regarding her being the sister of the woman you were previously partnered with. I am aware of them, but I don't deal in rumors. I do, however, have one friend who met her briefly during the Packhouse attack. She said she was impressive and quite lovely. So, no, I have no inherent issues with our Luna. I grinned. I'm glad you feel that way, I said, leaning forward on the desk. Because I want you to be her personal bodyguard. Maggie's jaw dropped slightly, but she regained composure before she spoke again. Alpha, with all due respect, there must be more senior warriors who should fill this position. Luna Ayla will be attending the university, I told her. She's not used to having constant security, but recent events have made it a requirement. Truthfully, I don't want a host of males drawing more attention to her any more than she does, but she needs around-the-clock protection, at least for the time being. So I thought it would be easier on her if her bodyguard appeared to just be another student. I see, Maggie said. Does that mean she isn't going to know I'm there? No, of course not, I insisted. You'll have some time to spend with her before you begin your assignment. She'll be fully aware of your presence. There will be another team in campus security that will also be keeping an eye on her. They will be less visible, but she knows they will be there. Understood, Maggie replied. Good, I said. You will be moving here as well. This is a full-time commitment, Miss Walton, not just for when she is at school. I want you with her whenever I'm not around. Are we clear? Yes, Alpha, she confirmed. All right, you can go back and start packing up, I said. I'll call you with more details by the end of the day. Maggie stood and saluted. Her expression was stoic, but with a glint in her eyes that I recognized. Yes, she and Ayla would get along just fine. Ayla, I told you not to worry about it, I said, helping her take a casserole dish out of the oven. You didn't need to cook. I had told her we were having someone over for dinner, and she kind of started to panic. She insisted on making dinner, despite me telling her I'd order something from the Packhouse Cafe. But she wouldn't have it. Now, she was running around the kitchen stressing about everything. This is the first time we've actually had someone over, she said. And since you won't tell me who it is, I had no idea what was appropriate to make. Baby, I said, grabbing her shoulders. Relax, sweetheart. It's really not a big deal. It's just a casual meal. The casserole will be perfect and delicious. It certainly smells fantastic, so just breathe. Her shoulders relaxed a little. Okay, she said, looking completely adorable with a worried pout. I brushed her bottom lip with my thumb. You better put that away, or you'll be the only dinner I'll be having tonight. A laugh burst from her, a broad smile brightening her features. There's my girl, I said, kissing her nose. All right, she said, pushing me away. Let me get this in the fridge, or it will never be ready. I grabbed her waist. I think we both know my favorite dessert is always ready for me, I teased. Theo, she exclaimed, you need to behave. We'll have company here any minute. I chuckled as I kissed my mark on her neck just as there was a knock on the door. Go, Ayla insisted. You get that, and I'll be right there. I got it, I said, kissing her cheek before heading through the living room. I opened the door for Maggie, inviting her in. She was still maintaining a formal posture, coming across a little rigid. I couldn't blame her. This was a serious job for her, but I needed her to blend in with Ayla. She would need to relax as well. We'd work on it before I sent her out on her own. I led her into the dining room, where Ayla was setting the meal on the table. Ayla, love, I said, moving to her side. This is Maggie Walton. Maggie, this is Luna Ayla. It's an honor to meet you, Luna, Maggie said with a smile and a bow. It's lovely to meet you as well, Maggie, Ayla replied. Babe, I've assigned Maggie to be your new bodyguard, I told her. We want her to blend in on campus with you, so I thought it would be a good idea for you two to get to know each other a little before she starts." "Oh well, why didn't you just tell me that?" she said, punching my shoulder playfully. I laughed. "I figured you would fight me less if she was standing in front of you," I teased. "Maggie, please have a seat," Ayla said, directing her to the seat across from her. "And forgive me for being a little out of the loop. Your Alpha likes to think he's so smart." Maggie actually smiled genuinely. "It's okay, Luna. I guess that means we're both a little surprised about me being here." "Please tell me he told you what this was all about, at least," Ayla said as she readied a plate for Maggie. "Yes, he did," Maggie replied. "I was more surprised that he offered me the job in the first place." "Maggie is a great candidate," I said, helping Ayla plate the meal. "She was trained in security with the warrior teams, and she is one of their top fighters. I was even thinking about letting her train you some days." "That sounds great," Ayla said, finally sitting down to eat. I let the two of them lead the conversation. Maggie was a little shy at first, but Ayla did such a good job making everyone feel comfortable that she opened up quickly. I was glad to hear that they had some things in common and didn't run out of things to discuss. I knew it was a questionable move, putting them in a situation where they would get close to each other emotionally. It wasn't what they were trained to do for private security. But Maggie wouldn't be her sole protector, and I wanted someone who would make Ayla feel more at ease with the situation. Jimmy told me she had been anxious about him following her around campus the last few days. It would be easier for them to look like friends if they actually were. I also thought it would give Maggie a different perspective on campus. I needed her to listen for any more rumors or discontent surrounding Ayla. We obviously had members of the War Pack within our pack. The male who attacked her couldn't have been the only one. College campuses are among the top places organizations like theirs like to recruit. With any luck, Maggie will catch a lead. Now that I knew she and Ayla would get along, I would tell her about the War Pack situation. When we were finished eating, Ayla took Maggie to the living room while I cleared the table. "Okay, Maggie," I said when I joined them. I sat beside Ayla on the couch, resting a hand on her leg. "There's more to the situation you need to know about. I'm aware this kind of security arrangement isn't standard practice, even for the Pack Luna, but Ayla isn't your typical Luna." Maggie smiled. "I'm sure any mate would feel that, Alpha." "Yes, well, in this case I've a bit more to back me up than my own loving devotion," I said with a smile. Ayla squeezed my hand. I rubbed the back of hers with my thumb. "Are you okay with this?" I asked her through the mind link. "She should know what she's getting into," Ayla insisted. "Maggie, have you ever heard of the War Pack Society?" Ayla and I ran through most of the details regarding our situation with the War Pack. Maggie took in all the information intently. She asked questions, she expressed her own concerns. All in all, I was still confident that she was the best choice. But I also wasn't taking any chances. "There's one more thing I have to ask of you, Maggie," I said gravely. "I don't think I need to tell you how important my mate's safety is to me. I accept that some risks are unavoidable, but I won't take any that I don't have to." "Of course, Alpha," Maggie agreed. "I also want you to know that this isn't a decision I make lightly," I insisted, "but there is a way for Ayla to command you that would prevent you from being questioned. By anyone." "Theo, no," Ayla whispered. I looked back at her, squeezing her leg. "You can do this, babe," I told her. "I'll be right here to help you." I turned back to Maggie. "It's stronger than an Alpha's command. I can't even break it unless Ayla allows me to." "But I've never done it before," Ayla told her adamantly. "I'm not even sure I can do it, and we think there can be risks if I do it wrong." "What kind of risks?" Maggie asked. "We're not sure," I admitted. "But we strongly believe her commanding you directly is much safer than the alternative." "There's an alternative?" "There is a ritual," I confirmed. "From what we know, it isn't pleasant. But that's why we're not proposing that. I want Ayla to command you. But it has to be your choice, Maggie. I will not command loyalty from my members. Neither will Ayla. This will act as a safeguard for the loyalty you already have to us." "You can think about it, Maggie," Ayla interjected. "You don't have to decide now," Maggie shrugged. "There's not much to think about. You have my loyalty, so that's no question. And if this helps you both, then let's do it." I could feel Ayla's relief and anxiety coming through our connection. I repositioned on the couch to face her. "We've got to try it, babe," I said gently. "This is something you need to learn to control regardless. And I need assurance that you are safe." She chewed on her lip for a second. "Okay," she conceded. I cupped her cheek and kissed her. "Thank you. You still have the command Randy gave you, right? She nodded, standing up to go and grab the paper he gave her. When she came back, I had her sit in front of me between my legs and had Maggie sit on the coffee table before her. Contact wasn't usually necessary for a command, only a pack connection, but I believed it would help in this situation. Okay, babe, I said next to her ear, my hands resting on her thighs. Take Maggie's hand. Remember to concentrate on the intention you want to achieve. Search for her consciousness. After your Luna ceremony, you'll be able to feel her tether, tying her to you and me as her pack leaders. Once you find her, say the words, but you have to mean them, you have to have the intention behind them. Ayla nodded her understanding. She took a few deep breaths. I could feel the energy build in her. It was the second time since we had marked each other. This time, I was able to appreciate how powerful it. You, Maggie Walton, will not reveal the secrets of the Dominus bloodline to their enemies. You will not give any information that will lead those who wish to harm the Domin's bloodline to me. You will— Ayla paused, her resolve faltering. You have to finish it, Ayla, I encouraged. You will protect the knowledge of the Dominus bloodline with your life. I wasn't expecting those last words, but I supposed I should have. Ayla's energy dissipated, and she released Maggie's hand. I looked at the woman in front of us. She smiled at Ayla reassuringly. That wasn't so bad, Maggie teased. Did it feel stronger than a regular command? I asked, her brow furrowed. I'm not sure, but I wasn't going to fight it, and I don't have any intention of betraying you. I nodded. That's not surprising, I guess. You would need to be asked or commanded a question about Ayla. You can test it out, Maggie said. Won't work for me, I said. He connected to me, Ayla said. I trust him with my life. He's not an enemy. Gotcha. I'll see what I can do to test it, I said. For now, we'll just have to hope that it worked. But I think that's enough for tonight. Thank you, Maggie. We all stood and walked Maggie to the door. I'll let you know what our next move will be soon, I told her. In the meantime, get situated in your new apartment, and if you have any more questions, you are welcome to reach out to either of us. We said our goodbyes, and I locked the door behind her when she left. I could sense something was off with Ayla. When I turned back, she was sitting on the couch with her hands in her lap. I knelt before her. I didn't like that, she said. I don't want to command someone to die for me. I'm not doing that again, Theo. I sighed. I get it, babe, I said. I do. If I'm being honest, it's suspicious that these commands exist in a ritual. A good alpha would never command loyalty from his pack like that. So, I know that didn't feel right. But we gave her the choice, Ayla. I promise you didn't command her to do anything she wouldn't already do. You just made it so no one could force her to go against those desires. I know, she replied, but I still don't like it. I raised up to meet her level, kissing her lips firmly. I would be concerned if you did. Theo and I took the morning off from training. My body needed the break to recover. It was nice to sleep in a little, but I didn't get to for long. Before my first class, I had to go down to the cellar for a little while. I had been studying Harry's notebook whenever I had a little free time, and something had been bugging me. This first week of school would be hectic, and I had scheduled some time down there next week, but I didn't want to wait that long. I grabbed my toast from the toaster as Theo emerged from our bedroom. He just woke up and was only wearing sweats that hung low on his hips, making it hard to keep my plans. I thought you didn't have class for a couple more hours, he asked. Yeah, I have to look into something with the Harry investigation, I said. He brushed my hair off my shoulder. Do you want me to come with you? I could use a catch-up on how things are going. You sure you can spare the time? I teased. His hands went around my waist, pulling me toward him. I can rearrange some things. Oh, I replied coyly, I feel so special. Theo growled low, his lips taking mine. He kissed me needily for a few moments before pulling back reluctantly. I hate how crazy things have been lately, he said. Lately? I laughed. Theo chuckled. Okay, since we met, he corrected. But at least we got time together before. I know, I said, running my hands over his chest, but it's only for a little while. I'll get settled into school soon enough. Mina and Briggs' mating ceremony is in a couple of days. That will clear up some time. And I think we need to make us a priority too, Theo stated, grazing his fingers along my cheek. We both tend to keep ourselves busy, so while things are so crazy and busy, let's schedule time together. Just the two of us. I like that idea. I snaked my arms around his neck. But going over the contents of a psychopath's secret lair doesn't count as a date, right? Theo laughed. No, absolutely not, he replied. But we should get go. His eyes glazed over and he huffed. I guess that means a rain check? Yeah, he sighed. I'm sorry, babe. I shook my head. Don't worry about it. I kissed him again, but I should get down there. I better get dressed, he said. I love you. I love you too. I grabbed my bag and headed out of the apartment. When I got down to the cellar, no one else was there. It was odd, but I was actually relieved. I pulled the notebook out of my bag and looked for the file I had been reviewing a couple of days earlier. I flipped through the papers until I found the one I wanted. Comparing it to the page in the journal, a wave of excitement washed through me. I had found the pattern. Well, part of it at least. But I was hopeful it would be enough to figure out the rest. I quickly finished deciphering the page I was on. It was exactly what I had thought it was, a formula that Harry had calculated to enhance my wolfsbane immunity. I sank into a chair, chewing on my lip as I stared at the page in front of me. It was a stupid idea, and dangerous, but it was less dangerous than most aspects of my life right now. Theo would never be okay with this. I sighed, running my hands through my hair as I leaned over the table. Something you want to talk about? I jumped in my seat, my head shooting up to see Mina standing in the doorway. I exhaled heavily. Mina, you scared the crap out of me. Yeah, which is concerning, she said, walking to the table and sitting next to me. What's up, cuz? I took a deep breath. I figured out part of the cipher. And that's a bad thing because, Mina asked. I found a formula that I think was used to build our wolfsbane immunity, I said. Ayla? Mina said sternly. You're not. Of course I'm considering it, Mina, I pushed. Why aren't you? Urea dominus, too. With no idea of how many people are out there after us, immunity to one thing that could help them take us out sounds like a good thing to me. How do you even know this is a thing, Ayla? Mina said. This could all be Harry grasping at straws. Because it was working, I stated. Mina looked at me. What do you mean? 2 days, I told her. He was feeding wolfsbane into my system for 2 days, Mina. It's what kept me unconscious. But then I woke up. Mina. I shifted. I had who knows how much wolfsbane flowing through me, and I still shifted. I felt it. I was weak, but I was getting past it. It was getting better. Mina's jaw worked as she thought about what I was telling her. With a huff, she reached over and grabbed the paper I had been working on. After a few moments, she spoke. Fine, she blurted out, shaking her head in defeat. Theo isn't going to like this. That's why we're not going to tell him, I said slowly. Ayla, Mina exclaimed, what the hell are you talking about? You know he wouldn't let me do this, Min, I insisted. But it doesn't make sense not to. Besides, even if I could talk him around, I don't want to add that stress to him. Yeah, like you being sick won't add to his stress. Just let me worry about that, okay? I said. Please, Mina, I'd rather not do this alone. You better fucking not, she snapped. With a growl, she stood up and went to the workstation with all the vials. She grabbed a bottle and brought it back, setting it down in front of me. You swear you won't take any without me there? Mina asked severely. I swear. What's going on, Briggs? I asked as I got to my office. We had another attack at the border, he told me. My stomach fell. Where? Bonneville, he said. Rogues again? He nodded. How bad? Were there any casualties? I asked apprehensively. 1 dead, 5 in critical condition. Do we have any information about the attack that could tell us why it happened? They have a couple rogues in custody, but they're not talking about. They need someone with more authority than they have down there. We have to go down, Theo, he said. They can't handle this on their own. Your mating ceremony is in 3 days, Briggs. You're not going anywhere, I sighed. But you're right. I'll go, I agreed. You'll have to take Jimmy, Briggs said, running a hand through his hair. Maggie's not ready to take over Ayla's security detail just yet, I said, so I need him with her at the campus. I ran my hands over my face. This was the 3rd rogue attack along our border in 2 weeks. It was unheard of. We hadn't had a rogue attack in decades. I had sent a few teams of warriors down to bolster the patrols, but it obviously hadn't deterred them. Something was going on, and I needed to go down there to get to the bottom of it. But I didn't want to leave Ayla. You can't go down there alone, man, Briggs said. I'll take William, I said. He's been wanting to get out of the city for a while now anyway. Didn't they just have their 4th kid? Briggs asked. 4th and 5th, I corrected. It was another set of twins. Damn, he said, shaking his head with a grin. You think he's the best option? He's been out of the game for a while. He's my only option right now, I said. You could bring your dad, he said. No, he's still not up for that. All right, he conceded. Do you want me to reach out to him? No, I will, I told him. I'll need you to keep an eye on things here. You okay, Theo? No, I said honestly. I lost a pack member, Briggs. I have rogues coming into my territory and no idea why. And now I have to leave Ayla. It's hard enough with us being marked less than 2 weeks, but with her still in danger. We won't let anything happen to her, bro, Briggs said. And you need to be at the ceremony as much as I do this weekend, so you'll only be gone a couple days. Just get down there and figure out what happened and get back. Briggs left my office to go take care of my travel arrangements. I picked up my phone and dialed William's number. You better be calling to tell me what the hell has been happening in that pack house, his voice came over the phone. If you came to visit more often, you would already know, I chided. Willem was my second cousin, and a good guy. He was a couple of years older than me, but we spent a lot of time together growing up. For years, I was torn between having him or Briggs as my beta. But he met his mate 2 days after his 18th birthday, and they quickly started a family. So, when it came time to make an official decision, he had no hard feelings when I chose Briggs. But he would always be a ranking member, and with his alpha blood, he could help with any questioning we had to do. Just wait until you have 5 kids to wrangle, he told me. I'd have to talk my mate into giving me that many first, I joked. How are Beth and the kids doing? The kids are great, he said. Loud and healthy. But speaking of your mate, Beth is pissed she hasn't met her yet. I can remedy that, I said, but unfortunately that's not why I called. What's up, cuz? I need your help. We've had some attacks along our southern border. Rogues, I told him. I need to go down to Bonneville for a couple of days. Things are a bit crazy here. I can't take Briggs or Jimmy with me. When do you want to leave? Will said. I breathed an internal sigh of relief. I need a few hours, I said. I need to get everything situated here and figure out a way to break the news to Ayla. You don't think she'll take it well? He asked curiously. She'll likely take it better than Beth, I teased. She's got both sets of grandparents, plus her sister, close by, Will stated confidently. Honestly, she may thank you for getting me out of her hair for a while. I chuckled. You guys were planning on coming to Briggs's mating ceremony already, so she could always bring them here. I'm sure my mother would have a field day with them. She may just do that, he replied. But let me let you go. I'll have to get work situated before I can get packed up. Just let me know when you want me to meet you. Will do, I said. And thanks, Will. You got it, Alpha. We hung up, and I sent Ayla a message to come home right after she got out of class. I knew she would understand and be supportive, but I still hated it. I had just had a conversation with her that morning about making time for each other. Now I had to go out of town for a few days. It didn't help that something in my gut was telling me these attacks had something to do with the war pack. I had finished making all the necessary arrangements and was waiting in the kitchen for Ayla to get back home. I brought up some lunch, since I knew she likely hadn't had time to eat anything. I had packed a bag already, so I didn't have to worry about it when she returned. I only had about an hour before I would need to get on the road, and I wanted to spend it with her. Theo, Ayla called as she came in the door. I'm here, babe, I replied, heading to meet her in the living room. What's wrong? Is everything okay? She said as she rushed to me, throwing her arms around my neck. I squeezed her tightly, holding her as I savored her scent. Babe, what's going on? She pressed. Your text didn't sound good and you've been stressed all day. The corners of my lips twitched. I'll be okay, love, I told her as I let her go. But I do have some bad news. I took her hand and led her around, pulling her into my lap as I sat on the couch. I have to go out of town for a few days, babe. Oh, she said. What's going on? We've had another rogue attack, I said. I need to go down and figure out what's going on. I'll be gone a couple days, but I'll be back in time for the ceremony this weekend. Is everyone okay? She asked worriedly. Do you want me to come with you? We lost one, I said solemnly. There are several still in the hospital. Baby, I'm so sorry, Ayla said, hugging me again. Maybe I should come too. I held her tighter. I was so proud of her compassion and wished she could be there with me. No, babe, I said. It's too dangerous, plus so much is going on. We all need you here. When do you have to leave? She asked. Soon, but I have a little while. I pulled her up, looking at her. She looked tired, my brow furrowed with concern. Ayla, are you feeling okay? I pressed a hand to her forehead and cheek. You're really pale. Yeah, I'm fine, she said with a smile. Just sad, I guess. I hate that our pack is suffering. My hand held the side of her neck, and I could feel her pulse racing. Her eyes were dilated. Baby, you're not fine, I said urgently. What happened today? Did you have contact with anyone you don't know? Theo, calm down, she insisted with a smile. I promise. I'm okay. I've just been on edge all day. Your message had me thinking some scary things, and I rushed home. But I'm perfectly fine. I wasn't convinced. I was worried. I'm taking you to see the pack doctor, I insisted as I moved to stand. I'll find someone else to go down and take care of this. Ayla pushed me back. Theo, No. You need to go. She repositioned so she was straddling my lap. I am probably just a little wiped out, but I'm done with class for the day, so once you head out, I'll take the rest of the day to relax and rest. But until then, can I just enjoy these few minutes with my mate? She leaned in and kissed me sweetly, deepening it quickly as she opened for me. My hands slid up her back, pressing her against me as my fingers weaved into her hair. I took what she was giving, tasting as much of her as possible, as if I hadn't already memorized every scent and flavor. Ayla's hands dipped between us, tucking under my shirt to trace along my skin. She tugged my shirt over my head. Her lips returned to mine as her fingers undid the button of my jeans. Ayla, I hesitated. You need to rest, babe, I growled. Fuck, Ayla, I rasped out. I collapsed onto the couch, rolling Ayla to avoid crushing her. Our breathing was labored as we clung to each other. That's not what I had planned, I whispered. That's a shame, Ayla teased. I'm glad I took things into my own hands. I chuckled. I won't argue your tactics. She pushed up so she was looking at me. Her hair fell in her face and I pushed it out of the way. She still looked tired, but seemed a lot better than before. Have I thoroughly convinced you that I'm fine and you don't need to be worrying about me? She asked. I sighed with a grin. I suppose so, I conceded, but I do expect you to take it easy the rest of the day. I promise, she replied, giving me another kiss. Theo picked me up and carried me to our bedroom. He laid me on the bed and snuggled up beside me. I can't stay much longer, he whispered against my hair. I know, I said, hugging him closer to me. Just be careful, please. I will, I promise, he told me. And you better be back in time for the ceremony, I insisted. Mina will kill you if Briggs is late. That's why he's not coming with me, Theo said. I'm taking my cousin William. Ah yes, the mysterious cousin I haven't met yet, I teased. Can I trust him to keep you safe? Definitely, Theo said confidently, and you'll get to meet him when we get back. He and his mate, Beth, were attending the mating ceremony this weekend anyway. Good. Theo kissed my forehead. I have to go, babe. Okay, I replied. I looked up at my mate. I held his face as I kissed him firmly. Please, please, be careful. I love you, I can't lose you. I promise I'll be back before you know it, he assured me. You just worry about taking care of yourself, love. I nodded. He slipped out of the bed, tucking me under the covers. I love you, baby. I love you too, I whispered. I'll call you when we get there. He kissed my forehead one more time before leaving the bedroom. I did feel sleep creeping up on me, but guilt kept me awake. Guilt and relief. For a few minutes, I thought I would have to confess to Theo about the wolfsbane. I was still feeling its effects when I got back. Even as I lay there, I could feel the shadow of the poison still in my system. But I had managed to somehow keep it hidden from everyone else. Jimmy was suspicious after a dizzy spell on the way to class, but I brushed it off as forgetting to eat. I was upset that Theo had to leave, even more upset that we have been attacked again. Our pack hadn't experienced these kinds of attacks in my living memory. The fact that rogues were coming at our border was concerning for everyone. I was worried about Theo being down there so close to them, but I also knew he needed to be there. So, at least I could use this as an opportunity to continue taking the wolfsbane without having to worry about Theo noticing. I dragged myself out of bed and went back to the living room to find my phone. I texted Mina to let her know I was home and that it had worn off. She messaged back to say she would be up to see me in a few minutes. She wanted to check that everything was okay. I changed into some comfy sweats and plopped down on the couch to wait for her. I turned the TV on but wasn't really paying attention as I tried to stay awake. Mina knocked on the door not too long later, and I linked her to come in. So, how are you feeling? She asked, coming over to sit by me. I'm good, actually, I said honestly. Exhausted, but that's about it. But I think that may be because I was fighting it so hard all morning. No more lightheadedness? Heart rate is normal? Any nausea? No, yes, and no, I replied. And Theo didn't suspect anything? I winced. There were still some lingering effects when I got back that he noticed and got a little worried about, I told her, but I convinced him I was fine. I'm sure you did, Mina said, shaking her head. He had to leave for a couple days, I said. Briggs told me, she replied. Do you think we could do another dose this evening? I asked. Then I could sleep it off. I don't know, Ayla, she said. We discussed once a day. I know, but if I can get stronger before he gets back, then he won't get so worried or suspicious, I argued. Plus, the sooner I get through this, the better, right? Mina huffed, rubbing her forehead. Please, Mina. All right, she agreed reluctantly. But you get some sleep first. Don't. You have another class today? Professor Armand's class, I said. I'll let him know I won't be there. Okay, she replied. How are you doing with Theo leaving? I sighed. Obviously, I'm not happy about it, mostly because of the reason. It's hard to believe that rogues are attacking now. I know, Mina concurred. Briggs said they haven't been able to figure out a motive yet. This is the first time they managed to get any prisoners. That explains why he wanted to bring his cousin, I said. Rogues weren't bound to a pack, so the commands of lower-ranking members didn't affect them. A beta could manage some control, but for getting information, an alpha was needed. William wouldn't be as strong as Theo, but he still had alpha blood. He would be able to help Theo get answers. You don't think they would attack again? I said. I can't but worry they were luring him down there. He knows that's a possibility, Mina said. We all do. He'll be prepared for that, Han. I know. But I'm still worried. Well, he hasn't made it there yet, she replied. He won't make it down there until nightfall at least, so you just get some rest. I'll be back later to administer the dose. She stood up and leaned over to kiss my head before heading out. Love you, she called over her shoulder. Love you too. I ended up falling asleep on the couch and woke up several hours later. Theo called that evening to let me know he had made it to Bonneville safely. I made him promise to keep me updated on what he found out. I started to regret my nap as it got later, and my anxiety started to rise. I didn't realize how much our mate bond would affect our separation. I could still feel our connection, but it felt like something was missing. To help distract me, I ended up pulling out Harry's journal and working on completing the cipher. I was starting to get more of a picture of what was going through his head. I was surprised to find the first pages alluding to Onyx Crown history. There were several names of Dominus family members, but I did know who they were. I had brought 3 books from my father's box up to the apartment, one of which specifically documented the Dominus family. I retrieved the book and my own notebook and started the long and tedious task of cross-referencing. I had been at it for a couple hours when Mina returned. Come in. I linked her. She entered the apartment to find me on the floor in front of the coffee table. Woman, please tell me this isn't what you've been doing since I left, she said. I snorted. No, but I kind of wish I had. Did you know that our great-great-grandmother could alter her scent? Pretty effectively, too. I did not know that, she said, sitting beside me. However, I'm not sure how that would serve many practical purposes. Apparently, she used the ability to play pranks when she was younger, I said, pushing the book closer to Mina. But it came in handy later in life when she was helping rogue refugees. Rogue refugees? Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about yet, I said. Either way, Harry seemed fascinated by the ability, among others that I'm still exploring. You managed to finish the cipher? Mina asked, looking over my work. For the most part, I think, I confirmed. Some sections still don't follow the pattern, but that could just be legitimate ramblings. We got some of the research from his cabin today, Mina informed me. Luckily, my boss called and he has 2 lab techs that he said he's sending my way next week. It's about time, I said. So they'll start the day you get back? Theo and I surprised Mina and Briggs with a trip to the Blue Fang Mountain Resort for their honeymoon. They weren't going to take one initially, but we wouldn't let that happen. They both deserved this break, and it meant a lot that we could do this for them. Yeah, I'm not letting anyone come in without me, Mina said. So, what else have you discovered about our weird-ass family? I chuckled. The notebook mentions a few members, so I've been trying to focus on those, but this book is huge and I've barely made a dent there. What I can say is that we indeed have a weird-ass family. Any ideas why he centered on those members? Mina asked, flipping through the book. I shrugged. My only theory is that it has to do with their abilities, but I have no clue what they have to do with me. Probably nothing, she replied. He may have been speculating. Yeah, that also crossed my mind, I said, but we'll just have to see. Well, I'm starving. What do you say we take a break, order some food, and have a girls' night? I have 2 more nights of freedom, and I miss my cousin, she said, elbowing me. I smiled. I think I can manage that. She pulled out her phone and ordered some takeout. So, are you getting excited? I asked as I closed up the books. A broad smile spread across her face, and she flushed. Yeah, she said shyly. I'm excited. I'm ready for it to happen. I pulled her to me, wrapping my arms around her shoulders in a tight hug. You know I'm so happy for you, right? I told her. You deserve the best. I know, she said, returning my embrace. Now stop that, or you're going to make me cry. We let go of each other with a laugh. So what's it like? She asked, helping me clear the table. Which part? I replied, wagging an eyebrow at her. All of it. I took a deep breath, my own smile breaking out. It's pretty fucking incredible. It definitely changes everything. And I mean everything. Oh, really? I'm not sure it could get any better, Mina said salaciously. I mean, my mate definitely knows what the hell he's doing, if you know what I mean. I busted out laughing. I would have said the same thing 2 weeks ago. I said as I got up to get us a drink. But everything gets more intense. Really? Mina said incredulously. You guys already had a crazy strong connection before you marked each other. I've never known another fated pair that could feel each other like you two could before mating. I can't imagine how much more intense it could get. You'll understand in a couple more days, I said, handing her a glass of wine as I sat on the couch. So, how are you doing then? She inquired. With Theo being gone? I sighed. I didn't realize how hard it would be, but I'm okay, I said. I'm not falling apart. I don't feel despair or pain or anything like that, but he hasn't even been gone a day, and it just feels like I'm not whole. I rubbed my chest absently. But that part isn't that bad. It's more like a sense of anticipation because I know he'll be back. It's the worry that's hard. He has plenty of people to protect him, Ayla, Mina assured me with a gentle smile. I know, I replied. But I'm worried about them too. I just need to distract myself until he's back. Well, I can help you with that, she said. Once we get some food in you, we'll deal with this second dose. And I'll stay here with you tonight to keep you safe and keep you company. Thank you. I pulled up to Will's house and honked the horn. I would normally have gone in, but we needed to get on the road. He came out the door a few minutes later, Beth and the 3 younger kids in tow. Beth managed to wave at me with a baby on each hip as Will hugged their toddler. I waved back, smiling at the images of Ayla flashing through my mind. My chest tightened. It was just another reason why this was such shitty timing. Now that we had marked each other, Ayla's heat could come on any time. I couldn't even think about it happening while I wasn't there. It would be hell for both of us if it did. Will finally managed to pry himself away from his family and jogged to my car. He threw his bag in the trunk and climbed into the passenger seat. Damn, dude, he said, shooting me a look and hitting the button for the window as I pulled out of the driveway. Well, hello to you too, I said. What's wrong with you? I get that you had a better send-off than I did, but did you really have to make me smell that for the next 5 hours? I didn't stop the smug grin that developed. Hey, consider it payback for subjecting a bunch of horny teenagers to you and Beth practically dry-humping each other every second of the day. We both laughed. Will light-heartedly punched my shoulder before, pulling my collar down to get a better look at Ayla's mark. So, the rumors really are true, he drawled. Yeah, I replied contentedly. I'm a claimed man. How's Kieran taking to that? He asked. He's the biggest pervert I've ever met, I scoffed. But I can't say I blame him. Based on what you smell like, I doubt you're any better, Will chuckled. But seriously, bro, I'm happy for you. Confused as shit about how all this happened, but happy for you. Thanks, man, I said. It's been a crazy few months, but she's amazing. I can't wait for you to meet her. Okay, but I have to get some things straight, he said. You know the rumor mill gets pretty wild by the time it reaches this side of town. Is she really Kylie's sister? I took a deep breath and started to fill him in on what had happened with Ayla and me, feeling bad that he was just finding out about it all now. You could have called Theo, he said after I told him about Ayla being taken by Dad's beta. I know, I replied. But I know you wanted to step back from pack duties for a while. That didn't mean I wanted to step back from being your family, he interjected. And it was never meant to be permanent, Theo. After we lost Lena, I just needed to focus on Beth and the kids and the business for a little while. You don't think I know that, Will? Lena was their oldest child from their first set of twins. She had passed away unexpectedly from an undetected birth defect 3 years ago. It hit everyone hard, but Will seemed to carry it the most. He stepped down from all his pack responsibilities and moved to the suburbs on the other side of the city. It hurt, but I did everything I could to respect his wishes. I was waiting on you, Will, I said quietly. Will huffed, rubbing his neck. Yeah, I know, he said. I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. I just feel bad that you didn't think to call me for help. But I know that's on me. It's not on anyone, man, I said. Shit happens. You're here for me now, he nodded. Tell me more about these attacks. They've hit 3 border towns now, I said. This last one was the worst. It's the first time they killed someone. The first 2 targeted property looking to do as much damage as possible. There were a few injuries from some fires and accidents and a few warriors who scared them off, but this one was more violent. So, they're escalating. Yeah, I confirmed, and so far, we have no idea why. That's why I need you. We have prisoners now. And 2 alphas are better than 1, he concurred. Why do you think they're coming after us? Why now? We've never had problems with rogues like this. He was right about that. It wasn't unusual for rogues to attack the borders of the nearest packs, but my father had set up a buffer zone years ago to help keep them at bay. It was a stretch of land between our border and the human towns. Humans didn't have a problem with rogues as long as they didn't cause trouble, so the rogue would be able to survive well enough to keep animosity toward the pack at bay. Rogues could never thrive outside a pack, but if they could scrape by, they would have enough to lose to think twice about attacking a large pack. Apparently, that wasn't enough anymore. I don't know, I told him. The fact that they are organizing their attacks makes me think they have some kind of leader. Whoever that is may be vying for the chance to take some or all of our territory for themselves and establish a new pack. Let's hope it's that simple, Will said. They clearly underestimate our strength. They could have heard about our transition in leadership, I said. Putting off my alpha ceremony could have them believing we've been weakened. Well, it will be my pleasure to show them otherwise, cousin, Will said, clapping my shoulder again. If that was what was going on, I might be able to sway the situation in my favor. If rogues are questioning my hold over the pack, what will other alphas think? I had plenty of allies who trusted my capabilities, but others may decide to challenge me. It would put any rumors to rest if I could swiftly put down a rogue rebellion. I called Ayla from a gas station in Bonneville when we arrived. She sounded like she was feeling a lot better than when I left, but I was still in a foul mood. She may have felt better, but I could hear the stress in her voice. It mirrored my own. I couldn't believe how much I missed her. Like, I physically missed her. Kieran was so touchy I had to force him back and block him out. He was furious about the attacks as it was. He could feel the damage to our connection with our pack members and became more restless throughout the day. Now that we were so far away from Ayla and Dasha, he was practically a powder keg. It'll get easier to deal with, Will said as he got back to the car. That's hard to believe, I replied, getting into the driver's seat. The local sheriff wants us to meet him at the station. He'll debrief us and take us to the captives. How many did they nab? 3, I stated, none of which are talking. I pulled out of the gas station and headed toward the police station. Like most in this area, the town was a small border town. It had a couple of grocery stores and gas stations, a small shopping complex, a town hall, a police station, and a factory. One large school building housed all 3 grade schools. There were a few neighborhoods, but much of the population lived on farmland outside town. The other 2 towns that were targeted were actually larger. That begged the question of whether the rogues were escalating, or if this town was so poorly defended, it was easier for them. I pulled into the parking lot and parked near the front doors. We entered the building to find an older male half asleep at the front desk. He jumped to attention when he noticed us. He was small and a bit frail looking. Alpha, he acknowledged respectfully. We're glad you have arrived so quickly. Give me just a moment to grab the sheriff. He scurried out from behind the desk and down the hall. I hope he isn't a representation of the rest of the force out here, Will said quietly. My 5-year-old could break him in 2. Let's hope that's why he's on desk duty, I replied. He returned quickly, a much larger, sturdier male in tow. Alpha Theo, Alpha Will, we can't thank you enough for coming down, the new man said kindly. I'm Sheriff Finley McCabe. We spoke over the phone. Yes, I believe we met about 6 years ago as well, I said, when you won the appointment. That's correct, he replied. I wasn't sure you would remember. I certainly try to, I stated. Well, gentlemen, if you will follow me to my office, we can get started. He led us to a simple but nice little office near the back of the building. Will and I took the seats in front of the desk while McCabe picked up 2 files and handed them to each of us. The rogues came from the east. They somehow managed to circle up from the south, he began. They started along the outer neighborhood, set a few fires, broke in and trashed a few houses, but they moved straight through. That wasn't their main target, and too many occupants were fighting back. What was their target? I asked, looking over the paperwork. I can't say for sure, but I think they were heading for the town's infrastructure. Town hall, the water treatment plant, even here, he stated. Same as the other 2, I replied. They're trying to push the population out, Will said. Gain ground for them to move in. That's what it looks like, McCabe agreed. With the help of the extra warriors you sent, we were able to prevent them from doing that kind of damage. But I lost 2 of my men in the process. We were told there was only 1 casualty, I said. McCabe's expression was stormy. My deputy died a few hours ago, a severe head and neck injury. I closed my eyes with a deep sigh. That explains my wolf's distress. I was hoping it wasn't another loss. I'm sorry, Sheriff. McCabe simply gave a tight nod. That was nearly 18 hours after the attack, Will stated questioningly. Why wasn't he healing? The sheriff's jaw clenched and he opened the top drawer of his desk. He pulled out an evidence bag and dropped it on the wooden surface in front of us. Tranquilizer guns? I asked incredulously. Filled with wolfsbane, McCabe told us. How the fuck did rogues get their hands on those? I asked viciously. That's what I was hoping you would help me find out, McCabe said. Take me to them. McCabe stood up and led us out of the office, taking us through the halls. He swiped a key card that brought us to the other side of the building. As soon as he opened the door, I could hear someone yelling. We only have 2 interrogation rooms, McCabe told us. The third we have in a cell. He's a loud fucker. It's a shame he only shouts bullshit threats. For now, I said quietly. The closer we got, the more my stomach churned at the scent of the rogues. It was a foul, sour stench that left a rancid taste in your mouth. I wouldn't be surprised if these were lifelong rogues, born outside a pack and raised to hate them. The sheriff banged on the cell bars as we approached. Hey, he yelled, you've got a visitor. I hope it's that delicious little she-wolf from the front desk this morning, a slimy voice said. I stepped in front of the cell. Inside, chained to a chair, was a filthy male with tattered clothing. He looked at me from his prison, taking me in. There was no blocking Kieran out anymore. He charged forward, sending my alpha's aura bursting through the room. The man's eyes went wide and his breathing quickened. He pulled at his shackles. I smirked. It seems you like to talk, I stated, holding my hand out for the key to the cell door. That's good, because I would really like to hear what you have to say. I woke up feeling surprisingly well, and I slept even better. Mina and I had spent the evening together, and before going to bed, she administered the next dose of wolfsbane. I didn't go to sleep until I started to feel the effects. The dosage was higher, but I didn't feel it as strongly as before, which was hopeful. I had expected the nausea to keep me up, but there wasn't much. So, once the lightheadedness became too frustrating, I went to bed. The effects had completely worn off by the morning, and I took it as a good sign. I was able to talk Mina into giving me another dose before she left, but only if I promised to take a break for her mating ceremony over the weekend. I had no problem complying. That includes while we're away on our honeymoon, Mina insisted. I can live with that, I said. Besides, if it keeps going this well, we'll pretty much be done by this weekend. Well, let's hope so, she said. How is Dasha doing with this whole thing? Getting stronger, Dasha answered. I smiled. She's doing amazing. I haven't even lost her once. After that first dose, she had a rough time yesterday, but she powered through like a champ. That's just so crazy, Mina said, obviously impressed. You know, this means you could do this too, I said. You have this immunity also. She made a face. Yeah, I considered it, but I think I'll pass. She grabbed her stuff and gave me a hug. I've got to head out, but I'll see you at the fitting this afternoon, right? Wouldn't miss it, I said. Mina left and I grabbed my phone to call Theo. I had messaged him a few times the night before but only got one reply. So when the call went to voicemail, my heart sank and the anxiety and dread set in again. I left him a quick message and hung up, my brow furrowed with concern. I was thinking about calling him again when there was a knock on the door. I answered it to find Maggie waiting in the hall. Good morning, Maggie, I greeted her. Is something wrong? She smiled. Not at all, she replied. Alpha wanted me to make sure you were sticking to your training while he was away. Hopefully, you'll overlook the fact that I'm not here at 5 a.m. I'm not going to say anything, I chuckled. Come on it, give me just a moment to change, and we'll head over to the gym. Maggie came in and waited in the living room while I threw on some workout clothes. I usually didn't take my phone with me, but then I was always training with Theo. So I grabbed it on my way out of the bedroom, checking the screen for any messages. There weren't any, so I tucked it in the waistband of my leggings. Ready to go? I asked Maggie, trying to sound normal. Let's go. When we arrived, the gym was empty, and Maggie started us out with some weight training. Not long into the workout, I started to feel the wolfsbane kick in. I pushed through. The worst part was the dizziness, but it was easy to manage as long as we stuck with weights instead of combat practice. The exercise actually helped burn the poison out of my system faster. By the time I returned to the apartment and showered, I didn't even feel it anymore. It was kind of incredible. But the success of my experiment was the only thing that kept me from going crazy. Theo still hadn't responded, and my concern had grown to panic. I ran my hand through my wet hair and was about to call him again when I heard Jimmy at the door. All right, Luna, let's get moving, he called through the wood as he knocked loudly. There's pretty little co-ed that's waiting to see me. I went to the door and yanked it open. I'm not going today. His face fell. What happened? What's wrong? I opened my mouth, but hesitated, wondering if I was just overreacting. Jimmy grabbed my shoulders. Ayla, what's wrong? He coaxed gently. Theo isn't answering my calls, I said. Shit, Jimmy breathed. Okay, I'm sure everything is fine. Give me a minute and I'll see what I can find out. He stepped back out into the hall and shut the door. He didn't want me to hear something I shouldn't. That didn't help my nerves. I started to pace the living room. My thoughts were going to dark places and I wasn't paying attention. My foot slammed into a side table, stubbing my toe and knocking over a lamp. I didn't catch my balance quick enough and toppled over, my knees hitting the hardwood and my hands going out in front of me, landing right in the broken glass. A string of curses escaped my mouth as I rolled to my backside, checking my bloody palms. Luckily, only one seemed to have sustained any damage. I dragged myself off the floor and grabbed a kitchen towel, still cursing when my phone rang. I lunged for it. Theo? Ayla, what happened? Where are you? Are you okay? He rushed in a panic. I'm fine, I replied. Just clumsy today. But now you fucking call me back? I've been worried sick. I'm so sorry, baby, he said. It was a really long night. I didn't want to wake you when we finally made it to the hotel room. I guess I passed out pretty hard. I'm really sorry. I could hear the sadness and stress in his voice and my heart fell. No, it's okay, I assured him. I'm sorry, I was just anxious. I know, he said. I should have. Just wake me up next time, okay? I interrupted. I'm not sleeping all that soundly without you here anyway, so just call me whenever we're ailed. Doesn't matter what time. Okay, he said softly, relief flooding through the phone. What did you do to your hand? It stings like hell. I tripped over the damn end table, I told him, holding the towel to the cut. Now we need a new lamp, but I'll be fine in a couple hours. How is it going down there? Slow at the moment, Theo said with frustration. We broke one of the rogues, but he didn't know anything helpful. We'll continue working on the other two today. Jimmy came back in the door, hanging up his phone when he saw me on a call. He pointed to my phone and I nodded to confirm it was Theo on the line. How are you doing? I asked Theo as Jimmy noticed the mess and came to check my hand. Going crazy without you, he replied, a touch of playfulness in his tone. I can always come down and help, I told him. I could practice my commands. I don't want you this close to the border, Theo said sadly. However, if we don't make any leeway by tomorrow morning, I just might consider bringing them to you. I could get on board with that. Everything okay? Will asked. I had shot out of bed in a panic when Ayla's pain woke me up. I ended up knocking the clock off the nightstand as I searched for my phone, so Will was up with me now. I nodded. Yeah, she's fine, I told him. Just tripped. I ran my hands over my face. I should have tried to get some more sleep, but I was wide awake, so that wasn't going to happen, especially since I could still feel the sting of Ayla's injury. The pain wasn't bad, but it was just another reminder that I wasn't there with her. I headed to the bathroom to take a cool shower. I might as well get back to the station to get this over with. When I got out, Will was on the phone with Beth and the kids. I had felt guilty about keeping my distance as long as I had, but that guilt lessened every time I heard him on the phone. He may have felt hurt, but when I thought about my complicated life and relationship, I couldn't feel bad for not dragging him into it all. I just hoped that he would be able to go back to his life after this trip. I got dressed and grabbed my wallet and keys as Will got off the phone. You get cleaned up. I'll grab us something to eat, I told him as I headed for the door. There was a diner a few doors down from the hotel. I pulled up and went in to order something to go. I sat at the counter and grabbed a menu. A waitress came over with a bright smile and was entirely too perky for me to handle today. Hey there, she greeted me. My name is Maddie. What can I get for you today? I gave her the food order, letting her know it was to go. Ah, that's too bad, she said. You sure you don't want this for here? I would love the company. No, I would like this to go, please, I said, trying to remain polite. But you can bring me a cup of coffee while I wait. Will do. She walked off, and I pulled my phone out, texting Ayla. I knew she was probably in class by now, so it was a pleasant surprise when she messaged me back right away. I messaged her back, and our conversation continued. She told me about something else she discovered during her research into her family. Even through text, I could feel her excitement. So, I don't think I've ever seen you here before, the waitress said as she leaned on the counter in front of me. Are you passing through or sticking around? Passing, I grunted, not really interested in whatever small talk she was trying to make. There were other customers she could annoy. You know, I'd be happy to show you a good time while you're here, she said, her finger trailing along the back of my hand, especially if you're here for pleasure. A growl rumbled in my chest. I snapped my hand away, appalled that she would dare touch me. Oh, don't be like that, Maddie cooed. I'm spoken for, I ground out, pointing to the mark I knew was plenty visible for her to see. Is she here? Her hand rubbed along my forearm. I stood up abruptly, my fists clenched as my aura began to fill the room. Maddie, a familiar voice called sternly behind me. I turned to see Sheriff McCabe approaching. Get back to work. Go check the Alpha's order. Maddie's eyes went wide, looking back at me. She shrank back, scurrying into the kitchen without another word. McCabe dropped into the stool beside me. My apologies, Alpha, he said. I hope you can forgive our town floozy. She has more libido than she does brains. Sheriff, I acknowledged. I'll let it go this time, if only because this town has been through enough, but she's lucky my mate isn't here. The sheriff chuckled. Maybe Maddie would finally learn her lesson if she was. Crossing our Luna may not be the stupidest thing she's done, but I would guess it would have the worst consequence. Maddie had come out carrying my order and a to-go cup of coffee. She shot McCabe a dirty look and aggressively set the paper cup in front of him. She gave me a tight smile as she set the bag on the counter. On the house, Alpha, McCabe said. Maddie started to protest, but was cut off. It's the least she can do for the disrespect. Of course, she replied shortly, escaping quickly back to the kitchen. McCabe picked up his coffee and turned to me. You heading to the station, Alpha? I nodded. I have to swing by the hotel to pick up Will. I'll see you there, he said as he walked out with me. And again, sorry about Maddie. She likes attention. It's gotten her in trouble more than once. I don't care what she does with a willing participant, I said, but she needs to learn to respect the mate bond. She may not understand it, but she should know better than to interfere with something that's sacred. I shook my head, reminding myself that hadn't stopped me. Hopefully she'll get it when she finds her mate. McCabe's eyes filled with sadness, and he looked back toward the diner. No, unfortunately, that wasn't even enough for her, he replied quietly. I sighed heavily. Maddie's your mate? Was, he said strongly, straightening his shoulders. We severed that bond a long time ago. I'm sorry, man, I said. He nodded. I'll see you at the station. What? I watched McCabe get into his squad car and pull out. I glanced back into the diner. Maddie was watching McCabe drive off, the same dirty look on her face. I grabbed Will, and we ate quickly on our way to the sheriff's office. We went straight to the cells where McCabe was waiting for us. The first rogue we had questioned all night was still tied to the chair, slumped over limply. We had kept him thoroughly sedated after I broke him. It was a mercy at this point, but we still had the other two. The sheriff was waiting outside one of the rooms. We put them together for a few hours after you left this morning, McCabe said as we approached. This one seemed to be keeping the other in line. Are you thinking he may know more than the other? Will asked. I think it's worth starting with him, McCabe replied. All right, I agreed. Let's get started. As McCabe opened the door, I braced myself against the sour smell of rogue that wafted out. The male's head shot up, and he tensed up as we walked in. I could see he hadn't slept since he had been here. I wasn't sure how long it had been since he had bathed. Either way, the room was unpleasant. But his eyes held an intelligence that led me to agree with McCabe's assessment. I sat in the chair in front of him, and we took each other in for a few moments. What's your name? I finally asked. He didn't respond. You know how this is going to go, I stated. The more you fight, the harder this will be. Still no response. Tell me why you attacked our pack, I commanded. His jaw tightened and his body tensed as he fought the command, but it didn't seem too difficult for him to handle. He was stronger than the last one. I needed a different approach, or this would end up taking all day, and I really didn't want that. Sheriff, were you able to figure out exactly where the rogues came from? I asked. We believe so, McCabe replied. We followed their trail all the way to our border and then a mile past our lands. We've also got a human contact who is sending us information on rogue activity in the buffer zone. He mentioned something about tent cities popping up over the past month. It supports the movements we've been tracking as well. So they are organizing, I said. The rogues scoffed. It appears that way, McCabe said. For the past 20 years, they've rarely seen more than 2 or 3 together at a time, and even then they never stick together long. Now, they are grouping more and more. Rogues had a general aversion to each other. The nature of their existence made it nearly impossible to trust one another, so relations were often tense at the best of times. They would occasionally group together in certain areas or at certain times of the year for safety or extra resources. but would go their separate ways before things got aggressive. Well, someone has to be behind their sudden ability to work together, I said. I pushed out a command toward the male in front of me. It was subtle, but there was still power to it. What makes you think it's sudden? He blurted out. We would know if rogues were congregating so close to our borders for so long, McCabe insisted. The rogue realized he had let my command affect him, but not before a smug look crossed his face. Unless they weren't at our border, I said. The rogue's eyes started darting between us. Something had to have brought so many rogues to this location. Hello, I'm guessing most of them came from the same area. Am I correct? His face turned red as he fought against the stronger command. Where did you come from? I commanded strongly. Sabelmain, border, he grunted out with his effort to stop himself. And when did you start focusing on Sabelmain? I commanded as I stood, leaning over the table. Kieran was pacing anxiously and angrily. Mate, Kieran growled, rushing forward. It's what I feared as well. There would be only one way to know for sure. I pushed every ounce of power and authority I had forward. I even felt Will and Sheriff McCabe step away from the intensity. Are you looking for the Blessed One? The rogue's mouth fell open, but nothing came. His entire body tensed so hard that his veins began to bulge under his skin as his face turned red. He started to shake and his nose started to bleed. He wasn't the one fighting the calm. He couldn't answer. Someone had put him under the same command Randy had been. If I didn't relent and pull back the command, this bastard would die a slow and painful death. The rage that they were attacking my territory, attacking my people, to get to Ayla made me want to watch every second of it. Theo, Will called. What the hell is going on? They're after Ayla, I said through gritted teeth. He can't answer the question, but I don't need him to. Pull back the command, Theo, Will insisted. I hadn't told him everything about Ayla and who exactly she was. He didn't understand. He didn't know how dangerous it was to let this bastard live. My hands itched to wrap around his throat. Kieran was on the edge, pushing me to finish him off and send him back to the other rogues in pieces. Send a message, he snarled in my head. Theo, Will yelled. He grabbed my arm and yanked me back, breaking my eye contact with the rogue. Pull it back. We need more information. Kieran growled aggressively through me, sitting so close to the surface that I thought he would take over the shift. Kieran, stand down, Will said forcefully. I pushed him back, working to settle my breathing as I tried to control my anger. But the smell of the rogue was too much. Kieran's instinct to kill him was still too strong. I pushed past my cousin and McCabe, getting out of the small room to clear my head. I stormed through the station and outside, needing the fresh air to sober me up. I forced my hands through my hair, keeping Kieran at bay as best I could. I was trying to figure out how the War Pack had managed to get rogues to organize against multiple packs when Will came outside. What the hell is going on, Theo? He asked urgently. Why would they be after Ayla? I sighed and walked over to a bench, falling onto it. I didn't tell you everything about Ayla, I admitted. Okay, Will replied slowly and gently. Are you going to tell me now? I looked around the area. We seemed to be alone, but I also had to consider bringing McCabe in on this information. These attacks were likely to continue, and he may need to understand the motives. Yeah, but we need McCabe first, I said. Will nodded, but looked a little hurt. It wasn't about trust, Will, I insisted. It was because there was already so much else to tell you, and I didn't want to put this mess on you, too. She's my Luna, too, Will said sternly. And whether I've met her or not, she's family. Stop trying to protect me, Theo. If anything, that's supposed to be my job. Now, how bad is this mess? It's bad, I said. Okay, then let's get McCabe and figure out how the hell to clean it up, he stated, returning to the station. I stood to follow, pulling my phone out of my pocket. I sent Ayla a message checking on her. The knot in my stomach relaxed some when she quickly sent me a picture of her and Mina at their dress fitting. She said Maggie was with them as well. She didn't think Jimmy would appreciate being dragged along, and it was a good girl bonding activity. I smiled a little, feeling less anxious about her safety, but still missing her like crazy. I met Will and McCabe inside and we went to his office. I filled them in on how I knew what was going on and that the War Pack were coming after Ayla. The first thing I want to do is set up a special task force along the border, I said. We'll need to reach out to all the border towns to get that organized. Do you think that's something you can handle, Sheriff? If you can send the men, I can make that happen, McCabe replied confidently. That covers our southern border, Will stated. What about the east and west? They may try to travel through our neighbors' territories. I nodded. I'll have to reach out to them, I said. The Wildtail Pack shouldn't be too hard. A few members will be here this weekend for Beta Brig's mating ceremony. His mate, Mina, grew up and has family there. And how are you going to handle Sablemane? Will asked nervously. I had told him about my recent history with Kingston. He understood the issues I had with the Sablemane Alpha, but this was pack business. Ensuring he's prepared to defend his territory would protect our borders by default. I'll call Kingston, I replied. But I'll see if Randy can also look into their prior movements. I'm not sure how forthcoming Kingston will be with me regarding any other information he may have. I thought about contacting Pierce instead. He seemed to be the one actually running that pack lately. However, I knew that was the case because Kingston had been obsessed with tracking down the War Pack members, so he would better know what to do with this information. What are we going to do with the prisoners? McCabe asked. I'll take care of the one in the cell, I told him. I'll let you know what I decide to do with the other two, but I've got some phone calls to make. Will, can you help the sheriff get a plan in place for the task force? Can do, he replied. I left the office and went to sit in my car. I called Briggs first and gave him an update on what was happening. He would get another group of warriors on their way down by the end of the day. Did you want me to call Beta Pierce? Briggs asked when I told him the other packs would need to be informed. No, I said. I'm going to call Kingston. There was a tense silence on the line before he replied. Okay. And hey, I stated tentatively, don't say anything to Ayla yet. I'd rather this come from me. If I can get out of here today, I'll tell her when I get home. If not, I'll call her tonight. I can handle that, Briggs agreed. Thanks, I said. I'll keep you updated. I hung up and dialed the next number. Alpha Theo, Randy answered. Can you talk? I asked, making sure he was in a safe location. I heard movement before he replied. I can now. What's up? The War Pack is organizing rogue attacks on my pack, I told him. They started out at the Sableman border. I have to contact Kingston to let him know they may be coming back to his lands once we get our border fortified. I have a feeling he will know more about the situation than he's going to tell me. I wanted to see if this was something you could look into. Randy chuckled. I'm already here, he replied. Should I get him? I sighed. Yeah, might as well. It took a few minutes until I heard Randy giving Kingston the information I gave him. There was a muffled back and forth before he came back to the call. You're on speaker, he said. Were you able to get a name from the rogue? Kingston asked. No. We can't get anything from him regarding their plan without Ayla. Is it possible to make that happen? Randy asked. Yeah, it might take a day or two to get them transferred, but it's doable, I replied. Give me a week to get my border situated and I'll come to you, Kingston said. That won't be necessary, I retorted. Randy? If you want to be able to do anything with the information I have, it is, Kingston insisted. Just keep the rogues alive until I get there, Theo. Okay. Randy rushed in as my temper began to rise. And you're off speaker. I'll play the mediator, Alpha. Keep me in the loop and I'll do the same. Thanks, Randy, I said sincerely. Now just figure out how to keep him the hell away from my mate. The dress fitting went wonderfully. Mina looked stunning and was going to be breathtaking at her ceremony. We all teared up more than once. We went out to dinner after, where I toasted my amazing cousin Mina, Annabelle, Maggie, and I went back to my apartment after dinner for a few drinks. We invited Luna Grace to join us, but she regretfully declined so she could get back to Alpha Tauren. We were sharing stories when Theo called. I grabbed my phone and rushed to the bedroom. Hey babe, how is everything going? I answered eagerly. Hey yourself, he replied. I could hear the smile in his voice. Things are complicated. We've hit a bit of a roadblock. Oh no, I said worriedly. It's okay, Theo assured me. It actually means I'm coming home tonight. Really? I asked excitedly. Yeah, but we have to transfer 2 of the rogues up there, he said seriously. It's a long story and I'll tell you when I get back. Yeah, but I'm just getting the prisoner transfer secured, and then we're going to head out. I glanced at the clock. It's already getting pretty late, Theo, I replied. Are you sure you're going to be okay to make the drive? I'd rather you got some sleep and left in the morning. I wouldn't, I teased. I'm not sleeping any better than you are, baby. Besides, Will and I are trading off. I'll be fine. I promise. You better be, I warned. I'm ready for you to be home, but I need it to be in one piece. I know, babe, he chuckled. I know, but let me get this finished up so we can be done. I'll let you know when we're on the road. I love you. Love you too, I said. I hung up the phone and was instantly in a better mood. I rejoined the group, falling onto the couch. And here's the luckiest female in the pack, Annabelle said. How is our super sexy alpha? Annabelle, I exclaimed. What would Matthew think? I teased. Exactly what he already knows, she said. that I have fantasized about our alpha whenever I'm mad at him. Annabelle, I said again as the others laughed. Don't worry, she continued. I don't do it anymore. It lost its appeal when I saw how crazy he was about my best friend. My face turned red as I sipped my wine. Hey, that doesn't mean we're not all still wondering, Mina said, shifting on the couch to face me. How is he? Oh my goddess, I groaned as I covered my face. Ayla, sweetie, Mina said, I love you and I realize you aren't used to this kind of girl talk, but it's time to spill. Luna, don't let them pressure you, Maggie said sweetly. But if you want to share, I don't think anyone here is going to stop you. We all laughed. Fine, I said, setting my wineglass on the coffee table. He's fantastic. I didn't know a person could make the sounds that came out of their mouths. They giggled and teased and continued to make inappropriate comments about our sex lives. What about you, Maggie? Annabelle asked. Anyone you've been passing the time with? Maggie hesitated. You don't have to tell us, I insisted. Unlike these two, I don't mind if you want to keep your private life private. It's not that, she said casually. It's just kind of, well, I've been seeing one of my squad members. We're not supposed to date within the group. Girl, no one here is going to rat you out, Mina said. We promise. Maggie looked content. I really enjoyed her company. I was grateful to Theo for assigning her to protect me. It was nice growing my circle of friends. A twinge tugged at my chest as I thought about Emma. I missed her. We still talked once or twice a week, but it wasn't the same. We kept saying we would plan a trip to see each other. However, we both knew how difficult that would be with the way things were between Kingston and Theo. I knew she would always be welcome here. That wasn't a concern at all. But whether Kingston would give her a hard time or try to put her in a position she didn't want to be in was a concern for both of us. So, for now, I just had to be content with our phone calls. So, when is our dashing alpha going to return? Mina asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. He actually should be on his way home any minute, I said with a smile. I will give you this, Annabelle said. You've been handling his absence better than I did the first time Matthew and I were separated after marking each other. Oh, don't be fooled, I interjected. I've been falling apart. It feels like I'm going crazy sometimes with how much I miss him. I never thought I'd need someone this much. It's the bond, Annabelle said with a shrug. It will level out over time, but the first year or two is pretty intense, especially when you get far enough apart. You know that feeling of emptiness when you can't feel them or sense them anymore? My brow furrowed. No, I said. I guess Theo wasn't so far away for that. We've still been able to sense each other. You said he went to Bonneville, right? Annabelle asked, sitting up straighter. Yeah, I nodded. That's almost 400 miles. Ayla, she said. I lose my connection to Maddie if he goes farther than a few hours. That's what I've heard is normal, too, Maggie said curiously. Maybe you just thought you felt him because you missed him so much, Annabelle tried to explain. Maybe, but he was able to feel when I cut my hand, I told them. Damn, girl, Annabelle breathed. They've always had a strong connection, Mina pointed out. Their bond has never exactly been normal. Theo could feel Ayla even when Harry had taken her. He did? I asked. Yeah, Mina confirmed. He knew you were alive and he could tell you were tied up. Wait a minute, Annabelle interjected. Wasn't that before they marked each other? Yep, Mina said. Shit, she replied. I guess you two really were meant to be together. Were you doubting it? I teased. Absolutely not, Annabelle replied with a bright smile. Ayla and I spent the morning together and I filled her in on what happened in Bonneville. As I expected, she wasn't happy about the situation. She wanted to question the rogues as soon as they arrived, later that evening, but I convinced her to wait. They were locked securely away in the cellar. For now, I wanted her to focus on Mina and the ceremony. This was supposed to be a happy, exciting time for all of us. I didn't want the Warpack issue getting in the way of that any more than it already had. Besides, we all needed a break from it for a few days. Ayla and I hadn't had many normal experiences in our relationship, and I was determined to make that happen that weekend. So, when we finally dragged ourselves out of bed, I sent her off with Mina, Annabelle, and my mother for an afternoon at the spa. I got Mom's list of to-do items left to tackle before the big day, and dragged Briggs and Jimmy to help knock them out. My dad joined us for dinner, and we ended up in the pack house rec room shooting a few games of pool with a few beers. I had invited Will, but he needed time at home to be there early the next day. It was after nightfall when my phone rang. It was McCabe letting me know they had arrived with the rogues. I told him where to go and that I'd meet them there. The transfer here? Briggs asked after finishing a combo pocket shot, putting him ahead of me. I nodded. "Jimmy, you take over for me," I said, tossing him my pool cue. "Dad, you want to come give me a hand?" "Do you have to ask?" he said with a wry smile. "We can all come and help out," Briggs said. "Nah, this should be quick and easy," I said. "Won't take long and I'll be right back to kick your ass in the next round." "That's a bet," Briggs said after us. Dad and I headed down to one of the back exits. I had kept him informed of everything that was going on. He was still the alpha after all. It was important for everyone that he be involved in certain things. And meeting one of our pack sheriffs for a rogue prisoner transfer was one of those things. Besides, I still needed his advice from time to time. "Are they going to the garage?" Dad asked as we left the building. "Yeah, it's the closest spot to the utility shed without having them out in the open," I told him. "Harmon will be here this weekend, and we'll get started on the plans for better access to the cellar." "Good," Dad said. "This in and out is getting suspicious." We entered the large garage from a side door. This garage, in particular, was designated for pack-assigned vehicles. It was mostly SUVs and trucks, a few town cars for important visitors. So, the large black van with blackout windows stood out. Sheriff McCabe was already outside the vehicle, his arms crossed over his chest. 3 warriors I had arranged to travel down to get them stood at the back doors, patiently. "Sheriff McCabe," I said, shaking his hand. "I believe you know my father." "Alpha Tauren, Alpha Theo," he greeted both of us. "I hope there weren't any problems getting here," I said. "Nothing out of the usual," he said. "But we did have to sedate them a couple hours ago. They started making a lot of noise at a gas station." "Can they walk?" I asked. He nodded. "They're not completely out, but it should make getting them wherever you need easy enough." "Good," I replied, moving to the back doors and opening them up. Their scent hit me, now mixed with days-old sweat and filth. The one we hadn't questioned yet was lying across the floor, while the other was hunched over. "Let's get them inside," my father said next to me. "We don't want this stench attracting attention." The warriors climbed in and dragged the 2 forms from the van. I signaled for them to follow me, and we led them the short distance to the utility shed. We filed into the tight space, and I entered the code to open the hatch. I had made sure the door to the investigation room was closed so that nothing could be seen. I led them down the corridor to the cells, directing them where they needed to be put. "You 3 stand guard," I told the men. "I'll send your relief down shortly." "We're not going to question them more now that we're here?" McCabe asked as we started to make our way back out. I shook my head. "We need Ayla for that," I explained. "And I'm working really hard to give her a day or 2 without having to deal with this Warpack mess. We could all use time celebrating something good. Speaking of, we would be happy if you could stay, McCabe." We headed back up the stairs out of the cellar. "I know I would enjoy a more thorough briefing of how things have been in your area," Dad told him. "Before the attack, that is." "I would have to check in to see," McCabe said. "But we have Panzer's sheriff in town with the new task force. If he says he can handle things another day, I'd be honored." "Good," I said, clapping him on the back. "Now, let's get back to the party. I have a pool game to win." Ayla and I weren't ready to spend another night apart yet, so while the others remained in their groups the rest of the night, except for my father, I slept in my own bed with my mate. We woke up with some extra time, and I eagerly spent it making love to Ayla before she was called away. While any intimate moment we managed to share these days was enough for me, I was eager to get to a point when I could take my time with her. The rest of the day was hectic but went by smoothly. Once we were all dressed and ready to go, I went to the ladies' suite to pick up Ayla. We would go to the banquet hall before everyone to start greeting the attendants. There were a few standard ways to hold a mating ceremony. The more traditional practice entailed the ceremony taking place at the beginning of the evening, followed by a reception of the couple's choosing. In those cases, the mating couple would have chosen to mark each other in front of their friends and family. Mina and Briggs opted for the more private option. We would be starting with a reception gathering in the banquet hall first. The night will close out with the promise ritual. They will leave directly after, where they will mark each other in private. After my experience marking Ayla, I encouraged their choice. Ayla and my public mating ceremony will be a little different from either option since we are doing it on the solstice. However, we will be marking each other again in front of most of the pack. While I was greatly looking forward to sharing that with my pack, I still wouldn't change our original mating for anything. As I thought about that night, Ayla opened the door to meet me. My breath caught as my eyes fell on her. She looked stunning in a flowy pale green dress. Her hair had been pulled up with wispy curls framing her face. Suddenly, it was going to be a lot harder to make it through this evening. She smiled as she looked me up and down. I always knew you'd clean up nicely, she teased, taking my arm as she kissed my cheek. I swung her around and pulled her against me, leaning in to graze my lips along her jawline. And here I was, wondering how the hell I was going to make it through the evening without tearing the stress off of you, I said lowly. Okay, you two, knock it off, my mother's voice pulled us out of our bubble. Get moving. People have already started to arrive. Ayla laughed as she dragged me down the corridor to the elevator, where I may or may not have let my hands roam the whole way down. We were smiling and laughing playfully as we approached the banquet hall. Suddenly, Ayla stiffened, and her smile faltered slightly, replaced by one that no longer reached her eyes. I looked to see what had caused the change, and my own mood dropped. Our first guests to arrive were none other than Malcolm and Julia Neal. I sighed. Looping Ayla's arm in mine, I proceeded toward the entrance to greet our guests. Malcolm, Julia, I acknowledged. We were expecting to see you two here this evening. We couldn't miss the mating ceremony of our favorite beta now, could we? Julia cooed annoyingly, looking as cheap as ever in a tacky gold dress. We were passing through on business anyway, Malcolm said. What better way to spend the evening than such a joyous occasion? And I must say, Luna Ayla, you are looking absolutely magnificent this evening. Thank you, Mr. Neal, Ayla replied tightly. Luckily, the next group of attendees was approaching us. Well, I hope you two enjoy yourselves, I said diplomatically, gesturing them towards the hall. Please help yourselves. The two continued past us, and we gave each other a look. I didn't know they had been invited. Ayla commented through the mind link. I honestly don't think they were, I replied. I'll have Jimmy and some of the others babysit them to keep them away for the evening. We continued to greet everyone as they came in, eventually moving in to announce Briggs and Mina's entrance. We made our way to the platform at the head of the room as my mother linked me to say they were waiting outside. I quieted the room. I want to welcome everyone and say how excited and happy I am to be up here tonight, I spoke to the crowd. I couldn't ask for a better beta. Knowing that mine has ended up with his perfect mate brings me joy and comfort. No two people deserve it more, and I'm happy to be gaining a new friend and family member. I squeezed Ayla's waist. So I'm proud to introduce Beta Briggs and his mate, Mina. The opposite doors opened and Briggs and Mina entered. I tugged Ayla closer as I watched how happy they looked. Mina looked beautiful and Briggs was mesmerized. I kissed Ayla on the temple and helped her off the platform. The band went to the stage and the party got underway. Ayla and I were making our way toward the spot where some of our group of friends were congregating. I was stopped in my tracks as a gray head of hair jumped in front of me. I'm sorry I'm late, Alpha, Harmon said as he shook my hand. My flight was delayed. Harmon, no worries, I said, jovially returning his handshake. I'm just glad you could make it. I saw a flash of gold coming my way, and I suddenly realized why Malcolm and Julia showed up tonight. Oh, dear goddess, Harmon muttered under his breath. I followed his gaze and realized he noticed the same thing I had. What are the Neals doing here? I have a feeling it's to ambush you, I replied. Ayla, my lovely, my mother said as she pushed through the crowd. Please forgive me, but I need to steal you away from Theo for a moment. Some friends are dying to meet you. Julia is coming this way, I linked Ayla. Don't you dare leave me alone with that woman. Before either of us could protest, Mom had Ayla's arm, pulling her across the room. I stifled a frustrated huff. Harmon, my good man, Malcolm's voice approached. It's good to finally see you again. Mr. Neal? Miss Neal? Harmon greeted through gritted teeth. I wasn't expecting to see you here this evening. I didn't think you were particularly close with Beta Briggs. What better time to remedy that? Malcolm said coolly. But since you're here, I have some questions about the Arrowclaw contract. With all due respect, Malcolm, I interrupted, this is a celebration. None of our guests are here to do business tonight. Neither should you be. Oh, come now, Alpha, Julia said, stepping in close to me. This will only take a few minutes, but if all this work talk isn't to your liking, why don't you take me to the bar and get me a drink? Malcolm and Harmon can handle this. It would be easier to get the clarifications now, Malcolm said with a warning tone, than wait for our uncle to contact you about them. I felt my temper rise at his dimly veiled threat. Part of the reason our orders had been decreasing was because we were trying to get out of our contract with the company. His uncle was well established in the industry and could make business difficult if we broke the agreement on bad terms. Our green practices gave us a legitimate reason to decrease our business with them, eventually making us not worth his time. But if Malcolm started making waves, we would be stuck in the deal for another 5 years, and his uncle could put extra pressure on my company. Alpha, I can handle this. Harmon jumped in, trying to keep me calm as he began guiding Malcolm away from me. Why don't you go rejoin our beautiful Luna? Oh, that can wait, Julia said, looping her arm in mine and pushing me toward the bar. First, you can get me that drink we mentioned. You mentioned, I clarified, removing her arm from mine. Alpha, you really aren't any fun now that you have a mate, she pouted, grabbing a glass of champagne from a tray. How is that? I asked. Seeing as I've never shown any interest in having fun with you before, and I can guarantee you I would always have infinitely more fun with my mate than with you. Anger flashed across her face. You know, I did a little digging recently. She stepped closer. You may think your mate is someone special, but she's nothing more than a low-bred country bumpkin with nothing to show for her life. Miss Neal, Ayla suddenly appeared, forcing her way between us. As lovely as it has been having you, I think it's time you and your brother left. You do have a long trip home, after all. Ayla's energy had pushed Julia back a few steps, but she was pressed against my chest, holding me in place so I didn't rip Julia's tongue out. Everything okay, Alpha? Jimmy asked as he approached with the rest of our friends. Gamma Jimmy, please have security escort Mr. and Ms. Neal out of the party, I told him. Julia looked appalled. If you think my uncle will let you get away with insulting me over this tramp. She threw her drink at Ayla. Growls and snarls echoed loudly as everyone in earshot turned on her. The room got quiet as hands gripped my shoulders to keep me from flying at Julia. Ayla jumped into action. Please, everyone, she addressed the crowd with a smile. Don't mind us. It was an accident, just the result of a spirited conversation. Please, go back to celebrating. She waved to the band, and they immediately started playing, switching to an upbeat song. When most of the room's attention was off us, Ayla stepped close to Julia. You obviously didn't learn your lesson about respecting me the first time we met, she hissed. She had a fake smile and was using her body to hide the hand gripping Julia's arm firmly. But if you think I would let you ruin my cousin's mating ceremony, you're even dumber than I thought. Now, I suggest you dig really deep for whatever sense you have buried in that bleached-out brain of yours and leave quietly. You'll be hearing from my uncle about this, Julia taunted. Believe me, sweetheart, I can handle your uncle, Ayla said with every ounce of confidence she deserved, adding a command at the end. Get out. Malcolm finally rushed up to her side as the security guards came up behind Julia. What the hell did you just do? He hissed under his breath, but Julia was already obeying the command and rushing from the room. Ayla grabbed a towel from the bar to wipe herself down. I brushed the hand still holding me off, taking her by the arm, pulling her into my arms and kissing her firmly. After a second, she protested, pushing me away. Stop, you're going to get your tux wet too, she insisted. Ayla, Mina called as she stepped out of the crowd. What was that all about? Nothing, Ayla assured her. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to cause a scene. The last thing I want is to ruin your night. Are you kidding? Mina said with a smile. That was prime entertainment, Ayla chuckled. I'm afraid my dress didn't make it through. I'm not sure I should be in the pictures. Mina waved her off. That's what editing is for. Besides, I'll have a good story to tell about my awesome cousin saving the day. The rest of the evening went by flawlessly. My dress was ruined, but it didn't seem to faze anyone. Theo and I stayed occupied for the remainder of the reception. I didn't want to take anything away from Mina and Briggs, but there were a lot of people in attendance who hadn't met me formally yet and wouldn't take no for an answer. We made sure to meet them off to the side throughout the evening, so the focus remained primarily on the happy couple. We left the banquet hall a little before midnight and went to the garden, where we watched Mina and Briggs say their vows to the goddess. I may have teared up a time or two. The whole experience was so beautiful, and I couldn't be happier for either of them. After Mina and Briggs had left, Theo and I said goodbye to all the guests. We were sending the last few people off when Grace came up to us. You two get out of here, she said. The staff can handle the cleanup. Are you sure? I asked. Yes, of course, she said. I'll make sure everything is in order. We won't be far behind you. She gave us both a hug, and Theo took my hand. Guiding me back into the pack house, I leaned against his shoulder as we walked, fatigue setting in. We were both quiet as we returned to our apartment. Now that the excitement and anticipation of the day were over, I started to dwell on what happened with Julia Neal earlier. What are you thinking about? Theo whispered in my as he held me in the elevator. That I made trouble for you with your business, I sighed. That whole mess with Julia wasn't a good thing. Don't waste any time worrying about that, babe, Theo said firmly as we exited the elevator. Her behavior was absolutely unacceptable. I won't let her get away with that blatant disrespect. But if her uncle is so powerful— Her uncle is a strict traditionalist, Theo interrupted. She may be spoiled, but he takes authority very seriously. Malcolm is only a delta within their pack, and Julie doesn't hold a rank at all. He won't put up with her insulting someone of a higher rank, let alone the Luna of the largest pack in the country. Well, I'm not technically the Luna yet, I said. The title transfer is a formality, he insisted. No one sees you as anything less than our Luna. She will be punished, Ayla. I'd prefer just to never have to see her again, I said bitterly. That can absolutely be arranged. Theo opened our door and led me inside. It shouldn't be an issue regardless. I will make sure she loses her job in the company. I don't know if we need to go that far. Theo stopped and gave me a stern look. That's the least that will be done. By right, I could have sent her home without her tongue. I will not allow anyone to treat you that way, let alone a woman like her. Okay, I said, wrapping my arms around his waist. Calm down. I get it. Even I can admit that smacking her around a bit was pretty tempting earlier. Theo chuckled. I would love to see that happen. Just not tonight, I chided. I'm exhausted. I second that, he said, taking my hand again and dragging me to the bedroom. As soon as we were there, he started taking the pins and ties out of my hair. Tomorrow, we're spending the whole day in bed. I groaned as his fingers tugged through my hair gently. Then his hand slid my dress off my shoulders. Your beta will be on his honeymoon, babe, I said regretfully. I think we'll need to be around. It's Sunday, Theo stated. My parents can handle any immediate concerns. And the rogues in the cellar? Fully sedated and will remain so, he replied. We agreed to make us a priority. I'm enforcing that right now. I wasn't about to argue with that. We both needed time to unwind after the ridiculous week we had. So I gave in as he guided me to the bed. He pulled the covers down before laying me down slowly. He undressed and climbed in with me, pulling the blankets up over us. Did you enjoy the ceremony? He asked as I snuggled up to him. I did, I replied with a yawn. It was beautiful. I can't wait for ours, he told me. I hadn't been able to think much about ours lately, but now that he mentioned it, I was excited about it as well. My fingers trailed along the muscles of his back as I reveled in the feel of him. He had been so supportive and helpful to Briggs and Mina the past 2 days. More times than I could count, I found myself stopping to admire how amazing he was. I loved him so much. The thought of sharing that with our pack was exhilarating. You know I love you, right? I breathed. I hope so, he replied with a gentle grin. Because you mean everything to me, Ayla. Sunday had been amazing and exactly what both Theo and I needed. We spent most of the day talking. It was like our first days together, before everyone knew about us and we were just Theo and Ayla getting to know each other better. But Monday came around and it was time to return to real life. Maggie was with me in my classes today, which was even more pleasant than I had expected. It wasn't just because we got along so well. I no longer felt like I was drawing so much attention. Maggie wasn't supposed to appear as a bodyguard, and she didn't. She blended right in as a fellow student. I had missed a couple of classes the week before, which I felt guilty enough about since it was the first week of the semester. But not feeling like eyes were on me allowed me to catch up in my first class quickly. I expected the same for Professor Armand's class as we entered. We weren't the first to arrive by far, but we were still a few minutes early. Like I had with Jimmy, I let Maggie pick our seats to choose the most advantageous position. She picked the same general area that Jimmy had, and I smiled to myself. We took out our textbooks and laptops and were discussing an upcoming assignment when a familiar voice made my skin crawl. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you here, Amy said from behind my shoulder. You really are so jealous of Kylee that you just stole her entire life. Maggie hadn't even realized she was talking to me until I glanced over my shoulder. Hello, Amy, I said casually. I didn't realize you were in this class. Stealing her mate wasn't enough. You had to steal her education, too? She hissed. Maggie started to turn around. Don't. I mind-linked her. It's not worth it. I'm not even bothered. Who the hell is that? She replied. And is she really talking to you? Her name is Amy, and unfortunately, yes, I told her. She's a friend of my sister's. Just ignore her. Professor Armand entered the lecture hall and greeted everyone. He was in an energetic mood, as usual. He jumped into the lesson for the day, and I was intrigued as he started to talk about ancient architecture. I remembered it was the professor's research that had helped Briggs find Randy's underground hideout. I packed up and approached Professor Armand's desk when the class was over. Hey, Professor, I said cheerily. Thanks again for sending the information I missed last week. I really am sorry I missed the classes. Not a problem at all, Luna, he said with a smile. Alpha, Theo, and I would like to invite you to the pack house this evening, I said. I know we talked about you helping us look into some information. If you think you can spare the time, we'd love to get you introduced to the project. His face lit up. I would be delighted. Wonderful, I said. We'll meet you at the Pack House Cafe at 7 if that works for you. Sounds perfect, he confirmed. Maggie and headed out of the lecture hall and started to make our way to my car. Are you guys going to tell the professor about the rogues tonight? Maggie asked as I started the engine. Most likely, I said. We'll show him the cellar and what we've gotten from the investigation so far. But we mostly want him to look at the books my father left me. I've learned some stuff, but it's a lot to go through, and I just don't think I'll have the time to do it all on my own. I can help you some, too, Maggie said. Thanks, Mags, I replied with a smile. We were quiet for a few minutes until Maggie spoke again. So, who was that Amy chick, and why was she being such a bitch? I sighed. She's a close friend of my sister, Kylee. Obviously, Kylee didn't take the breakup with Theo well, and it didn't help that he was my mate. I guess she still hasn't accepted that I'm not the bad guy in that situation. You know I can't let her talk to you like that again, Maggie said sternly. I shook my head. Really, don't even acknowledge her. I never really liked her to begin with, so what she thinks about me doesn't mean anything. And we can't risk you blowing your cover on her account. She's no real threat. She probably won't even bother with me after today. I don't know, Maggie said slowly. Something seemed off about her, not just her stupidity for disrespecting her Luna. I laughed. Yeah, that off feeling isn't anything new. Kylee brought her home her freshman year, and I didn't like her back then, but she was strangely devoted to Kylee, so her behavior now isn't that shocking. Well, I won't make a scene about it if she tries to say something again, Maggie stated, but I will have it addressed, and I'll have to tell Alpha about it. I know, I conceded. I'm not going to stop you, but don't worry about it unless she harasses me again. Dirty looks on campus don't count. After our last encounter, I doubt she'll do anything out in the open. Wait, Maggie perked up. Is she the one you beat up in the pack house lobby a while ago? I groaned. I didn't beat her up, I said. I just put her in her place, or at least I thought I did. Obviously, she's had enough time to wallow over it. Don't worry, Luna, Maggie assured me. I'm not going to let her bother you. Thanks, Maggie. So, does it seem doable to you? I asked Harmon. Yeah, I don't see there being too many issues, he replied, checking the blueprints in his hands. We'll want to start digging here first to ensure we can go deep enough without damaging the original foundation structure. That was the plan I had laid out, I confirmed. I'm already putting a list together of employees to vet. How long do you think the project will take? Maybe a month at the most, Harmon said. We'll know better once we know what's beneath here. We needed a less conspicuous way to access the cellar. I had thought about installing a private elevator from the Alpha's wing, but there wasn't a way to make that work without attracting attention and rumors. So with Harmon's help, we settled on renovating one of the houses next to the pack house and tunneling over. We'll turn the house into an office building with restricted access to the tunnel. Good, I said. I'll let you know when we're ready to move forward. We headed for the cellar exit. What did Malcolm want to speak with you about on Saturday? Harmon sighed heavily. He's been pressuring me to bring on a new stonework company. I keep telling him we're not interested. But even if I wasn't happy with the craftsmen we already have, the crew he wants us to go with is questionable at best. Who does he want us to switch to? I asked with concern. It's a group out of Shadowclaw territory, he said knowingly. The manager has some connection to a high-ranking pack member, and they've been trying to use their influence to build business. By paying Malcolm to pressure his clientele to use them, I guessed grimly. Harmon nodded. Seems so. However, I asked around, and he's only approached companies that are handling pack projects. Seriously? That was suspicious. Pack projects could often mean higher budgets, but there was always competition from private developers. Send me the information. You're not thinking about. No, of course not, I assured him. I want to look into the company and see what they're up to. I had just returned to my office to start preparations when my phone rang. I checked the ID and ground my teeth. Hello, Delta Charles, I greeted. Delta Charles Anderson was Malcolm and Julia's uncle. I was expecting this call after what happened over the weekend. I would have contacted him first thing that morning, but I wanted to allow him the opportunity to reach out. mostly because I was curious to see how Julia would spin the incident to get her way. "Alpha, Theo," Charles replied. "I hope to find you well this morning." "I'm doing quite well," I said happily. "I hope the same goes for you." "Well, I wish I could say that, Alpha," he said. "I received your message requesting to speak with me. I'm assuming it concerns the altercation that occurred while my niece and nephew attended an event in your territory this weekend." "Crashed," I interjected. "They crashed an event in my territory this weekend." "I see," he continued. "However, I'm not sure that constitutes the poor treatment Julia received." "Ah, yes, that," I said sternly. "I'm guessing she informed you of exactly what happened." "I understand that your mate is new to her position, Alpha, but our pact does not condone insulting guests, let alone having them manhandled and thrown out by security for defending themselves." I chuckled bitterly. "I'm afraid Julia neglected some vital information in her story. Well, actually, I backtracked. She has downright lied to you. So, Delta Charles, I'm wondering if your pack condones attacking another pack's Luna, because ours certainly does not. And if it wasn't for my Luna being so forgiving, despite her inexperience, as you pointed out, your niece wouldn't be safe at home right now." Charles was silent for a moment. "Would you mind explaining?" he finally responded. "After I turned down Julia's inappropriate advances yet again, she decided to insult my mate," I said forcefully. "When Ayla stepped in to stop me from acting on my very justified anger, your niece not only continued to insult her, but threw a drink at my Luna. I think you can agree that having security escort her out was the best outcome she could have hoped for." "He's lying, Uncle," I heard Julia's voice in the background. "That bitch came after me." "Quiet," Charles snapped at her. "Delta Charles," I continued, emphasizing his title. "I have a banquet hall full of witnesses. Not that I need them." "Julia will issue a formal apology to your Luna immediately," Charles said urgently. "It's too late for that, Charles," I said. "She had an opportunity to accept accountability, and she is still choosing to slander and disrespect my Luna. She is no longer welcome in my territory. I suggest you think about having such a contemptuous employee representing your company. In fact, if you intend to continue to do business with me, Delta, I want her fired. She doesn't belong in a position that exposes others to her depraved behavior." "Uncle," Julia whined. "Shut up," Charles spat at her. "Get out." "Uncle, now," he yelled. There was a pause, and I heard the sound of a door slam. "Alpha, I understand you are upset, but think twice before you tell me how to run my company." "I'm not telling you how to run your company," I retorted. "I'm telling you how to wrangle your family, Charles. Now, you can fire her and keep her away from my lunts and my territory. Or I can reach out to Alpha Anthony and discuss a fitting punishment with him. And for the sake of transparency, this conversation is a courtesy thanks to my forgiving and kind-hearted mate, Charles. If I bring this to Alpha Anthony, I will have no problem relaying the punishment I think she deserves." "That won't be necessary, Alpha," Charles replied bitterly. "I will inform Julia of her termination shortly. Please accept my apologies for her behavior." I was satisfied with how the call went. However, I was kind of hoping Charles would have continued to protest so I could bring this to Anthony. If it were up to me, I'd have Julia groveling at Ayla's feet before I was through with her, but I suppose that was fueled by my general dislike of her. As Ayla so gracefully pointed out, she didn't do any real harm, and the rest of the evening was still perfect. I still felt better knowing that she would suffer some consequences for her actions. Now that that had been addressed, I moved on to my next project. It was a side project that I knew I probably shouldn't get started on with everything else going on. We still hadn't gotten that far with the Warpack investigation and had the rogues to deal with. But I was too damn excited. I had a perfect opportunity fall into my lap and couldn't pass it up. Now, I just had to hope I could keep it from Ayla until I was ready. Charles Anderson. I called Julia back into my office. I sat behind my desk with my hands steepled before me, eager to hear what she had to say next. "Uncle Charles," she said as she entered, shutting the door behind her and taking a seat. "You threw a drink at her?" I asked angrily. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. "She annoyed me, acting like she's so high and mighty." "She is," I snapped. "Regardless of anything else, she is a Luna. I hope you don't show this kind of behavior with any of the other pack leaders." "I got the information you needed, didn't she?" snarled. "She commanded me. Just like you thought." Excitement washed through me. I knew she was different as soon as I saw her at the Alpha's gathering, but we needed confirmation, and it proved harder than we expected to get to her in Sablemain. Then she was gone. I knew she was bound to resurface soon. With all the Alpha's reactions to her, there was no way she would drop off the radar again. But Alpha Theo wasn't at the gathering this year, so when I heard the news that he had found his mate, I wasn't sure it was her. When? Malcolm described her after their first meeting. I knew we had to get confirmation, and this was it. Good, I replied. I'd say job well done. However, that would be a lie. Seeing how you botched the job and now can't get anywhere near Theo or his Luna. Oh, and you're fired. What? Julia bellowed, jumping out of her chair. Uncle, you cannot be serious? Over that little whore? You will watch your mouth, young lady, I yelled. She acts like she's better than you because she is Belloc's. And who are you calling a whore? You throw yourself at any ranking pack member with a pulse. You better pray that your brother manages to stay under the radar, or losing your job will be the least of your concerns. What did you expect me to do? Walk up and ask her to command? Me? She whined. There were better ways, I growled. Whatever, she mumbled. And she is a little tramp. Alpha Theo was supposed to be mated to her own sister. From what I hear, she waltzed in and stole him right out from under her without a second thought. My head snapped up. There's a sister? I asked urgently. Julia shrugged. Apparently. Some little twit followed us out of the pack house and approached me at the car. Seems not everyone is as taken with Theo's precious new mate as he thinks. This girl told you there was a sister, I insisted. Where is she now? She didn't know. She tried to imply that Ayla made her disappear. Julia rolled her eyes. After that kind of humiliation, I suspect she's off somewhere hiding in a hole. Did you get a name for this girl or the sister? I think she said the sister's name was Kylee, Julia replied. I didn't really care about who the girl was, so no, I didn't catch her name. I growled my dislike for my niece's incompetence. She gave me her number, though, I added, fidgeting uncomfortably. I think I can find it. You do that, I snarled, and send it to me when you do. I may just be able to salvage the mess you made. Now, get out. Julia stood up with a huff and stormed out of my office. I'm sure her mother would be calling to give me an earful, but I couldn't care less. Honestly, I wasn't all that concerned about firing the little brat, family or not, but at least it wasn't a total loss. Now that I know there is a sister, we can use that, especially if the story is true and she's feeling the betrayal of her sister taking her mate. I'll have to track down this Kylee. And soon. I spent the last 2 evenings going through my dad's box with Professor Armand. He was very impressed and excited about the selection of books. I didn't show him Harry's notebook just yet. There were some references that I had deciphered that I wasn't sure about, and I wanted to see if we could find the information by chance. I met Maggie in the packhouse lobby on Wednesday to head to campus. I was feeling a little anxious, but I didn't know why. Dasha seemed to be feeling it too, as she paced in my head. I asked her what was up. Mate, she whined. It had only been a few hours since we saw him after training that morning. He was in a great mood, so I didn't know what could be stressing her. But to assuage her concern and mine, I reached out to Theo through the mind link. I'm heading to class, babe. Everything okay? Yeah, all is good here, love. I have to run an errand out of town, but I should be back in a couple hours, he replied. I could feel excitement pulsing through our connection. Have a good day at class. It's a good errand, I'm guessing, I followed up. It's a great errand, he said almost giddily. I'll tell you about it tonight. Okay, just be careful, I said. Dasha's a bit anxious this morning. She's worried about you two. Tell her we'll be just fine, he chuckled. I'll message you as soon as I'm back. Okay, I replied with a smile. I love you. Love you too, baby. We disconnected the mind link, and I pulled out of the packhouse grounds. I calmed Dasha, letting her know that everything was fine. She calmed down for a while, but stayed near the surface of my mind throughout the day. I was starting to feel anxious again when Theo messaged that he was home, and everything went great. But Dasha still didn't calm down, and I began to get a headache. Luckily, we were heading to the last class for the day. Everything okay? Maggie asked. Yeah, Dasha is in a mood today, I said. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll meet you back out here. Okay, she replied. We weren't far from Professor Armand's classroom and were a few minutes early, so I had time. I dipped inside and was grateful that there wasn't anyone else in there. I turned on the tap and wet a paper towel with some cool water, pressing it to my forehead. The headache wasn't that bad, but I was having trouble focusing. Although that could have been because of Dasha. Mate, she said again. He's fine, Dasha, I said frustratedly. I threw the towel in the trash and straightened myself out. I would be home in a couple of hours, and we'd see Theo. She could wait until then. I was leaving the bathroom when I heard a familiar voice just outside. I'm just trying to look out for you, Maggie, Amy said sweetly. She's not who you think she is. She tries to act all innocent, but if she's so innocent, where is her sister? I haven't heard from her in over a month, not since she confronted Ayla for stealing Alpha Theo from her. Luna Ayla is Alpha Theo's fated mate, Maggie snapped. Kylee had no right to be with him in the first place. So Ayla says, Amy insisted. So Alpha Theo says, Maggie hissed. I don't know why I was getting so angry. Yes, what Amy was saying was insane, but I had gotten over her crap. No one really cared what she had to say, but I felt my body start to get hot as my rage grew. Regardless, fated mates or not, she's an awful person, Amy said. She's a liar and selfish. She only wants to be Luna for. Okay, Amy, I said firmly, stepping out of the bathroom. I suggest you shut your mouth and move on. I am not in the mood to deal with your shit today. It's hard hearing the truth, isn't it? You have no idea what you're talking about, I replied. You're just an ignorant little girl who can't get over the fact that the girl she followed around like a puppy turned out to be a lying brat. That's some way to talk about your own sister, she snarled. Where is Kylee anyway? How did you manage to get rid of her? Did you? My body flushed with heat. I could feel sweat break out on my forehead as Dasha began panting and pacing in my head. I wanted Theo. No, I needed Theo. Dasha needed Kieran. I barely registered the curse that escaped Maggie as she was suddenly dragging me across the campus. All females and mated males in the Western Quad, her voice sounded through the mind link. Protect your Luna. All unmated males, clear the area between the quad and parking lot C. I saw groups of males and females start to circle us, staying close. A few would disappear, holding back males that began to charge us. Maggie, what's going on? I asked quietly, my stomach tied in knots as my temperature rose. You're going into heat, Luna, she replied. Just stay close to me and give me your keys. Shit. This wasn't good. I had never experienced a heat before. She-wolves didn't go into heat until they became sexually active. Even then, it wasn't often until they were marked. But when they went into heat, they had to mate. If they didn't, it was extremely painful and the condition would last for days. To ensure a mating, any unmated male would sense a female in heat and could go into a frenzy if they lost control. That's why campus security was required to consist of females or mated males. They couldn't have their own guards succumb to the mating haze. We reached my car, and Maggie tucked me into the passenger seat. I started to buckle my seatbelt when a sharp pain radiated through my abdomen. I cried out as I clutched my stomach. That wasn't right. My heat just set in. I should have had several hours before the pain should hit. I should have had more time to get to my mate. Maggie looked at me in concern as we pulled out of the parking spot. I was gasping for air as the waves of pain subsided and renewed. My body felt like it was on fire. Call Theo, I gasped. I was practically vibrating with excitement as I filed the paperwork away in my office safe. My meeting had gone smoothly. Not that I had expected it not to. It was in situations like these that the advantage of being the alpha didn't make me feel guilty. I was smiling from ear to ear as I shut the safe and my phone rang. My smile faltered when I saw Maggie's name on the screen. Maggie, what's up? I answered quickly. Alpha, we have a problem, she replied urgently. We're on our way back. Luna has gone into heat. Kieran shot to the front of my mind. He had been a little restless today, but I thought it was his own excitement about the closing. Then I heard Ayla cry out in the background, and I shot out of my chair. How far away are you? How long has she been like this? It came on really fast, Alpha, Maggie said worriedly. We're 10 minutes out. I don't think we'll make it through the pack house. Her scent is really potent. Fuck. I was down the hall and taking the stairs 2 by 2. I wouldn't have time to clear out the pack house at this time of the day. The gray house nearest the pack house is empty, I said. Meet me there. I ran down the street to the empty house. We kept these homes fully furnished when they were in between residents. We would use them for ranking members of other packs when they came to visit. I hadn't had time to get the key, so I punched in the garage code to let myself in. I linked to Jimmy what was going on. With Briggs still on his honeymoon for another day, he would really have to step up. I got inside the house and turned the air conditioner to the max. Both of our temperatures would be extremely high soon enough. Kieran was practically bouncing in anticipation. I was worried about the pain Ayla was experiencing so soon after her heat set in, but knowing Kieran and I were the only ones who could make it right was exhilarating. I heard the car pull into the garage, and I rushed out. Ayla was already getting out, but hunched over as she cried out in pain. I ran toward her, but our scents overwhelmed each other, and she launched herself into my arms. Her mouth slammed into mine as her legs wrapped tightly around my waist. I growled as I held her, pushing myself to keep my head for a few more minutes. I had to get her inside. Theo, Ayla gasped as she tore at my clothing. It hurts. I need you. I know, baby, I assured her. I'm here. She was making it hard to hold her. I'm going to take care of you, baby, I said through gritted teeth. I pushed Kieran back so I could maintain my last bit of control. We'd get there, but I would make sure she wasn't in pain first. Ayla quickly fell apart on my hand, trembling in my arms as I held her up. It wouldn't be enough for long, but the waves of pain would subside. Her hand darted between us, undoing my belt and jeans feverishly. I pushed her hand away and dipped an arm behind her knees. I stifled her protests with a kiss as I carried her to the bedroom. My eyes landed on hers and I nearly lost my mind. The lust and hunger in her eyes were consuming. She stood back up, helping me undress as she kissed and licked along my chest. A rumble thundered in my chest, my hand digging into her hair and gripping hard. I pushed her forward over the bed. She moaned, rocking back against me. I need more, Theo? I collapsed onto the mattress. I pulled Ayla against me, holding her tightly as we both struggled to steady our ragged breathing. We would be okay for a while now, so our bodies could rest and replenish. When my mind finally began to clear, a wave of happiness washed through me. It was sheer and utter happiness that had my heart practically bursting from my chest. Ayla giggled in my arms. It was pretty incredible for me, too, she murmured against my chest. She would have felt my joy through our connection. I suppose part of that was me feeling hers as well. At least, I hoped that it was. I grinned against her hair. You know it's not just about the sex, right? I asked, although experiencing a she-wolf's heat for the first time definitely lived up to the expectations. She looked up at me curiously. You mean the first heat since being mated? Nope, I chuckled. I've never seen any other she-wolf through her heat. But it was my biggest rule, I told her. It didn't matter if we were dating. I told them they should have someone else ready to get them through, should it happen. Why? She asked, still seeming surprised. Because that experience is yours. I shrugged as my fingers played with her hair. Our heat is meant for mates. I know she-wolves have no control over it, but as a male, I did. I never wanted to experience that with anyone but you. Ayla cupped my cheek and leaned in to kiss me firmly and lovingly. This was one of the proudest moments of my life. While most males felt seeing a she-wolf through her heat was a favor, albeit a very enjoyable one, it was never a temptation for me. I couldn't risk a pregnancy. Children produced outside the mate bond weren't common, but it did happen. Being the future alpha, I couldn't let that happen. Knowing that was a possibility and taking that chance felt hugely disrespectful to my future mate. I never wanted to take that from her. Any regrets on that choice? Ayla asked with a wicked grin. Absolutely not, I insisted, burying my face in her neck and nipping at her mark. She laughed beneath me, pushing me away. So is that why you're so happy? That's part of it, yes, I said. You know it may not happen this time, she said gently. It doesn't always take during the first heat. I smiled, knowing she was also thinking about whether we just made a pup or not. Not that we didn't have a few more days to keep trying. That's okay, I assured her. It just feels like such a real possibility, now. I wanted so badly to tell her what I had done that morning. It was even harder to hold back now. But it wasn't time yet. Soon. I just had to wait a little while longer. I started to drift off, thinking about what our future would look like, when Ayla's stomach growled loudly in my ear. I laughed, lifting up to look at her. I guess I should be more worried about taking care of my mate first, I said, moving up to kiss her. Let's head to the cafe, she said. Annabelle said she was making her beef Wellington and I could eat the entire thing right now. I chuckled and shook my head. Sorry, babe, we're not going anywhere. We're stuck here for the next few days until your heat passes. I brushed her hair away from her face. But I'll tell you what. Jimmy is bringing some groceries by anyway. I'll have him drop by the Packhouse Cafe and pick some up for you. Ayla looked around the room like she was finally registering where we were. Yeah. Where is here, by the way? She asked shyly. I wasn't exactly paying much attention to my surroundings earlier. No, I wouldn't think so. I smiled. This is one of the family houses near the pack house. There was no fucking way I was traipsing you through a pack house full of unmated males in the state you were in. One, pick the closest place we could have immediate privacy. Alia made a face as she thought about the events of the last 2 hours. Good thinking, she stated. I laughed as I kissed her again. I started to deepen the kiss just as her stomach growled again. I grunted as I pulled away. I'll go raid the cabinets, I told her. There may be something still stocked up. I'll make something to tide you over until Jimmy delivers. I kissed her again, and she snaked her arms around my neck. Or you could just distract me until then. Her lips trailed along my jaw, creating a distraction of her own. I breathed deeply. As tempting as that sounds. Love, I groaned, we need to get you fed. We don't know how long we'll have before the next wave, and it's only going to get more consistent from here. There's no way I'll be able to hold out that long again. And I wouldn't. I managed the first time because her pheromones hadn't fully begun to affect me yet. That ship had sailed now. I'd probably know when the next wave hit before she did. I dragged myself off the bed and pulled the covers down to cover Ayla before slipping my boxers back on. She sat up and looked around the room. Someone's going to have to bring me something to wear too, she said. Why? I looked back at her with a mischievous grin. I'm not planning on letting you wear anything for the next few days. Chapter 187, Theo. I was practically vibrating with excitement as I filed the paperwork away in my office safe. My meeting had gone smoothly. Not that I had expected it not to. It was in situations like these that the advantage of being the alpha didn't make me feel guilty. I was smiling from ear to ear as I shut the safe and my phone rang. My smile faltered when I saw Maggie's name on the screen. Maggie, what's up? I answered quickly. Alpha, we have a problem, she replied urgently. We're on our way back. Luna has gone into heat. Kieran shot to the front of my mind. He had been a little restless today, but I thought it was his own excitement about the closing. Then I heard Ayla cry out in the background, and I shot out of my chair. How far away are you? How long has she been like this? It came on really fast, Alpha, Maggie said worriedly. We're 10 minutes out, but sir, I don't think we'll make it through the pack house. Her scent is really potent. Fuck. I was down the hall and taking the stairs 2 by 2. I wouldn't have time to clear out the pack house at this time of the day. The gray house nearest the pack house is empty, I said. Meet me there. I ran down the street to the empty house. We kept these homes fully furnished when they were in between residents. We would use them for ranking members of other packs when they came to visit. I hadn't had time to get the key, so I punched in the garage code to let myself in. I mind-linked to Jimmy what was going on. With Briggs still on his honeymoon for another day, he would really have to step up. I got inside the house and turned the air conditioner to the max. Both of our temperatures would be extremely high soon enough. Kieran was practically bouncing in anticipation. I was worried about the pain Ayla was experiencing so soon after her heat set in, but knowing Kieran and I were the only ones who could make it right was exhilarating. I knew Ayla was almost here, as I felt my body preparing for this experience. I heard the car pull into the garage and I rushed out. Ayla was already getting out, but hunched over as she cried out in pain. I ran toward her, but our scents overwhelmed each other, and she launched herself into my arms. Her mouth slammed into mine as her legs wrapped tightly around my waist. I growled as I held her, pushing myself to keep my head for a few more minutes. I had to get her inside. Theo, Ayla gasped as she tore at my clothing. It hurts. I need you. I know, baby, I assured her. I'm here. She was grinding her hips hard against me with a heavy groan, desperate for relief as her arousal engulfed me. Theo, she whimpered, her fingers digging into my shoulders. I'm going to take care of you, baby, I said through gritted teeth. I pushed Kieran back so I could maintain my last bit of control. We'd get there, but I would make sure she wasn't in pain first. Ayla quickly fell apart on my hand, trembling in my arms as I held her up. It wouldn't be enough for long, but the waves of pain would subside. Her hand darted between us, undoing my belt and jeans feverishly. More, she whined. I pushed her hand away and dipped an arm behind her knees. I stifled her protests with a kiss as I carried her to the bedroom. Chapter 189, Kylee. I pushed the little rake through the sand of the Zen garden on the side table. It was my second therapy session of the week, but I didn't really feel like talking. The therapist sat observing me from her chair. She would ask questions. I wouldn't reply. She would write something in her notes. Come on, Kylee, Dr. Witham said kindly. We finally started to make some progress last time. Why don't we talk some more about your relationship with Theo? I snorted. What relationship? I asked snarkily. I was a blind idiot. Harry was right. Theo would have never looked twice at me if it wasn't for him. But I didn't care. After more than a year of trying to get his attention, I was so excited that he was paying attention to me. It's easy to become complicit when we want something bad enough, Dr. Witham replied. Theo cared for you. You wanted to believe he reciprocated all your feelings. But he didn't, I said bitterly. What's worse, I knew it. There were plenty of times I felt him pulling away. Even when things were good, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Even when we became exclusive, I knew his heart wasn't in it, not the way mine was. What made you think that? There were several things, I shrugged. But I guess the biggest thing was that he still refused to see me through my heat. Luckily, I didn't have one while we were together. But even after we announced our mating ceremony, he made it a point to tell me he wouldn't do it until we were marked. And how did you respond to that? My therapist asked. Not well, I snapped. Look, I'm not here to figure out everything I did wrong. I'm well aware of the shit show I created. Then why are you here? She asked. I need to know how to reconcile it all, I whispered. I'm so ashamed and embarrassed. I know now how horrible I have been and how much I hurt people, but I'm also still hurt and angry. You still blame your sister? No, I replied, then paused. Yes, my heart wants to blame her, but my head knows I have no right to. That bothers me more than anything. I should be angry at myself, but I'm not. At least not when I think about Theo. When I think about how everything turned out, I get mad and I blame Ayla. That anger is directed at her. That's wrong. You say that, but you also refuse to talk to me about your sister, Dr. Witham stated. It's hard for me to help advise you when I don't have all the information. I sighed heavily, looking at the clock. I think we'll have to save that for the next session, Doctor, I said. We don't have nearly enough time left to get into that. I will hold you to that, Kylee, she replied. Are you still journaling like we talked about? Yep, I nodded as I stood from my chair to leave. I had been, but I wasn't sure how much help it had been. Mostly it was reliving the last few years of my life. Then reading what I wrote, only to realize the horror of my behavior. It didn't help that I was still finding out the reality of my childhood. Ma was in the part of the program where she was learning to admit her wrongdoings and take stock of them all. Since I promised her and Ayla that I would be there for her through this, a lot of information was coming out about the last 10 years since Daddy's death. I hoisted my bag higher on my shoulder as I stood at the bus station. I could just see my breath in the cool fall air. I wasn't cold yet. Werewolves had a higher body temperature, so we didn't feel the cold the same way as humans. But I was reminded that living this far north would mean I had to get a winter coat at some point. Alpha Harden had been good to us since we came to his territory. Ma and I were given a new last name and identities to help keep us hidden from the Warpack. Alpha Harden, or his brother, Alpha Cooper, would update us if they felt we needed to know anything. They had Ma in a top-notch rehab facility and provided me with a nice little 2-bedroom apartment for when she was released. I got off the bus on the other side of town and headed toward the alley. It was Thursday evening, so the smell from the dumpsters was strong and unpleasant, but they would be there in the morning to empty them. I yanked the heavy back door open and went to the small break room. I pulled my apron and uniform top from my bag and quickly put them on, tucking my bag into one of the beat-up old lockers. Finally, a gruff voice huffed behind me. You're late. Hurry up and get your ass on the floor. Table 7 needs to be greeted. The owner stomped away without waiting for a response. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. I wasn't late. I was actually 20 minutes early, but it didn't matter to him. I had been working at this hole-in-the-wall diner for 3 weeks now. The owner was a bit of an ass, but his shift manager, Carrie, was rather pleasant. In all fairness, she was the one that kept this place in business. The regulars came for her open and kind nature. I liked her instantly and didn't think I would have made it through the first 2 days without her. It took me 2 weeks to admit that she reminded me of Ayla. Kylee, love, Carrie said as I emerged from the kitchen behind the long bar counter. I know you're early, but would you mind grabbing table 7, please? I got it, I replied with a smile. The majority of our clientele were regulars that I was already becoming familiar with, so it was a change of pace when I approached the corner table and found a fresh face. Welcome to Paul's Diner, I greeted with a forced smile. What can I get for you today? The man's attention landed on me. He looked me up and down, lingering on my name tag as a smile spread across his face. Kylee, right? He asked. I nodded, suppressing a sarcastic response. I'm Derek, he stated. It's lovely to meet you. I'm open to suggestions. I'm afraid this is my first time here. His gaze held mine for a moment. However, I'm guessing I'll soon become a regular customer. Chapter 190, Briggs. Mina and I returned to the pack house late Thursday evening. There were still plenty of pack members milling about the common areas, and we were greeted warmly and enthusiastically. Most people asked how the trip was and how happy we were, but a few comments were asking if we had heard about Alpha and Luna. So, when we finally escaped the crowd, I was contacting Jimmy. Theo and Ayla were blocking all mind links, and I had no idea what was happening. although our packmates seemed more excited than worried, so I wasn't too concerned. When the elevator doors opened, Jimmy was inside waiting. "Bro, thank the goddess, you're back," he said. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, guiding Mina into the lift. "Luna is in heat," he said with a cheeky grin. "What?" Mina exclaimed happily. "Since when?" "Yesterday afternoon," Jimmy replied. "They're holed up in a house down the street, but shit has gotten a bit crazy. Apparently, Beta Pierce has been trying to get in touch with you. I've got Will coming in the morning to help with the whole rogues in the cellar situation. Alpha Taurin has been addressing some of the more routine problems, but I don't know how to address the Sablemane thing, so I'm leaving that to you now." We stepped off the elevator, and I looked at Mina. "I guess the honeymoon really is over," I sighed. She chuckled. "You wouldn't want our return any other way," she replied, nudging me with her elbow. "I'll handle it, Jimmy," I told him as we made our way to our apartment. Mina was right, our trip was spectacular, but by the last day we both missed the day-to-day hustle of pack life. However, having to tell Pierce and Kingston to push back their visit without telling them Ayla was in heat wasn't exactly what I hoped to return to. Setting our bags down, I turned my phone back on and shot Theo a message to reach out when he could. I also saw the list of missed calls and text messages from Beta Pierce. I debated putting off calling him until I heard back from Theo, but I knew what he was going to say. So I sucked it up and clicked Pierce's contact. "It's about damn time, Briggs," he answered. "Hey, I was on my honeymoon, man," I replied. "I just stepped inside my door, so be glad you're getting a call now." "Right," Pierce said. "Congratulations. Did you two get the gift I sent?" My lips twitched at the corners. "Yeah, we did. Mina loves it, thanks." "Glad to hear it," he stated genuinely. "But we've got a circus act to address. Theo told you Kingston is coming to you, right? But Theo isn't responding to him. Neither is Ayla." "Yeah, about that I rushed. He needs to hold off, and he definitely needs to stop contacting Ayla right now. If Theo would pick up, he would be less likely to." Pierce interjected with a huff. "I know he's not happy about Kin showing up, but I agree that this information needs to be discussed in person if we're dealing with rogues." "Honestly, I'm not arguing with you on that," I told him. "I don't think Theo is either at this point." "Then why the hell is he dodging us? It's not going to stop Kingston from showing up." "Please, by the goddess and all things holy, don't let Kingston come here right now," I urged. "I can't see any good outcome if he does. Something has come up, and he doesn't need to be here." Pierce paused. "What's going on, Briggs?" I ran a hand over my face. "Just tell him to hold off a few more days. I'll let you know when it's clear." "I'm not sure I can, man," Pierce said stiffly. "He's worried because Ayla isn't answering. He wants to see her." "Believe me, I know," I insisted. "That's the problem. He's not getting anywhere near Ayla right now, Pierce, for everybody's sake." "What am I supposed to tell him? He's just going to think Theo is being a twat and come anyway." "Ayla's in heat," I blurted out. There was silence on the other line. "I swear to the goddess, Pierce, you better not tell Kingston. But if you can't rein him in, I'll block our borders." "Shit," Pierce whispered. With Ayla being so different from other she-wolves, Theo and I had discussed the possibility of otherwise normal situations becoming issues. Ayla's heat was one of them. He worried that whatever effect she had on unmated alphas would intensify their reaction if they were close by. Since there was some kind of connection between Kingston and Ayla at some point, I wasn't going to disregard the concern. Packhouse living quarters weren't just soundproof but also designed to contain our scents, primarily for a she-wolf's heat. The ranking members' suites were especially reinforced. While they should still be safe in the house, I couldn't say for sure if it would stand up against an alpha wolf's senses, and that meant for both Kingston and Theo. If Kieran sensed Kingston was close to Ayla in heat, he'd take over the shift and tear Kingston to shreds without a second thought. If any other male happened to be close by, well, it would be a bloodbath. "Just tell Kingston they had an urgent family matter to attend to," I said. "It's not actually a lie. I swear I will let you know when it is safe for him to come. And don't fucking tell him." "Are you kidding?" Pierce replied. "This would break his heart. Again, he's been getting back to his old self little by little. But this, I'm not putting that knowledge on him. I'll figure something out." "Good," I replied. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." "Are you actually going to answer?" Pierce chided, his tone friendly. Yeah, I replied. "My phone will be on at all times." Chapter 191, Ayla. I slowly opened my eyes. The room was dim, but I could tell it was still daylight outside. However, that was the extent of my knowledge of the time or day. I reached for my phone on the bedside table, but it was dead. I smiled. There wasn't much of a reason to charge it. I stretched my limbs, rolling over to see Theo sprawled out next to me. I scooted over, draping my arm across his waist and resting my head on his chest. After a moment, his arms came around me, holding me to him. "How are you feeling?" he asked without opening his eyes. "Pretty damn good," I replied. "You?" "Same," he chuckled. "How long have we slept?" "I have no idea." Theo fumbled for his phone and checked the time. "Well, I think it's safe to say your heat is past," he commented. "We've been out about 14 hours. It's Sunday afternoon." I groaned. "We're gonna have so much to do this week." Theo chuckled. "We'll manage. Nah, we've got a good team." The last few days had been such a blur. Well, not really a blur. I remembered every second of it, and holy crap. But we definitely had a one-track mind the whole weekend. Theo was right when he told me the waves would become more consistent. It seemed like the last 2 days we had gone at it non-stop. I couldn't even begin to describe how incredible it had been. But it was also exhausting. So it was no surprise we had slept as long as we did. "Is it always like that?" I asked. "How should I know?" he teased. "But no, I don't think it's like that for everybody. I think it was better for us because I love you so much." I giggled. "Yeah, I suppose so." He kissed me sweetly. "I'm going to take a quick shower, then get us something to eat," Theo informed me, brushing my hair from my face. "I'm sure we're both dehydrated, and I know I'm starving." "I'm not going to lie, I could eat an entire cow right about now," I replied. "So, you clean up first. I'll go get started with the food." "Deal?" he said, kissing my nose before dragging himself out of bed. He tossed me a robe from the hook in the bathroom, and I heard the shower turn on soon after. My legs were a bit wobbly as I stood up. I laughed, knowing there were a number of reasons why, but lack of food was definitely one of them. So I eagerly went to the kitchen and looked through the fridge. Immediately, I found 2 large steaks on the top shelf and took them out. I washed my hands, prepped some veggies, and threw a couple of potatoes in the oven to bake. I was munching on some fresh green beans when Theo entered the kitchen. "My turn," I announced. "I left the steaks for you to cook. I hope you saved me some hot water." "There should be plenty," he said, snagging me by the waist as I walked by. He kissed my neck before letting me go. I took a quick shower. I was tempted to linger under the hot water for a while, but my stomach wasn't having it. When I stepped out of the steamy bathroom, my mouth instantly started watering. The house was filled with the delicious aroma of dinner. I rushed back to the kitchen but froze when I saw Theo on his phone. His shoulders were tense, his knuckles white as he gripped the counter. "I said Tuesday, Kingston." Shit, he was talking to Kingston. Was he here? I completely forgot he was supposed to arrive on Friday to help us deal with the rogue situation. Did he know what was going on with Theo and me? Goddess, I fucking hope not. Theo looked up at me, his eyes full of aggravation and concern. "If you show up tomorrow, you'll be wasting your time," Theo said mildly, but I could see he was working to control his temper. "We won't be there. You can come on Tuesday." He paused as Kingston replied to him. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying at first, just that his tone was angry. Then I heard my name. "Fine," Theo conceded. "She's right here." Theo covered the phone receiver. "Are you okay talking to him? You absolutely don't fucking have to." I sighed and took the phone. "Kingston, it's me." "Ayla," he said, sounding relieved. "Are you okay? Why haven't you been answering me?" "I'm fine, Kingston," I assured him. "I haven't been home in a few days and my phone is dead." It wasn't a lie. He paused for a while on the line. I could tell he was trying to decide whether he was going to accept that answer and leave it at that. I really needed him to. "Theo is saying I need to come on Tuesday," he said shortly. "But if you want, I'll be there tomorrow." "No," I said. "We won't be available tomorrow. Tuesday will work great." Another pause. "Fine," he replied. "I'll see you then. Oh, and Ayla." "Yeah? I've missed you," he said gently. My heart broke a little. At that moment, talking to him, yeah, I missed my friend. But I had a hard time believing he was that person anymore. And even if I could, there was no way I could say it back, not without feeling like I was sending mixed signals. "I have to go, Kingston," I said sadly. "I'll see you on Tuesday." I hung up the phone and handed it back to Theo. He sighed as he pulled me to him, wrapping me in his arms as he kissed my head. "You okay?" He murmured against my wet hair. I nodded. "I don't want to keep hurting him, Theo," I said quietly. I had hoped he was moving on, but the way he sounded just now... Theo's hold tightened. "I know, baby," he replied. With a deep breath, Theo led me to the kitchen table. He sat down and pulled me between his legs. It was his choice to come here. Whether or not I'm happy about it, we kind of need him for the moment. So maybe we can get more than just some information from this visit. Maybe we can help him find some closure as well. I don't know how to do that, I said. That's why I said we, babe, he teased, brushing his nose against mine. I don't think that you threatening to rip him limb from limb is going to help with the situation, I said firmly. Theo chuckled. As fun as that sounds, that's not what I meant, sweetheart, he said. I'm not sure how to do it either, but I'm willing to try. And not just for your sake. Really? I asked skeptically. Hell, yeah, he replied. It would keep both me and Kieran from going insane from thinking about him pining away after our mate. Ha ha, I replied. Chapter 192, Ayla. We stayed at the house until Monday morning. Even after returning home, Theo insisted we take another day to fully regain our strength. I felt guilty missing class again, but I was still feeling a bit drained, so I didn't argue too much. Theo worked from the living room while I spent the day catching up on some classwork and stressing about Kingston's impending visit. I wasn't sure how I felt about seeing him. I still felt terrible about how things ended up between us. I missed the friendship that we had before things got bad. But I also wasn't sure I could trust him the way I used to. Dasha agreed with me. She still held a grudge against him for trying to mark us. I never told Theo what happened that day. I went to Sablemain to get my father's ring back from Kingston. His apology didn't help rebuild that trust much. Since he said he wasn't giving up, I didn't know what he would do to try to win me back. Whatever happened, Theo couldn't find out about what he had done. He wouldn't be able to let it go, and he wasn't wrong when he said we needed Kingston right now. I just hoped that Kingston didn't do anything dangerous. Are you sure you're okay with this, Ayla? Theo asked as we waited in the pack house lobby with his parents for Kingston to arrive Tuesday afternoon. If you don't want to see him, you don't have to. I'm sure, I told him with a gentle smile. You need me to question the rogues, and Sablemain is still an important ally to our pack. There's no reason this can't be a civil experience. The corner of Theo's mouth twitched. Well, I'll promise to try my best as long as he does. You better, I said, poking his shoulder. Whether he behaves or not, remember, you're the one who got the girl in the end. You could cut him some slack. That's true, Theo replied with a sigh. I'll do my best. He leaned down to kiss me. He's here, Briggs said from the door. I copied Grace's stance with my arm hooked onto Theo's beside me. The doors were open, and I watched a man get out of the driver's seat and walk around to open the door for Kingston to get out. Alpha Tauren and Luna Grace stepped forward to greet him as he entered the building. Dasha retreated into the back of my mind with a huff, and I had to stop myself from rolling my eyes. Alpha Kingston, Alpha Tauren said, we're pleased to have you as our guest. Thank you, Alpha Tauren, Kingston replied politely. I hope my visit is as fruitful as we hope. Indeed, Tauren agreed. Luna Grace, I'm delighted to see you again. You look as beautiful as ever. Thank you, Alpha Kingston, Grace answered with a smile. Alpha Theo, Kingston said, turning to the two of us. Luna Ayla, I hope you are doing well. Very well, thank you, Alpha Kingston, I stated politely. Hearing him use the title felt odd, but I was glad he had. Alpha, we have prepared a suite for your visit, Theo informed him. If you would like to get settled in, Beta Briggs will show you where you will be staying. We planned a dinner later for us to catch up on any other pack business that would be beneficial to address while you're here. We will address the reason for your visit this evening. Of course, Kingston said. Briggs came up and led Kingston up the stairs to the guest wing. Why did that feel too easy? I asked quietly after they had left. Diplomacy, Theo said. He's not going to push his luck during a formal greeting. The situation still felt so strange. It was like we were practically strangers. It was confusing. Theo grabbed my hand and led me up the stairs to his office. He went to the credenza and poured 2 glasses of amber liquid. Are you sure you're okay with this, right, babe? He asked as he handed me a glass. I took a sip, focusing on the burn to help organize my thoughts. Yeah, it's fine, I said. It's weird seeing Kingston here, but it's not just that. We've been putting off this whole rogue business for almost 2 weeks. We're about to get more information on what is happening and why. I guess we've had a little bit of a break from all this. Now we have to deal with it, and it kind of sucks that this is our normal. Theo sighed, setting his glass on his desk before coming to stand before me. I know, sweetheart, he said, rubbing his hands along my arms. The tingles running through me calmed me. But it's not forever. The sooner we get answers, the sooner we can take care of these assholes and move on. I know, I replied, and I'm ready to get through this. Good, he said. So, are you going to tell me what's going on with Dasha? I chuckled. What did Kieran say? Just that she's distant. Well, she's not ecstatic about seeing Kingston here, I said. Her loyalty is to Kieran and you, so she's being a little temperamental about him. I rolled my eyes as Theo failed to hide a smug grin. You better learn to hide that a lot better real soon, I insisted, snaking my arms around his waist. I'm not going to apologize for enjoying the validation, he replied. I may have gotten the girl, but that doesn't mean I deserve to. Theo, what? I still can't forgive myself for what I did to you, Ayla, he said seriously. It doesn't matter what Kylee or Harry or whoever did to influence it. I hurt you. I rejected you. By some miracle from the goddess, you gave me another chance. I will spend the rest of my life doing whatever it takes to deserve that chance. Your love, Dasha's loyalty, helps me know I'm doing things right. I held Theo's gaze. The night we marked each other, we promised each other a fresh start. So, we haven't talked about those past mistakes we made since. I didn't feel the need to. However, I guess having Kingston here reminded Theo of why I have a history with him in the first place. Of course, that would be hard for him. I felt terrible that I hadn't thought about that before. I pulled him into a kiss. My arms moved around his neck as I let myself get lost in his taste. I hate that you always forget that I hurt you too, I said when I finally pulled back. Ayla, that's not the same. Yes, it is, I insisted. I pulled away first, Theo, that moment in the doorway when we first saw each other. You reached for me and I pulled away. I saw the hurt in your eyes at that moment. I might as well have rejected you right there. That is the moment that haunts me. A lump started to form in my throat. If I had let you touch me, you would have... Hey, Theo rushed. No tears? That's all behind us now, remember? I shouldn't have even brought it up. I'm sorry. I shook my head with a soft laugh. No, it's okay. Kingston being here has brought up memories for both of us. We needed to talk about it. Now we can move forward with clearer heads. Theo rubbed his nose against mine, resting our foreheads together. I love you, Ayla. I love you, Theo. Chapter 193. Theo. Ayla and Briggs were already down in the cellar. I was waiting in the lobby for Kingston to come down. Dinner was about what I had expected, awkward and tense. I let Dad and Kingston do most of the talking, leaving that time for them to discuss regular pack business. Now, I just had to get through the 5 minutes alone with him during the walk to the cellar. Kingston exited the cafe with his gamma, who had driven him here, and headed in my direction. Ayla and the others are already downstairs, I told him. Follow me. I led them through the pack house to the back exit and turned toward the utility shed. It was a quiet walk. I couldn't tell if Kingston didn't want to risk starting a fight out in the open or if he was biding his time. But I highly doubted it was because he had nothing to say to me. His energy was telling me plenty. I walked us down the stairs and met the others in the investigation room. We needed to talk before we started questioning the rogues. I took the seat next to Ayla at the table. Kingston sat across from us next to Briggs, while his gamma remained by the door. Mina already had everything ready to present her findings. Okay, Mina said after I nodded to her to get started. I know we're all ready to get some answers from those assholes stinking up the place down the hall. So I'll make this brief for now. We can review any questions later. She handed files to me and Kingston. We know Harry was involved with the war pack somehow. Our initial theory that he was helping them develop tactical weapons appears to be correct. In the folders, you'll find a list of schematics and chemical formulations found during my investigation. Kingston was looking over the documents. There's not a lot here to tell us exactly what any of this was for, just some possible applications. Yes, that's about as far as I've gotten with that so far, Mina said. We'll have to send some of this off to a company specializing in this field to better understand Harry's research. Due to the sensitivity of the investigation, we're still narrowing down an appropriate candidate. But we have enough to give us a broad idea of what we could be up against. I've deciphered about half of Harry's journal, Ayla said. We know he was just using the war pack for their resources. He couldn't use some of his prior contacts because of their loyalty to the pack, so we've been able to get a starting point from that. Do we know what his plan was regarding the war pack? Kingston asked. He was going to betray them once he re-established my family name, Ayla put it delicately, not wanting to bring up his attempt to force her to mate with him. He was working on failsafes and counteragents to his work to help bring them down. We've included what we can find in the information that will be sent for analysis. It's one of our top priorities at this time, I stated. Beta Briggs and Gamma Jimmy should have a decision by the end of the week to get started on the research and development project. Have you determined any more about why he was so fixated on Ayla, particularly why rebuilding the Oxycrown pack was so important? Kingston asked. I'm still working on that, Ayla said. His journal gets a bit convoluted the further you get into it. His code is evolving as well. The best I can tell is it has something to do with the Blessed One story. However, we kind of assumed that already. I gently squeezed Ayla's leg in support. Kingston had watched her intently through the whole interaction. Right now, the most important thing is that we know the Warpack is targeting her, I said. That brings us to the rogues. I have a task force working our border and providing regular updates. You said you had more information on these attacks and who may be behind them. I do, Kingston replied, laying the file on the table. The man behind the attacks is named Arthur Grogan. I've been tracking him for several months now. How are you so sure about this? Briggs asked. Because I know him, Kingston said. He was Jack's Gamma. What? Ayla said. You didn't tell me that part, Kingston. Forgive me, Ayla, he said sincerely. I wasn't in my right mind that evening. Ayla nodded to him, gesturing for him to continue. I draped my arm around her shoulders. Grogan betrayed us, Kingston continued. He's the reason the Warpack were able to get into the pack house. Your father never figured it out and confronted him that night as we escaped. I wouldn't have thought anyone could have survived what Jack did to him, but apparently he did. Either way, he must have been working for the Warpack ever since. My guess, he's a higher-ranking member at this point. That doesn't tell us why you're so sure about his identity, I commented. He paid my private cabin a visit a few months ago, Kingston said. I caught his scent and have been searching for him since. He's left other traces along the way. I got close once, really close to catching him. By following up on one of our own rogue attacks, actually. After he slipped away, the bastard made contact. Trust me, it's him. And you think these rogues can give us information that can help us find him? Ayla asked. That I'm not entirely sure about, he replied apprehensively. There's likely only one rogue in any group that may have met him, if any. The ones I've questioned could only lead me to dead ends. Well, dead bodies, usually. He has a habit of dispatching his messengers once the job is done. I looked to Ayla. Well, it's good we've got the best person to question them. Chapter 194, Theo. We left the room, and I led the way down the hall. The guards were still stationed outside the separate cells. I hadn't allowed the prisoners to see each other, but I at least made sure they were relatively taken care of. It was one thing to deprive them of food, water, and sleep while questioning them, but torturing them when I didn't have the time to deal with them wouldn't allow them to break the command. Besides, I didn't want Ayla to have to see them like that from the start. If she broke the command and it led to that at some point, so be it. But if she could get through this without having to break someone's mind, I would be grateful. It wasn't something that was taken lightly. Even with a rogue, someone who wasn't tethered to your own subconscious, the feeling of asserting that kind of dominance and force leaves an impact I didn't think she was ready for. This is the one I started questioning in Bonnerville, I indicated. I think Will spent a few moments with the other one while we were away. He'll be here tomorrow to help if we need it. We can start with the one you're familiar with, Ayla said. We know for sure that he's under the command, so he must know something that would warrant it. Randy was telling me about this command, Kingston said. It still seems strange for them to be using it to keep information from us. It doesn't really make sense. That's what I said, Ayla agreed, shaking her head. It has probably worked incredibly well until now, I replied. There's only one possible person who could break the command. Add that person either didn't exist or likely didn't know what they were capable of. They would have been pretty confident their secrets were safe. Even if their men were captured, whatever they could get out of them wouldn't lead back to the Warpack. But if they really believed the Blessed One would appear, they would have known that this wouldn't protect them for long, Kingston said. And they know we're aware they are looking for her. Do they, though? I asked. They've been hunting Onyx Crown survivors for years. What's to say their attacks on you were anything other than that? The only reason they were brought to our attention was because of Randy. He's still feeding them false information. We have to assume it's the likelihood at this point, Kingston said. Agreed, I stated. I focused on Ayla, resting my hands on her arms. I'll be there the entire time if you need help, but you're running this. We'll follow your lead. We'd been practicing her commands together, and she was a natural now that she was getting the hang of it. But interrogation was more than just commands. She nodded for the guard to open the cell, and I followed her inside. The rogue had been chained to the chair again. However, the smell wasn't nearly as bad as it had been the first time we'd met. The sour scent of a rogue still hung in the air, but he was at least clean. He had a curious but nervous expression as he watched Ayla take a seat in front of him. I took a position behind him while Kingston took a spot in the corner. They stared at each other for a few minutes. The rogue started to fidget under the weight of our energy filling the cell. I could see Ayla's mind ticking, her eyes a cool silver shining with intrigue. She was strategizing, working out how to get what we needed. "What's your name?" she finally asked. He didn't respond, but Ayla just waited. Eventually, Kingston moved to say something, but Ayla lifted her hand to stop him. "I think a name is a good place to start a conversation," Ayla said. "You give me yours and I'll give you mine." The rogue looked up at her, considering her proposal. "Denny," he spoke. "Thank you, Denny," she replied. "I'm Ayla. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm hoping you can answer them for me." Denny shifted uncomfortably in his chair but remained quiet. "Why are you a rogue?" Ayla asked. "What?" Denny responded in surprise. "I was a rogue once," she replied. "There's a million reasons someone becomes a rogue. I'd like to know yours." Denny looked between me and Kingston in confusion. "My father was turned rogue when I was a kid for causing my mother's death. No one wanted to take me in, so I went with him." "I'm sorry," Ayla said genuinely. "That must have been really hard for you." He straightened in his chair. "It was better than an orphanage. At least as a rogue, I knew where I stood and could fight for what I needed, instead of relying on someone to take pity on me." "Like fighting our villagers?" Denny turned his head, not looking at her. Ayla nodded slightly. She was reading him. "What pack were you from?" Ayla asked, moving on for now. "Shadowclaw," he replied quietly. "I see," she said. "I'm familiar with their reputation. I had a rather unpleasant encounter with their last alpha. I can understand feeling like you're better off without a pack than with that one, and why you would want to get as far away as possible. Is that how you ended up near our border?" "We move around a lot," Denny said. "You and your father?" Denny shook his head. "Rogues in general. My old man died a long time ago. "I'm sorry," Ayla said. "Don't be," he said. "He deserved what he got." "What about Bonneville?" Ayla asked. "Do you think they got what they deserved? Why did you attack them?" Denny stilled. So far, Ayla had just been making conversation, but there was just a hint of her power behind the last question. He knew now that he had a choice to make. He could try to fight what was coming, but he wouldn't be able to, or he could tell her what she wanted to know. Ayla had made some kind of decision about him. She was calm and collected, like she knew what the outcome would be. Suddenly, Denny's shoulders slumped. "We were ordered to." Chapter 195, Ayla. "Who ordered you?" I commanded. Denny shook his head. "We don't know his name," he replied nervously. "We always just call him Boss." "Okay, Denny," I said with a small smile. "But you've seen him, haven't you?" "Just once," he replied. "But it was dark. There was a big group of us, maybe 30 or 40 rogues. They did some kind of ritual." "Did the ritual mention someone named Dominus?" Theo commanded. Denny nodded. "Yes. It was the command," I stated. "Which has now been broken," Theo confirmed. "How can you tell?" Kingston asked. Theo commanded information about the Dominus family. He wouldn't have been able to answer if I hadn't been commanding him, I explained. "Denny, do you know why they commanded you to attack us? Why do they want to organize the rogues against the Grey Tooth and Sablemane packs?" I don't know about Sablemane, but..." He swallowed hesitantly. He was scared. "It's okay, Denny," I said calmly. "We won't hurt you. We just need your help, if you can give it to us." I could feel Theo's and Kingston's eyes boring into me. This isn't how either of them had expected this conversation to go, but I didn't care. This man wasn't defiant. He was reluctant to answer me, but he wasn't fighting my commands either. I could feel it. He was scared. "Denny, were you one of the rogues that hurt people in Bonneville?" I ordered. "Did you kill any of our pack members?" "No," he rushed honestly. "I only damaged property. I avoided the people. That's how I was caught. I was running from the big fight and an officer grabbed me, but I swear, I didn't hurt anyone." I nodded. "Okay." I looked at Theo. "Can I talk to you outside?" I linked him. He nodded and I stood, motioning for Kingston to follow. We left the cell and returned to the investigation room. "I want to offer him a place in the pack," I stated once we were away from the guards. "What?" Kingston exclaimed. Theo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Ayla," Kingston said, "a wolf who has been a rogue as long as he has wouldn't know what to do in a pack." "Then we teach him," I replied. "You saw him in there, Theo. He's scared, not angry." "He doesn't seem like the same rogue I interviewed in Bonneville, no," Theo conceded. "But it could just be an act, babe. He could be playing us. He's had over a week to get his story together, and you haven't put much pressure on him." "I know that," I said. "That's why I want to offer to bring him into the pack, but I want to swear him in." Theo chuckled. That's reckless, Ayla, Kingston said. Not if she is the Blessed One, Theo replied. There was a passage in Harry's journal, I explained. He theorized that anyone sworn to the Blessed One's pack would have an unusually strong devotion to her and the pack. Essentially, they would be incapable of betraying us, Theo clarified. You really want to trust her safety to a theory? It's a strong theory, I added. We've found supporting evidence, and Randy confirmed it was one of the Were Pack's concerns with the Blessed One's suspected abilities. Kingston crossed his arms. I still think it's too much of a risk. Then I guess it's a good thing I'm not offering him to join Sablemane, I snapped. Kingston backed off. I felt a little guilty for the jab, but he was babying me again. Theo held my shoulders. Look, Ayla, I trust you in your judgment. We can't guarantee him a fast or easy transition, but if you think doing this will help us, then that's what we'll do. I took his hands. Thank you. I turned to Kingston. Do you have a picture or something of Grogan you could show him? It may help. Kingston pulled out his phone. I have a grainy capture from a surveillance camera, but it may work. Good. We returned to the cell and I sat back down in front of our prisoner. Okay, Denny, I said, I have a proposal for you. He looked up at me nervously. I would like for you to tell us everything you know about the rogue groups and this boss, I continued. If you can do that, we would be willing to make you a member of our pack. Denny's widened and his mouth fell open. I don't. Why? We need information, I said with a shrug. And I'd rather not waste time trying to fight it out you. We all understand your position here, being a rogue. They typically don't survive this long within pack territory. Denny flinched. Just a stated fact, not a threat, I assured him. Either way, I'm not sure what else to offer a rogue. So, unless you have a different request, that's what is on the table. Denny looked between the three of us. I would never be accepted. If you help save and protect our Luna, you will be, Theo told him. You're a rogue because of someone else's actions, I said gently. We won't hold that against you. Do you know why they are doing all of this? Theo asked. They're looking for someone, Denny said. They never actually told us who, but we started to hear stories about a Blessed One throughout the camps. It was all some nonsense about some family taking over all the packs and conquering the world or something. I snorted. Theo rested his hands on my shoulders from behind me. They want her. And I will swear to you right now, Denny, I said firmly, I have no intention of taking over any other pack, let alone the world. So, if you are willing to tell us what you know about these groups, including your friend in the other cell, you'll have a place here. I don't know much, he insisted. What if the information is useless? As long as you tell us what you do know, I said, then the deal stands. And if I say no? We still need the information, Theo said gravely. We still have to command you to verify what you say is the truth. If you fight it, it won't end well for you. Denny thought for a long while, but I was patient. I hoped he would see that this was more than a mercy to him. We didn't need to offer him anything, but I wanted to. Finally, he took a deep breath. Okay. Chapter 196, Ayla. Okay, I replied. Thank you, Denny. Alpha Theo is right. We still have to command you. Being a rogue for so long, I understand that it can be uncomfortable, but as long as you stick to our agreement and don't fight it, there shouldn't be any pain. I get it, Denny replied. I linked Theo to have him remove the chains holding Denny in place. I didn't think keeping him restrained would encourage him that we were making a genuine offer. I was trying to gain some trust. Tell me if you recognize this man, I commanded. Kingston handed me his phone, which had a grainy picture of a man. Denny's eyes narrowed as he examined the photo for a few moments. It could be him, he said hesitantly. I really didn't get a good look at him. Any details you can give us could help, I said. Again, he thought. Oh, he's a lot of scars, Denny said. There's a nasty one on his throat. Makes him sound strange. I didn't really see it, but some of the others had mentioned it several times, and I did see his hands. They're covered. I looked at Kingston. He nodded. It was Grogan. Okay, tell us everything that has happened since you first heard about the boss, I asked. We spoke with Denny for a couple of hours, going over details multiple times. I was feeling the commands start to take a toll on me. I had to concentrate harder than I thought to maintain control of my energy without going too far. Several times, Theo had to link me to pull back before I started to hurt Denny. I think we have enough for today, Theo finally insisted. I nodded. It was getting late. Giving Denny a gentle smile, I rose from my seat. Theo's hand went to the small of my back. We still have the other rogue here that was captured with you, Theo said. When we question him, can we expect the same kind of cooperation from him? Denny's face contorted in disgust. I don't know, he replied, but he's not nice. He was cast out of his pack once he turned 18. He's killed at least 2 rogues that I know of, but I don't know if he holds any real loyalty to the boss. He just likes trouble. Theo nodded. He hesitated a moment. There was a 3rd rogue down in Bonnerville. Did you know him as well? Denny shrugged. I'm not sure. They separated us pretty quick, but Lloyd had a lackey always following him around. If Lloyd got caught, I would bet so did Ratty. He's not violent like Lloyd, but he's still a right bastard. Likes to steal food and bully anyone he comes across. Theo nodded. We left the cell and headed back to the investigation room. I rubbed my temples as a headache started to form. Mina had taken one of the lab assistants with her to check out another lab for the day, so it was still empty. Theo had recorded the session and would have one of the assistants write down the pertinent information. Kingston had been incredibly quiet throughout most of the interview. He had asked a few questions, but for the most part, he stood off to the side, brooding. It was a little annoying. He was busy looking through the file we had given him earlier when Theo took my hand to take me upstairs for the night. I paused. Can I have a minute? I asked. I'll meet you outside. He glanced toward Kingston behind me. One of us needs to say something, I said. Theo sighed quietly. I know, he squeezed my hand. Don't take too long. You need some rest. And link me if you need me. I'll be fine. He leaned in and gave me a quick but firm kiss. I love you. I love you too. I watched Theo leave before I returned to the table and sat across from Kingston. He was pretending not to notice it was just the 2 of us, but I knew he did. Why are you here, Kingston? I finally asked, breaking the silence. He glanced up at me. His eyes caught mine with a look that said I should know. Kingston, I warned, why are you here? Is it so hard to believe that I just want to help, that all this concerns me too, and it'll be better if we work together? It's not hard to believe, I stated, but it's also not hard to believe that you would use this opportunity just to get close to me again. And that's so bad, he asked painfully. I sighed, rubbing my temple again to ease the ache. You pushed too hard tonight, Kingston said, reaching over and lifting my chin with a finger. He looked into my eyes, examining them for a few moments before pulling away. Commanding comes easy to Theo and me. We've been using the ability practically our entire lives. Yours has been dormant. You need to be more careful. I can take care of myself just fine, Kingston, I said. I appreciate the concern, but I'll never get used to it if I don't push my boundaries. And it's my decision to make. You shouldn't have to be taking care of yourself, Kingston mumbled. Excuse me? I was trying not to get angry. I will always be in charge of my own life and well-being. I'm not an invalid, but if you think Theo doesn't bend over backward to take care of me, then you're blind. I pushed my chair up, and this conversation is over. Kingston winced, raising a hand to halt me. Wait, he rushed. His expression was still pained and full of sadness. No, please, you're right. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. I slowly sat back down, crossing my arms over my chest. Kingston, I won't listen to your opinions about Theo's and my relationship, I said sternly. We love each other, I'm happy, and quite frankly that information is a courtesy, because none of it is any of your damn business. He grimaced again. You're not coming between us, Kingston, I said. So why are you here? Kingston rubbed the back of his neck with a deep breath. I miss you, Ayla. I wanted to make sure you were okay, he said genuinely. And yes, I wanted to be close to you again, but not to cause you trouble. Truly. Isn't there a way we can be friends again? Chapter 197, Kingston. I waited for her to say something. Despite my comments, I really could see that she was happy with Theo. It hurt like fucking hell, and it was hard to keep my behavior in check. But I was trying. Ever since Randy had come to Sablemane and told me about their theory about Ayla's effect on alphas, I had been working to reconcile my feelings for her. It got easier after they had marked each other, but it was still hard. Pierce had protested my coming here for this reason. He insisted he should go instead, but I didn't want to hear it. I needed to see her, but it was genuinely just to mend things between us. Ayla may have forgiven me back in the Onyx Crown ruins, but I knew she still thought of me as the person who tried to force his mark on her and kept her father's ring from her. It was eating me up inside thinking about it. Ayla, I just want to try to make things right, I said again. With our history, with our families, I'd hate for you to keep hating me. I don't hate you, Kingston, Ayla insisted. She shook her head. Truth is, I've missed you too, your friendship. I still appreciate everything you did for me, but it can never be the way it was before. I know that, I said firmly. Believe me, I know, but our packs are still allies. And I won't pretend that I could be friends with Theo anytime soon. Ayla gave me a look. Simply out of jealousy, I said with a wry grin. Forgive me my wolf's nature. Some things aren't so easily changed. But you're right. I'm not blind. Whatever mistakes he made before, he's not making them now. I can at least respect him for that. Thank you, she replied sweetly. But it would be nice to have some friendly company when we're doing business, I said. She smiled slowly. I think we can manage that, she confirmed. But can we worry about that tomorrow? I'm wiped for the day. I chuckled. Of course, I said, standing from my chair. I offered her a hand. She took and stood. I made an impulsive decision and pulled her against me, wrapping my arms around her in an embrace. She stiffened at first, but I just held her. As she realized it was meant as an innocent gesture, she relaxed, snaking her arms around my waist for a moment. I thought it would have been a terrible, dangerous idea. Holding her again, breathing in her scent like this. Memories flashing through my mind. This should be torture. But it wasn't. I smiled as a calm settled through me. For the first time in weeks, it was just nice to hold Ayla and know she was safe and happy. That's all that mattered now. I would do whatever it took to keep it that way. She pulled away, giving me a tentative smile. I better go, she said. Theo's waiting for me. I'm sure he is, I teased. I won't lie, it feels good making him squirm a little. Ayla rolled her eyes. He's handling it just fine. He knew we would have to talk at some point. You don't have to ruin all my fun. Yeah, she said as she made her way to the door. If it helps, I wouldn't expect him to be overly friendly with you either, so I'd be playing mediator anyway. I followed her out of the cellar. Theo was of course waiting nearby. I averted my eyes as he kissed her, looking over the utility building in which the cellar entrance was hidden. You know, I can't imagine this would stay hidden with all the traffic it's been seeing, I commented. Yeah, Theo answered. We're addressing that. We never had much use for it before now. But setting up something more permanent and covert now makes sense. We're starting construction this week. I nodded, matching their pace as we returned to the pack house. We said our goodbyes at the junction where we would go our separate ways. I thought about the day as I walked back to my room. I had sent Lou my gamma back a while ago. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I approached my door. It was Pierce. Yeah, I answered lightly. So how did it go? He asked worriedly. I sighed. The interview was enlightening, I said. They're definitely dealing with Grogan. We have one more rogue to interview, but I feel he won't be as forthcoming. How's the atmosphere between you all? It was a long day. Let's just put it that way, I said. But it ended on a high note, so I'm surviving. I could sense him relax through the phone. I'll be here at least another day, I said. But I'll keep you posted on any updates. Okay, Pierce replied. So she's doing well? Yeah, I said somberly. She's doing really well. I'll call you in the morning. I disconnected and entered my guest suite. Lou was already asleep, which was fine with me. I changed into a pair of sweats to sleep in and sat on the edge of the bed, playing with the file folder in my hand. Ayla seemed to have been doing a lot of research into her family since her rescue. But there was still a lot she didn't know. My mind wandered back to the moonstone hidden in its spot back home. No one had mentioned it. I didn't think they knew about it. Harry must have mentioned it in his journal at some point. When Pierce confronted me about the maps of the Onyx Crown tunnels, I knew he had been looking for it. I had lied to Pierce, assuring him that his suspicions were wrong. I didn't like it, but I still felt it was necessary. It didn't matter how much I trusted Pierce, or anyone, for that matter. Unless we got wind that the Warpack were looking for it or suspected it still existed, I couldn't risk it. Not until I knew what that power could mean to Ayla. Chapter 198, Theo. I let Ayla sleep the next morning, taking a break from our training sessions. After a quick workout with Briggs and Jimmy, we headed to my office to call Sheriff McCabe. Things had been quiet on the border, but that wasn't surprising. Grogan and his men would know we would be on guard after the last attack, so they would be biding their time for the next. The task force is doing well, McCabe said over the line. The men you sent have been a big help in training some of the local volunteers. That's good to hear, I said. We questioned one of the rogues yesterday. We got some information to help us track down some of these groups. We've still got the other to question. I'd like for you to come back up. I want to send someone undercover if possible. But we'll need your help to work out the best plan. Can you make that work? I'm in the middle of hiring a new deputy, he replied, but that should be sorted in the next day or two. I can head up after that. I can work with that, I said. I'll email you the details of yesterday's interview. Look over it and make any notes you think of. And just let me know when you're on your way up. Will do. We disconnected, and I directed my attention to my companions. "How do you plan to get someone undercover with a group of rogues?" Jimmy asked. "I've got Mina working on a possible solution for that," I said. "She's been interviewing lab companies already. She thinks she has a couple options that could help with our man's scent. But I need you to find us the right person." "I can handle that," Jimmy said. "How are things at the college with Ayla?" Jimmy had still been working with the security team to monitor the campus. He had asked to stay on the assignment to look for anyone suspicious paying her any extra attention. Maggie was great, but she could only focus on Ayla when on the job. That's what she was there for. But if any other threats were lurking at the school, I wanted to know. "So far, so good," he said. "I've got a couple of the guards keeping eyes and ears out for any whispers or hints of the Warpack recruiting. Colleges are usually prime targets for that sort of thing. If we find anything, you'll be the first to know." "Any luck with that?" I said. "I wouldn't be surprised if we did find something. After Ayla was attacked in the pack house, Jimmy had been searching for any members within our pack. Randy gave him some pointers on what to look for and what to do if he had any suspects. We have a few leads," he said, "both on campus and off. But nothing major yet. Could just be rebellious kids. We'll see." "Okay," I replied. "Anything else regarding this?" "Harmon has his team together," Briggs said. "He's ready to start renovating the house." I nodded. "I'll track him down later," I said. "I think we're done for now. I'm meeting Dad to head out to our monthly lunch with the locals." I left my office and found Dad across the hall with Mom. She was still in the process of redoing the office space for Ayla to take over and had wrangled him into helping her. From the look on his face, he was ready for an excuse to escape her clutches. I knocked on the open door. "You still coming, Dad? Or did you decide to stay with Mom?" I teased. "Oh, that's okay, sweetie," Mom said. "You go ahead and help Theo. I've got this." She looked at me and mouthed something about getting him out of her hair, and I just chuckled. We headed out of the pack house and into the city. The meeting went well and was as enjoyable as always. We had some minor issues to address, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was a huge relief with everything else I had been juggling. When we were done, we stopped by the library to see how it looked now that the repairs were done. I was able to upgrade the building a bit thanks to our successful second quarter with the business. We were admiring the work when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned to find Sarah Walport. "Good afternoon, Alpha Theo, Alpha Taurin," she whispered politely. "I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say hello." "It's good to see you, Sarah," I said. I invited her to join me in one of the small meeting rooms off the main hall. "How is everything going? How's your dad?" "We're doing okay," she said solemnly. "We miss Mom, of course, but we're taking it one day at a time. But I want to thank you again for everything you've done for us." Randy had found the Warpack operative who was responsible for Mrs. Walport's death. There wasn't a lot I could do without risking Randy's cover, so I allowed him to take care of the issue himself. It was enough for me to be able to give Sarah and her father some peace, telling them that the culprit had paid for his crime. "How's John?" I asked. Her expression faltered for a second. "Sarah?" I pressed. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "He's fine, I guess," she said meekly. "I don't see a lot of him these days." "Why not?" I asked. "Are you two not together anymore?" Sarah shrugged. "I'm not really sure. He still comes home most nights, but it's almost always late at night. He says he's been hanging out with friends, but it's not Nikki and the others. They've said they barely see him either. I just don't know what to think anymore." I sighed. "I'll talk to him and see what's going on," I said. Her shoulders relaxed. "Thank you, Alpha," she replied. "I just want to know that he's not in any trouble." "So do I agreed. "I'll take care of it." Chapter 199, Theo. I went to the apartment after getting back to the pack house to check on Ayla. Maggie had sent me a text that she had been a bit off throughout the day. She said it didn't seem like anything serious, just that she wasn't in the best of moods. I understood what she was talking about as soon as I got close to the suite. I could feel her anxiety through our connection. I walked in to see her sitting at the dining table, chewing on a fingernail as she hunched over books and papers strewn across the surface. I rested my hands on her shoulders, kneading the tense muscles with my thumbs. "What's wrong, baby?" I asked as I kissed the top of her head. She sighed. "I think I need to quit school." "What?" Now I was worried. I pulled the chair out beside and sat down, turning her to look at me. "Why would you think that, Ayla? You were so excited to go to college." "I don't want to give it up entirely," she said, but there was still a sadness in her tone. "Just for this semester or this school year. I just feel like I can't keep up. There's so much going on, I've had to miss so much, and we're not even a month in. Then we take some other things off your plate, I said. Like what? She asked sardonically. Your mother is still doing a lot of the Luna duties, plus planning our solstice ceremony. I haven't been working with her nearly as much as we had planned. I'd like to do more for Zeph and the magazine. I'm still having to translate Harry's journal and figure out Dad's books and research. Plus the Warpack investigation. Now the rogue attacks. You don't need to worry about the attacks, babe, I said. We'll handle that. And as far as the investigation and this. I took the journal that was sitting in front of her on the table and tossed it aside. You can take a break from that. We have plenty of other things to focus on. Besides, if we can stop the Warpack now, we don't need to know what they or Harry were planning. But what he was doing could help us find. It's not worth you going through this much stress, I interrupted. We can handle the investigation and the Warpack and the border attacks without you for a while, okay? I'll keep you updated on everything, but you just let me worry about all of that. That's too much for you to do on your own, Theo, she insisted. I'm not on my own, I said. I have a whole pack behind me, just like you do. We have a good team, babe. We'll be okay. Taking care of yourself is more important. But you need me to question anyone who's under the command, she pointed out. Yeah, and so far, it seems like once it's broken, we can take it from there, I stated. She still looked like she was on the verge of tears. Babe, it's okay. I swear, it's perfectly fine for you to focus on school for a while. But then I'll feel guilty because that's part of my job, she said. I want to help. I want to be a good Luna and take care of my pack. I want to help get to the bottom of all this. Do you want that more than you want to go to school then? I asked. She hesitated for a minute before shaking her head. No, I want to be in school. Then you're staying in. You just don't get it, she huffed, turning away and resting her face in her hands. I pulled her to me, rubbing her back as I held her. Then explain it to me, babe, I said. I want to understand. She leaned into me. I just feel overwhelmed, and I don't know why. Of course you're feeling overwhelmed, Ayla, I said. You've taken on so much, and so much has been put on you. So? She replied. I once worked 4 jobs with our car while writing a book. I've handled a lot before. I don't know why I can't do this. You should never have had to do that in the first place, I said firmly. You made it through then because losing your home and your family starving pushed you. There was no other option for you, Ayla. That was our failing back then. Now you know there are options. You don't have to go non-stop. We won't fall apart if you don't push yourself so hard. But then I feel like I'm failing, she murmured. Then we need to work on getting you past that, I said. I pushed her up so she could look at me. I would fall apart if you don't take care of yourself. I won't watch you work yourself sick, Ayla. You are still the strongest person I've ever known, babe. Now you need to use that strength to put your health and well-being first. You're no good to us, burnt out. But I feel selfish choosing college. It doesn't help the pack. So I wasted my time getting my degree? I asked wryly. You know what I mean, she huffed. You weren't the acting alpha, and you were doing something that built a business that helps support us. I don't even know what I'm going to study yet. And you won't figure that out by quitting, I said. And I may be taking over early, but that doesn't mean you have to. You have my mother's help, and anyone else's that you need, for as long as you want it. So, for now, no more work on the investigation. You focus on school and the magazine column. If you find the time to work with Mom or plan our ceremony, then go ahead. But that's it, okay? What about Kingston? She asked. You know you both need me there to keep things civil. I sighed. I think we can manage, but if it makes you feel better, you can help until Kingston leaves, but once he's gone, no more. She hesitated, but with effort, she pushed her crestfallen expression away and replaced it with relief. Okay. Chapter 200. Ayla. Theo insisted I skip dinner with the family and had food brought up to me so I could get my schedule reorganized and work on homework. I was nervous about not going and sent Kingston a message letting him know I was fine and would see him in the cellar for the interrogation later. He questioned my absence at first, but when I told him I just had a lot to catch up on, he was understanding. I had felt bad all day because he was having to fend for himself. Normally, schedules were cleared when another alpha visited another pack, and the focus was primarily on them. However, considering why he was here, Theo thought it was best we didn't draw too much attention to him. Besides, this was so unexpected that there wasn't a lot either of us could move around. But I still felt like I was failing in my Luna duty as his host, and it was stressing me out. And to be honest, I was just cranky. I didn't know why, but I had been in a bad mood all day. I snapped at Maggie at one point, which I felt awful about. And that nearly led me to tears. I apologized, but still felt terrible. I didn't want to be around anyone and risk it happening again. So, despite being worried about Theo and Kingston getting along without me, I was grateful to have the time to myself and collect my thoughts. After Theo left, I tried to focus on my reading assignment for my philosophy class. I was having a hard time getting into it when my phone rang. "Hey, Zeph," I answered. "Hey, Ailes," he said brightly. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," I replied. "Just in a mood today." "Uh-oh, what did Theo do?" he teased. "He didn't do anything," I assured him. "He's been great. I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. It sounds like you need some time with your best friend," he hinted. "Yeah, that could be it," I chuckled. "Are you still set to arrive tomorrow afternoon?" "Yep, my flight lands at 4. "Okay," I said. "Maybe I'll try to be there to pick you up. We can grab some dinner." "That sounds great," he said. "Also, have you had a chance to look over the new letters I sent you?" "Not yet," I said, my voice cracking as guilt and tears started to creep up again. "I'm sorry. With Kingston coming in and everything else, I've been swamped, but I'm working on clearing some things out tonight." "No worries, Ailes," he said, his tone becoming more serious. "Honestly, sweetie, it's no big deal. We have other content to post." "I know," I said. "But I know the readers are expecting another article soon, and so many submitted requests, I just don't want to let them down." "You won't," he insisted. "We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't even think about it until then, okay?" "Yeah, okay," I pouted. "I've got to let you go," he replied, "but if you need anything, you just let me know." "I know." I hung up the phone and set it back down on the table. I looked over the books and papers scattered in front of me. With a frustrated sigh, I forced my fingers through my hair and pushed my chair away from the table. Studying wasn't happening for me. So I decided to take a long, hot bath to help calm my nerves and relax a little. I started the tap and picked out some aromatherapy salts and bubble bath. I checked the time and played music before stripping down and climbing into the steaming tub. I had a couple of hours before I needed to be ready to go to the cellar, so I just sank into the water and let it soothe me. Theo was right. I needed to stop trying to take on the weight of the world all the time. I couldn't remember how many times I had told my friends or colleagues there was nothing wrong with taking some for themselves. I needed to find balance. That meant slowing down a little and taking advantage that we weren't under any immediate threat. I took deep breaths until I was relaxed, my body feeling looser than it had most of the day. I was so comfortable that I barely noticed Theo come in. He brushed a hand over my hair and kissed my head before kneeling by the tub. He reached in, gently lifted my ankle, and began massaging my foot. I groaned as the pressure of his thumbs relieved the aches and pains. He moved to the next foot, then up my leg, kneading my calf, then my thigh. Desire flared through my core as his fingers approached the apex of my legs. "Theo," I whimpered. "Shh," he hushed. "We have time, love." "Love you," Ailes, Zeph said. "Love you too." Chapter 201, Ayla. After taking care of me, I coaxed Theo to join me in the bath, where we took care of each other before collapsing in the half-filled tub. I looked over the edge and laughed, realizing we had flooded the bathroom, but I couldn't be bothered to care. "What time is it?" I asked. "Time to go," Theo sighed. "Are you feeling better?" I nodded with a smile. That was just what I needed. "Good," he said, nuzzling my neck. "You had me worried earlier." "I'm sorry," I said. "I was just in a bad mood." "Regardless, we're taking some things off your plate," he said. "After tonight, no more worrying about rogues or the war pack." "All right," I replied. "I'll try. I can't make any promises about the worrying part, but I can take a step back for a while, as long as you promise to keep me updated." "Wouldn't dream of keeping anything from you," he insisted, kissing my temple. We moved to get out of the bath. I had put towels down on the floor so we wouldn't slip. We quickly got dressed and headed out of the apartment hand in hand. It was comforting. I did feel calmer and more collected now that we had a plan. I didn't feel like I was letting everyone down anymore. Kingston was waiting by the back exit for us again. His Gamma wasn't with him this time, though. I had talked to him that morning, and he said Gamma Luis would help Jimmy with his Warpack project. Luis had been working alongside Kingston in tracking them down the last few months, so he had a good idea of what to look for. We made our way to the cellar and down to the cell. I stopped in to say hello to Denny and ensure he was being treated well. We planned to move him somewhere else later, but settling everything would take a week or two. Plus, we wanted to check his intel first. Not that we thought he was lying. He wouldn't be able to while I was commanding him. Especially not with Theo's and Kingston's alpha energies also in the room. but we wanted to ensure it was usable and still protect him. When I was done speaking with him, I prepared myself for the next interrogation. As we went over touching points, Theo's cousin Will joined us. "Luna, it's good to see you again," he said to me with a smile after making introductions. "It's good to see you too," I said, giving him a hug. "Although, you really need to stop making a habit of showing up at times like these. I'm sure Beth would appreciate a more social visit." "I'll be sure to make that happen soon," he chuckled. "So, what do we know about this one?" Kingston spoke up, moving things along. "The guards said he's been more difficult," Theo said. "At first he was aggressive, but after a few days, when he realized there was no escaping, he became less violent but still belligerent, throwing food, tearing apart the cell, purposely injuring himself to the point he was nearly always restrained, etc. Apparently, he must be able to sense when we come down because it's the only time he's quiet. I didn't know why, but that made me feel a little uneasy." "They said that to me too," Will said. "However, it must only be with you guys because he was a right asshole when I paid him a visit." "Did you get anything out of him?" Theo asked. "Not really," he said. "Just some ramblings about a rogue pack taking what's owed to them." "That must be what Grogan is promising them," Kingston said. "He's convinced them they can create their own pack if they push us out far enough." "Sounds like it," Will confirmed. "Well, that's a good place to start then," I said. "And you think he's under the command like Denny was?" Will nodded. "All right then, let's get this over with," I said. We walked into the cell and the stench was overwhelming. He had also been refusing to clean himself as well as neglecting to use the toilet in the corner of the cell. But it was more than that. The bodily odors were nearly drowned out by the pungent odor of a rogue. Denny's scent hadn't had the same intensity as this. I had to swallow the bile that threatened to come up with whatever contents were in my stomach. I glanced at Theo and Kingston. They weren't impressed by the smell either, but it didn't seem to bother them the same way. Finally, I took in the man in front of me. He was chained to the chair like Denny had been. He was older than Denny, with dark brown hair that was graying along the sides and a filthy beard. He was bigger too, both taller and wider. I wasn't surprised he was able to terrorize the other rogues. The various scars that were visible were a testament to the battles he had picked and won. He was looking at the floor, refusing to acknowledge our presence. Theo set another chair that had been brought in a few feet away from him for me to sit in. This time, Theo stayed right by my side while Kingston instinctively moved behind him. They sensed something off about him too. He finally looked up at me. His eyes widened slightly, but he quickly masked his expression. Instead, he started laughing. It was a sinister, maniacal laugh. I suppressed a shiver as my skin began to crawl. I waited until he slowly fell silent again. I wanted to see if he would start talking first, but I didn't know how much longer I could hold out. The smell was getting to be too much to handle. "It's Lloyd, isn't it?" I finally asked. The corner of his lip twitched. I knew that little runt would squeal. It's a wonder the weakling survived so long as a rogue. "Whereas you seem perfectly suited to the title," I replied. "I can't imagine you being anything else." He sneered at me. "That will change." Chapter 202, Theo. It was taking more effort than I wanted to admit to keep from taking this bastard out right there. I had been around him before, when he was transferred here, but it wasn't until now that I realized just how vile he was. It didn't help that I could sense Ayla's revulsion through our bond. I was worried she would be sick any moment. "Just break the command and get out of here, Ayla," I linked her. "I can handle this." "Where is your boss?" Ayla commanded. A grunt escaped Lloyd as he flinched, but he didn't reply. He brushed off her command easily. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something was off. "Where is Grogan?" Ayla ordered again, more forcefully. Again, Lloyd pushed past the command. I felt Ayla's frustration surge through our mate bond. Her hands clenched into fists as she worked to focus. She commanded him again, putting more energy than I had felt from her before. This time, he had to fight hard against the command. It took several minutes before he was able to push past it entirely, and they were painful minutes. But the fact that he was still fighting, that he was still able to, was concerning. He was still breathing heavily when he began to laugh again. "You think I'm stupid enough to not recognize a binding ritual?" he spat. Kingston's gaze shot in my direction. He knew what the command would do. But did he know because Grogan told him or because he had seen it before? Either way, he was under the command. Ayla didn't need to be here. "Ayla, go," I linked. "I've got this." She didn't respond, but I felt a tangle of emotions coming from her, primarily anger. She stood up slowly, taking a step closer to him. "How can you recognize a binding ritual?" she commanded. Her voice was eerily calm. Lloyd fought again, but it was harder this time. I thought for sure he would either give in or pass out, but he still somehow managed to withstand her. When the pain had passed, he looked up at her, taking her in as a vile grin spread across his face. "It doesn't matter if you don't answer," Ayla said through gritted teeth. "I know how you know." "I expect you do," he replied smugly. She looked to Kingston. "Can't you smell it?" she snapped. He looked between the two of us, just as confused as I was. He shook his head. "I don't know what you mean," he replied. Lloyd chuckled. "Of course you don't. You'll have to enlighten them." Ayla's breathing quickened as rage filled her. "He's an Onyx Crown exile." Kingston and I both straightened. Lloyd's expression confirmed her words, and I knew I was standing in a powder keg. I just hoped Kingston would keep his head long enough for us to get the information we need out of him. "Ayla, go," I urged, gripping her elbow. She pulled away. "You were there that night, weren't you?" she ordered. "The night my father's pack was slaughtered." Lloyd scoffed. "Your father and grandfather made enough rogues they shouldn't have been surprised to see us. But now that I see you, I'm almost glad your coward of a father escaped. I'm going to enjoy having my way with you." With a scream, Ayla launched herself at the man, knocking the chair backward as she slashed at him with her claws. I jumped into action. Grabbing her by the waist, I pulled her off him, dragging her kicking and screaming from the cell. I had never seen her like this, and frankly, the energy that was coming off of her was a little terrifying. I managed to get her down the hall to the investigation room. I held her tightly, pinning her arms to her body as I worked to calm her down. "Baby, stop," I pressed. "Calm down." She settled against me, but as soon as I loosened my hold, she lunged for the trash can and vomited. I moved behind her and rubbed her back. Her breathing was still heavy, and she gripped the rim of the can as she hunched over it. "I want him dead, Theo," she said. "He deserves to die." "He will, Ayla," I said with conviction. If I hadn't been so focused on Ayla, he probably already would be. "We can make it a public execution if you want, but we need to get information from him first." "It's not worth it, Theo," she snapped. "Just end it. Now." "It's absolutely worth getting information to protect you," I retorted. "He will get what he deserves, Ayla, I swear, but I'm not risking your safety out of anger." "Fine." She straightened and pushed past me. "Then I'm leaving. I'm not staying in the same building as that bastard." I rushed after her. "Ayla, I know you're upset. I understand. But just take a few minutes to calm down and think things through." She turned, glaring at me intensely. "Take care of this, Theo, or I will." She stormed out of the cellar, leaving me behind to try to reconcile what just happened. I remembered leaving Kingston alone in the cell with Lloyd, and immediately headed back, hoping he hadn't done anything stupid. Thankfully, I returned to find the rogue sitting upright again. Bloody lacerations covered his face and chest, but nothing life-threatening. He would heal. Kingston stood in front of him. His posture was stiff, and I could tell he was also struggling. I felt for the guy, but I was glad he understood why keeping him alive for now was important. "Kingston," I called to him. His attention snapped to me. I tipped my head for him to leave the cell with me. He looked back at Lloyd, his fists clenching, but managed to walk away and follow me out. "How is Ayla?" he asked quietly. I pushed my fingers through my hair. "Pissed off, understandably." He just nodded. "I need you to do me a favor," I said. "I want you to question this guy, Kingston. You're going to know how to approach this better, but please don't do it alone. I know you understand the implications if he dies before we find out what he knows about the Warpack's plans. But I also get that he may push some buttons." "It's fine," he interrupted. "I agree with you." "Thank you," I said. "I need to check on Ayla. I'll have Will or Briggs come down." Chapter 203, Theo. I rushed upstairs to our apartment. When I entered, Ayla wasn't in the living room or kitchen. I went back to the bedroom and found her packing a suitcase. My heart fell into a pit in my stomach. "What are you doing?" She continued to grab clothes. "I told you," she stated, "I won't stay here while that murderer is alive." "Fine," I said, going to the closet and pulling out my travel case. "We'll go to the lake house for a few days." "You're not coming with me," she snapped. "Excuse me?" I replied in disbelief. "You're not staying away from the pack house alone, Ayla. You're the reason he's here." She yelled at me. "You're the reason he's still alive. Until you fix this, I don't want to be near you." My heart was racing and I could hear my blood pulsing in my ears. I had no idea what was going on. Ayla didn't even react this way when Harry admitted to killing her father. "So you're leaving me?" I exclaimed. "Because I need to protect you?" "Because you're letting that abomination live," she bellowed. She slammed the suitcase shut and zipped it. I shoved it back down as she moved to pick it up. "Theo," she gritted out warningly. "What the fuck has gotten into you?" I said, my anger and fear and confusion getting the better of me. "Why am I having to explain this over and over? You want to take the assholes down but refuse to exploit the best resource we have at the moment? This isn't you, Ayla. You're smarter than this." "Oh, so I'm stupid for wanting to avenge my pack? This is your pack," I roared. "And no, you are justified in wanting him dead, but you are being completely rash. And you are being ignorant if you think I'm just going to let you leave me." She pulled at the suitcase again, but I held it firmly in place. She glared at me with an anger I'd never seen directed at me before. "Don't make me command you," she hissed. I froze as shock ran through me. My body went numb at her words. "Really?" I replied quietly. "That's where you're going to take this?" She held my gaze. I waited, but she didn't back down. I removed my hand from the case and stepped aside. I couldn't believe she thought my actions were worth that kind of betrayal. We didn't command our mates. We should never have to. Commands were a tool to maintain order within a pack, not to manipulate our members to get what we want. That's why our ability to command was taken seriously. It was a sacred gift that should never be abused. We sure as fuck didn't take that free will from our mate, because that's what a command was. That's why it was painful to fight it. She had grown more powerful in the past few weeks. She would be able to take that from me. Ayla brushed past me, and I fought to stay on my feet. My chest was so tight I couldn't breathe. She had cut off our connection, blocking me from feeling her through our mate bond. Tears pricked my eyes as I tried to control the urge to grab and hold her here. I wanted to tell her I'd kill Lloyd. We'd go down and I'd rip his throat out right now. I wanted to scream that I would make it right and beg her to stay with me. But my gut was also telling me that would be a mistake, that there was something else going on with Ayla. If I pushed her, would she still command me? Could I risk her crossing that line? Would our relationship withstand that damage? Would Ayla? My head spun as I tried to make sense of what was happening. I waited to hear the apartment door close. Waited for the love of my life to walk out on me. Again. But I couldn't even pretend to know what the right thing to do was this time. But the sound never came. The door didn't open. It didn't slam shut. I didn't even hear the knob turn. I swallowed the lump in my throat and turned toward the living room. I got to the end of the hall. I saw Ayla. She was slumped on the floor by the door. Her back was to me and she was still. I slowly approached her, sitting down on the floor beside her. I didn't touch her until I saw her expression. Silent tears fell down her cheeks. Her face held confusion and disbelief. Her body wasn't moving, but her eyes were darting around blankly as her mind raced. She whispered. "I'm sorry." I exhaled heavily, gathering her into my arms and holding her against my chest. Her arms snapped around my neck as she clung to me desperately. I rocked her as she started to sob. I shushed her gently as she continued to apologize and beg for my forgiveness. "Baby, it's okay," I soothed. "I'm here. I promise I'm right here." Chapter 2 and 4, Ayla. I froze when my hand touched the cold metal door handle. What the fuck was I doing? I had blocked Theo from me in my anger, but he was still coming through to me. I could feel his turmoil and confusion. I could feel his pain that I caused. And for what? Because he wouldn't kill someone for me? Because he wouldn't let me kill him? What kind of monster was I? A million questions and accusations ran through my mind as my knees gave way, and I sunk to the hardwood floor. What the hell was wrong with me? Theo was right. This wasn't me. Throughout our entire fight, I knew what he was saying made sense. I knew we needed to keep him alive to get information. But my rage was so consuming that I didn't care. I hated Lloyd so much I felt like I was on fire. I couldn't pinpoint what cleared my mind from that haze, but something had. Now I just felt remorse and pain and fear. I was scared of how I just acted. I felt Theo next to me. I was scared of the damage I just did. I don't know how long it took for me to finally calm down. Theo just held me like he always did. Whenever I came close to composure, I thought about how amazing he was and another wave would hit me. When I finally felt like it had all passed, my body ached from crying and my face was thoroughly covered in tears and snot. "I'm sorry, Theo," I said once more as I released my hold on him. "I shouldn't have said those things. I shouldn't have tried to leave. I shouldn't have been mad at you. I don't know what came over me." Theo sighed, brushing my hair back and wiping my cheeks with his thumbs. "You've been overwhelmed, baby. You've had a rough day. I think it's just time to call it and go to bed. And tomorrow, your life will be about the normal things, okay? School, work, friends, all those good things." I nodded. I guess I needed that more than I thought. It was still a little painful to admit I couldn't handle it all, but I wouldn't let my pride risk this happening again. Theo lifted me to my feet and led me to the bedroom. He helped me change into pajamas and we crawled into bed together. I was exhausted, but I couldn't fall asleep. I was pressed against Theo, feeling the rise and fall of his chest, but I still felt a subtle distance between us. He was still upset with me. He sighed, resting his forehead on my head. "Ayla." "Yes," I murmured. "Don't threaten to command me again," he replied, "please." Horror and guilt washed through me as the weight of my threat hit me. "Never again, I swear," I said firmly. I squeezed him tighter, and he did the same. "And please, please, don't ever fucking leave me," he begged. "Please." "I swear," I repeated. He was quiet for a while. I thought he had fallen asleep when he spoke again. "You know this will be worse for him." "What?" I asked, looking up at him. "He will fight every command," he explained. "It will be long and agonizing. I will promise you that. He will get what he deserves, and when he does die, he will die knowing he helped us defeat everything he was fighting for." I didn't want to say it was comforting, but it was reassuring, and it brought me a small sense of peace. I snuggled in close to Theo once more and quickly drifted off to sleep. We had a slow morning the next day. It didn't have class until later, so Theo got up and made a big breakfast for us. The distance I had felt last night was gone, and I felt a weight had been lifted off of me. We were nearly finished with our meal when there was a knock on our door. I looked at Theo and saw someone was linking him. "It's Will and Kingston," he said, pushing away from the table to go let them in. I stood to follow, hanging back a little as he opened the door and invited them in. "Good morning, Ayla," Kingston said kindly. They both looked terrible, especially Kingston. He must have been down in the cellar all night. And by the looks of it, his temper had also gotten the better of him a time or two. There were various smatterings of blood on his clothes, and his knuckles were bruised and split. Kingston followed my gaze and realized the state he was in. "My apologies," he sighed. "I should have stopped to change." "No," I insisted, taking a little comfort in what his appearance implied. "Are you okay, though?" He gave me a small smile. "I feel a bit better," he replied wryly, flexing his fingers. The corners of my lips twitched. I was glad he was getting some sense of justice as well. The Onyx Crown slaughter had a far deeper impact on him than it ever would on me. He needed that experience with Lloyd. "Were you able to get anything out of him?" Theo asked, crossing his arms over his chest as he leaned against the couch. "Not much," Kingston said. He did allude to another attack on Sablemane soon. I tried to stay vague and taunting, but he gave away more than he realized. "I'm pretty sure I know where this is going down. I'm going home to prepare." "You don't think he's toying with you?" Theo asked. "Oh, he very well could be," Kingston said with a shrug, "but I still think I need to be there to handle whatever happens." His eyes met mine. "Besides, I think I need a little distance from him. Otherwise, it will be hard to keep from being someone I don't want to be anymore." I understood what he was saying. I was glad he was able to recognize that danger and step away. I would hate to see this turn him back into the person he was a couple months ago. He was better than that. "I'll keep you all up to date on what is going on," he said. "Randy is already helping get some confirmation. He also said he would be making his way here soon. He wants to check this guy out as well, see if he can place his rank within the society." Theo nodded. "He told me." He straightened up. "Get some rest and clean up before you go. We'll have an escort ready to ensure you make it back to Sablemane territory safely." Theo offered his hand, which Kingston accepted, shaking it firmly. I followed by stepping in to give him a hug. Chapter 205, Theo. I stood at the sink in the bathroom for a moment, taking deep breaths to calm my anger. Turning on the tap, I started washing the blood from my hands. I had spent 2 hours in the cell with Lloyd. I didn't intend to get that physical with him yet, but he really was a vile bastard with a bad mouth. I pulled my shirt over my head and discarded it. I didn't want Ayla to see me like that. We were both trying to keep her mind off the rogue locked in the cellar. We did manage to find a place for Denny, at least. I would be swearing him into the pack in a couple of days, and he would be moved to a halfway house nearby. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it was a hell of a lot better than what he was used to, and I trusted the woman who managed it. She was a genuinely kind soul who cared about her charges. If anyone could help Denny assimilate into pack life, she could. I was dressed and presentable when I heard Ayla arrive home. Zeph was in town, and I could hear them talking about something that had Ayla in good spirits. I smiled in relief. I was glad that I was able to mend things between Zeph and me, both as his alpha and for Ayla. If our plan worked out, he would be spending more time with her soon. And while it seemed strange to be grateful for my mate to be in the company of an unmated male, I couldn't deny how important his friendship was to her. She needed that these days, and I was giving her something familiar and normal. She deserved that. I left the room and met them in the living room. Ayla smiled and met me with a kiss. She already seemed lighter and happier. "Zeph," I greeted, shaking his hand. "I hear you have a proposition for me," he said. "That I do," I said. "If you have time, we can talk now. Or do you want to get settled in first?" "I'm free now," he said. "Great," I replied. "To start, I need to show you something." "You two go ahead," Ayla said. "I'm going to change and finish up a couple emails for school real quick. I'll meet you there." She kissed my cheek before going to the bedroom. I led Zeph out of the pack house and walked to a nearby house. It was one of the first built, so it was older and needed some updates anyway, which was part of the reason it was perfect. I unlocked the front door and Zeph followed me inside. It was completely empty at the moment. We had already had the furnishing removed, with the exception of the beds and dressers in 2 of the 3 bedrooms upstairs. Everything else had been cleared out. Zeph was obviously confused, but interested in what I was going to say. "How is the magazine going?" I asked, taking him back to the kitchen. "It's going really well," he said with pride. "It's gotten off its feet sooner than we had expected." "I'm glad to hear it," I said, leaning against the counter. "Ayla tells me you two have mostly been working out of each other's homes so far. Have you guys thought about setting up a headquarters yet?" Zeph shrugged. "It has been discussed. It hasn't been a priority yet, seeing as all of our contributors work remotely anyway." I nodded. "But that means you could set up anywhere, right? If the opportunity presented itself?" "Yes," Zeph answered slowly. "I suppose so." "Good, because I would like for you to set it up right here," I stated, indicating the house we were standing in. Zeph looked startled. "May I ask why?" My lips twitched at his skepticism. "I need your help. It's for Ayla." "I'm listening," he replied, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning against the wall. "I know she's told you everything that's been going on," I said. "She trusts you explicitly. I won't try to deny that I haven't looked into you more to make sure her trust is well placed, because I have." "You didn't hide it all that well," he smirked. "I had some people reach out. I wasn't intending to." I grinned back. It was a power move and he knew it, but he respected it and I liked that. "But when it comes to Ayla, I trust you too. I need that right now." I motioned for him to follow me as I moved to a door off of the kitchen. It led down to a basement that already had construction supplies stacked up. "We need better access to the cellar," I said. "Something more discreet, so we're building a tunnel entrance from here. It lines up well and is close enough that it shouldn't take long with a good team. However, that means this can no longer be used as a residence. I already have offices established for my business that Harmon runs in the city. I do everything else from the pack house. So we need a cover. As you said, most of your work is done remotely, so you wouldn't have a lot of traffic coming in and out of the building. And again, I trust you to keep this secret, so would you be willing to set up shop here?" Zeph thought for a few moments as he looked around the area. "What all would this entail for me?" he asked. "It would require a couple responsibilities on your part," I said. "Mostly just monitoring who is coming and going, but a large part of that will be done by the security system. Other than that, we just need the company to occupy the space. This also will give Ayla a space outside of the pack house to work. We'll turn the dining room and master bedroom into offices on the main floor, a 3rd office on the 2nd. The other 2 rooms I'll leave for you to do what you want. You can even live here if you like." He had listened intently and considered the offer. "I'll have to talk to Holly, of course," he said. "She's my partner, so she'll have to agree." "Does she know who Ayla really is?" I asked sternly. Zeph shook his head. "No," he replied firmly. "And she won't until you choose to tell her." I nodded, feeling better about trusting him. "Talk to her. You can bring her out to check things out. Tell her I'm giving the office to Ayla as a gift if you want," I said. "Just let me know what you decide." Chapter 206. Ayla. It had been 3 weeks since I had stepped back from the Warpack investigation. It had been hard at first. I kept feeling like I was being left out, which would manifest in mood swings. Theo would update me on anything I needed to know, which helped some. He still hadn't been able to get much out of Lloyd, but we weren't surprised that the process would take a while. Eventually, I settled into a normal routine that kept me busy enough that I could keep my mind off of the things I wasn't doing. I was still working on my dad's research with Professor Armand, but other than that, I hadn't touched Harry's journal or anything else. I was finally caught up with school and really starting to enjoy my classes. I was even making more friends on campus. However, there was one thing that had been off. I was still getting sick. Ever since that night with Lloyd, I had been nauseous frequently. At first, it wasn't that bad, and I chalked it up to stress and knowing he was still there. I had started using some herbal remedies that had helped for the most part, but for the past couple of days, it had gotten worse. "Okay, Ayla," Maggie said from outside the stall door as I hung my head over the toilet. "It's time to face it." I know, I groaned, flushing the contents of my stomach down the drain. As I left the stall and rinsed my mouth at the sink, while Maggie offered me a cool, damp paper towel for my face. "We'll stop by the pharmacy on the way back," she said. "When is Alpha done today?" "He said he wouldn't be back until late," I said, sounding more bitter than I had meant. He hadn't been working late a lot, but he always seemed to have bad timing when he did. With me being sick, Dasha had been in a weird mood that had us both feeling unusually clingy. So, when Theo wasn't close by, I would get annoyed, especially since he had been evasive about where he had been going. He said he was working on a project with the company from the office in the city while Harmon was still in town. But whenever I asked, I could feel something through our bond. It made me feel like he was hiding something. I didn't like it. "Let's go, Luna," Maggie said, hooking her arm in mine. "It's time to get some answers." I let Maggie drive because my stomach was still queasy. We had made our pit stop and were back home in my suite in less than an hour. I immediately flopped down on the couch, trying to breathe through the nausea. "Nuh-uh," Maggie said as she dropped the paper bag on my lap. "Go. Now." I huffed dramatically. Dragging myself off the couch, I carried the bag to the hall bathroom with me. I shut the door and pulled out the box with the pregnancy test. I looked at it in my hands and a wave of emotions flooded through me. I didn't know why I had been avoiding this. Maybe because I didn't know how I would feel about the results. No, that's not true. I knew how I would feel. I would be ecstatic to be having Theo's pup. Over the last few weeks especially, he had shown me just how amazing he would be as a father. He had been taking care of me so well, and I knew how much having kids meant to him, not to mention what it would mean to his parents. I would be over the moon to be able to give Torin his wish. But there was anxiety there as well. Despite the break from the Warpack investigation, I still knew the threat was still very real. It felt like I constantly had a target on my back. It felt irresponsible to have a pup while that kind of danger loomed over our heads. And what if I wasn't? Sure, getting pregnant on your first heat after a mating wasn't guaranteed, but it was pretty damn common. If I wasn't, then what if that meant something was wrong? I had been taking Wolfsbane for over a week when I went into heat. What if that did something to prevent it? I guess that didn't matter at this point. All I could do was take the test, get the results, and go from there. I tore the box open and grabbed the stick. When I was done, I carried it back out to the living room without even looking at it. "We have a few minutes before it's ready," I said when Maggie looked at me expectantly. I set the test stick on the coffee table face down and paced, chewing on a fingernail as I did so. Dasha was practically giggling in the back of my mind. "Well, you're not telling me anything," I shot at her. "Not sure," she replied. Although I had a feeling that wasn't true. Ever since Maggie had suggested I could be pregnant a week ago, she had been acting smug whenever I asked her what she felt, even though she would deny knowing anything. Werewolves had shorter pregnancies than humans. Like the way we healed faster, our pups developed faster as well, so she should have been able to tell something by now. "It's going to be okay, Luna," Maggie assured me. "This is a good thing. Great, even." I sighed with a light laugh. "I know," I said. She came over and grabbed my hands. "Can I tell you a secret?" I nodded. "I kind of really hope that you are," she said almost giddily with a broad smile. My face quickly mirrored hers as I admitted my own feelings to myself. "Me too." She glanced at her watch. "It's time." I nodded and took a deep breath. "You do it." Maggie leaned over and picked up the device, turning it over to read the result. Chapter 207, Theo. I stopped by the office to put the plans in the safe before heading back to the apartment. The last thing I wanted was for Ayla to stumble across them. It had been hard keeping the secret from her, but it would be worth it. "Hey, babe," I called as I entered the apartment. "I'm home." Something felt different. I paused for a moment, trying to gauge the feeling, but I couldn't. I couldn't place it as good or bad, just different, which was strange in itself. Ayla? She wasn't in the kitchen or the living room. I could sense her close by, and she said she was home when I messaged her a little while ago. It was later than I had expected, so I figured she may have gone to bed already. However, She would usually wait up for me. She hadn't been thrilled when I told her I would be out late again that evening. Was she mad at me? I went to the bedroom, but she wasn't there, either. I heard a thump and a muffled curse. My brow furrowed. I looked down the hall and saw the door to one of the spare rooms ajar. I opened it to find chaos. There were boxes scattered around the floor. Everything had been removed from the surfaces of the furniture and packed away. Every frame was taken down from the walls and tucked into the boxes. The sheets had been stripped from the bed, and Ayla was currently trying to move one of the nightstands. "What in the world are you doing?" I asked amusedly. She jumped slightly. She must have really been focused and hadn't noticed me come in. "Oh, good, Theo," she said, waving me over. "Come help me move this." Kieran was bouncing in anticipation. Ayla had been having weird mood swings lately, and he had been overly sensitive to them. Tonight, I could definitely tell he knew something was up. "And where am I moving it to?" I replied as I closed the distance. "The other spare room for now," she indicated. "I'll have some pack members come and move them out tomorrow." "Okay," I said slowly. "But why? You said you liked how Mom decorated the place and didn't want to change it." Ayla's attention finally settled on me. I hadn't realized she had been partially blocking our connection until she opened up, and I nearly fell to my knees from the strength of her emotions. I reached out and held her face, holding her gaze as she worked to tell me whatever it was she needed to. "Well," she began, "I believe pups prefer a crib to a bed and maybe some brighter colors." I froze. Did she mean? Was she? "Ayla, are you?" I stammered. "Are we having?" She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. My lips slammed into hers. Joyous laughter bubbled up as I tasted her. She tugged at my clothes, her arousal filling my senses as we fell onto the blankets. I kissed along her skin, savoring the feel of it against mine. I worshipped her glorious body as I worked to bring her as much pleasure as she had given me. "I love you, Ayla," I said. "I love you more than words can say. You have made me happier than I ever deserved." She giggled against my chest. "I love you too, Theo, and you deserve every ounce of joy I can give you." I pulled the blankets up over us, tucking us in as I looked down at Ayla's beautiful face again. I trailed my knuckles along her cheek, weaving my fingers through her hair before trailing them down her neck. I paused for a moment to trace her mark before my hand made its way to rest on her belly. I slid down the bed, kissing her stomach. "And you're sure?" I asked. She laughed. "After 5 pregnancy tests, yeah," she said. "I'm pretty sure." Her fingers combed through my hair as my head lay on her abdomen. I inhaled deeply, breathing in her scent in that perfect moment. Goddess, she was so fucking perfect. Images of what our pup would look like, whether they would be a boy or girl, and all the things we would do with them, were circling through my mind when Ayla finally spoke again. "And you're sure you still want this?" she asked quietly. My head snapped up in utter confusion. "Why wouldn't I want this, Ayla?" She sighed, avoiding my eyes. "You've been gone a lot lately and—" "Baby, stop," I interrupted. I moved back up the bed to face her. Could she really believe that I had been out late because I didn't want to be with her? Now that I knew she was pregnant, it explained her mood swings and attachment lately. I knew her hormones were messing with her, but could she convince herself I didn't want her anymore, that I didn't want children with her anymore? "I've wanted this more than anything since the moment I came to my fucking senses and accepted you, Ayla," I said firmly. "You, and now our pup, are everything to me, baby. My entire world. Do you understand me?" She nodded with a smile. I kissed her deeply and passionately, enforcing my words. "Get some sleep," I whispered. "I want to take you somewhere in the morning." It was time I showed her my secret. Chapter 2 and 8, Ayla. Theo woke me up the next morning with a bubble bath waiting for me. Once I was in and relaxing, he told me to take my time and that he'd be back soon, emphasizing that he would be in the pack house and to just mind-link him if I needed anything. I remembered he said he wanted to take me somewhere the night before, but refused to tell me anything when I asked about it. He just told me I would know soon enough, and I'd have to trust him. I chuckled as I watched him leave. He seemed nervous, but a good, excited nervous. I didn't know if it was because of my pregnancy or whatever he had planned for the day. Possibly a little of both. Either way, I wasn't worried. The level of happiness passing between our mate bond was more than enough to keep me calm. When I was done soaking, I got dressed and spent some time making myself look nice. Nothing much, just spending a little more time on my hair and makeup than I usually did. When I was satisfied, I stood in front of the mirror and looked myself over. My hand instinctively went to my stomach. I wondered what Theo would think when I was big and round in a few months. Dasha lingered smugly and contently in my mind. She had enjoyed every second of our mate doting on us. Mate thinks we're beautiful. Mate happy, she cooed with pride. I giggled softly. I would hope so. He did his job well. Dasha happy, she replied. Me too, I concurred. I heard Theo return and went to greet him. We bumped into each other in the hall as we were both heading for each other. We laughed as we kissed, my arms going around his neck as he held me close. You ready? He asked, brushing his nose against mine. I nodded. Great. With his arm around my waist, he led me through the pack house and out the front entrance. His car was already parked at the door ready for us. Theo opened my door but stopped me before I got in. Turn around, he said with a mischievous grin. Why? I asked cautiously. Just turned around, he chuckled. I sighed but did as he said. My vision suddenly went dark as soft fabric covered my eyes. This stays on until I tell you, he said as he tied the blindfold securely. Understood? Is this really necessary? He kissed my cheek and guided me into the front seat. Absolutely. The door shut and Theo was climbing in next to me within a few seconds. I heard the engine come to life and we were on our way to wherever the heck we were on our way to. You're really not going to tell me what this is all about, are you? I asked. Nope, he replied. I racked my brain trying to think of where he could be taking me. We're going to your parents, aren't we? Nope, he repeated. And you'll never guess, so you might as well think of something else to discuss. I crossed my arms over my chest with a huff, resisting the urge to pull the blindfold off. Fine. Theo chuckled, grabbing my hand and squeezing it. I could feel how excited he was, and it was so adorable. I didn't want to ruin that for him, so I relaxed back in the seat and went along for the ride. We will have to tell your parents soon, I said. My mother would kill me if I kept this from her, so I definitely agree. But I want to hold off a little before we formally announce it to the pack, I said. Get a little further along, maybe closer to our ceremony. I can live with that, Theo said. However, I can't say I can do anything about the rumors once you start to show. I laughed. I don't expect you to be a miracle worker, I said. We drove a little longer, but it didn't seem far when we stopped, and Theo cut the engine. Wait here a moment, babe, he said as he kissed the back of my hand. And don't touch that blindfold. I mean it. I chuckled. I promise I'll leave it be, I said. Just hurry up. He kissed my neck before getting out, leaving me in darkness. I could hear him get something out of the trunk of the car before listening to him walk away. I cracked the door open and took a deep breath. It may have been cheating, but I wasn't breaking my promise. We definitely weren't in the city anymore. The air was fresh and clean, with the smell of fall trees around us. It was also quiet, only the sound of nature filling my ears. It was peaceful wherever we were. Finally, Theo returned and pulled my door open all the way. He took my hands and tugged me out of the car. With his hands on my hips, he walked me to whatever spot he had picked out. Ready? He whispered from behind me. Yes, I insisted eagerly. He tugged at the tie of the fabric and the blindfold fell away. We were in a clearing surrounded by trees. A large pond butted up against the stretch of land, and fall wildflowers were growing along the tree line. It was a gorgeous space. Right in front of me was a blanket with a picnic spread out on top. At the end of the blanket, there was a board set up. Pinned to it were blueprints. What is this? I asked. This is our home, he said gently, holding back his excitement and nervousness. Or it will be when I'm done building it. What? I turned to him. Do you like the land? He asked urgently. I know I probably should have asked you, but I saw the property for sale and I thought of you. I know how much you like the water. The water, it's not so far from the city, and the blueprints aren't set in stone. We have plenty of time to make any changes you want, babe. It's all whatever you want. I threw my arms around his neck, my mouth taking his. Is this what you've been up to when you were coming home late? I asked as I pulled away. He nodded sheepishly. I wanted it to be a surprise. I kissed him again. It's perfect. Chapter 209, Kylee. Hey, Carrie, do you mind if I take my break? Ma's calling, I said as I clicked the vibrating phone in my pocket. I didn't have to look at it. Ma was the only one who called me these days. All my tables are good. Sure, go right ahead, she replied with a smile. I headed through the kitchen and out the back door. I dialed Ma again. Hey, Ma, what's up? I was just wondering if you were going to be home in time for my call with Ayla, she said. I winced. I had told her I would try to be there this time, but I had been in a better mood that day. Therapy was going well, and I thought I was progressing better in dealing with my situation. But now that the time had come, I wasn't so sure I was ready. I hadn't spoken with Ayla since she went back home to the Greytooth pack. I hadn't expected to hear from her. She made our position perfectly clear, and I couldn't blame her. but I missed her terribly. I couldn't count the times I wanted to pick up the phone to call her and tell her about my day. However, I would always be left feeling awful, as it was mostly just to complain. It really made me realize how often I did that with her over the years. I had worked through that with Dr. Witham. She actually had me excited about talking to her again. But then I got an email from an old friend back home. I sent her my new number and had been texting. Apparently, Ayla was doing really well. She was thriving in her new role. She was thriving with Theo. Finding that out made the prospect of talking with her more daunting. Don't get me wrong, I was truly happy to know she was doing so well, especially after everything we all had put her through. The same went for Theo. I was surprised to realize that I was glad to hear Ayla was making him so happy. It was a big step for me. I was getting over him and moving on. But then I thought about what I would actually say to Ayla. She was flourishing, and here I was, moping. Yes, moping. I was still feeling sorry for myself. It was still something I couldn't get over just yet. And I didn't think I could handle her seeing that. We're pretty busy right now, I told Ma. I only have a minute to call you back, so I'm not sure I'll make it back in time. We can wait for you, she insisted. I'm sure Ayla won't mind. No, I assured her. You just give her a call. Don't worry about me. I'll try to call her later. Ma paused. Okay, she replied doubtfully. Well, I'll let you get back to work. Love you. Love you too, I said. Right as I hung up, the alley door opened and Carrie popped her head out. Your special friend is here, she cooed, waggling her eyebrows. I put back in booth 1 for you. I sighed. He's not my friend, Carrie, I said, following her inside. He's just a regular. Well, he's not interested in being my special friend, she said. So I suggest you take the opportunity. You could use a good night out. I shook my head. She was talking about Derek, the guy who moved here recently. He had been coming to the diner multiple times a week and would only sit in my section. He had asked me on a date more than once, but I always declined. He was really nice and very attractive, but he wasn't my mate. I had learned my lesson and had no interest in a relationship with anyone who wasn't my mate, and I wasn't ready for anything casual at the moment. Although, I had to actively remind myself of that fact every time I saw him. Tonight was no different. He was sitting in the booth, looking incredible in a nice blue button-up and slacks. The color made his blue eyes pop as he perused the menu as if he didn't know it by heart by now. My stomach did a flip, and I had to clear my throat to pull myself back to reality before making my way to his table. Hey, Derek, I said brightly, placing his regular soda on the table in front of him. Did you come from work again? He looked up at me with a huge smile. Well, there's my favorite girl, he said. Yes, my boss is really pushing for this deal to go through soon. He works you too hard, I replied. I can't say it's just him wanting this to go through, he said cheekily. If this works out, my boss wants me to be the head of the new location, so it looks like I'll be moving here more permanently. Oh, I said, surprised. Then you'll have to let me take you on a date, he insisted. Distance won't be an issue anymore. My mouth fell open. Derek, Come on, Kylee, he interrupted, reaching out to brush his fingers along my wrist. It's not like I have anyone to celebrate with. This is a big step in my career. I sighed, unable to ignore how nice his touch felt. All right, I said. If you close the deal, and if you get the promotion, I'll celebrate with you. His smile broadened, and he squeezed my arm gently. But only as friends, I insisted, despite leaning in closer to him uncontrollably. Of course, he replied wryly. I took his order and walked back to the kitchen to give it to the cooks, the whole time wondering what I had just gotten myself into. Chapter 210, Theo. Ayla and I were trying desperately to hide our excitement throughout the entire dinner. As I looked around the table at my parents and Briggs and Mina, it was getting harder and harder not to just blurt it out. The fact that Mina had been eyeing Ayla suspiciously all evening didn't help. Thankfully, it was the end of the meal. I didn't have to wait any longer. Are you sure you don't want to wait for Jimmy? Ayla linked me. No, he said he likely wasn't going to make it, I said, disappointed. But he insisted there was something important he had to do. Okay, she replied. You ready? Are you kidding? I teased, throwing my arm around her shoulder. She elbowed me subtly before clearing her throat to get everyone's attention. So Grace, she said, I'm afraid I have some bad news. Oh, Mom replied, the atmosphere dropping slightly. You know the dress we had picked out for the ceremony? Ayla stated. Well, I think we're going to have to return it. I don't think the style is going to be appropriate anymore. Honey, what are you talking about? Mom said, not catching on that she was trying to tell her something else. The dress looks stunning on you. It's perfect. Now, perhaps, Ayla continued, but I think I need something that will be a bit more accommodating. She looked at me with a wry grin, and I kissed her temple. My figure isn't going to be the same by the solstice. I'll probably be a bit rounder. The room went silent for a moment as everyone let her words sink in. A huge smile slowly spread across Mina's face. I knew something was up, she exclaimed. You're pregnant. My mate and I looked at each other again, pure happiness flowing between us. Yes, Ayla replied. Mina jumped up from her seat and was around the table in a nanosecond, hugging Ayla tightly. My mother was covering her mouth as tears of joy began to well in her eyes. Briggs and my father were up and clapping my back in congratulations. Over the next 5 to 10 minutes, more smiles and embraces were exchanged than I had experienced since I didn't know when. Okay, Dad, I said as he squeezed Ayla happily. Let's not crush my mate and pup. I think the pup will be just fine, babe, Ayla laughed. I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her to me. Mom came up and grabbed her hands. We'll go back to the dress shop as soon, first thing. Suddenly, our door slammed open. We all turned to see Jimmy standing in the doorway, panting and looking disheveled. We've got a problem, he burst out. He looked back into the hall behind him, checking in all directions, before shutting and locking the bolt before coming in and collapsing on the couch. He was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt, but no shoes. He must have shifted to get here. Ayla rushed to get him a glass of water, handing it to him as he caught his breath. What happened? I insisted, feeling his anxiety. I found a meeting, he said. I suspected a local group of having ties to the War Pack. Caught wind of a get-together happening tonight, so I showed up. And, oh, it's War Pack all right, he said. They don't come out and claim the name, at least not yet. Right now, they are referring to themselves as purists, but what they're spouting is pure War Pack rhetoric. Did you get names? I asked. Jimmy looked at me gravely. Yeah, he replied with a nod. A few, actually. Sarah Walport's man, John, was there. I know you were worried about him, but the real problem is the sheriff. What? I hissed, my fists clenching in rage. Jimmy nodded in confirmation. I got a good look before someone recognized me. I didn't raise any flags at first, but someone voiced my loyalty to Luna, and that caused some issues. Theo, they weren't just trying to run me out of the meeting. If I hadn't gotten away, well, I'm not sure exactly what they would have done with me, but it wouldn't have been to just let me walk away. They're planning something they want to keep secret. We need to move fast before they scatter. I cursed as Briggs started mind-linking those we knew were loyal to us. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. We need Randy here, I said, dialing his contact. Yeah? He answered. You somewhere private? I asked. Hey, man, he replied casually. I'm not sure if I can, but what's the plan? He must have been in the field and couldn't talk freely. Just get here as soon as you can, I said, keeping it vague. Right? I'll see you in the morning, he replied before hanging up. By the time I hung up, Maggie was knocking at our door. Maggie, you're with us tonight. I held Ayla's face in my hands. I need you to stay here with my parents, babe. I don't think they're going to try anything tonight, but I'm not about to risk anything. Don't leave the apartment. I'm not going anywhere, she said, reaching up to kiss me. Just be careful, please. You're just as much a target as I am now. Don't worry, I said gently. Nothing will keep me from coming home to you both. The warriors are gathering outside the pack house, Briggs said, holding Mina to his chest. They should all be there within the next 15 minutes. We should get moving. I nodded before turning back to Jimmy. You still got some energy left in you? There's no way in hell I'm sitting this one out if that's what you're asking, he said, rising from the couch. Good, I said. I kissed Ayla one more time, firmly and thoroughly. I love you. Both of you. She smiled gently. I love you too. Chapter 211. Theo. We met our men outside to set a plan. Briggs and I will be going to the sheriff's house. Jimmy, you take a few wolves back to the meeting spot and see who you can track down from there, I commanded. The rest of you split up into groups of 3. Jimmy will link you any names he has. Start at their houses and hunt them down from there. Don't attack unless they do, Briggs said. Until we understand their loyalties, they are only to be questioned. They are still our pack members. Let me know as soon you have them in custody, I said. Briggs and I headed to my car and I sped out of the parking lot. I hoped I was hiding my rage as well as I hoped I was. Sheriff Hawkins was a veteran from my father's time as Alpha. We had had our disagreements in the past. He had always been a bit old-fashioned. But he didn't have enough power to do any harm, and he was loyal, or so I thought. So our differences didn't seem like enough to take a man's position. That would change now. Theo, you understand how delicate this situation is, right? Briggs said, his eyes falling on my white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. If he's not speaking out against you as alpha, loyalty to their Luna comes hand in hand with loyalty to me, I said through gritted teeth. Hawkins is loyal to your family. Ayla is my family, I interjected. Theo, I'm trying really hard not to point out the obvious, but her taking the role as Luna hasn't exactly been universally accepted, Briggs shot back. He was talking about what I had done with Kylee. The rumors that had spread after Ayla and my relationship came out would have caused doubts in Ayla's character. I thought I had put those doubts to rest, but I guess we hadn't been as thorough as I had hoped. Right now, we just need to get to Hawkins and find out what the fuck he's planning, I said. Agreed, Briggs said. I pulled into the clubhouse parking lot of Hawkins' neighborhood and parked around the back where it was dark. I wasn't sure if he would be home yet, and I didn't want to tip him off if he came back after us. We walked the short distance to his house, keeping out of sight as much as possible. The place was quiet and all the lights were off. His mate's car is in the garage, Briggs said as he peered through the windows. I knocked on the door. After a couple of tries, I heard movement from inside. A moment later, Angela, his mate, opened the door. Alpha? She said worriedly. What are you doing here? Is something wrong? Has something happened to Bill? May we come in? Of course, she replied. I didn't really wait for an answer and was already on the foyer, listening for any signs. The Hawkins was actually there somewhere. I didn't sense anything. The house appeared to be in order as well, so I didn't think he had already come and gone. Besides, I didn't think he'd leave his mate behind if he was going to run. Don't turn the lights on, Briggs said, stopping Angela as she reached for the switch. What's going on? She asked again, pulling her robe tighter around her. Do you know what your mate has been up to lately? I replied. Outside of his job requirements, that is. I'm not sure what you mean, she said. Angela, I warned. She was lying. It was obvious. She recoiled slightly, her shoulders falling. Whatever he is doing, it's to protect you and your family. Bullshit, I snapped. Do you know what he is involved in? I commanded. All I know is that someone came to him with information on a threat to the... Shut up, Angela, a voice burst through the room. Bill Hawkins emerged from the shadows of a back room. I had sensed him come in the back door. Alpha Theo, Beta Briggs, I assume you're looking for me. It took everything in my power not to launch myself across the room at him. Sit, I forced through gritted teeth, indicating the chair Briggs had moved to the middle of the room. Hawkins did as he was told. I would like to start off by saying that my loyalty to you or your father has not changed, Alpha Theo, he said. Then why did my Gamma find you in a meeting plotting against our Luna? Angela gasped from the corner. Bill shook his head. She's not our Luna, sir. I advanced toward him, but Briggs stopped me. Ayla Garner is Alpha Theo's fated mate, Briggs said, holding my shoulder firmly. She is our destined Luna. What makes you think she's not? Who has told you otherwise? Alpha Theo, Hawkins replied coolly. Excuse me? I spat. You accepted and announced Kylee Garner as your mate and Luna, he insisted. For over a year, she was your fated mate. She was never my fated mate, I bellowed. I never once said that. Then why does half the pack believe that? Kylee lied, Briggs said. Regardless, Theo has marked Ayla. She is fulfilling the role in an exceptional way. Why question her legitimacy? What kind of threat is she supposed to be? Ayla's the one lying, sir, he said confidently. She has done something to manipulate her way into being our Luna. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. You have no idea what the truth is, Hawkins, I stated. Kylee is the one who manipulated her way into my life. I was stupid and blind. She's anything but worthy of being a Luna. If you truly knew anything about either of them, you'd see that. Okay, Hawkins replied. Let's say Kylee isn't your fated mate either. If she was capable of manipulating you like that, why wouldn't you believe Ayla was also capable of it as well? Briggs grabbed me again. We know exactly who Ayla is, he confirmed. We aren't here to entertain the contrary. All we want to know is who told you she was a threat and why you believe them over your alpha. Because her father set you up. Chapter 212, Theo. I wasn't even going to consider this conversation. It was pure nonsense. But whoever was coming after us, they were getting closer and smarter. I needed Hawkins to talk. If this is so concerning to you, why not come to me or my father? Why skulk around behind our back? I asked. You wouldn't have listened, he said. She's marked you, Alpha. You won't listen to reason now. And what reason is that? I ground out, trying hard to maintain control. What was her father trying to accomplish by making her my Luna? Hawkins shook his head. They want to take control. She wants to get rid of all the alphas, to become queen. I ran a hand over my face, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Do you know how ridiculous you sound?" I said. "I said you wouldn't listen," Hawkins replied. "If this was true, why me?" I asked. "Why the Greytooth Pack? We're far from the most powerful pack. We may have one of the biggest territories, but there are several other packs that outnumber us, not to mention resources. So why me?" Hawkins made a face. "That I'm not sure about," he admitted. "However, your family is one of the most respected. Your line of alphas is long and well established. You have more allies than most of the other packs. That would give her access to a lot of trust." "Okay, Hawkins," I said. "Let's say you weren't blatantly committing treason against your alpha. For now, let's say I believe you." Briggs gave me a burning look, but I ignored it. "Who has given you all of this information? Who are you working with?" Hawkins grimaced. "I can't tell you, sir." "I can make you tell me, Hawkins," I insisted. "And if I couldn't, that would mean he was under the command and Ayla could break that." No. "That's just it," he said. "I don't have a name. He is very secretive, and I've never actually seen his face." "Then why trust him over me, over my father? You want me to listen to what you call reason, but you have nothing to go on." "I have evidence," he said. "I have research. Anything you want to know, I can get you." I looked to Briggs, nodding for him to step outside with me. "Don't move," I commanded Hawkins and his mate. Briggs followed me outside, where I immediately started to take deep breaths. "You don't actually believe this, do you?" He linked me. We still couldn't risk them overhearing our conversation. "Of course I don't," I snapped back. "All of this is ridiculous. It's a ploy to turn our pack members against Ayla. But if Hawkins thinks we believe him, even a little, it could give us another angle to get to the Warpack." "True, but it's going to be difficult," Briggs said. "He's not going to buy that train it you accept him at his word. You two don't have the greatest track record." "No, it won't," I said. "But if he's being honest about believing he's protecting us, then he will eventually." "Do you really think he's telling the truth about that?" Briggs asked. "Or do you think this is an opportunity for him?" "Both," I said. "But Hawkins isn't power hungry. He wants respect and to be the smartest person in the room. I'm not surprised that they got to him. If he believes he has some special, secret information about anything, he's going to cling to it. But I'm hoping we can use that against them, just like they tried to." Briggs nodded in agreement. "In the meantime, I'm calling McCabe back up here," I said. "I want him to be the acting sheriff for the time being. I don't want to trust anyone already established in the force." "Agreed." We went back inside. I was feeling more calm. I felt more worry than anger. I sat back down on the couch, keeping my expression unreadable. "I want all the information you have," I stated. "You will be stripped of your position, and both of you will be on house arrest until I say otherwise." "But, sir—" "Be glad you're not dead where you sit," I snarled. "Whether you agree with it or not, regardless of whatever you believe about her, as of right now, Ayla is my mate and your Luna. Whatever good deed you believed you were doing is moot. So until I get to the bottom of this, you will be under constant guard. Is that understood?" "Yes, Alpha," they both said in unison. We left the house, and I called a few warriors to come stand guard. I checked in with Jimmy. They were able to grab a few of the attendees. I told him to take them to the precinct. We still didn't know how serious their involvement was. I didn't want them tipping the Warpack off about our investigation if we were forced to let anyone go. I climbed back into my car and put my head in my hands. "What the fuck is going on, Briggs?" I said. "How do we fight this?" "The same way we have been, man," he said with a sigh. He was quiet for a moment, and I could tell there was something on his mind. "What is it?" He made a face. "I'm not sure," he said with a shrug. "There are just some more things that don't add up. Maybe Randy can help us out, but I'd like to take a look at Jack's research myself. Do you think Ayla would be okay with that?" "You'll have to ask her," I replied. "But I don't see there being any issue. What are you thinking?" "Well, it's something you said," he explained. "Why you? If Jack had some nefarious plan, why target you? He could have put in the path of any alpha. Hell, Kingston makes a hell of a lot more sense than you. I think that's something we should focus on." I thought about it for a moment, and it did start to make sense. "Okay," I said. "You take the lead on that then. I'll deal with the Warpack recruits." Chapter 213, Ayla. I was pacing the room as I waited for some kind of news. It was already past midnight, and we hadn't heard from anyone what was going on. "Ayla, sit down, please," Mina said. "I'm sure they'll be back soon." "To say what?" I asked. "How I'm causing even more trouble for everyone?" "You know that's not true, sweetheart," Grace insisted. "You haven't caused any of this. It's the Warpack. But they wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for me." I sighed. It's not like we've found any evidence that they're so concerned about Kylee, and she's my sister. She has the same blood I do. No, I shook my head. They only care about me. That doesn't mean it's your... The front door opened and Theo, Briggs, and Jimmy walked in. I breathed a sigh of relief as Theo and I fell into an embrace. I could feel the tension rolling off of him, but he was physically in the same shape as he had left. Theo led me to the couch. He kept his arm around me as he informed us about the night's events. "We can't keep doing what we're doing," I said when he was finished. "We need to be more proactive about this. It's time the War Pack became our priority." "What are you suggesting?" Alpha Tauren said. "Well, first I'm going to put college on hold for a little while," I said. I raised a hand when Theo went to protest. "No, it's time we face that it needs to be done. I'll have more time later when all of this is over. Second, I'm going to be working closer with Luna Grace. Make more of an effort to get out and let people see me in the Luna role." "I think that would be very beneficial," Alpha Tauren agreed with me. "We'll get all of that figured out tomorrow," Theo interjected. "For now, I think we all need to sleep on this. We're all exhausted and we'll be making better decisions in the morning. Why don't we meet in my office around 10? Everyone acknowledged their agreement and started to make their way out. When they were all gone, Theo took my hand and led me back to our bedroom. He sat me down on the edge of the bed and knelt down in front of me. "What's wrong, Theo?" I asked gently as I stroked his hair. He sighed and pulled away, looking up at me. "You know I love you more than anything, right?" "Of course," I said, getting more worried. "I love you too." "I know that," he said strongly. "I know with every fiber of my being that we were meant for each other. I just need you to know that, without any doubt." "I do." "Theo, what is this about?" "What Hawkins was saying," he began. "He still seems to be loyal to my family. If I'm going to get more information from him, the best way is to make him think I believe him." He rested a hand on my stomach. "But it would kill me if you ever thought I would." "Ayla, it's a dangerous game to play," he said, "but it's the only way to avoiding my pack members." "Then that's the way we go," I said. "We'll make it, babe." He finally looked up at me with every ounce of love and faith in his eyes. His hands went to my face, pulling me into a deep and passionate kiss. He pulled my shirt over my head before sliding me up on the bed. He rolled to his side, taking me with him as he held on tight. We lay there as we waited for our breathing to slow. When we had relaxed, Theo moved to pull the covers down, tucking us in beneath them, before pulling me back into his arms. We lay there tangled up in each other, his hands sliding through my hair as I started to drift off to sleep. "You're right, you know," he said softly. "It's time we started fighting back." I looked up at him, resting my chin on his chest. "Mom will have a circuit of events for you to help her with," he continued, "and we're going to need you back on the investigation, primarily your father's documents. But you can't quit school entirely. We'll cut you back to one class, but I need you to maintain a presence on campus." "Why?" "2 reasons," he said. 1, to keep those who have already taken a liking to you on our side, and 2, to keep an eye out for recruiters. Maggie will be a big help with that, and Jimmy is going to be working with campus security even closer now. The more recruits and meetings we find, the easier it will be to track the information back to the source. That's the most important thing. That's how we'll take them down once and for all." "Do you think they'll still be recruiting there if I'm still attending?" I asked. "I'm counting on it," he said. "My guess is they'll try to use your status as Luna against you, try to push the idea of favoritism. There are ways to narrow down those students that would be most susceptible to that kind of rhetoric. And honestly, I feel safer with you on campus than traveling around the pack territory. This will keep you close to me until this is over, especially if..." He paused, not wanting to say his next words. "Especially if what?" He sighed. "I may have to start distancing myself from you in public," he said sadly. "If I'm going to convince Hawkins that I'm on his side, I'll have to appear to distrust you, but only in public. He knows I wouldn't be able to separate from you completely." He reached up and brushed his knuckles along my cheek. "You'll still have every part of me when we're in private." I pushed up on my elbows, letting a smile cross my face to lighten the mood. "As long as I don't have to decorate the nursery alone." Chapter 14, Theo. Ayla and I made our way to my office the next morning. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see Randy lying across the couch. His eyes opened as we entered, and he yawned as he stretched. "Just make yourself comfortable, I guess," I chided. "Well, I couldn't exactly announce my arrival," he replied as he stood up. "Luna Ayla, I hope you're doing well this morning. I'm better at seeing you." She gave Randy a hug he was expecting, first making me chuckle. although I knew she wasn't feeling all that great. Her morning sickness was starting to set in more, and she was up early, vomiting in the bathroom. Mom was bringing one of her remedies to the office with her to help relieve Ayla's nausea. "It's definitely a relief to have you back," I said as I shook his hand. "You made great time too, apparently. What time did you sneak in here?" "Just before sunrise," he said. "I needed to make sure no one saw me. At least, no one who would recognize me. Things have been a bit dodgy lately. I've got a lot to fill you." The office door opened and Mina and Briggs walked in. Then Jimmy a few minutes after them. My parents weren't far behind him. We went through another few rounds of greetings, but I was eager to get down to business. We needed more than one plan in place, and as soon as possible. With Randy there, I quickly went back through everything and started proposing our next possible actions. From what we can gather, there has to be multiple long-standing agents working here in the city. There can't just be one, and they aren't likely to be newer members, I said. Especially since they aren't actually advertising they joined the Warpack Society as far as I can tell, Jimmy said. So far, the name hasn't even been hinted at. That actually makes a lot of sense, Randy said. They are kind of an uptight bunch, very old blood. It took a reformed member just to get me in their ranks. This is both scare tactics and manpower. You're right about needing to put a stop to it. Do you think you could help us with that? I asked. He nodded, but his face said something different. I'll do what I can, but they've become more suspicious lately. It's getting harder to get any information without drawing attention to myself. Right now, they have me working on tracking down a family in another pack. It will be hard to ask questions about what is happening here when I'm not supposed to be involved. An Onyx Crown family? Ayla asked sternly. Randy gave her a light smile. Don't worry. If you want anyone to find them, it's me. They'll disappear before they can get anywhere near them. Ayla smiled softly back. I have to ask if you'll let me pick your brain a little, Randy, Briggs said. Something about Theo's role in all of this. I have a feeling he ties into this in a way even the Warpack don't know about. How so? Randy asked. Briggs shrugged. Just something about Ayla's father. It's just a hunch right now, but I'm looking into it. Hey, Alpha? Harmon mind-linked me. You got a minute? Not really, I replied honestly, but something in his tone said I needed to take the minute. What's up? Well, there's something you should come see, he said curiously. We've had an unexpected snag. He was still working on the tunnel and was supposed to finally be connecting it up to the cellar today. Whatever it was would have to do with the cellar wall. I'll be right down. Everything okay? Ayla asked. She must have noticed I was linking with someone. I don't know, I said. Harmon has run into some trouble with the tunnel build. I guess we're taking this meeting elsewhere. Ayla and I went down first. The others would meet us down there slowly. Since the tunnel wasn't complete, we still only had the entrance through the utility building, and we really couldn't risk looking suspicious at the moment. I saw Ayla's gaze fall down the hall when we entered the cellar and felt the wave of nausea through our connection. Lloyd was still being held down here, so I knew what had her on edge. But we made our way down a different side passage instead, keeping clear of the vile rogue. We passed by the few workers as they leaned against the wall and continued to the build site. The first thing I saw was Harmon's back. His tense shoulders indicated concern, but the head scratching told me he was also confused. What's all this, Ab? My words were cut off by the huge hole in the floor before me. It wasn't so much the hole that was startling, but the fact that it dropped down into what appeared to be another floor beneath us. What the... Yeah. Harmon concurred with a nod. This wasn't on our survey, Alpha. You know that. Yeah, I know, I said. So how the hell is it here? More importantly, where the hell does it go? I guess that's what we need to find out, Harmon said. And soon, if we want to get this passage connected, we'll need to seal this back up. And you guys had no idea there was another floor beneath us? Ayla asked. No, I said, shaking my head. We thought the cellar was the foundation floor to the pack house. So what's going on down here? Dad came up beside me with the same reaction. What in the hell? So I'm guessing you had no idea this was here either? I said with a side eye. He shook his head. None. I clapped him on the shoulder. Well, then I guess you're going down with me. Harmon, can we get a ladder? Are you sure it's safe to go down? Ayla asked worriedly. It's structurally sound, Harmon assured her. It would have to be to still be holding this place up, but we'll be checking all of that as we make our way anyway, so don't you worry, Luna. Chapter 215. Briggs. Mina and I made it down to the cellar after she made a couple of phone calls. She believed she had some resources that may help us. It didn't take us long to realize what the summons was about when we met up with the others. Theo was helping to lower a ladder down to the exposed level below as Alpha Tauren and Harmon were gathering lights. "You coming down?" Theo asked me as he secured the ladder. "Do you have to ask?" I said with a smirk. I took a flashlight and followed Theo down. We ended up in a corridor. It wasn't as tall as the floor above us, but we could at least stand up all the way. We had two options, left or straight. "Dad, you and Harmon go left," Theo instructed. "Briggs and I will go this way." As we made our way down the stone hall, the whole situation started to feel familiar. "This feels like the tunnels under the Crown pack house," I told him. "Well, let's hope there aren't any traps down here then," Theo replied. "They probably would have been triggered when we retrofit the cellar," I said hopefully. The place was less of a maze than the Crown tunnels, but we did come across some doorways. Most of the rooms were empty. A couple had the remains of very old furniture and crates, but nothing interesting. It was when we came to a locked metal door that we stopped. The door took up the entire wall. Theo pushed against to see if age allowed some movement, but it didn't budge. "Let's get Dad and Harmon here," Theo said. "Maybe we can try cutting it open." I stepped closer to the door and ran a hand over the surface, removing the layers of dust. There were faded etchings engraved in the metal. "I've seen these before," I said, my gut tying in knots. "You grab them. I've got to make a call." We made our way back to the ladder. I left the cellar while Theo filled in the others. I dialed Kingston's number. I had some questions and hoped this time I would get honest answers. "Beta Briggs," Kingston answered. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" "What did you find in the Crown tunnels?" I asked calmly. "I know you were looking for something. I'm pretty sure you found it. I need to know what it was." Kingston was quiet for a moment. He was weighing his words. "Why do you need to know?" I forced a hand through my hair, trying to control my anger. Starting a pissing match with him wouldn't benefit us. At the end of the day, we all agreed that he wanted to protect Ayla. "I think Theo has a deeper connection to Ayla's past than we thought," I admitted. "Jack knew something we didn't. There's a reason he put Ayla in Theo's path. We're still trying to figure out what that is, but I think we just found something that could prove that theory. If only I knew what that theory was." "What do you mean?" he replied quickly. As his interest piqued. "What did you find?" "We've been working on a better entrance to the cellar and we've found another floor below," I told him. "We came across a door with some of the same symbols I saw in the Crown tunnels. I think you and I both have a hunch this is connected to whatever you found down there. I need to know what that was." Kingston sighed. "Are you able to get through the door?" "I think we're going to try cutting through it," I said. "Okay," he replied. "That should work, but it's going to take some time. I've got something to take care of here, but I'll be there sometime tomorrow." "That's not how this is going to go, Kingston," I snapped. "What do you think is in there?" "Honestly, I don't know," he insisted. "But if it is related, it could either be really good or really bad." "I'm not asking again, Kingston," I said angrily. "Tell me what the hell you took from the tunnels." "The moonstone." I fell silent. "No, it's not a myth," Kingston said, sensing my disbelief. "That's why my father taught me how to navigate those tunnels," he continued. "The Crown Beta was always in charge of ensuring the stone was secure. The Domin's family had been protecting it for centuries. "Why the fuck would you take it out then?" I shouted. "No one would have ever known." "Why the hell do you think Harry was there?" Kingston interrupted. "All it takes is one determined believer, Briggs. If he got that close, it was only a matter of time before someone else went looking. I took it to keep it safe." "And you didn't tell Ayla?" I replied. "It's rightfully hers. She should be the one to decide what to do with it." "I'll be there tomorrow," he said. "She'll find out soon enough." He disconnected the call. This was, well, I didn't know. The moonstone was a holy relic. According to our lore, the mood goddess used the moonstone to create the first werewolves. There were many stories about the power of the stone and what it was capable of, but we had no way of telling what was fact or fiction. It was 1,000 years of stories passed down over every pack. Even if it ended up being a hunk of useless rock, the intrinsic value to our species would make it dangerous. If the War Pack got a hold of that stone, they could have every religious zealot on their side in no time. But what does any of this have to do with Theo and the Greytooth Pack? I was more certain that this was all related. I needed to spend some time with Jack's research. We needed answers fast. Chapter 216, Ayla. Mina and I were leaving the cellar when we ran into Briggs. "Luna, I need a favor," he said, "and possibly your help." "What's up?" "We need to get to the bottom of your father's research," he said. There has to be something in there that can tell us more about what is going on. The others have this handled. I nodded. Okay, I said. Let's go. I have an errand to run, Mina said. I want to stop by the lab and check in on a couple projects. Mine gave me a hug and Briggs a kiss before heading in the direction of her car. Briggs and I returned to my suite and hauled the trunk out of my bedroom. We pulled everything out and organized it through the living room. These are the books that I've already been through, I said. They're all about my family, or Onyx Crown history of the past 200 years or so, but I didn't find anything that appeared to connect with the Greytooth pack. We may need to go back farther, he replied, picking up one of the file folders. Let's just dig in and see what we find. Maybe we should call Professor Armand over? Briggs nodded. I wouldn't say no to the extra eyes. I sent the professor a message, and he said he would be over in a few hours. I got each of us a drink and some snacks and settled in for a long session. I should also tell you that Kingston is coming back, Briggs said cautiously. He wants to see what's in the vault downstairs. Does he know what's in there? I asked eagerly. Briggs shook his head. He says no, but... He paused for a moment. He went looking for something in the Onyx Crown tunnels when we came to rescue you. Something dangerous. I'll let him tell you about that. It should come from him, but he does believe that whatever may be in our vault is related. Is that why you want to focus on my father's research? He nodded. I just thought Theo sent you to distract me, I replied wryly. But I think you may be right. I've been wondering why my father was so sure Theo and I were mates. At first, I just thought it was hopeful thinking. He always admired Alpha Taurin. He must have seen something of him in Theo, but some of these letters from him tell me he knew, like he was absolutely certain we were fated. Well, hopefully, that reason is in here somewhere, Briggs said. We spent hours poring over everything. Professor Armand joined us in the afternoon. He was so excited about some of the texts that it didn't take long before he was completely immersed in the work. As enthusiastic as he was, I was just getting frustrated. My morning sickness was getting worse again, and as nice as it was to learn more about my family, we hadn't found anything useful. I am a little disappointed that you didn't call me sooner, he said, pulling me out of my moping, especially since I did actually write the book on ancient pack architecture. This cellar sounds like it's right up my alley. I chuckled. That's true, I said. I'm sorry we didn't think of it. I won't let it happen again. Good, he said with a grin. Do you have any pictures of what this mysterious door looks like? You said there were some symbols on it. Perhaps I can decipher them. Yeah, Briggs said, picking up his phone and scrolling through. We snapped some pictures while we were down there. He handed his phone to Armand, who proceeded to examine them. They're a bit worn, he said as he grabbed a pad of paper and pencil. He started to write the symbols out, making changes as he felt necessary. When he came to a stopping point, he looked over his work. Hold on, he said curiously. He shuffled through some of the books and files, muttering to himself until he found what he was looking for. I think this is what we are hoping for. Actually, that wasn't in the box originally, I said, taking the book of folklore from his hands. He read it to me as a kid. I just kind of put some of those keepsakes in with this stuff to keep it all together. Well, there may be a reason he picked that particular book, Professor Armand said, flipping to a particular story. The First Families. It was the tale of the first group of werewolves. The first people blessed by the goddess with the ability to shift into wolves. 2 families were the leaders of a village that was plagued by attacks from neighboring forces. To save their people, they plead to the moon goddess to save them. The moon goddess responded, turning all the members of the 2 families into werewolves. But this is just myth, I said. Much of what we think of as myth is rooted in truth, Briggs said. There always has to be a first. The Dominus family is the oldest bloodline that I know of. Right, but none of the others are that old, I said. Actually, the Amvarovs are pretty old as well, Armand said, of the Sablemane pack. But if this has to do with the descendants of the first families, then Alpha Kingston would have been a better guess for your mate. I shook my head. Kingston was adopted. He's not an Amvarov by blood. That line died with his adopted parents. Hold on. I suddenly remembered seeing something about pack leaders. I shuffled through the papers to find a list in my father's handwriting. Starting from the top, I read through it thoroughly. It didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. Here, I laid the paper on the coffee table so we could all see. Both the Dominus and Amvorov families kept the family in their packs. Their fated mates would always join them if they were from other packs. However, there was a daughter who left. I know that name, Briggs said. Every Greytooth would know that name, Armand said. Exactly, I said. Our pack's founding Luna was Emvorov. Chapter 217, Ayla. So what does this actually mean? Theo asked after we shared what we found. While I can admit that this is interesting, right now it doesn't seem much more than a fun fact, not anything to warrant concern. We have a few theories, I said, holding his hand. Most of them do come back to the Warpack's idea that we would take over the packs. Theo snorted. Even if this did give us the power to even think about it, that's not what either of us wants. That may be true, Professor Armand said. But when you have people like this who have spent decades believing it would happen, you'll have a hard time convincing them otherwise. Besides, it's not just you two they'd be worried about, but your children as well. My hand instinctively went to my belly, praying for an extra layer of protection that still didn't seem like enough. Theo's hand tightened around mine. As much as he was trying to silently reassure me, we both felt that fear and anger through our mate bond. Then it's a good thing we're taking them out once and for all, he said, working to sound calmer than he was. Speaking of, Randy interjected, if you plan on taking offensive action soon, Alpha Harden wants to be here. I know Alpha Kingston is also on his way. It may also be time to bring in a couple of the other alphas, any that 3 of you can trust. This is going to cross pack borders. It's best to have the support where necessary. You know of more members than any of us, Theo said. You said there were multiple ranking members in the War Pack. Are there any whose alpha can be trusted? Those ranking members should be our first targets. Most of the younger alphas can be approached, Randy said. I'll get you a list and we can discuss it with Alpha Harden and Alpha Kingston. Theo nodded. We're going to have to find a reason for these alphas to be visiting, I said. If someone catches on to their coming and going, it's not going to look well in our favor about not wanting to take over. Randy shrugged. Not necessarily, he assured me. Theo has only been the acting alpha. The other packs know he is scheduled to take over on the solstice. Several plan to be in attendance, Theo confirmed. It's typical for other alphas to visit the upcoming alpha to confirm continued alliance agreements or establish new ones. We'll just have to be careful. Okay, I said, hoping he was right. I'm going to make some calls, Randy said, standing from his chair. I'll be staying in the area. Let me know if you need me. I wouldn't mind seeing what's behind that door either. We'll keep you posted, Theo said. Have you made any progress with that? I asked after Randy was gone. It's going to be harder than we thought, but we'll get there, he said. Hey guys, Briggs said from the lounge across the room. He hadn't pulled himself away from the books throughout our entire conversation. Check this out. He got up and came over, setting the book he had in front of us. This is one of the books we pulled from our library here in the pack house. Pages have been torn out. What is the book about? It's another book on folklore, he said. But this one caters more to Greytooth history and tradition. The table of contents says there should be a chapter here titled Founder's Blood and the Solstice Moon. That doesn't sound like any of the stories I've heard, Theo said. Me either, I said. Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell for me either, Briggs said, but someone thought it was interesting enough to keep, and I think they were keeping others from learning about it. I'll try to figure out who took this out of the library. It's worth a shot, Theo said. I'll talk to Dad too, see if he knows more. But we'll do all that tomorrow, I said. You need to get some rest, Briggs. We'll pick back up first thing in the morning. Briggs said goodnight and headed to his place. I stood up and started reorganizing the documents sprawled across the coffee table. We knew it would take a few days for us to go through it all with a fine-tooth comb. We didn't want to miss a single bit of information. But that would be easier with fresh eyes and a clean workspace. I was putting some of the books back in the trunk when I saw Harry's journal sitting at the bottom. Idiot, I blurted out. Sorry, not you guys. Me, I clarified when Theo gave me a look. I lifted the book from the trunk. How much do you want to bet it was Harry who took those pages? Damn, Theo said, scooting up next to me as I flipped through the pages. He did seem to know a lot of things we didn't. Spack, did you finish deciphering that thing? I shook my head. No, and unfortunately, the code started to change later on. I looked at them. As his mind deteriorated, he seemed to become more paranoid. But I'll get there. Theo's hand went to the nape of my neck, pulling me in to kiss my temple. Okay, he said softly, just be careful. If working on that starts to get to you, if it starts to bring back memories. I'll be okay, babe, I assured him, squeezing his hand. He nodded, but was still worried. If the nightmares come back, I'll hand it over to Briggs, I interjected. My hand went to my stomach. I have enough keeping me awake all night already. Theo smiled softly, resting his hand on mine over our growing pup. Speaking of, he said as he pulled me closer, did you remember to get a doctor's appointment? I smiled. Oh, your mother took care of that for me. Theo laughed with a shake of his head. Of course she did. If she ever gets too overbearing, you tell me. She'll get carried away if you let her. No, appreciate her being here, I said genuinely. It means the world to know I still have family with me. Always, love. Zagad, Chapter 218, Theo. Kingston will be here later today. I told Alpha Harden over the phone the next morning. I'll keep him here until you arrive. I don't think it will be a problem. Good, Harden replied. Cooper will be coming with me, of course. He'll have the best information to approach the other packs with. I do suggest you go ahead and reach out to Alpha Vincent. Cooper worked with him recently with a war pack situation. He doesn't know it was war pack, but I think it's safe to bring him in. That's concerning, I said. Alpha Vincent was the leader of the Dawnfall pack. Their land bordered ours to the west. It sounds like the war pack are surrounding us. Harden sighed. It has been considered, but we didn't have enough to bring to you yet. We'll add it to the agenda, I stated. I'll contact Alpha Vincent. If I can get all of you here together, it will go a long way to getting his support. I'll keep you updated. We'll see you soon, Harden said. I hung up the phone and leaned over my desk, pinching the bridge of my nose to ease the headache. I was exhausted. I wouldn't have been able to sleep last night even if Ayla hadn't been up and down vomiting all night. It was hard enough seeing her going through that. The worry that something would happen to either her or our baby was gnawing. A knock on the door pulled me out of my commiseration. It was Mina. Come in, I called. She entered with a box in her hands. Whoa, she said. You look like shit. Ha, I scoffed. Your baby cousin is keeping their mom and dad up already? I wonder which side of the family that comes from? Yours, of course, she teased, setting the box down on the credenza. I come bearing gifts. I stood from my desk and crossed the room, watching as she started to remove the contents. What's all this? Well, the lab had been pretty focused on our project, Mina explained. As per our agreement, they have been doing their own developments. She opened a small case and showed me the patches we had found on Ayla before. These have been modified. Instead of blocking the mind link, you can use them to link with anyone wearing one. That should help with cross-pack communication. That definitely can, I confirmed. We reformulated the descenting spray, she continued. It still shouldn't be used long-term, but it's safer than what Harry was using and more effective than the police standard. There are a few other things in here that weren't from Harry's work, but I thought could be helpful. This is fantastic, Mina, I said. Thank you. We'll definitely put all this to use. There's something else I think you'll be eager to learn, she said, crossing her arms over her chest with a smug look. What's that? We have all agreed that Harry didn't do all of this by himself, she said. He had to be working with someone. Yeah, or working for someone, I agreed. The war pack from the looks of things? Mina nodded. Yes, well, one of the techs at our company recognized some of the engineering. He thinks he knows who was responsible for it and who they work for. He thinks, I asked sternly. How does he know this? He's been thoroughly vetted, Mina assured me. In fact, he was all too happy to give the information once he was sure. So I did some digging. And Harry's contact is an engineer working for a research and development firm in the Moonshadow Pack, Mina said. And guess who one of their primary shareholders? I scoffed. Charles Anderson, Mina nodded. His niece and nephew have a stake as well. I wasn't surprised, but it was unexpected. If it was anyone else, I would have been enraged. But my dislike for Anderson and his family just made me grateful for a reason to be rid of them. We'll have to try to prove they're part of the war pack before we can move against them, I said. It also begs the question of whether Alpha Anthony is a member also, Mina said. Charles was his father's Delta as well. The fact that he maintains that position even now suggests a close relationship. He's definitely a concern, I concurred. We'll discuss it in our meeting with Harden and Kingston. Thank you, Mina. Seriously, this has been a huge help. Anything for family, she replied with a smile. And genuinely, you look exhausted. Why don't you get some rest before everyone gets here? I've got to go to the cellar, I said, but I'm sure Ayla would be grateful for your company if you have time to stop by and see her. I'll be bringing them lunch in a little while, she informed me. She paused for a moment. Les Briggs told me what you're doing with Hawkins. You're not starting to believe him, are you? Of course not, I rushed. I was shocked and a little insulted that she would ask, but then I realized it was a reasonable question. With my history, I wouldn't expect Mina to ever fully trust my judgment when it came to Ayla. That doubt would always be there. As much as it may pain me, I had to accept that. I sighed. I understand how complicated this will be, I said, leaning against the credenza. I hate having to do this, probably more than you, and not just because of the outward implications. I can't imagine distancing myself from Ayla right now, in any situation. Are you worried the space will start to change your mind? I scoffed. No, not at all, I assured her. I just hate the idea of her facing any part of this without me. Mina rested a hand on my arm. She won't be alone, Theo. None of us would ever let that happen. You just focus on getting this over with, so we can all get on with our lives. Chapter 219. Theo. Gentlemen, I said as we gathered in the conference room late that afternoon. I'm grateful for your attendance here today. I understand that this threat is primarily to my pack. They have been targeting our pack members for too long as well, Alpha Harden assured me. I'm glad to have you all on my side, I said. I hope to return the favor down the road. For now, I need your help. The Warpack Society has become more aggressive. While the attacks on our borders have been controlled, we have found they have been spreading their beliefs among my pack members, recruiting people to their ideals. We have evidence of that happening in Sablemain, too, Kingston offered. Gamma Lou has been working on stopping the spread. Yes, well, unfortunately, they got to the sheriff here in the city before we could, I said, hiding my bitterness and shame better than I thought I would. I have someone coming up to replace him. He should be joining us soon. With perfect timing, there was a knock on the door and McCabe entered the conference room. Sorry I'm late, he said, moving to stand in the back of the room. Don't be, I said, waving him to a chair at the table with the rest of us. Have a seat. I was just telling them that you would be the acting sheriff while Hawkins is on suspension. Gentlemen, this is Finley McCabe, the sheriff of one of our southern border towns. He's been running the task force that has stemmed the rogue attacks. The others nodded their greetings, but didn't make any further introductions at that time. We needed to get down to business. Okay, I continued. McCabe, Jimmy, and I will be working with the former sheriff to find whatever contacts are working on recruiting. Alpha Kingston, I'd like for you to take over the rogue issue. Our captive is still here. You may be able to get more information from him than we could. I looked him in the eye. I no longer care about the means in which that is accomplished. He nodded once, understanding my meaning completely. Alpha Cooper, there is some new information we just discovered about a business associate of mine. It seems Delta Anderson of the Moonshadow Pack may be connected to the War Pack. Both Alpha Cooper and Alpha Harden perked up at that statement. We have a list of suspected ranking members in several packs, Cooper said. The Moonshadow Pack is high on our list. This is helpful information, and not surprising. It shouldn't take us long to confirm his involvement. You have no idea how good it is to hear that, I stated. Alpha Harden, I have a more delicate task. I need your help. You know I'll do what I can, he replied genuinely. Alpha Vincent is on his way, I said. He'll be here tomorrow. He doesn't know what this meeting will be regarding. I would like you to be with me when we have the discussion. Alpha Kingston as well, if he can spare the time. I'll be here for a while, it seems, Kingston replied. The more alphas we can get on our side, the better. And I would suggest that you have Ayla present at this meeting. They will be fighting to protect her, after all. We both agree with you on that, I said. She will be there. If there is any other information any of you can provide that may be helpful, it would be greatly appreciated. For now, I will let you all rest and prepare yourselves. We have set up a private dining room for you in the cafe downstairs. Please feel free to utilize it whenever you like. Everyone stood to leave, but I held Kingston back with me. I needed to have a one-on-one with him. I sat back down at the head of the conference table and motioned for him to sit to my right. I wanted him close enough to look me in the eye. So are you ready to tell me about the Moonstone? I asked, keeping my tone as flat as possible. Kingston's expression stayed the same, but I didn't miss the flash in his eyes that said I got some kind of reaction. I retrieved it from the vault in the Onyx Crown tunnels, he said. Yes, I knew it was down there. Yes, I pursued it while Ayla was still in danger. But if you hadn't been there, I wouldn't have taken that risk. And truth be told, I wasn't exactly in my right mind at the time. It was a mistake in judgment I carry heavily. I understand Ayla will think of me what she will for that. I accept that consequence because I deserve it, not necessarily because I would make the same choice again. I regarded him for a few moments. I knew he had been deeply affected by Ayla when they were together. We know now it was because they were not mates. That was painful enough to accept. It wouldn't help either of them for me to hold this against him any longer. That's something you'll have to address with Ayla, I said calmly. My concern now is with the moonstone and what it can do. Your family was its main protector. That's how you knew where it was and how to get it. My question is why? What were you planning to do with it? Kingston averted his gaze for a moment, not meeting my eyes. I won't pretend that my original plans didn't revolve around getting Ayla back, he said heavily. And I won't lie and say that it's not still a temptation. But I do accept that that would not be what's best for Ayla. She's happy with you. Whether I agree with that or not, it is a fact, so I have hidden it somewhere safe. Can it be used to help us now? I asked. I'm not sure, Kingston said. Truthfully, we were only its protectors. But I've been researching and I believe it is possible. But I think Ayla is the only one who could successfully wield its power. It's tied to her bloodline. Or perhaps the oldest bloodlines, I said thoughtfully. There's something you should know about my family. Chapter 220, Ayla. I watched Kingston pace the floor as I nursed my ginger ale, trying to settle my stomach. Kingston, calm down, I urged him. It's not like that and you know it. No one is going to take your pack from you. Kingston scoffed. Like I would ever let that happen, he spat, but I wouldn't put it past him to try. That's not fair, Kingston, I argued. Is it? He replied sharply. He sure had not trouble taking you from me. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression changed. I'm sorry. That was unfair and uncalled for. Yeah, I said, crossing my arms. It was. Kingston sighed and dropped into a chair across from me. I'm sorry. It's not every day you find out your biggest rival is also the rightful alpha to your pack. He doesn't want your pack, Kingston, I assured him. We're happy right here with our own. In fact, it would be better for everyone if we kept this a secret. With the War Pack believing that I'm going to take down the alphas somehow and make myself some kind of queen, anything that would suggest the Greytooths are gaining more territory could be, well, it could be really bad. With another heavy sigh, Kingston rubbed his face, leaning his head back against the chair. I know that, he said. You know I wouldn't do anything to put you in that kind of danger. I raised an eyebrow. Do I? Kingston winced, knowing exactly what I meant. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't, he conceded with a sigh. Ayla, I'm truly sorry about that. With the state of mind I was in, I convinced myself you would be fine, that Theo or I would get to you in time. I really am sorry. I sighed in return, my stomach turning as a wave of nausea hit me. I breathed out slowly, trying to control my gag reflex. Everything worked out in the end, I said. I can forgive you, but it does change things, Kingston. I know, he admitted, looking back at me. Ayla, are you okay? You're flushed. I'm fine, I insisted. He still didn't know about the pup. Theo and I didn't want to tell anyone else yet. I was enough of a target as it was. Theo was afraid my being pregnant would accelerate whatever plans they may have. Kingston stood up and came to my side, pressing a hand to my forehead. Ayla, you're pale and clammy, he said. You look like you're going to be sick. Come on, I'm taking you to the infirmary. I put a hand on his arm. No, I'm fine, I insisted. I promise, it's nothing. I've just been pretty stressed lately, as I'm sure you can imagine. He tipped my chin up to look at him, and a terrible smell washed over me. I jumped from my seat, pushing him out of the way as I rushed to the bathroom. I don't know how I managed to lock the door before falling to my knees in front of the toilet, throwing up everything that was possibly in my stomach. I couldn't imagine there was much left. The past 2 days had been the worst. I had barely eaten anything all day because I didn't think I could keep it down. Baby. Theo's voice came through the mind link. He had been feeling my symptoms more when we were apart. I think it's time we saw the doctor about this. I have an appointment next week, I said. It was the earliest they could get me in. Not for the Luna, it's not, he growled. You know I don't like using my status to get favors. This is different, Theo insisted. I'm calling them. End of story. He cut the link as I threw up again, and I honestly didn't have the strength to argue. Ayla, Kingston called through the door as he knocked. Are you okay? What the hell? I'm fine, Kingston, I replied. I was feeling better now that I got it out, but I knew it wouldn't last. Sure enough, by the time I splashed some cool water on my face and cleaned up, my stomach was uneasy again. Kingston was still at the door. I took some deep breaths to gather myself before leaving the bathroom. Ayla, this isn't okay, he said sternly. This is all too much. I get that Theo won't suggest it, but I really think you should consider going away for a little while. I stopped in my tracks and looked at him. Absolutely not. Not with everything going on. You need to get some rest and take care of yourself, he replied. All of this stress is making you sick. You can't keep going like this, Ayla. I think you should go with Alpha Harden when he leaves. I'll have him talk to Theo. It's not stress, I blurted out in frustration. I hid a grimace, hoping I hadn't said too much. Then what the hell is going on? Kingston took my arm, his grip earnest but gentle. Ayla, are you sick? I met his eyes and saw the genuine concern and fear behind them. I sighed, feeling terrible about worrying him like this, but I didn't think the truth would be any better. Still, I felt like I needed to tell him. I rested my hand on his. No, Kingston, I said with a small smile. I'm pregnant. Kingston froze for a moment, our eyes holding each other's. I couldn't read his expression. So I was shocked when his arms were suddenly around me, squeezing me tightly. That's amazing news, Ayla, he whispered. His words were entirely and completely genuine. I felt tears start to sting my eyes as a lump grew in my throat. Really? I gasped. He pulled away, holding my face in his hands as he looked me in the eye. Of course it is, he said with a smile. But, Ayla, I let go of any notion of you carrying my pups the moment Theo marked you, he interrupted. There was still a touch of sadness in his words, but there was no bitterness. No one in this world deserves to be a mother more than you. I'm happy for you. He kissed my forehead. It was sweet and loving and purely innocent. A sob escaped my lips and tears ran freely down my cheeks, but I was laughing through it. Now stop those tears, Kingston urged, wiping my face. You'll get me in trouble. Sorry, I sniffled. Hormones. Chapter 221, Ayla. Theo and I got out of the car at the doctor's office later that afternoon. The parking lot was nearly empty, as they probably stopped seeing patients for the day already. Theo had managed to get them to fit me in today. This may be better anyway, he said as he wrapped an arm around my waist. The fewer people see us here, the less risk of rumors starting. He kissed my temple and walked me inside. Hello, Alpha. Luna Ayla. A woman in a white coat greeted us at the door. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Albright. It's a pleasure as well, Doctor, I said, shaking her hand. We're sorry to keep you here after hours. Don't you even worry about that, she said. I'd be here doing my notes anyway. Come on back with me. Theo squeezed my hand as we followed the doctor back to an examination room. She started off with a standard exam and talked about what I could expect during a werewolf pregnancy. She took her time, letting us ask as many questions as we had. There has been a lot going on ever since Ayla and I got together, Theo said. She has been going through a lot of extra stress lately. Now, her morning sickness has been getting worse, so she's not sleeping. I know this can't be healthy for both of them. It's not healthy for any of you, Dr. Albright said. Ideally, we want both Mom and Dad to get rest and relaxation. However, life often has different plans. I can definitely give you something that can help with the morning sickness, as well as some pamphlets with techniques that can help reduce stress. It is something important to consider. But what can help with that is to remember that we are a resilient species, and babies are often as resilient as we are. But I'd like to do an ultrasound today anyway. That should help put you at ease. Thank you, Doctor, I said. She took us back to the ultrasound room and instructed me to lie down. It was a strange feeling waiting to see my pup for the first time as she prepared the machine. She touched the wand to my belly, and within seconds, we could hear a heartbeat coming through the monitor. Theo's hold on my hand tightened. A smile spread across the doctor's face. Everything looks fantastic, she said. And here, she turned the monitor in our direction and pointed to a spot on the screen, is your little pup, strong and healthy. I swiped at the tears that started to fall as Theo kissed my temple, whispering how much he loved me. You will probably start feeling it kick any day now, she said. Already? I asked. She nodded. It's growing pretty fast. It's not terribly uncommon to see some pup develop faster than others. And it is possible that you could have conceived shortly before your heat as well. Either way, you're doing a great job and your baby is doing great. I breathed a sigh of relief, leaning into Theo as he held on to me. Dr. Albright wiped my belly clean and covered me back up. She printed out some of the images from the ultrasound and handed them to me. First, pictures of baby. I'll get you something for the morning sickness. Continue with your prenatal vitamins, and just keep doing what you're doing, she said with a smile. Again, thank you, Theo said. We really appreciate you fitting us in, and for your discretion. Of course, Alpha, Dr. Albright replied. We are all excited about our new Alpha and Luna. The pack will be just as exciting when they find out about the new addition. The least I can do is help protect them. She stood up and smoothed her coat. Take any time you need, but there isn't anything else for me today. See yourselves out when you're ready. We thanked her again as she left. The moment the door closed, Theo was kissing me. I chuckled against his lips. Do you feel better? I asked when he finally pulled away. I do, he confirmed, helping me off the bench. Do you? I will feel even better once this morning's sickness is under control, I chided. But yes, it's a big relief knowing that, with everything else, at least our pup is strong and doing fine. Thank you for insisting I come in. He brushed his fingers along my cheek. It's my job to take care of you, love, he replied. Both of you, I'm not going to let you suffer, even if it is normal or because of our pup. Well, it's my understanding that we may need to get used to a little bit of suffering when it comes to our kids, I teased. Not a chance, he insisted with a grin. After a few more kissed and caresses, we headed back out to the car. My mind wandered to something I had been putting off as we pulled out of the parking lot. What's wrong? Theo asked. Nothing's wrong, I assured him. I was just thinking, now that we know everything is fine, it may be time to tell Ma and Kylee. Chapter 222, Kylee. Kylee, it's normal to be experiencing these emotions in situations like this, Dr. Witham said as I paced the room. I'm here to help you work through them. I checked my watch. We still had 20 minutes left in the session, but I really wasn't sure I could make it through. I pinched the bridge of my nose with a heavy sigh. I know, I finally replied, but honestly, I think I need a little more time to brood. You did say it was important to feel my feelings so I could understand them better. That is true, she agreed. If you believe you need a little time with your thoughts before moving past this, then we can reschedule for a better time. But I advise you not to make any decisions or take any actions because of those feelings. The outcome may not be a good one. I nodded as I grabbed my purse. I know. Thank you, Dr. Witham. I left the office and headed to the parking lot. I climbed into the driver's seat of my car, resting my head against the headrest as I stared at the ceiling. I had managed to scrape together a down payment for the sedan and bought it earlier that week. I had actually felt a sense of pride when I drove it off the lot that day. It wasn't anything special. It was 10 years old and had 50,000 miles too many on it. But it was mine. I had gotten all on my own. I had wanted so badly to call and tell Ayla about it, thinking about how proud of me she would have been. But I stopped myself before dialing her number, because she wouldn't be proud of me. At least, not in the same way she used to be. I felt that ever-present guilt pang again, but I didn't let it ruin my moment completely. That was another great moment for me that week. I allowed myself to feel pride in myself for the accomplishment. I may have made a lot of mistakes, but this was one thing I did right. It's something Ayla would want me to be proud of, and it made me understand her a lot better. But then she called this morning. I was home with Ma when the call came in and she told us she was pregnant. So many emotions hit me all at once: excitement, happiness, pride, relief. But then there was disappointment, shame, jealousy. I am happy for her and Theo, that I can honestly say. I've worked through a lot the past couple of months, and I realize now just how wrong Theo and I were for each other. The delusion I had of him and me together disappeared, and I no longer see him romantically. But I'm still not a part of their lives. I still don't get to be there for Ayla. I won't get to be Auntie Kylee. I'm still not welcome back home. I'm going to miss out on so much, and all for so little. I was still wallowing in the car when my phone buzzed. I checked the message. It was from Derek. He was asking to see me yet again. I looked at my phone, then towards my therapist's office, then back at my phone. Screw it. I sent a brief reply and pulled out of the parking spot. Derek didn't live far away, so it wasn't long before I was knocking on his door. He was surprised to see me, but at least I knew it was a pleasant one. Well, this is an Shut up. I wasn't there to talk. I pushed into his apartment and yanked the front of his shirt. His lips slammed into mine and he responded quickly and eagerly. He was impressive, at least. We stood there panting for a few moments. Well, Derek breathed heavily. That was a pleasant surprise. I have to go, I mumbled. Sorry. He grabbed my arm. Wait a minute, he insisted. Hold on, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I said again. I shouldn't have come here. It was stupid. I just need to go. He held firm. Kylee, what's wrong? What is going on? Talk to me. It's nothing. I just made a mistake. He pulled me over to the couch and sat me down, sitting in front of me and holding my hands. Something's wrong, Kylee, he urged. You can tell me. I closed my eyes. It's stupid, I said quietly. I just got some news this morning and it kind of hit me hard. That's not good, he replied. What kind of news? I found out my sister is pregnant. Chapter 223, Ayla. By the next morning, I was feeling fantastic. The medication the doctor gave me was exactly what I needed. Theo and I got a great night's sleep, and we both woke up feeling refreshed and more relaxed than we had in weeks. I was down in the cellar in the investigation room with Mina and Randy. Theo and some of the others were down by the vault trying to get it opened. They were hopeful it would be soon. It was hard to determine how far they would have to cut to get in. We're all curious to see what we find. Theo wouldn't let me stay down there, though. They were worried about the traps or a collapse, even the air quality. Torin, Kingston, and Alpha Harden all agreed that a pregnant woman shouldn't be breathing in whatever is down there. So I begrudgingly came back up to wait. But I was keeping busy. I felt like it was the first time I could really focus on getting answers. Professor Armand had brought in some other texts from both the local and university libraries. He had also reached out to a colleague in another pack for some additional information on ancient werewolf history and folklore. Those hadn't arrived yet, but would hopefully be there soon. In the meantime, we had plenty to work with. "Hey, here's something," I said to the others. "It's one of my dad's books. I think I found where the Blessed One's story came from." I set the book down on the table as Mina and Randy came closer. "This is actually from a historical record. It's a biographical entry on a high priestess of the moon goddess. She was actually one of my ancestors as well." "It looks like she had some kind of predictive ability," Mina said as she read over my shoulder. I nodded. "The description of her ability is a little vague, though. I can't tell if she had premonitions or was some kind of medium. Either way, she said she was given a message from the moon goddess about a reincarnation on Earth. That must be the story's origin." "Okay, but why?" Mina said. "All cultures and histories have these kinds of tales. They always take place against some massive event, usually to counter some kind of threat. While the Warpack wiping out a bloodline is terrible, but I don't think that's enough of a reason for a goddess to personally step in like that, especially since it's this story that has caused all the drama in the first place." I snorted. "You've never heard of self-fulfilling prophecies?" I teased. "Besides, that really only matters if you buy into being this blessed one." "You still don't?" Mina asked. "Even though your dad believed it?" I scrunched my nose. "No, not really. I think it's all a fairy tale. I love Dad, but this is a bit too fantastical for me." Mina shook her head. "And you're supposed to be a writer with this grand imagination," she tisked. "What about you, Randy? I mean, you've dedicated your life to fighting the Warpack. Surely you think it's possible." Randy shrugged. "We work to protect the Onyx Crown survivors. That includes the Dominus bloodline. The Warpack killed innocent people because of the place they were born or the family they belonged to. That doesn't seem like a cause that needs some deeper story to justify. But to defend it as strongly as you do," I said, looking up to meet his eye, "there's something that feeds that dedication." The corner of his lip lifted. "My mother was Onyx Crown," he said. "She may have left the pack to be with my father, but she raised me on stories of how great her birth pack was." "So do you believe Ayla is the Blessed One?" Mina asked. "I think she's something special," he replied with a smile. "I think Luna Ayla is capable of great things. Whatever the reason for that doesn't matter and is always worth protecting." My face flushed red. "Thank you, Randy." We returned to our research while Randy returned to his phone. He had been communicating with multiple people all morning. "Getting anything useful?" I asked him. "Maybe," he said without looking up. "I believe the information about Alpha Theo's friend, Charles Anderson, has opened up some new avenues for us. I'll follow up with Gamma Jimmy before I make any determinations, though." "You said once that you suspected the Warpack had bigger intentions and specific beliefs that you didn't know about," I said curiously. "That you thought the leaders were a group of fanatics. Have you learned anything since then that may tell you more about what these leaders believe? Why they are doing all of this?" Randy looked up at me hesitantly. "Truthfully, no," he said. "Most of the contacts I'm involved with don't even have an idea that there's more to this. However, that's who they target to join them. Many of their mid-level members are entitled assholes who only hope to gain from this. Those that believe you or your family were ever actually a threat to our way of life only believe so because they've been told it would stop them from making money if the Dominus succeeded." "How in the world would that work?" Mina scoffed. "Our pack system allows for the possibility of anyone becoming Alpha," Randy said. "They can take it or it can be given to them. It also means that their position and successes are only dependent on their own pack and Alpha. It gives many more options and more opportunities. And how would the Dominus family ruin that?" "As you know, their working belief is that you would take over the packs and make yourself queen," he said. "They can't count the ways that could possibly destroy them, but ultimately it's all greed disguised as werewolf rights. But it's dangerous and convincing enough to anyone who thinks they don't have any control over their lives." "If the current pack system is failing them," I concurred, "then there's no way a complete sovereign could do any better." Exactly, Randy said. Suddenly, Briggs came through the door. We need you guys down in the vault. Chapter 224, Theo. Ayla and I were both feeling refreshed this morning. It had been too long since I had seen her feeling so determined and optimistic. While it made my life easier, it did make it harder to convince her to wait upstairs while we worked to open the vault. I think it was Dad's insistence that finally convinced her it was for the best. The whole process of getting into the thing had been a pain. The stone wall was a lot thicker than we anticipated, and we couldn't get a torch powerful enough to cut through the heavy metal in one go in such a small space, let alone 2 stories underground. But we had some tools that were at least making progress. By the time started to feel like we were through, we were all hot and sweaty and cranky. I kept telling myself that with our luck, this would only lead to some empty room, and it was all for nothing. But my gut kept telling me something different. I needed to keep going. The closer we got, the stronger my determination got. The others were taking a break when I felt the door shift. I stopped cutting and stood back. I pressed against the sturdy metal and it began to give way. Hey guys, I called to the others. I think we're in. Dad and Kingston came back first. You sure? Kingston asked. I may need another good shoulder, but yeah, I replied. It's ready. Come help me. Dad handed us both masks. Kingston and I braced ourselves and, on the count of 3, threw our weight against the door. It wavered but didn't fall. It took 2 more good shoves before it came crashing down in a cloud of dust and debris. We rushed back, keeping our distance while the air cleared and we made sure the ceiling wouldn't collapse on us. When it was all clear, I took the first few steps toward the new opening. I didn't know why, but my heart was racing. For some reason, I felt like I was meant to be there. My feet moved on their own as I made my way to the opening. It was dark inside. The lights from the corridor didn't seem to penetrate more than a foot inside. It should have been an eerie sight, but it wasn't. I pulled the small flashlight from my back pocket, clicked in on, and stepped inside the vault. It was cold, several degrees cooler than the floor above us, but the air felt dry. I shined the light around, looking for anything other than stone walls. I stopped when the beam landed on a stone structure in the middle of the room. We need more light, I heard Dad say behind me. I'll bring one of the flood lamps in, Kingston replied. My eyes were still locked in front of me. I took a few more steps closer. I could make out the markings etched into the stone. This was nicer, better crafted stone, possibly marble. I brushed the thick layer of dust from the surface and could make out an inscription. It's a sarcophagus? I said. What? My father reacted. Whose? Matilda Amvarov Arden, I said. It's our founding Luna. But that doesn't make any sense, Dad said, coming up beside me. She's buried in the mausoleum with her mate. Apparently not, I replied. The room suddenly became brighter as Kingston set the floodlight up at the entrance. We could now see that the tomb was covered in intricate carvings. I knew there had to be some kind of meaning to them. I tugged my shirt over my head and started to wipe away as much dust and dirt as I could. Kingston quickly joined in with me. Alpha Kingston, Dad began, does any of this mean anything to you? Not really. He paused. Wait, this is familiar. Come see this. I moved around to the other side of the sarcophagus. The light wasn't as good, so Kingston was holding a flashlight up to the markings. They were a series of images. As I examined them, they did become easy to recognize. This is our creation myth, I said. Yeah, but look at the end, he replied, pointing to the last series of symbols. I followed the illustration, deciphering as I went. Everything lined up with the story we all knew, except that last section. That seemed to add an ending I hadn't heard before. Is this saying there were 2 moonstones? I questioned. I think it just might, Kingston said. And I think Matilda was the protector of the Sablemane stone. Matilda and Isaac, her mate, created our pack after breaking from their own, Dad said. It wasn't an amicable split. I find it hard to believe that they would have let her leave with such a significant relic. Maybe that's why there was animosity between them. Kingston shrugged. Either way, we have to consider the possibility that there is a second moonstone here somewhere. The whole time they were talking, I was staring at the stone, taking in every detail I could. I reached out and ran my fingers along a line at the bottom. No, it was a seam. I pulled the pick I had been using on the entrance from my belt and started working at the mortar in the space. I lost track of whoever was in the room with me. That feeling of something driving me had taken over again. I was onto something. It was something I needed to complete. I didn't know how long it took, but I managed to remove the sealant and the stone panel began to shift. I sat back, stopping myself from pushing forward. I didn't know why, but I knew something monumental was about to happen, and it wasn't just about me. I need Ayla. 225, Ayla. What did they find? I asked as I stepped off the ladder. Honestly, Briggs said, I'm not sure. Just that it's big, and Theo wants you in there. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. I didn't know if I should be worried or scared or excited. We really had no idea what could be in there, but I knew it wasn't nothing. So I braced myself for something terrible, but hoped for some kind of miracle. It didn't take long for Briggs to guide us through the passageways. It did get a little difficult to navigate around the area of the vault with all the mess and equipment. Alpha Tauren and Harmon were carrying lights through the hole in the wall when we arrived, and I followed them through. I stopped in my tracks just inside when I saw the huge stone structure. Holy crap! I blurted out. Theo stood from where he had been looking at something on the stone and headed toward me. He immediately wrapped his arms around me, pulling me against his chest. He released a breath. I could feel that he needed me through our bond. But I still didn't know why. What's going on? I asked. He pulled back, brushing my hair from my face. We may have found something that can help keep you safe. Really? I hope so, he replied. At the very least, this is something that will change history. He took my hand and led me toward the structure at the center of the room. He explained that it was a sarcophagus and who was buried inside it. Then he showed me the depictions on the side, including the one indicating there may be a second moonstone located nearby. Not just nearby, Theo said. Right here. He tugged me to sit on the ground next to him, showing me what seemed to be a compartment at the base of the burial. I've got it ready to open, Theo said, squeezing my hand, but I needed you here with me. I'm always here for you, I replied. With a deep breath, he leaned forward and started to pull at the panel. As it started to move, worry washed over me. Wait, I rushed, grabbing his arm as all the possible implications of this find ran through my head. What if this just makes things worse? This is a huge discovery. We know the War Pack like power. Wouldn't this put an even bigger target on our backs? No one outside of this room is going to find out about this, Theo assured me. You can even command them yourself if it helps. I chewed on my lip, still unsure about the situation. Theo rested his hand on mine again. I swear if we find something in here, I won't use it unless you are okay with it. Frustration ran through me. I threw my hands in the air with an exasperated grunt. You all keep talking about these damn stones as if they have some kind of magical powers, I said. Do you really think a rock is going to have any impact on anything? Theo sighed. I don't know, he offered honestly, but I have faith that it will. I don't know why, but I do. And if you're wrong, I would never bet your or our pup's safety on this, he said firmly. Everything else that we have planned is still going to happen. It's just something I feel I have to do. Theo had opened up completely, letting everything he was feeling flow through our mate bond. I could feel the pull that was drawing him towards whatever was inside this tomb. He was right. He needed to do this. And I needed to support him. Whether I believed there was any power in the stones or not, this was something we both needed to see through. Okay, I agreed firmly. He smiled and kissed me before turning back to the stone panel. I leaned forward and helped him pry it free from the sarcophagus. It took more effort than I expected, and with one big tug, it fell to the floor, sending up a cloud of debris. You okay? Theo asked as I coughed and waved the dust from the air. I'm fine, I assured him. Just a little dust. Come on. Let's see what's inside. Theo positioned a flashlight so it shined into the space we had just cleared. From where I sat, I could make out a small box inside. Theo reached in slowly. The room was dead silent other than the scraping sound of the container as Theo removed it. Setting it down gently in front of us, we stared at it for a while. You can open it, I finally said. He took a deep breath and lifted the metal box onto his lap. He won't be able to, his father said suddenly. We both looked up at him. He was looking at the head of the tomb intently, running his hand along the rough surface. Dad? Theo replied worriedly. Alpha Tauren shook his head. You won't be able to get it open. You're missing the key. He straightened and held a hand out to Theo to help him to his feet. But I think I know where to find it. What are you talking about? Theo asked as he lifted me from the floor. I'm sorry, son, Tauren said, gripping his shoulders. This all should have been familiar to me sooner. I guess my mind is... His expression was pained and it broke my heart. Look, keep that safe, okay? I will take care of this. What are you going to do? I asked. He smiled at me. It's better you don't know, he said. He took my hand. You may have been right in your concerns, Ayla, but I think we can prevent them as well. I just need you to trust me. Both of you. Of course we trust you. Chapter 226. Ayla. After Alpha Tauren left, I commanded everyone to keep what was found in the vault a secret. I didn't feel great about it, but I did find some comfort in knowing we had that bit of protection. Once that was done, we returned to our apartment. Mina and Briggs joined us, but the atmosphere was quiet. None of us were sure what our next move would be. Theo set the box gently on the dining table. We all just stood around it for a while. "So, where are we going to put this thing?" Mina finally voiced. "For now, it'll go in the safe here in the Alpha suite," Theo said. "It's better to have it close for now." "Is anyone else as overwhelmed as I am?" Briggs asked, rubbing the back of his neck as he pulled Mina closer. "I have to say, it's getting harder to keep up with everything." "Ha," I scoffed. "You're telling me?" Theo reached out and rubbed my lower back. "I know this is all getting pretty crazy, but hopefully it won't be too much longer. We still have all the other plans in place. That includes our tail on Hawkins. We know he's got something going on tonight. I think we'll get some answers at the very least." Suddenly, my stomach grumbled, loudly, breaking the silence in the room. "It's still several hours before we have to focus on Hawkins," Briggs said. "What do you say we order up something to eat and take the afternoon off? I think we need a little downtime to regroup." "I think that sounds like a great idea," Theo said. Kingston. I had went back upstairs with the others, but retired to my room. I needed some time to think. So much had happened that I was left with more questions than I could handle on my own. But I didn't think Ayla was in the position to be my sounding board at the moment, and I wasn't ready to turn to Theo, so I called the one person I trusted most in the world. "Everything okay, Kin?" Pierce answered. "I'm alive, if that's what you mean," I replied. "There's been some developments. I wasn't able to tell him about the tomb. Ayla's command prevented me." I ran a hand over my face with a sigh. I settled for telling him about Theo's family line. "What do you mean they're Sablemanes?" Pierce said. "The heir to the Sablemane pack," I clarified. "Technically, at least. Their founding Luna was an Amvorov. If he thinks about taking our pack—" "I don't think he is," I said. "Ayla wouldn't allow it, and I trust her." "Still," Pierce replied, "you better stay on her good side." "I wasn't exactly planning on getting on her bad side to begin with," I replied. Pierce was silent for a few moments. "There's still been no sign of Grogan since you left," he said solemnly. I nodded. "I figured there wouldn't be. Something tells me he's here somewhere." "He was so focused on you, Kin," Pierce said. "Now even the attacks on our borders have stopped. If his attention has shifted so completely, he's planning something big. And soon." "I've already talked to Theo about that," I said. "But with no leads on what or where that move might be, he can't really take his focus from what we do know is going on." "Then maybe you should be focusing on that for them," Pierce said. "You said they still have that rogue in custody, right?" Theo had said I would have free rein with the rogue. There wasn't more I could do at the moment. "You're right," I said. "I think I could use some time with him. I'll need you to come out here, though. There are some other things going on that I can't tell you about. Ayla will need to be the one to fill you in. It's important that you know everything that is going on from here out. We still need to be careful about how many ranking members of other packs are there at once," Pierce reminded me. "I'm worried we all may have already started to draw attention." "I know," I said. "Bring Emma with you. If we can make it look like a social visit, I think we'll be fine." "I can definitely manage that," Pierce said. "She's been dying to see Ayla." "Good," I replied. "Let me know when you're headed this way." I hung up the phone and grabbed a pen and paper. The Sem. After scribbling down what I needed, I headed straight down to the cellar. When I arrived, there were still 2 guards stationed at the cells. "When was the last time anyone was in there?" I asked before going in. "Other than dropping in food and water, at least a week, maybe 2, one of the guards replied. "He's been quiet for a few days. Are either of you getting off soon?" "My relief should be here within the hour," one answered. I pulled the paper out of my pocket and handed it to him. "If you could get me everything on this list, I'll make sure you're paid overtime." The guard looked at the supply list and a smirk crossed his face. "I think I can do that," he replied, tucking the paper into his pocket. "We may even be able to throw in a few extras. With how difficult the bastard has made this job, we'd be happy to provide." "That's good to hear," I said. "Do you want us to restrain him for you?" "That would be helpful, yes," I confirmed. The guard unlocked the cell door. We entered, the second guard shutting the cell behind me. Lloyd looked up at us from a cot in the corner of the room. A nasty sneer crossed his face when he saw me. He didn't put much effort into fighting the guards as they lifted him over to the metal chair in the middle of the cell floor. The silver restraints were quickly fastened, and I waved for the guards to leave the room. "Before you get too comfortable," I began, "I should let you know that I will not be as lenient as Alpha Theo and his men." "Before we start this little game," Lloyd croaked, "tell me what day it is." Chapter 227, Theo. We followed Briggs's suggestion and spent the afternoon laying low. We were still hanging out in the living room when Jimmy mind-linked me. "Alpha Hawkins managed to slip out of the house," Jimmy informed me. "Just as you expected. I'm on his tail. He's heading out of the city." "I'm on my way," I replied. "Don't lose him." "Wasn't planning on it," Jimmy confirmed. "Everything okay?" Ayla asked. "Hawkins is leaving the city," I said. "He's escaping?" "No." I kissed her temple and stood from the couch. "I think he's meeting someone. Jimmy's following him. I have to catch up. Briggs, come with me." Briggs nodded and was right behind me. Mina was on her feet as well. "Take the neural patches," she told us. "I'll tell Alpha Harden and the others to wear them too. Open the mind link when you catch them, then we'll have plenty of witnesses." The pride on Briggs's face was evident as he pulled her to him for a deep kiss. "If only we had a way of recording it," I joked, knowing her suggestion would be more than enough. "I'm on my way to get that set up," Mina replied as she grabbed her stuff. Ayla laughed. "I told you she was brilliant. I'll be with her if you need anything else." Briggs and I said goodbye to our mates and headed out of the pack house. "Jimmy, where are we headed?" "He's shifted," Jimmy replied. "We're about 2 miles northeast of the pack house. You'll catch up faster on foot." Done. We attached the neural patches behind our ears and stripped down quickly, taking off at a run as we both shifted into our wolves. Kieran took over in an instant. It had been too long since I had let him loose. He was practically salivating at the thought of catching the traitor who was threatening our mate. We slowed as we closed in on the location. "Stay back if you didn't cover your scent," Jimmy reminded us. He could sense Kieran's excitement. "Keep the link open," I told him. I felt for Mina, making sure we were still in range of the link. My connection to her was faint, but there. "Mina, how close are you to being set up?" 5 minutes, she replied. "But you're too far out to get a clear recording. Ayla is going to edge of the packhouse property and see if that works to boost the connection." "Maggie's coming with me," Ayla came through the link. "Okay," I replied. "Jimmy, what's our status?" "Hawkins has stopped," he replied. "He's at the edge of a clearing. He's definitely meeting someone, but they haven't shown up yet. I shouldn't have any trouble getting close enough to hear." Kieran was pacing in the shadows. I worked to calm him. We were still a safe distance from the meeting spot, but we didn't know what direction this contact was coming from. Kai, Briggs's wolf, grunted from a nearby tree. "Calm down," Briggs urged. "We've got this." Kieran chuffed but ultimately settled down, crouching low to the ground to keep out of sight, but remaining hypervigilant. It was another 20 minutes before Jimmy said he spotted someone approaching Hawkins. The mind link was open, and, as the alpha in my wolf form, I could see and hear what my pack members were experiencing, almost like seeing through their eyes. But we had to be careful. If we widened the connection too far, Hawkins would sense our presence. It is possible for an alpha to force this connection with their pack members, but I had never done so, and swore I never would. Now was definitely not the time to break that oath. Luckily, Jimmy was exactly where I needed him to be. "I thought I told you to lay low," the contact hissed. Jimmy couldn't see any of his features, but I didn't think Hawkins could either. From what he said, it seemed that he was always shrouded or kept to the shadows. However, the voice was familiar, very familiar. "We need to talk," Hawkins replied firmly. "We're running out of time, so we need to make some decisions. I think you need to meet with Alpha Theo." The mystery scoffed. "I knew you had been caught. You're no good to us now." "Just hold on," Hawkins insisted. "You knew this was always a possibility. I said from the start if I had the chance to bring in the Alpha and his family, I would take it. And I told you it was foolish," the voice replied. "She's his mate. He'll never see reason." "He might," Hawkins said. "I've been talking with him. He won't admit it to me, but he has his doubts in her." I had to stifle Kieran's growl. They wouldn't hear him, but if I didn't keep him under control, he would certainly give us away as this conversation progressed. I was still trying to place that voice. I knew that voice, but who was it? The stranger said. "I have a hard time believing that." "He did reject her originally," Hawkins said, making my gut twist. "Not many people know that, but I have a reliable source, and the timeline adds up. He must have had his doubts from the beginning. I think he'll listen to us." Kieran was beginning to rage, at me as much as them. How could Hawkins have found out? How dare they use my rejection against Ayla when it was never her fault? Whoever told him had to have lied about the circumstances. We would rip them apart. Kai growled low, stepping in front of Kieran, who had stood. Don't, Briggs echoed. Concentrate. Who is he talking to? Kieran shook himself to refocus. Well, that is interesting information, the man cooed. Perhaps he could be of value to us. He just needs more evidence, Hawkins said. I can set up a meeting for you two. No, the voice replied. I'll have to bring someone else in for this. It may take some time. You said we don't have much more time, Hawkins said with frustration. Why can't you just do it? Trust me, he won't listen to me. I finally recognized the voice. Malcolm, Chapter 228. Theo. Get them, I commanded as Kieran took off. Kai and Briggs were right behind us as we darted through the trees. The mind link was still open, and I saw Jimmy leap into action, his wolf taking Malcolm to the ground in a matter of seconds. Kieran burst into the clearing minutes later, growling as he advanced on the traitor. Hawkins was yelling at us as Briggs grabbed hold of him. He hadn't shifted, whereas the torn seams of Malcolm's shirt indicated he had tried to. I shifted back into my human form, forcing Kieran back. Jimmy shifted too, yanking Malcolm up by his hair to kneel on the ground, holding him firmly in place as 3 more of my men joined us. I'd like to say I'm surprised to find you here, Malcolm, I said menacingly, but I'm not really. I'd also like to say I'm not pleased about what will happen next. I knelt down to look him in the eye, but I'm not. I stood and turned away. Take him to the precinct. Alpha Theo, Hawkins pled. Wait, it's not what you think. I was trying to get the evidence I know exactly what you were doing, Hawkins, I spat. What part of house arrest didn't you understand? I got in his face. Malcolm was right. You're a fool if you ever believed I would betray my mate. You may think you have some kind of damning evidence against her, but I promise you, you're wrong. I looked to Briggs. Take him to the precinct. Arrest him for treason. But Alpha, wait, Briggs and Jimmy handed their captives off to the other warriors. I watched as they were dragged away, Hawkins yelling the whole way. I worked to suppress my anger. It had taken a lot not to execute them where they stood. But Malcolm wasn't my pack member. Mina, tell me you got that recorded. I think we did, she replied. It's still a new process, but it looks like we got it. This is going to require a little diplomacy, Briggs said. Charles isn't just going to sit by about this. It was one thing to have his niece fired from your project. Executing his nephew is an entirely different matter. The War Pack will be scrambling now. I have a feeling this will force them to take action on whatever they had planned, I said. I think we can use this to our advantage. The 3 of us shifted back into our wolves and made for the pack house. I needed to get dressed and get Hardin and Kingston. I would need them on my side for this. We stopped at one of the sheds at the back of the pack house and grabbed some clothes. I was relieved to see Alpha Hardin and Alpha Cooper waiting in the lobby. We heard everything, Hardin said as we joined them. He touched the back of his neck. I will say, these little devices you've made are quite impressive. When this is over, I think we should talk some business. The corner of my mouth twitched. When this is over, I'd be happy to. I sent Randy back out into the field, Cooper said. Once word reaches Charles about his nephew, the War Pack lines of communication will be busy. I'm confident we'll learn something useful. I nodded. Good. I had them brought to the precinct for questioning. I don't want either of them anywhere near the cellar. Besides, there's no way of keeping this a secret. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ayla, Maggie, and Mina enter the lobby. We'll head over there now, Hardin replied. You'll need the witnesses. Thank you, I said. I'll be there shortly. I need to speak with my Luna for a moment. They all moved to leave, but I caught Alpha Hardin's arm before he left. There's something else I need from you, I said once we were alone. I need some advice from an experienced Alpha, and with my dad gone, I was hoping you could help. It would be an honor, Hardin replied kindly. Source, I don't want my time as the Pack Alpha to begin with an execution, I said quietly, but I don't see any way of avoiding it. Hardin placed a hand on my shoulder. Unfortunately, you may be right, son, but this will ensure your Pack's safety going forward. Any Alpha that hasn't already chosen a side will think twice when the time comes. I know, I said. I understand what this will do for my reputation, the message it will send to our enemies, and even to my Pack, but... I glanced at Ayla, talking quietly with her cousin. Something doesn't sit right starting our leadership with violence. Violence was brought upon you, Theo, Hardin insisted. Whatever actions you take now were not forced upon you. Show mercy where you can, but the best thing you can do is start your rule with a victory. I nodded. Hardin squeezed my shoulder before heading out of the pack house. I went to Ayla and pulled her into my arms. This will end soon, I told her. I promise. Mina was able to get the recording we needed, she replied. I'm going to reach out to a few of the Lunas I met at the gathering. If this conspiracy is going to come out in the light, it's time I built my own army. I'll be personally inviting them to join their mates to the meetings. I smiled. Brilliant as always. Also, I'd like to speak with Hawkins, she requested. I think it's time he heard my side of whatever stories he's been fed. Deal. Chapter 229, Ayla. We went down to the precinct together. Acting Sheriff McCabe greeted us immediately and took us to the cells where the two conspirators were being held. Malcolm hasn't said anything, McCabe said. But Hawkins has been pretty verbal. I cleared the building before bringing him in. Good thing, too. He was spewing some pretty serious allegations. I still don't know who here would side with him, so that was the last thing we needed. Nice work, Theo said. Keep that up. None of the officers are to deal with either of them. Yes, Alpha. I was looking through the glass at the former sheriff. He seemed distraught, but whether that was simply because he was caught and facing a treason sentence, I couldn't tell. I told Theo I wanted to speak with Hawkins alone. He compromised and insisted Maggie go in with me. We stepped into the interrogation room and Hawkins looked up at me. I wasn't sure how to read his reaction, but I doubt I was mistaken when I saw disdain mixed with his surprise. I took a seat in the chair across the table and looked him over. I'm sure it's not necessary, but I'm going to introduce myself anyway, I said. My name is Ayla Garner, oldest daughter of Jack and Marie Garner, although I'm sure you know that wasn't my father's real name. He remained quiet but shifted in his seat, confirming my statement. I hear you have some kind of evidence against me and my intentions for this pack. Evidence that supposedly proves that I'm not only unfit to be Luna, but unfit to live. I would like to know what that is. We never planned to kill you, Hawkins rushed. I raised an eyebrow. The scar on my side from being stabbed with a silver blade says otherwise, an act carried out by my own packmate, a packmate that, much like yourself, I had never met before. So please, enlighten me on the terrible things I have apparently done to make people I've never met hate me so much. It's what you will do, Hawkins said. It's what you're capable of. I've seen proof of that. And what am I capable of? Lying, deceit, Hawkins spat. You use people, take advantage of them. I'm the sheriff. I will never allow a common criminal to be my Luna. I had to fight to push back the rage that surged through my connection with Theo. I was sure someone was in there holding him back. Okay, I replied. So show me the evidence that was so damning you would risk your life? 3 years, Hawkins stated. 3 years you worked with a loan shark, helping build his empire in this territory. You helped him gain from others' misfortunes. And once you made your own fortune, you just walked away. The corner of my lip twitched in amusement, but I didn't say anything, but Hawkins continued. I'm sure you neglected to tell Alpha Theo about your lucrative career. After that, it must have been easy for you to break your sister's heart and take her mate from her. But let's face it, we know you're after every alpha you can get your claws into, just like the Sablemane Alpha, and once you have their loyalty, you'll take over everything. Destroy our way of life. Why does everyone believe I stole Theo from Kylee? I said with exasperation. You know situations like this happen all the time. Wolves date and their fated mates come along and end it. It's not even that uncommon for it to happen within families, but so many of you refuse to believe the obvious, normal truth. Either way, I proceeded, that's all a lie. So your sister, the one you and so many others dote upon, is a liar? Hawkins interjected. I met his eyes, holding his gaze intently. Yes, I said firmly. She lied. About a lot of things, actually. Although, I raised my hand. To be fair, there were some things she didn't know about that meant she didn't realize she was lying. But still, there were a lot of lies. Hawkins was shaking his head. I looked into you, he said. I have surveillance footage from when you worked with Guillermo. Oh, I did work for him, I said, as the manager of his legitimate business, and I did it as a deal to protect my mother and pay off her gambling debts. I was never knowingly involved with his illegal activities. Oh, please. Hawkins spat. Even if that was true, you knew he would find a way to use you. And wouldn't that make me his victim? I pointed out. Not his accomplice? You're right. I'm not stupid. But sometimes we have to choose naivety to put food on the table. Begrudge me that all you want, but I will never regret what I did for my family. I stood up, finished with the conversation, but I met his eyes one more time. Oh, and yes, I did tell Theo. He knows everything. I left the cell, unsure about how I felt about this information I had received. Theo met me in the hall. Are you okay? He asked as he grabbed my face. Are you? I replied. It felt like you were about to come through that glass. I know, I'm sorry. I placed a reassuring hand on his chest, but my brow was still furrowed as I thought about our conversation. What? False or not, I still don't understand how he could be so dedicated to the War Pack from that information alone, I said. He committed treason for this, but he still seems loyal. Theo sighed. Hawkins is passionate about fighting corruption, he informed me. Always has been. If he believed you were working as a loan shark, he wouldn't accept you in any position of power. My face creased with deeper concern. Which means the War Pack isn't just targeting groups with general rhetoric, they're getting specific. Personal, they're fighting with psychological warfare that we can't predict. That's why we need to end this, Theo said. Now. Chapter 230 Theo. I took Ayla's hand and joined Hardin and Cooper outside Malcolm's interrogation room as Cooper was hanging up his phone. I knew I recognized this guy, he said. I can't believe it took us this long to make the connection to Charles Anderson. You said this is his nephew? I nodded. Yeah, but from what I can tell, the relation isn't common knowledge. The only reason I found out was because his sister let it slip during one of her clumsy attempts to seduce me. Well, he's popped up in almost every pack over the last couple of years, Cooper said. But he's not always there in association with Charles' company, and he often uses an alias in those cases. So it took us some time to make a connection, but we still couldn't tie him to Charles definitively. Until now, at least. I looked at Malcolm through the glass, holding back the storm of emotions boiling within me. I'm going to have to start a war, aren't I? I asked quietly. I'm not letting him live. My suggestion, call an urgent gathering, Cooper said. We know there has to be alphas involved in this. However, I don't think any are as directly involved as the leaders, but there are some who have at least turned a blind eye to their practices. You need to offer them the option to back out, to turn against the War Pack Society. Allow us to set up provisions to hunt the participants down. You think that would actually work? I asked. I wouldn't expect a perfect outcome, Hardin said, but it's probably your best option. Including all the other alphas in this matter, supports you and Ayla's claim against the War Pack allegations. And, if anything, it will help us identify our enemies. Our enemies? I asked a little bitterly. The fact that I've already gained enemies is bad enough. I can't let you take them as yours as well. Ayla squeezed my hand. Theo's right, she said. As far as we know, no other pack knows about your connection to this. It may be better for you to arrive with the rest of them, to show neutrality. This is our fight. Hardin smiled at Ayla. As I told you before, my dear, Hardin stated, your father was a close friend. I despise the War Pack's ideals. Anyone who stands with their beliefs stands against me and my pack. If fighting this battle helps protect Jack's daughter, well, that's just a bonus. I saw the tears start to form in Ayla's eyes before she embraced Hardin. He chuckled as he patted her back. She swiped her eyes as she pulled away. I'm sorry, she apologized sheepishly. I'm a little emotional these days. Nothing to be sorry about, he replied. In fact, I think you should be one to call the gathering, Ayla. Me? Ayla replied in confusion. Can I even do that? It's an alpha gathering. The Lunas will surely be there as well, Cooper said. Or at least they will be informed of what is going on by their mates. Their opinions will have weight. And yes, a Luna has every right to call a gathering. I agree with Hardin. It's a bold move that may work well in our favor. I rubbed Ayla's back in support. I had every faith that she could do this. I even sensed an eagerness beneath the hesitation coming through our bond. She needed to do this. My attention returned to Malcolm. In the meantime, I began, what are we going to do with him? He has information we need, but we can't harm him. Not before the other alphas arrive. I could command him, Ayla said. No, I asserted. I don't want you in there with him. Malcolm is smart. Sleazy and obnoxious too, yes, but still smart. I'd be too worried he'd use whatever happened in there against you if the alphas request his testimony. If Hardin and Cooper agree that we shouldn't wait, then I can handle this. Like you said, Cooper said, we can't use drastic techniques, but I think it would be wise to get what we can out of him as soon as possible. I nodded. Hardin, my mother has left with my father. Would you mind helping Ayla call the gathering? It would be my pleasure, he confirmed. Offering Ayla his arm, he led her away. I watched them go, feeling the urgency of the upcoming events looming over me. I would make our world safe for her. Even if it was the last thing I did, she deserved that more than anything. And I would start by taking care of Malcolm Neal. I entered the interrogation room, letting every ounce of my alpha energy permeate the space. Malcolm recoiled from the weight of it, and I didn't bother hiding the pleasure it gave me to see. I sat in front of him and waited. I knew Malcolm. He was smart, but I knew that if you gave him enough rope, he'd eventually hang himself with it. and I had time to be patient. But something told me he didn't. It wasn't long before he began to speak. "I suppose it's no use to reason with you?" "This isn't a business negotiation, Malcolm," I said flatly. "That's debatable," he said brazenly. My energy pulsed forcefully through the air, sending Malcolm farther back into his chair. But I didn't let my anger take over. I remained quiet. "I won't talk," he said. Still no response. "But I am curious," he stated. "Your man Hawkins, he really did believe you were having doubts about that charming mate of yours. I wonder how much of that was an act to catch us and how much was real." The corner of my mouth twitched upward. Whether he believed I had doubts or not, he wouldn't actually try to turn me against Ayla now. But he would appear to try to get information from me. That's what I was counting on. Chapter 231, Ayla. "Okay," I said as I sat down at Theo's desk. "What's the best way to do this?" "I'm guessing we want to contact them all at once." "A video message should do the trick," Alpha Harden said. "We have a program designed for this kind of communication. Do you know what you're going to say?" I took a deep breath. "I think so," I replied as I typed in Theo's password on his computer. Harden leaned over and pulled up the communication program he was talking about, opening it to the camera feature. I thought back to the lessons I had been working on with Luna Grace over the past few months. Hoping I would get it right, I hit record and started talking. "Fellow Alphas and Lunas," I began. "For those who haven't met me, I'm Luna Ayla Garner of the Greytooth Pack. I'm contacting you all in regards to a serious matter that needs our attention. As acting Luna, I am requesting an emergency Alpha gathering to take place at the Greytooth Pack House 72 hours from now. Please be aware that this concerns the future peace of all the packs, a peace Alpha, Theo, and I desperately want to protect. We depend on your attendance." I stopped the recording and turned to Alpha Harden. "How was that?" "Perfect," he said. Not wanting to let doubt sink in, I hit send. I sunk back in the chair with a sigh. "Do you think they will attend?" "They have to," Harden said, "in some capacity or another. But yes, I think most of the Alphas and Lunas will attend personally." "And you're sure this is the right move?" I asked. "We don't know who is working with the War Pack. We may be inviting an army that's against us." Harden took a seat in the chair on the other side of the desk. "It was a few months before I was scheduled to take over my pack. When the War Pack struck the Onyx Crown Pack House, I saw the fallout that happened after the attack. Most of the Alphas were outraged." "Then why does it seem like my father's pack was forgotten?" I asked. "Left in the past?" Harden shook his head. "They weren't forgotten. It was a group effort to take down the War Pack back then. However, life goes on. They never targeted any other packs directly after that. The effort to find all of them became too costly when they were no longer a threat." "Justice isn't enough of a reason, I suppose," I said bitterly. "It is for some," he said, holding my gaze intently. "Of course," I sighed. "I'm sorry, I know we owe you a lot." "Not at all," Harden said. "Your father saved me and my mate's lives. I owe him everything. Plus, I like you, my dear." I couldn't help but smile. "Now we need to start preparing for your guests," Harden said, standing up. "It's going to be a very busy few days." Theo. I hadn't responded to Malcolm in hours. He was starting to lose his control. His fidgeting had increased. He was barely able to keep still for more than a few seconds. I pushed my energy out a bit stronger again. "You know my uncle will be coming for me," Malcolm spat. "I'm counting on it. He's not going to sit by and let you murder his nephew." "You were caught plotting against the Alpha and Luna of another pack," I said. "It's not murder. It's my right. Your uncle is a Delta. What power do you think he holds against our laws?" "He has friends," Malcolm replied with a wicked grin. "More powerful friends than you know." I crossed my arms over my chest as I sat back. "Perhaps." "Theo," Briggs linked me. "You have a phone call." "Who is it? Who do you think?" Briggs replied. "He's refusing to speak to me again." I stood without speaking to Malcolm and left the room. Briggs was waiting just outside holding the phone. I took it but didn't answer yet, making my way to McCabe's office first. McCabe was there with Jimmy and indicated for them to listen in. I clicked the speaker button and took the call off hold. "This is Alpha, Theo." "Where is he?" Charles Anderson barked over the line. "I know you have my nephew, Theo Arden. Now tell me where he is." "Delta Charles, he's being held in the city police station," I stated plainly. "He has been arrested for treason along with a few other serious charges." "On what grounds?" Charles demanded. "That will be discussed with Alpha Anthony," I replied. "I have no obligation to disclose any evidence to you. However, you are welcome to come witness the trial. I'm curious to see what you know about his activities of late, particularly those targeted against my Luna and myself." There was a tense silence, but it was brief. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, he replied, sounding like it took effort to make the denial. But rest assured, I am on my way to clear up this mess, Alpha. I have no doubt you will try, I said threateningly. I'm very interested to see how you will make the attempt. We're looking forward to your visit. I hung up the phone and dialed another number. Alpha Theo, Alpha Anthony answered. We were just preparing to leave. That's good to hear, Alpha, I said. I just spoke with Charles Anderson. He is also on his way. I hope you have stuck with our agreement and not informed him of the gathering that will be taking place. Delta Charles has no reason to know about this gathering, Alpha Anthony said a little testily. But I would still like to have a better idea of what is going on, especially since so many members of my own pack seem to be involved. I would be happy to inform you, I said. However, it really is necessary that we wait until everyone is in attendance. Very well, Alpha Anthony replied. We will see you shortly. Chapter 232, Theo. I stood at the back of the banquet hall as I watched the room full of Alphas, Lunas, and other ranking pack members settle into their seats. Cooper and Randy had really come through for us the past few days. Now that they knew of Malcolm's ties, they were able to compile an entire dossier on Charles Anderson and his connection to Warpack activities. Once he arrived in our territory, he was immediately sequestered and kept in a safe house and not allowed to leave. He was currently being escorted to the pack house and would be arriving any minute. Until then, I was staying clear of the other Alphas. I had greeted them upon their arrival out of courtesy and respect, but I didn't want to put myself in a position that would allow them to badger information out of me. Briggs went to the front of the hall to direct everyone to prepare to start the meeting. Just as he was greeting the group, Charles Anderson was brought through the door next to me. He noticed me first and stormed into the room. He was about to start speaking when he noticed the full banquet hall he had just entered. He scanned the faces, and realization quickly dawned on him. What is the meaning of this? He whispered forcefully. I stepped in close to him, making sure no one could overhear. Did you really think it would only be Malcolm on trial here? I looked him in the eye. The Warpack ends today. Charles's head snapped to the front of the room as Ayla's voice reached us. She was addressing the pack leaders to formally begin the proceedings. Her father couldn't take us down, and neither will she, Charles growled low. As long as a member of the Onyx Crown lives, we will hunt them down. She will not hold power over us. You're right, I said. But everyone in this room does, and I doubt they will be too pleased about your conspiring. I signaled the guards to seat him as Ayla called me to the front of the banquet hall. Ayla? I stepped back from the podium as Theo took over. My heart was beating fast as my nerves ate at me. You know we won't let anything happen to you, Kingston whispered next to me. Part of getting the Alphas to help take down the Warpack meant revealing my identity to them. And Kingston's. There was no way of knowing if this would help or hurt us. I knew Hardin had said the other packs were appalled by the Onyx Crown massacre, but that was almost 30 years ago. I'm more worried about what this information would do to our packs, I said quietly. Are we about to make more enemies? Kingston sighed softly. I don't know, he replied. But Theo is right about keeping this a secret being a bad idea. If anything, we need to know where the other Alphas stand. Better the enemy you know, right? True. Kingston began but paused. It was like he was struggling to find his words. That was the moment I noticed how tired and worn out he looked. Whatever happens after today, just remember to trust me, okay? I will always protect you, Ayla. I was about to ask what he was talking about, but Theo's voice broke our conversation as he told the room who I was. The room fell silent for a moment. It was Aoife Weston of the Wild Tail Pack who spoke first. How do we know she truly is the Onyx Crown heir? He asked. His tone was calm. I stepped forward and removed the chain around my neck, holding my father's ring up for them to see. My father gave me this ring before he died, I said. I didn't know what it meant back then, but he told me to never let it go, that this was part of our family, part of who I was. Alpha Hardin stood. I have confirmed that it is the Dominus family crest, the Onyx Crown crest, he said. My father, Alpha Tauren, Theo said, has also confirmed Jack's identity. He came to my father as a refugee once he arrived in our territory. He asked for asylum, to be left to live a quiet life as he grieved the loss of his pack. This threat is coming at us under the pretense that the Dominus family and subsequently I wish to take over the packs, I addressed the group. I can assure you all that is an idea that never crossed my mind. Our system of governance, our way of life, has allowed us to live in peace for generations. The Warpack are the ones threatening that. Please, we are here to ask for your help in putting an end to these attacks once and for all. How do you propose we do this? Alpha Patrick asked. If they are still working underground, this would take an extensive collaboration effort to take them down. We have already been working on this solution, Theo said. We know how to hunt the culprits down. In fact, we have thorough evidence that we have found one of their leading members. We have asked you all here to help us determine the fate of the perpetrator. As the alphas and lunas of the packs, we need to show a united front against this very serious, very real threat against us. Do you agree to review the evidence with us? There was a low murmur throughout the room as our guests conversed between themselves. Slowly they began to stand, acknowledging their agreement to proceed with the trial. Thank you, Theo said. We have come to strongly believe the leader of the War Pack Society is Delta Charles Anderson. Chapter 233, Ayla. 3 days. It had been 3 days since we had started the trial, and it finally felt like we were getting close to a decision. We didn't think we would get a unanimous agreement on the executions, but we didn't need it. The majority support would be uncontestable in this situation, protecting us from any retribution from other pack members. After Theo had closed out the proceedings for the day, I invited the women for dinner and drinks in the cafeteria. I had reserved the private room off the main dining area, thinking it would be a good opportunity to decompress before making any decisions the following day. Annabelle had helped organize the get-together, which was a goddess send with it being such short notice. I extended the invite to all Lunas, but it wasn't a requirement, so I was curious to see who would attend. I was pleasantly surprised that all of them showed up. It wasn't a large group. Out of the 9 packs, only 5 currently had mates. 6, if you included Theo and I as acting Alpha and Luna. However, there were 3 Beta's mates that had also come along, as well as Mina and Maggie, of course. But it was a nice balance. Even when the evening was in full swing, it still felt intimate. Thank you for coming, I said as I handed Luna Victoria, Alpha Harden's mate, a glass of wine. It has been so nice to finally meet you. Alpha Harden has spoken so highly of you. I can say the same about you, my dear, Luna Victoria replied with a bright smile. Well, I can only hope I live up to the expectations, I replied. I can't say I was exactly prepared for this role. Oh, honey, most Lunas aren't, Luna Emma said. Rarely do those who plan to be Luna actually become one. And yours hasn't exactly been a normal transition, Mina defended. I know this can't have been easy on you, Luna Victoria commented. Harden tells me you were just as surprised about your father's identity as the rest of us. Not just me, I said. Mina isn't only Beta Briggs's mate. She's also my cousin. Her mother was my father's sister. Honestly, I don't know how I would have gotten through these last few months without her. The conversation continued through various topics. Mina again came to my rescue a few times when there were questions about the more complicated rumors, particularly the ones regarding Ma and Kylee and why I was at the annual gathering with Kingston. As the night progressed, I found myself alone with Luna Victoria. I really want to say that you have been handling this impressively, my dear, she said. She leaned in and added quietly, especially in your condition. I was a little startled, almost dropping the glass I had taken from the server. I wasn't sure if she meant what I thought she did. I resisted the urge to reach for my stomach. I had begun to show, but not so much that I couldn't hide it, and I had been meticulous in doing so. I'm sorry, Luna, I replied nervously. I'm not sure what you mean. Don't worry, sweetie, she said with a reassuring squeeze of my arm. Your secret is safe with me. I can understand not wanting to announce the news with everything going on, but you have my congratulations. How did Harden? No, she rushed. Of course not. Just call it a woman's intuition. We older Lunas are always on the lookout for the next generation of leaders. So being a newly mated couple, the signs of pregnancy are easy to spot. Suddenly, someone bumped into me, spilling the drink I held down my hand. I'm so sorry, Luna, a young man about my age said. Please forgive me. I'm so clumsy. It's okay, I assured him with a smile as I took the offered towel. Accidents happen, no harm done. Please, let me get you another drink. Before I could answer, he had taken the glass and hurried off. I shrugged as I finished drying myself off, returning to my conversation with Luna Victoria. Not long after, I noticed it was getting late. I wanted to thank everyone again for coming, so I called for the room's attention. Annabelle came out just in time to hand me a fresh drink. I want to thank all of you for being here this week, I said. I know that this issue with the War Pack is primarily affecting Theo and me and our pack, but I truly believe that they are a threat to us all. To have all of you strong women here shows an amount of support and respect I could have only dreamed of. I truly can't express how much it means to me that I can move forward knowing I can rely on guidance and validation. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Now a toast to the Lunas our people would be lost without. There were cheers and a round of applause throughout the room before we all took a drink. You ladies are welcome to stay as long as you like and enjoy our hospitality. To reinforce my speech, I made my rounds around the room and thanked everyone individually. I made sure they were all taken care of and had everything they needed, both there and throughout their stay at the pack house. I was really feeling like I was becoming a part of the group and enjoying my time when Dasha became agitated in the back of my mind. Since we can't shift, our wolves often become dormant during pregnancy, not like before when I had lost her. She was still always there where I could sense her, just conserving energy for our growing pup. So to have her suddenly so present was a little concerning. I excused myself from the group and had Maggie take me back to my apartment. As we entered the elevator, a wave of nausea hit me, making my head spin a little as the lift began to move. Something's wrong, Dasha whimpered. You okay? Maggie asked, concerned. Yeah, I said, my medicine has just worn off. The feeling passed quickly, and I was fine before we even made it to our floor. Dasha seemed to calm a little, so I just brushed the incident off. This was the first time I had missed a dose, so it was probably just my morning sickness returning. I told Maggie good night and headed into my apartment, ready to tell my mate what a success the night had been. Chapter 234, Ayla. I called out for Theo as I closed the door behind me. He came out of the bedroom and met me with a big hug and passionate kiss. Everything go all right? He asked. I said. It was perfect. I really started to feel a part of something tonight. I just hope I can be half as good a Luna as the rest of them. Even Ania has been flourishing in her pack, and she's been in the position about as long as I have. Well, she was raised by Alpha Patrick, so she's been around pack leaders her whole life, Theo said. You have been doing a fantastic job, love, and you didn't have close to the advantages she did. So I think you fit in with the group perfectly. Thank you, but I think you're biased, I teased. I may be, he replied, but that doesn't mean I'm not right. He kissed me again, before pulling me against his chest. We stood there holding each other for a while, just enjoying the feel of each other. When he finally pulled away, he brushed the hair from my face as I looked up at him, his brow furrowed as he looked back. Are you feeling okay, babe? He asked, pressing the back of his hand to my cheek. You look pale. I'm fine, I said with a shrug. I'm a bit tired and my stomach got a little queasy earlier, but I just need to take my medicine again. But other than that, we're all good. Okay, it's off to bed with you two then, Theo said, guiding me by the hips. I covered his hands with mine, but didn't stop him. Can I take a shower first, Alpha? Theo sighed. I guess, but it's straight to bed after. You need to rest. Whatever happens, it's going to be a stressful day tomorrow. The same goes for you too, I insisted. You've been up late every night with Hardin and Cooper and the others. You need the sleep too. Believe me, I know, he said exasperatedly. I plan to do just that, as soon as you're tucked in first. Okay, I said, kissing his cheek before heading to the bathroom. I was tired, and climbing straight into bed was tempting, but I wanted to wash the day off me. Despite the evening going as well as it had, the rest of the day and the days before had been rough. A lot of the details that had been gone over included some graphic and terrible things. Cooper and his team had been able to link the deaths of Onyx Crown refugees together a while ago. Once they confirmed Delta Charles's involvement in the Warpack Society, it wasn't hard to tie it all back to him and Malcolm. That included the death of Mrs. Walport and the library fire. Theo tried to find any evidence that Julia was also involved. However, Cooper said he couldn't find anything that supported her having a direct hand in anything. However, it would be safe to say she carried the same beliefs as her family. So, Theo made it clear she was never allowed on Grey Tooth territory again. I waited for the water to warm up before stripping out of my clothes. The bathroom was filling with steam when I stepped under the steady stream, feeling the tension melt from my body as it hit my skin. I sighed heavily, closing my eyes and resting my head back on my shoulders as the water flowed through my hair. After enjoying the water for a while, I washed my hair and body, taking my time. When I was fully relaxed, I cut the water off, gasping as a sharp pain radiated through my abdomen. I clutched my middle, but the sensation passed quickly. It took a deep breath and opened the glass door of the shower. I was toweling myself off when another pain had me doubling over. It was like a vice squeezing my insides. The pain lasted a little longer this time, but it did dissipate after a few moments. Dasha was whining and whimpering in my head, pacing in fear and concern. I went to calm her, but was stopped by another pain knocking me to my knees as I cried out. Panic and fear had taken over as I registered the warm, wet feeling between my legs, and the smell of blood hit me. "No, no, no," I cried as I pressed the towel between my thighs. The cramps were coming in steady waves as I called out for Theo. My vision began to blur, and my thoughts went back to the day I had been stabbed. But I had to save my baby. I wouldn't lose my pup. I didn't notice the door burst open, only strong hands holding me as I drifted out of consciousness. Chapter 235, Theo. I sat next to the hospital bed, gripping Ayla's hand, praying she would wake up, but also wanting to keep her in this state of peace a little longer. I focused on the rhythmic sound of the machines so I could hold on to the numb feeling that held the storm inside me at bay. What was I going to say? How would I tell her? I felt Ayla's hand twitch and knew I would have to figure that out soon. Slowly, she regained consciousness, her eyes flickering open, and immediately her gaze met mine. I forced the knot in my throat back in order to speak. "Hey, love," was all I could manage. I could see the thoughts working through Ayla's mind, and it wasn't long before I knew I wouldn't have to tell her anything. She knew. We had lost our pup. Her eyes filled with tears and her chest rose and fell quickly, but her face remained stoic. It was like watching the wall she had built up when we had first met snap back into place. I moved to pull her into my arms, but she pulled away, ripping her hand from mine. I reached for her again, but she pushed me away forcefully, rolling to her side without a word. I was frozen. She was breaking and she wouldn't even let me touch her. To make it worse, completely blocked our connection. I couldn't feel her through our bond. I pushed my heartbreak back. She would need time. I would be here for her in any way I could. It was all I had. I swallowed hard to keep my voice calm and steady. "I'll get the doctor." I refrained from trying to reach out to her again and turned from the bed. I found a nurse and let her know that Ayla was awake. She paged the doctor and then went in to check Ayla's vitals. I wanted to go back in the room so bad it hurt, but I didn't think I could keep myself from holding my mate. So I waited just outside the door until Dr. Athens arrived. The nurse came out just as he met me. "Her vitals are strong," she said. "However, it's hard to tell how stable she is with the emotional state she's in." The doctor nodded. "Thank you, Jackie." The nurse left, and the doctor looked back at me with a severe expression. "What did you find?" I asked desperately. Dr. Athens gestured toward the door to Ayla's room. "Perhaps we should go over the results together." I hesitated a moment, bracing myself for Ayla's coldness, but followed the doctor inside. She was still laying with her back to us. "Hello, Ayla," the doctor said kindly. "I'm Dr. Athens. I've been overseeing your care. How are you feeling?" Ayla rolled back over and pushed herself up a little farther in the bed, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at the doctor expectantly, but still not at me. "You were brought to us last night," Dr. Athens stated. "You had suffered a lot of blood loss, and I'm afraid you're—" "I know," Ayla said curtly. The doctor nodded his head. "We have run some tests trying to figure out what could have happened." I instinctively moved next to the bed, needing to be close to my mate. "We found a large amount of wolfsbane in your system, Luna." "What?" I hissed. "If I'm honest, I'm surprised you're still with us at all," Dr. Athens continued. "With that amount, you should have died." "I'm immune to wolfsbane," Ayla said stoically. My head snapped to her. "Baby, what are you talking about?" Ayla looked blankly toward the window. "After Harry," she faltered. "After Harry, I didn't want to be at risk like that again. My family was known for their immunity. I started dosing myself to build up mine." "I see," the doctor commented quietly. I didn't know how to respond. I was furious that she had done something so reckless without telling me, but that only made me realize exactly why she didn't tell me. Would I have actually let her go through with it? It didn't matter now. "Well," Dr. Athens said, pulling me from my thoughts, "in any case, we are all glad you are still with us, Luna. You have the support and love of the pack. I'll give you two some time." "Thank you, doctor," I replied. Ayla still wouldn't look at me after he left. I slowly reached my hand out to brush her arm. She tensed and shied away again, making me stiffen. With a sigh, she closed her eyes. "Not yet, Theo," she whispered, still facing away from me. "Please, not yet." I didn't know what else to do. "Mina," I linked. "Ayla's awake. You should come be with her." Mina and Briggs were in the waiting area, so it didn't take long for them to be knocking at the door. Mina came in and went straight to Ayla's side. Her eyes were bloodshot and her nose was red. She had taken the news hard. Ayla looked at her and, after a moment's hesitation, threw her arms around her cousin's neck. I felt my heart shatter. I turned to leave the room. I couldn't watch someone else get to hold her when I couldn't. I stepped into an empty room across the hall. Briggs was right behind me and shut the door. My hands clenched and relaxed. I forced my fingers through my hair as I paced short paths across the floor. Briggs put a hand on my shoulder to stop me. I let him pull me into an embrace, and I wept. She won't even let me touch her. She needs some time, Briggs said. I stepped away from him, taking a deep, calming breath. I know, I said. Did they say what may have happened? My mind went back to the doctor's words. Ayla's confession had distracted me, but the realization hit me. She was poisoned, I said, rage starting to boil inside me. What? Briggs exclaimed. Someone tried to kill her, Briggs, I said. And they succeeded in killing our child. When I find out who, I will destroy them. Chapter 236, Theo. I returned to the pack house. I had tried to tell Ayla I was leaving, but Mina said she wasn't ready to talk to me yet. I let my rage and determination take over to cover the pain of her rejection. Ayla would come back to me. Once I found out who was responsible for this, we could start to heal. She'd come back to me. She had to. Jimmy was waiting for me in the lobby when I arrived back. The Alphas are in the conference hall. Alpha? Yet, he said solemnly. They're waiting to be informed of the situation. I'm sure they have heard that Ayla is in the hospital, I said with more snark than I intended. Yes, they know something happened, Jimmy confirmed as he followed me down the hall. I went straight to the hall. I knew I looked terrible, but I didn't really care at the moment. As soon as I walked in the door, the room fell silent, and all eyes were on me. I went straight to the podium. Yet, as I'm sure you have all heard, I began without ceremony, Luna Ayla was admitted to the hospital last night. Sometime last night, she was poisoned with a large dose of wolfsbane. The room erupted in whispers, but I threw my hand up to silence them. Gratefully, she has survived the ordeal, thanks to her family's immunity to wolfsbane. However, my voice broke slightly, and I had to compose myself before continuing. However, the assassin was successful in taking our pup from us. My grip on the podium was so tight that the creak of the wood was the only sound heard in the silent room. As you all can understand, I will be requesting you all to answer some questions to clear your names of any suspicion, I said, expecting to hear opposition but receiving none. Also, while I appreciate your assistance in determining how to handle the Warpack, if evidence proves that either Malcolm Neal or Charles Anderson were involved in this egregious attack on my family, they will be executed. I turned and walked out without another word. McCabe was already waiting outside with several officers ready to start taking statements. I nodded to him, then continued on to the security office, Jimmy in tow. There were 2 of the regular security guards at the monitors. I need all the footage from the cafeteria wing from yesterday afternoon to midnight, I ordered. Jimmy, get Annabelle here too. I believe she's gone to the hospital, Alpha, Jimmy said. Then call her back, I said stiffly. Yes, sir, Jimmy replied. I watched intently as one of the guards pulled up the files and added them to a thumb drive for me. Once it was done, I took it from him and headed straight to my office. I pulled the information up and connected it to the big screen TV. I didn't want to miss anything. I wasn't long into reviewing the footage when Jimmy came in with Annabelle. She looked as upset as everyone else I'd come across. Alpha, Annabelle rushed. I'm so sorry. I don't know how this could have happened. I swear. I have no idea who could have done this. That's why I want you to help us, I said flatly. You know every inch of that kitchen and dining room. I need your eyes on this, please. Of course, Annabelle said shakily, but with determination. Anything I can do. I was starting to get frustrated after several hours without finding anything suspicious. It didn't help that it hurt to watch Ayla with the other Lunas. She was so perfect, but I couldn't get distracted by her. With Ayla immune to wolfsbane, I couldn't be sure when she had been dosed, so I worried I hadn't gone back far enough in the day. But then something caught my attention. Or rather, someone. I rewound the video and paused it. Annabelle, is that John? She looked up from the laptop she had been using. Yeah, he helps with special events sometimes. I looked at Jimmy. We haven't been able to find him since the night of the meeting, he said seriously. What's wrong? Annabelle asked. What meeting? John's Warpack, I said, pressing play. I watched John move through the crowd. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but he did bring Ayla a drink. He was hovering close to her when he suddenly bumped into her, causing her to spill. I rewound the footage and watched it again. I saw it too, Jimmy said, getting the same feeling I did. I went back farther, watching him up to the point he gave Ayla the drink. I didn't see him put anything in the glass, I said. He's smoother than we thought. I continued to track him through the dining room until he was out of view of that camera. I searched the files for another location, pulling up footage from the kitchen. I watched John drop off the tray with the empty glass on the counter and rushed out. He was visibly upset. I pulled up a different angle and followed his path. He stepped outside of the kitchen and was stopped by someone we couldn't see. It looked like they were having some kind of argument. "Hang on," Annabelle said. "I remember this. I get onto him for slacking in a minute, then he just walks out and leaves." "Did you see who he was speaking to?" "No," Annabelle said, her shoulders falling. "It's okay," I said. "We'll keep looking. I have a feeling he was sent in there to poison Ayla, but he had a change of heart. Whoever was expecting him to do it likely went in to finish the job." Suddenly, the footage stopped and the screen went blank. "What the hell?" Jimmy said. I quickly searched for the next file, but it skipped ahead an hour. I looked through every file, but the time was missing. I called the security office and told them I needed that sent up immediately. "What do you mean it's gone?" I burst out. I slammed the phone down before the guard finished speaking. With a yell, I threw half the contents of my desk across the room. "Someone wiped the cameras," I said, seething. "We have to find John. Now." Chapter 237, Theo. I opened my office door to find Kingston standing on the other side. I wasn't in the mood, nor did I have the time to deal with whatever he was there for. But before I could voice a protest, he stopped me. "What do you need?" he asked. That was it. I paused for a moment. Then I grabbed a pen and paper and wrote down instructions, an address, and a time. I handed the paper to him. He looked at it and nodded. "Thank you," was all I said before I brushed past him. Jimmy was right behind me. Annabelle was staying by to continue to monitor the security footage to see if she could identify whoever John was arguing with. I rushed down the stairs. Once we reached the lobby, I was stopped dead in my tracks as my parents walked into the pack house. They saw me and were immediately heading in my direction. My mother wrapped her arms around me and I inhaled sharply, trying to hold back the flood of emotions. I took a moment to hug her back, but not long. I pulled back. "Ayla is still at the hospital," I said. "I have something I need to take care of." "Theo," my mother hissed. "What dare you?" "Grace," Dad said calmly, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Let him go. We'll be here when you're ready." I gave my father a grateful look. Hating that I had to leave, having them home was more of a relief than I thought. But I needed to take care of this. I headed out of the pack house and got into my car. Once Jimmy was in, I peeled out of the lot. "Have you talked to Maggie?" Jimmy asked, breaking the heavy silence. I sighed. "No, I haven't," I replied. "How is she handling this?" "Not well," Jimmy stated. "I think you need to call her in on this search." "Will she even leave the hospital?" Jimmy nodded. "Yeah," he said flatly. "She'll want to find this bastard." I thought about his advice as we made our way through the city. I pulled over at the curb in front of a duplex. My soul was already so heavy that day I wouldn't have thought anything could weigh it down anymore. But the thought of the conversation I was about to have did. I got out and walked up to the front door, knocking firmly. My jaw clenched as the door opened. "Alpha, Theo?" "Sarah, I need to know where John is." Hurt and fear filled her face. She knew something was very wrong. We had talked several times about his recent behavior, but I hadn't had the time to tell her about his connection with the Warpack. I don't know if I would have had the heart to if I had. "What did he do?" Sarah croaked, stepping aside to let us in. "He attempted to poison Luna Ayla," I said. Shock washed over Sarah. "No, that's not possible," she insisted. "I know he's been acting a bit—" "We have proof, Sarah," I interrupted. I sighed. "Right now, we just need to find him. We need to know who he was working with." Sarah stuttered. "Is Luna okay?" "She's alive," was all I could say. "Where is he, Sarah?" "I don't know," she said. "I haven't heard from him since yesterday morning." "I need you to call him." She nodded slowly, picking up her phone from a side table. "What's going to happen to him?" I didn't know what to tell her, so I didn't tell her anything. "Please call him, Sarah." Her eyes filled with tears as she clicked on his contact in her phone. She put it on speaker so we could hear the call ringing. He didn't answer the first couple attempts, but picked up on the third. "John, where are you?" Sarah asked, struggling to remain calm. "Sarah, I'm sorry," he rushed, his tone genuinely pained. I screwed up big time. I'm so sorry." "John, slow down," Sarah insisted. "What's going on? What did you do?" I can't tell you," John replied. "John, come home," she pled, "please." "I can't, Sarah," John said solemnly. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I need to go away for a while. You can't be seen with me." "John, where are you?" Sarah pressed. "I can't tell you, Sarah," he snapped. "You can't help me. I just need to lay low for now. I'm so sorry. Just remember I love you." The line went dead. Tears were flowing freely down Sarah's cheeks. She knew this wouldn't end well for him. "Sarah," I asked, "where would John go?" "I'm not sure," she said shakily. "Please, anywhere you can think of can help," I assured her. There's a cabin," she said. "It's out near the lake, about 10 miles from your parents' place, I think. I'm not sure, we haven't been up in a few years, but it was his aunt's." "Thank you," I said. "Is that the only possible place you could think of?" "Maybe the old fairgrounds," she said. "That's where we first met." Again, "Thank you," I said, "and I'm sorry, Sarah, truly I am." "So am I," she replied painfully. I left Sarah's place, sending Jimmy next door to have her neighbor come sit with her for a while. As I was waiting, my phone rang. It was Briggs. "What's wrong?" I asked, panicked. "Did something happen to Ayla?" "She's fine," Briggs said. "She's about the same as when you left, but the doctor says she is stable enough to go home. He's going to discharge her soon. I thought you would want to be here." "Does?" I swallowed hard. "Does she want me there?" Briggs was silent for a moment, weighing his words as he did. "Theo, right now, I don't think what she wants matters," he stated. "At least not regarding you. You need to be here for both of you. I'm on my way." Chapter 238, Ayla. Theo held the door to our apartment open for me, and I walked in, careful not to brush against him. I paused 2 feet inside our home. It felt wrong now, foreign and cold. I wondered if it would ever feel warm and welcoming again. I knew it would never feel the same. The door shut behind me, and Theo's hand went to the small of my back. I tensed, and he pulled it away. It was just a force of habit. Why else would he touch me? Why would he want to touch me anymore? I pushed the thoughts from my head. I knew it was the grief talking. Mina had spent the day by my side. Admittedly, I didn't speak much. One of the times I did was to say that Theo would never forgive me, that he'd never look at me the same. It didn't help that I didn't want him to. His touch just reminded me of every other touch, and what they led to, and what we lost. I was such a mix of contradicting emotions that I couldn't make sense of it all. In my head, I knew I needed to grieve. I needed to mourn, but my heart didn't know how. When my father died, I had a purpose. I had something to keep me going every day. I knew what my father would want. I had his memory to guide me through it all. But I never got the chance to know my child. I didn't know what my pup would have wanted me to do. "Ayla." Theo's voice made me jump, pulling me out of my reverie. I was standing in the middle of the living room. I was suddenly aware of the warmth of Theo's hand on my arm. I shifted away. His hand fell away, and he took a step back. I didn't look at him. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't stand the hurt that I saw there, pain that I caused. "Ayla," Theo repeated. I understand you're not, but when you are, I'm here. I'm ready to talk when you are. You should get some rest." He stepped in closer and gently kissed my temple, making my breath hitch. "I love you." I didn't know why, but it felt like he was saying goodbye. Before I could read more into the feeling, there was a knock on the door. Panic took over. "Who's here?" I asked. "Tell them to go away. I can't see anyone." "Shh," Theo said. "Ayla, it's okay. I've told everyone to stay away for now. However, I think you'll want to see who's here." He went to open the door. I desperately wanted to stop him, but that would require touching him, and I couldn't bring myself to do that. So I worked to steady my breathing as he opened the door. But I stopped breathing altogether when I saw who walked in. I locked eyes with my mother. Behind her was Kylee. My chin trembled, and we threw ourselves into each other's arms. My breathing came back in great sobs. I hadn't realized how much I needed her, how much I needed my family. My knees buckled and we sank to the floor. I don't know how long we sat there, crying as we embraced each other. "What are you doing here?" I asked when I finally pulled away. "How did you know?" Ma brushed at my face and hair. "Theo called. He said you needed us. We weren't going to let you down again, my darling girl." "He did?" I looked over her shoulder, but Theo wasn't there. He had left. "Yes," Ma said. "He insisted we both come home." "Come home?" I asked. "You're back for good?" "Well, only if you'll have us," Ma said. "We just want to be here for you, Ayla." Kylee sniffled. "We've missed you so much." We hugged each other again. It was the first thing that felt right. They were different. I could feel it. So much had changed between us, but I knew they were good changes. We looked each other over, holding on for dear life. My heart and body still felt heavy, but the weight seemed a little easier to bear. Eventually, Ma picked me up off the floor and led me to my bedroom. She retrieved a nightgown from my dresser and helped me change. I could smell something cooking from the other room. Apparently, Kylee was making dinner. Ma was going on about how far she had come since they moved to Blue Fang territory. I could see the changes in them both. I was proud of them. Kylee came in with a tray of food, and we all sat and ate in the bed. When we were done, I watched as Kylee fussed about the room, picking things up. It was a mess from our sudden departure the night before. She had come a long way. She was so different that I couldn't help the pit forming in my stomach. Why had Theo insisted she come home? Chapter 239, Theo. I left after Maria and Kylee arrived. They needed time together, and it still hurt too much to watch them be there for her in the way I wanted to be. Kingston was waiting outside the door still. I didn't know if she would want to see him either, and I couldn't bring myself to allow it, not when she was pulling away from me already. She needs time with her family, I said gruffly. Of course, Kingston said. Jimmy has tracked down one of the culprits involved in her poisoning, I said. My father is handling the other alphas and lunas if you would like to join me at the precinct. Absolutely, he said eagerly. We traveled to the sheriff's station in silence. Jimmy and Maggie had been able to catch up with John easily enough. He was holed up in an old management building at the fairgrounds. He didn't put up much of a fight when they cornered him. His guilt was already eating away at him. I looked at him through the one-way glass at the station. We used to be friends back in high school. We were never close, but as his future alpha, I knew him well enough. At least I did back then. The man sitting before me now was a stranger to me, an enemy I would have never expected. Do you want Sheriff McCabe to question him, Alpha? Jimmy asked. It may be. No, I interrupted. I need to take care of this. I entered the interrogation room and sat down across the table from John. Anger and the sting of betrayal boiled under the surface, but was tempered by pity. He looked ragged and disheveled, but I could tell this was a state he had been in for a while. He was fidgeting and his eyes darted everywhere around the room, except on me. John, I began more calmly than expected. We know what happened last night. I know there was a plot to poison Luna Ayla. I know you were involved. He closed his eyes tightly and shook his head, but he wasn't denying anything. I also know you couldn't do it. John fell still, his shoulders falling. She didn't take a drink, he muttered. I was watching like a hawk, like a wolf, watching to see if she took a drink. I didn't like it. I didn't want to, but she said it had to be done, but she didn't tell me. She never said. Who, John? I asked. Who didn't tell you what? She didn't say there was a pup. He said with anguish. I never would have if I would have let them hurt me. I wouldn't have. That's why I stopped her. I heard the other Luna and I couldn't do it. Luna Victoria had mentioned her conversation with Ayla about her pregnancy at the gathering. That was right around the time John knocked her drink from her hand. But then you had an argument with someone, I said. You tried to leave and they got mad. Who were you arguing with, John? Was it her? John was chewing his nails viciously. I could see where he had been drawing blood from doing so. He was losing his mind, but he managed to nod a confirmation to my question. I stood up and walked around the table, leaning on it as I reached out for John. He shied away, but I rested a hand on his shoulder, trying to offer some kind of comfort. John, I need you to tell me who you were arguing with. He shook his head vigorously. No, I can't, he insisted. They'll hurt Sarah. I won't let that happen, I said. I swear. But whoever it was went into the kitchen after you left. They poisoned Luna Ayla. They tried to kill her. They killed our pup, John. John was still shaking his head and rocking back and forth. She wasn't allowed in, he muttered. That's why it had to be me. She said so. She wasn't allowed in. But she did go in, I said. We have her on the security cameras, John. We can see her putting something in the drink. Who is she, John? He slowly stilled again. It was Amy, he said softly. Amy poisoned Luna Ayla. My jaw clenched so tight I thought my teeth would crack. Kieran came growling violently. I had barely felt him since the doctor told me our pup hadn't made it. He had been so devastated. I couldn't let him out to run, so he receded into my subconscious. But now he was back with a vengeance. I could feel him trying to force the shift, but I couldn't let him take over. I wouldn't be able to stop him from taking his rage out on John for his involvement. The others must have seen what was about to happen, because I felt strong hands grab my arms and drag me away. I pushed Kieran down, forcing him to back down. When I had settled, I was in another room. You back with us, man? Jimmy said as he held my shoulders. Yeah, I grunted. I don't understand why you didn't let him tear the bastard apart, Kingston growled. We know he's guilty, just because he backed out at the last minute. John isn't in his right mind, I snapped. I sighed, still working to calm my anger. His family has a history of illness. His mother suffered from paranoid delusions. He was an easy pawn for the war pack. Amy wasn't, Jimmy snarled. No, I rumbled. Hunt her down and bring her to the cellar. I no longer have an interest in catering to appearances. Chapter 240, Theo. We rushed back to the pack house. Nearly the entire police force was out searching for Amy. I didn't expect it would be hard to find her. She likely didn't think we suspected her yet. But I had something else to address first. I made my way straight to my apartment. I paused at the door to push Kieran back again. He was pacing frantically in my head. I entered the apartment and found the living room and kitchen empty. I heard voices coming from down the hall and found Ayla with her mother and sister in our bed, deep in conversation. I cleared my throat to get their attention. "Can I borrow Kylee for a moment, please?" I asked tightly. Sure," Kylee said tentatively. "I'll be right back." Kylee left the room and I looked back at Ayla. I wanted to ask her how she was doing more than anything at that moment, but I didn't think she was ready. The strange look she was giving me didn't help to change that feeling. I couldn't read its meaning, but I could see the oceans of pain in her eyes. I knew seeing me was hurting her, so I left without another word. Kylee was waiting in the living room for me. "What did you—" I grabbed her arm roughly and started hauling her towards the door, ignoring her protests. I dragged her down the hall to an empty room and threw her inside, closing the door behind me. "What the hell, Theo?" "I'm going to give you this one chance, Kylee," I growled threateningly. "I will get the truth, and so help you. If I find out you had a hand in this, I will kill you where you stand." Fear filled Kylie's expression. "Theo, what are you talking about? A hand in what?" "Ayla's attempted assassination," I thundered. Kylee looked shocked and disgusted. It seemed genuine, but I couldn't bring myself to trust that with our history. "How dare you?" she cried. "Why on earth would you believe I had anything to do with what happened?" "Because it was your little friend, Amy, who poisoned her," I yelled. "What? Don't try to play dumb, Kylee," I continued. "She was always following you around like a damn puppy dog. She was the one responsible for all the rumors that Ayla stole me from you. Whatever trouble she had caused has been due to some misguided, delusional devotion to you. So, you better figure out a damn good way to convince me this wasn't your doing real fucking fast, Kylee." I swore I would never hurt Ayla again. Kylee bellowed with a newfound confidence that startled me. I may have been a spoiled brat before, but I have spent months trying to change that. And regardless of who I was before, I would never wish that kind of harm on my family, especially Ayla. Then why else would Amy do it? "I don't know," Kylee exclaimed. "I barely talk to her anymore. And when I do, I certainly don't talk to her about Ayla, with the exception of telling her to back off and get over herself. You can check my emails and text messages for proof of that. If Amy did this, it had nothing to do with me." I forced my fingers through my hair. I wanted to both believe and not believe her. Even if she did have something to do with this, how could I break that to Ayla? She just got her family back. I couldn't take that away from her after this loss. My phone rang in my pocket. "Yeah," I answered gruffly. "I've got her, Alpha," Maggie said over the line. "She was at the college. I'm bringing her in now." "I'll meet you there," I said before hanging up. I turned back to Kylee. "You better pray Amy doesn't tell me anything you don't want me to know." I turned to leave when Kylee called after me. "I want to be there," she said insistently. "When you question her, I want to be there without her knowing." I looked back at her. "Why would I allow that?" "Because right now, I don't give a shit if you believe me or not," she said. "That bitch hurt my sister. I want to hear from her, and I want to be there when you end her." I didn't say anything. I wasn't sure if she was trying to play some game. "Look at this way," she went on. "If she implicates me somehow, I'll be right there to do what you want." She had a point. "Fine," I grunted. "Fine, Jimmy. He'll take you down." I left Kylee there. She was the least of my worries now. Now, I had to get Ayla to talk to me. She needed to know what happened. Amy's fate was in her hands as much as mine. Chapter 241, Theo. I went back to the apartment and found Marie in the kitchen. "Alpha, Theo," she greeted me. "I didn't get a chance to thank you. Well, for everything, really. But mostly for letting me be with her now. It means so much." "She needed her mother," I said. "She did," Marie agreed. "If I'm being honest, I never thought I'd see the day that Ayla needed me again. I know that is mostly my fault, but it means more than I can express that I can actually be who she needs me to be." "I'm grateful for that, too," I replied. "But right now I need to talk to Ayla. It's important. Do you mind giving us some space?" "Oh, yes," Marie said with a nervous nod. "Of course. I'll get our stuff settled into our room down the hall." "Thank you," I said. I waited for the front door to close before I took a slow step towards my bedroom. There was a pit in my stomach as my nerves ate away at me. I didn't know what to expect from our conversation, but I knew I needed to fix whatever was broken between Ayla and me. I needed my mate. So badly I needed her right now. I crossed the threshold into our room and had the wind knocked out of me. Ayla was up out of bed, but she was packing. "What are you doing?" I growled. Ayla jumped slightly as she turned to me. "I'm leaving," she said defiantly before going about her task. "I can't stay here." Kieran whimpered as my chest felt like a vice had clamped down on it. I knew she would need some time, but I never imagined she would leave me. "Ayla, please." I was about to beg her to stay, but I stopped myself. That wasn't the support she needed right now. "Ayla, we need to talk. I need to tell you something." "Don't bother," she snapped, her voice quivering. "I get it. I wouldn't want me either. I'll be out of your way soon enough." I took a step toward her. "What are you talking about? Of course I want—" "I don't need to hear it, Theo," Ayla cried. "I can't hear it. Please, just let me go and I'll leave you alone. I don't need an explanation." "An explanation for what?" I urged, completely confused. "Ayla, you're not making any sense." "Am I not?" she seethed, turning on me. "I have failed at everything. I can't even make it through a semester of college, let alone be a Luna. Now I can't even keep your child alive. Of course you see it. Everyone sees it." "Sees what?" "That you made the wrong choice," she bellowed. "You had the right sister all along, and now that no one can deny that, you can get rid of me and take her back. Pick up right where you left off." "What?" I yelled incredulously. "You think I want Kylee?" I rushed towards her, reaching out to grab her. She tried to push me away, flailing her arms as she hit me, agonizing sobs racking her body as she cried. I managed to get my arms around her and held her so tight I was afraid I'd break her. Tears streamed down my face as I felt her body shake as she howled in pain. We sank to the floor as I rocked her, waiting for her to calm enough that she could hear me. "Oh, love," I said as I buried my face in her hair. "For how smart you are, you really are being stupid. How could you ever think that?" "Don't deny it." "Yes, I deny it. I deny it with every fiber of my being." I insisted strongly. "How could you ever think I would want her over you? That could never ever happen, baby." "But she's better." "Stop it," I snapped. I gripped her face, making her look me in the eye. "Stop. Don't do this to me, baby. Please. I can't lose you now. I don't want her. I could never want her. I want you. I need you. I need you so much." "But I'm so broken, Theo," she gasped. "I lost our baby." "I know, love," I forced through my own tears. "But you didn't lose me. I know it hurts. I'm hurting too. But I swear you didn't lose me." She held my gaze for a few moments before she fell against my chest, her arms clinging to me as another round of sobs rippled through her. We held each other as we both cried, letting our grief and pain out, mourning our loss together. We let our emotions run their course, at least for the moment. We both knew we had a long road of healing ahead of us. But as long as I had her, I could get through it. I just needed her. I was leaning against our bed, stroking Ayla's hair as she lay against my chest before I finally spoke. "Please don't leave me, Ayla," I said. "I know you need time, but we can get through this together. Just don't leave me." "I didn't think you would want me anymore," she whispered. "I will always want you, love," I insisted. "That will never change." She nuzzled into my neck. "There is something I need to tell you," I said hesitantly. I didn't want to break that moment, but I couldn't put this off. I took a deep breath and sat her up to face me. I brushed a strand of hair from her face. "We found out who gave you the wolfsbane," I told her. She stiffened, her mood transforming instantly. "Who?" "It was Amy." Chapter 242, Theo. I held Ayla's hand as we entered the cellar. It kept me grounded, even though we were both ready to burn the world down if anyone so much as looked at us wrong, but we would have justice soon enough. Then all of this would be over. We could work on moving forward with our lives in peace. Our closest friends stood in the hall outside Amy's cell. Briggs, Mina, Jimmy, Maggie, even Annabelle. They all stood with determined stances. Kylee stood a short distance from them, but her demeanor was the same as the rest. "Will is on his way," Briggs said. "So is Sheriff McCabe. We need the witnesses." "Oh, there will be witnesses," Ayla said as she stared through the glass at the woman inside. "Has she said anything yet?" I asked. "Other than nasty comments that earned her that fat lip and bloody nose." "No," Maggie said. "How do you want to handle this?" I asked Ayla. "Do you want me to go in first or do this together?" "We do this together," she said decisively. She moved to go in but paused, turning back to Jimmy and Briggs. "Don't let me kill her yet. I have something else in mind." Briggs and Jimmy shared a look. Jimmy didn't even bother to hide his grin. I opened the door and stepped in. Amy's head shot up, her eyes falling on me, then moving to Ayla as she followed me in. "I thought I heard you somehow survived," she sneered. "Pity." "Sorry to disappoint," Ayla replied coldly. "I guess you should have tried harder, maybe been a little smarter about it." Amy shrugged a shoulder. "I also hear it wasn't a total loss." Her eyes dropped to Ayla's stomach, then back up. My hand flew to the back of her head, slamming it against the metal table before dragging her up by her hair. A fresh stream of blood flowed from her nose and mouth. "Who put you up to it?" I commanded. Amy laughed. She didn't even try to fight the command. "No one. I took it upon myself to end this whole charade." "You don't seem the type to cater to Warpack rhetoric," Ayla said. "What's in it for you?" "Other than getting rid of you?" Amy jeered as she struggled to breathe through a broken nose. "I get that you hate me, Amy," Ayla stated. "But you knew this would mean death if you were caught. Even you aren't stupid enough to risk your life over a grudge. There's no reason to hate me that much." "Wanna bet?" Amy gasped out viciously. "Who said I only hated you? Our pathetic Alpha here thinks there won't be consequences to his actions. An eye for an eye, dear Alpha. You take something from me, I take something from you. I wanted it to be your mate, but I can't deny robbing you of a pup is more satisfying, at least for now." I slammed her head back on the table, holding her down as I gripped her neck. I felt her spine start to crack as she struggled beneath me. But Ayla stopped me before I went too far. "Theo," she pressed. I released my hold, stepping out of the spray of blood from Amy's coughing and spluttering. Suddenly, the door burst open and Kylee rushed in. "How could you, Amy?" Kylee cried. "What kind of psycho kills someone because their friend moved away?" "Don't fucking flatter yourself," Amy spat. "You really think I cared about you after you abandoned me? After you gave up on everything you worked for? You're the most pathetic of them all." Kylee shook her head. "What happened to you, Amy? Did you even think twice after John told you Ayla was pregnant?" A sickening smile spread over Amy's face. "Who said that's how I found out?" "What do you mean?" Ayla demanded. "I already knew," Amy replied. "Thank you for that, by the way." Kylie's face paled. She looked at Ayla desperately. "I swear I didn't tell her, Ayla. I swear. I would never." Amy laughed again. "Of course not, but you've always been easy to manipulate. You spill your guts to anyone who shows you a little bit of attention. Did he make you feel special, Kylee?" Kylee looked like she would vomit. I started to believe she had been used to get to us somehow. Ayla must have figured that out too. She was tugging on Kylie's arm, trying to get her to leave the room. Suddenly, Kylee launched herself at Amy. Her wolf flashed in her eyes as her claws extended. Ayla caught her in time, holding her back. "Why then?" Kyle yelled. "Why kill her?" "Because they took my mate from me," Amy bellowed. "If I can't have mine, neither can they." We all looked at each other. None of us even knew Amy had a mate. I reached over and tugged the collar of her shirt away to find a mark displayed on her shoulder. "Who is this mate we have supposedly robbed you of?" I asked. "Did we kill him?" Amy looked at me with a look of pure hatred. "You will," she ground out. "The Alphas will side with you and he will die." "Wait," Ayla said. "Malcolm Neal is your mate?" "We were fated to each other," Amy said. "So, you murdered my child because your mate was stupid enough to get himself caught?" Ayla hissed. She closed the distance between her and Amy. There was a look on her face I had never seen before. It sent a chill down my spine. She leaned in close, grabbing Amy's chin roughly. "You want to be with your mate?" Ayla said. "Then you will be with your mate." Chapter 243, Ayla. "Where's Malcolm?" I demanded as I left the cell. "He's been taken back to the jail," Sheriff McCabe said as he walked down the hall with Will. "They must have just arrived." "Bring him back, and Delta Charles as well," I ordered. "Briggs, Mina, I need you to get Alpha Torin and Luna Grace and help them gather all the visiting pack leaders outside. Jimmy, spread the word through the pack house as well. I want everyone outside within the next half hour. Sheriff McCabe, chain Amy up on the pavilion." "What are you going to do?" Briggs asked. "I'm done," I said, my rage and anguish settling over me with an eerie calm. "Whether the War Pack makes it out of this tonight or I do, this ends now. But make no mistake, that bitch won't see tomorrow." I turned to leave. "And get Kylee out of there." I stormed down the corridor and out of the cellar, Theo following behind me. I could feel he had questions, but I couldn't stop yet. My determination was quickly taking over every other emotion that had been coursing through me. I took the stairs two at a time, pushing my sore body more than I should. I didn't know if what I was about to do would help me or destroy me. But I honestly didn't care. I had lost too much, and too much was being threatened. The only thing I knew, even if I couldn't say why, was that my fate would be determined tonight. And I was ready. I burst into our apartment and went straight to my father's books. I was searching haphazardly through them when Theo finally rested a hand on my arm, halting my movements. "I'm with you, love," he said softly. "Whatever you are planning, I'm by your side, but I need to know what else you need from me." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Turning to my mate, I snaked my arms around him and buried my face in his chest. He instantly returned the embrace, holding me tightly. I reveled in his touch, concentrating on the tingling sensation that he still so strongly invoked. Dasha came to the forefront of my mind, connecting to Kieran. She too had a sense of calm about her that assured me we were meant to be doing this. "This," I whispered. "I need this. Whatever happens, remember that this is real. This is everything to us. Remember that I love you." "I could never forget that, love," he said, kissing my head. When I finally pulled away, I turned back to the books and found the one I needed. I collected a few other items and placed them in a box with the text. Holding it firmly, I took Theo's hand and we left our home. "Malcolm and Charles are back on the grounds." Briggs linked us both. "Do you want them with Amy?" "Not yet," I replied. "I want to talk to Malcolm privately first. Bring him inside. Put Delta Charles somewhere with a good view." I took the long way through the pack house. I wanted everyone to see us, but no one dared approach us to speak. By the time we made it to the lobby, a group of pack members was following us out. I saw Briggs waiting at a door nearby. Theo and I left the group behind and entered the room where Malcolm was chained up. For the first time, I could see his demeanor was truly rattled. He had seen the commotion outside and he was scared. He should be. I walked up to him and pulled his collar away, checking each side of his shoulder and neck. "That's what I thought," I said. "You marked her but didn't let her mark you." He stiffened but failed to hide the reaction on his face fast enough. "I'm betting you gave her some bullshit line about it being to protect her," I crooned. "That your enemies couldn't know you had a mate or they'd come after her. But do you know what I think?" I leaned in closer to him. "I think you're ashamed. She's your mate." Malcolm grimaced. "She's young and stupid." "Yes," I scoffed. "She is that, but she's still fated to you. And you just couldn't deny it, that bond. You feel for her the closest thing to love someone like you could feel." He dropped his head, refusing to look at me. "Good," I said softly. "That's all I need to know." I indicated to Briggs to take Malcolm and follow us along with the 2 guards that were with him. I exited the room into a lobby that hushed as soon as we emerged. I headed out of the pack house, Theo by my side, and walked toward the head of the pavilion. The crowd parted to make way for us. I should have been looking at their faces. I should have been gauging the atmosphere, but I didn't. I watched Amy's face as her eyes followed Malcolm the entire way. The amount of devotion and adoration that was there almost made me feel sorry for her, but I needed that bond and I wouldn't back down. I stood on the platform at the end of the courtyard, waiting as the last few murmurs died down and silence fell over the world, until I heard nothing. Not even the sound of crickets chirping in the night, just silence. I moved to a podium near the front of the stage and placed the box down. I slowly removed the contents, placing them all where they would be visible, before turning back to the multitude. "My name is Ayla Garner Dominus." Chapter 2-44, Ayla. A slight whisper rippled through the crowd but died down quickly, waiting for me to continue. "I am the daughter of Jacob Dominus, Alpha of the Onyx Crown Pack," I stated. 27 years ago, the Dominus family was targeted by a secret organization calling themselves the War Pack Society. They attacked and destroyed my father's pack. But the decimation and disbandment of the Onyx Crown Pack wasn't enough for them, and they have been coming after the survivors and their families ever since. They have sought to kill me and recruit others to their cause, a cause that threatens our way of life. I stepped back, placing myself between Malcolm and Amy, who were both chained to the floor. Malcolm Neal of the Moonshadow Pack has been tried and found guilty of numerous crimes against multiple packs, including treason, attempted murder, and murder, I called out. His sentence is death and will be carried out forthwith. "No," Amy screamed angrily. "You filthy bitch, I swear I'll finish." She was cut off by a rough blow to the face by Mina. "Amy Centrella of the Greytooth Pack," I continued to address the assembly, "has confessed to the attempted assassination of myself and the murder of the pup I was carrying. For her crimes, she will also be punished here tonight." An angry scream began to come from Amy, but the look I gave her retreating. My choice of words sinking in. She looked to Malcolm, desperately pulling at her bonds, trying to reach him as she cried and begged. Malcolm looked back at her with both disgust and pain. "Unchain him," I told Briggs. He hesitated for a second in surprise, but obliged. Once the chains fell to the ground, I faced him completely. This wouldn't be pleasant. I wouldn't find joy in what I was about to do. I wondered if I could even do it. Dasha came forward, standing with me to give me the strength and power I needed. Malcolm saw her flash in my eyes and swallowed hard. "Malcolm Neal," I put the full force of my ability into the command. "Give me your heart." His eyes widened. There was no question behind the intent of my command, no confusion about some hidden meaning. He instantly started to fight against his own body, his face turning red as he struggled to stop his hand from raising. His movements were slow from the conflict, and I knew he could die from the effort of denying the command alone. But he wouldn't. The energy bursting from me was enough to know he wouldn't win. My command was stronger than his own instinct to survive. I directed that energy at him entirely. Finally, he shredded the fabric of his shirt away, and his screams filled the air as his claws pierced his chest. The sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh echoed as the scent of blood filled the air. With a final jerk, he ripped his arm from his chest, the power of my command keeping his body upright long enough for him to present the organ to me. It was a terrifying and gruesome scene, lasting only a second before his lifeless body crumpled to the floor, his heart pitching across the platform and landing conveniently in front of Amy. Her voice returned to her and she screamed out in agony. Whether I should have or not, I found solace in the sound. I met Theo's eyes and knew he felt it too. I returned my attention to Amy. "Pick it up," I commanded. Her head snapped up with a look of horror, but she didn't fight the command. She clasped it in her hands as she knelt on the cold ground. "Get up," I told her, but it wasn't a command. She looked back at me with a look of pure hatred, and I raised an eyebrow. It was hard to care if she died on her knees, but I knew I needed to cling to the small part of me that was still good enough to let her die with a shred of dignity. Instead of suffering another command, Amy pushed herself to her feet. Theo was standing behind her. I looked to him and nodded once. Kieran flashed in his eyes as his claws extended. With speed and precision, he tore across Amy's throat. She fell, and the life drained from her eyes as she clutched the heart of her mate to her chest. A sense of completion passed through our mate bond. The pain of our loss was still there, of course, but the nightmare that had caused it was over. We could face learning to live with it. Chapter 245, Theo. I couldn't take my eyes off of Ayla. She gave us both what we needed. But we weren't done yet. "You see," Charles Anderson yelled. "This is what we were fighting against. This kind of power can't exist. She will take over everything." One of the guards gagged him. Ayla disregarded his outburst. "Fellow Alphas and Lunas, please come forward," she called. They were hesitant. Worry gnawed at me as I hoped Ayla hadn't just sealed her fate against them. The power she just demonstrated was impossible. It wouldn't take much for them to fear they were being forced into something. And Ayla looked terrifyingly formidable as she stood by the carnage covered in blood. However, they all came to stand in front of Ayla. She took a scrap of fabric and wiped her hands and arms clean. "I understand that what you just witnessed has caused concern," she addressed. "You are all now aware of what I am capable of. I don't want my heritage or my abilities to be a secret that can divide us. I want to assure you all that neither I nor Theo wish to disrupt or overtake the hierarchy our people have established." She moved to the podium and picked up the book she had brought with. "In my recent endeavors to find out who I am, I have had the privilege to learn more about our history," she said. "Practices we have forgotten, traditions that we no longer observe. I would like to revive one of those tonight." She opened the book and placed it down next to 8 vials she had previously set out. She then picked up a velvet pouch and pulled out a silver dagger. Before I could say anything, she made a deep cut in her hand. The silver slowed the healing process enough for her to fill each vial. "The strength of the Dominus command lies in our blood. With these vials," she stated, "I relinquish my ability to command or influence any Alpha or Luna of my fellow packs. I vow to never attempt to take power over another pack or have any interest in ruling as queen over our people. I vow to maintain the social hierarchy our people thrive under. If this oath is ever broken, you all have the power to stop me." "How the hell is that?" Alpha Trent voiced. "Everyone is welcome to learn about the blood oath and how it works," Ayla replied. Trent snorted. "This sounds like a load of bullshit to me." Ayla shrugged. "It may be," she replied. "I believe this to be a binding practice. But if I'm wrong, then these are worthless trinkets, just harmless symbols. If that's the case, what then? I can't be anything but what I am." "So you just expect us to trust you?" Alpha Patrick added. "I hope you will trust me," Ayla said. "But if you can't, and you choose to take action against me or my pack, then it will be no secret the risk you will be taking. Because like every one of you, I will protect my pack to the best of my abilities." "I think that is something we can all relate to," Alpha Harden voiced. "As another show of faith," Ayla said, "I will remand former Delta Charles to your custody. We have provided evidence to crimes he has ordered within all of your territories. I wish to allow you all to decide how he will pay for them. Hopefully, you can provide your pack members who have suffered with some closure." The pack leaders looked between each other. Some, like Hardin and Vincent, seemed accepting of the terms while others were still hesitant. "We will give you time to think it over before you leave," I said. "And we are open to any other suggestions you may have. You may choose to accept the oath as an understanding of peace between our packs," Ayla continued. Hardin and his mate, Victoria, stepped forward and took a vial. "We would be honored to continue an alliance with you and the Greytooth Pack," Hardin said. Alpha Vincent stepped forward next, followed by Alpha Weston and his mate. "Our packs are connected by family," he said kindly, glancing toward Mina. "We have our own history with the Onyx Crown. It's a connection I would like to keep." "Thank you, Alpha," I said as Ayla offered him a gentle smile. There was a hesitation from the rest, and I had noticed that they had been mind-linking among themselves since this was put forward. It wasn't surprising, but that didn't make it any less nerve-wracking. Luna Ania stepped forward. "We will consider the offering," she said diplomatically. "While we do wish to continue our peace agreement with the Greytooth Pack, we feel the circumstances may require further negotiations." "Understandable," Ayla said. "We are willing to meet with you as soon as you are ready. Would any of the other pack leaders wish to do the same?" There were nods and remarks of agreement from the rest, except for Kingston, who had been curiously quiet throughout the entire event. "Very well," Ayla said. "You can all return to your accommodations, and we will follow all up with a time and place shortly." She turned back to the crowd. "The rest of you may go." Everyone began to disperse. A heavy feeling still lingered in the air at the severity of what just occurred. I knew that tensions would be high for a while. Kingston lingered back with us. When the area was mostly clear, he stepped toward us. "You know I don't need any kind of promise to be loyal to you, Luna Ayla," he stated. He looked at me. "We are all in this together." "Thank you," I replied. We nodded to each other before he walked off. It wasn't long before Ayla and I and our family were the last ones there. No one was saying anything. I grabbed Ayla's hand for support. "Jimmy, get someone to come clean up this mess," I said. My parents walked up to us, and my mother immediately pulled Ayla into a hug. "Before you speak with the others, we need to talk," my father said. I remembered we hadn't had a chance to talk about what they had found on whatever mission they had gone on. Dad glanced behind himself. That's when I noticed an older woman standing on the far side of the courtyard. "Okay," I said, but with the day I had been having, I wasn't sure I could take any more surprises. "Should we be worried?" "We're not sure yet," my mother said, "but it will likely impact your talks with the other pack leaders." Chapter 246, Theo. We followed my parents as they led us to the woman standing near the shadows. She wore a simple dress and a dark cloak jacket that made her seem from another time. There was also a presence about her that inspired a sense of reverence from her. "Theo, Ayla," my dad began, "this is Sister Mona of the Moonhaven Order." "Moonhaven?" Ayla questioned. "Why does that sound familiar?" "That would be unexpected," Sister Mona said, "although not entirely shocking given who you are." She reached out and took our hands. "It is an honor to meet you both, but I suggest we take this conversation to a more private location." I led everyone back to the Alpha's suite. When we were settled in the living room, I turned back to my parents and our new guest. "So, what is going on?" I asked. "What is this Moonhaven Order? And I warn you, I think I speak for both of us when I say we're pretty done with secret societies." "Trust me, young Alpha," Sister Mona replied. "The Moonhaven Order is nothing like the Warpack Society. We are far older and charged with a much greater purpose." "And what purpose is that?" "To ensure the continuation of our species," she said, glancing toward my father. "What do you mean?" "Let's just start with what this means for the two of you," she redirected. "Alpha Tauren tells me Luna Ayla is an Onyx Crown descendant. After witnessing the events of this evening, I have no doubt that is true, and that you are the Luna of the prophecies." "Prophecies? What prophecies?" Ayla asked with slight annoyance in her voice. I knew she believed her being the Blessed One was nonsense and was growing tired of hearing about some special fate she was meant for. However, I had a feeling she wouldn't be able to deny it much longer. "Prophecies of the Moonstone being reconstituted," Sister Mona stated. "I believe you have found one half of the stone recently. That is what led your father to us." "We found a box within the tomb of our founding Luna," I replied with confusion. "We don't know what is inside it. I wasn't sure about telling her that we knew Kingston had the other half. However, I knew he needed to be here for this. He was still the protector of his half. I told him I would respect that position. Briggs, I linked my beta, Message Kingston to come here quick. Met got it, he replied. I saw him discreetly send a message on his phone from the corner of my eye. I think we all know what we will find inside that box, Sister Mona said. And it's important that you do it soon. The time is almost here. The time for what, sister? Ayla inquired. For your ascension. Come again? Excuse me? Ayla and I spoke at once. Both of you, she continued. You are the descendants of the original families. It is your destiny to make the Moonstone whole again. You'll have to forgive us, Sister Mona, Dad said. Our history was taught to us a little differently. Prophecies and rituals haven't been a part of our culture in a long time. Perhaps we would all benefit from a revised history lesson. Yes, I suppose you are right, she replied. She smoothed her dress and sat up a little straighter in her seat. I suppose the best place to start would be how the Moonstone became a myth to you. In the beginning there were only 2 packs. Together they wielded the power of the Moonstone to grow our race. With it, we thrived, building a society and culture of our own. The 2 packs maintained their hold for generations. You would find small scattered packs of rogues here and there, but none that would ever be officially recognized as a pack. The Onyx Crown and the Sablemane would never allow it. Until 1,000 years ago, those scattered packs began to organize, Sister Mona continued. The Sablemane Alphas abused their ability to command their people. What we saw today with Luna Ayla was a demonstration of how great their abilities were. Many of those rogues were so because they chose to leave the packs, rather than risk being commanded to do unspeakable things. They appealed to the Onyx Crown for help, but the Alpha did nothing. The rogues tried to form their own packs, but the Sablemane would attack, break them up before they could establish themselves. We know that our found Luna was a Sablemane, an Amvarov to be exact, I interrupted. Is that why she left her pack? It was part of it, she replied. Matilda was the daughter of the Sablemane Alpha, Thane. She protested against her father's abuse of power, but her objections fell on deaf ears, as you may have guessed. It wasn't until the Alpha's sights were set on a young pack member, Lorna, a young mother with a fated mate. The Alpha wanted her for himself. However, even he couldn't overrule a fated match. She would have to leave her mate willingly, but she wanted nothing to do with him. She fell quiet. We all knew the next part of her tale would be tragic. He wasn't going to accept that, was he? Ayla said, squeezing my hand. No, he wasn't, Sister Mona replied. As punishment for refusing Alpha Thane, he commanded Lorna to kill her mate and their child. Audible gasps filled the room and Ayla's grip on my hand tightened, as did my hold on her. That despicable, evil. Yes, he was, the sister agreed. He planned to command her to become his mate. With her fated mate dead, he would have the power to do so. But Matilda was outraged by her father's actions. She left the pack, stealing Lorna away with her in search of a way to not only remove her father as Alpha but to strip him of his powers as well. Chapter 247. Ayla. She went after the Moonstone, I said. Sister Mona smiled at me. She did, she confirmed. But it wasn't easy. She was wary of approaching the Onyx Crown to help her. She knew they would likely see her as a threat should to prevail. Lorna's brother had already left the pack prior to her ordeal, so she sought him out among the rogues. That is when she discovered that Lorna's brother was her fated mate, Isaac Arden. They fought her father together. Indeed, she replied. But it was a long and bloody battle. They didn't have enough wolves to fight against the power of the Moonstone. The fight eventually spilled into Onyx Crown territory. The Onyx Crown were led by a young new Alpha, one who had witnessed the damage the Sablemane abuse had done. His name was Jacob. Like my father, I said. Yes, he was your father's namesake, I would guess, Sister Mona replied. He reached out to Lorna and Isaac in secret. Together, along with Jacob's sister Cora, they searched for a way to destroy Alpha Thane's connection to the Moonstone, stripping him of his powers. But the only way to do that was to split in two, Theo said next to me, which, I'm guessing, would have reduced Jacob's powers as well. You are correct, young Alpha, Sister Mona confirmed. But it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. So they split the stone, leaving one half with Jacob and the Onyx Crowns and the other with Lorna and Isaac, to be brought here, creating the Greytooth Pack, I concluded. Very good, Sister Mona replied with a smile. But where do you come into this? I asked. Why was this all hidden from our history? What does this Moonhaven order have anything to do with all of this? Jacob's sister was a holy woman, Sister Mona said. She was touched by the moon goddess and blessed with the gift of premonition. Theo rubbed my back. You said you read about one of your ancestors with that ability. I nodded. I did. The process to split the Moonstone wasn't an easy one, Mona stated. It took a spiritual ritual to break it, during which Cora was sent a vision from the goddess. She predicted that the moonstone would one day need to be reconstituted. The power it holds sustains our abilities. It keeps us tied to our wolves, to that part of who we are. It wasn't just the original families who lost something when the stone was broken. It cost us all. She glanced up at Alpha Tauren. Over time, we became more susceptible to disease and other afflictions. Like addiction? Kylee questioned from behind us. Sister Mona looked at her. Yes, my dear. Like addiction. After the ritual, Matilda, Jacob, and Cora made the decision to hide this truth, to protect the secret of the prophecy. They feared outside influence might prevent the true intended outcome. One half of the stone went with each of them, and Cora left werewolf territory altogether. What do you mean? Theo asked. Young Alpha, how do you think we've kept this a secret all this time? She asked. Cora took 3 other she-wolves with her and moved to human territory. They hid within a town there as an exclusive religious sect, the Moonhaven Order. Every 10 years, we send one of our sisters back to pack lands. They spend time observing and learning the changes to our people, and to find possible new recruits. But what does the prediction have to do with me and Theo? I asked. Not just anyone can bring the Moonstone back together, Luna Grace said. Its powers are still tied to the original family's bloodlines. Okay, I said, standing from my seat to pace the floor. That doesn't seem so difficult. I don't see why it has to be us. We've all seen what power can do to people. Just look at the War Pack. I mean, do we really think this is the best time to be reconstituting something that can be so corruptive? Do you think it could corrupt you, my dear? Sister Mona said. Only a fool would consider themselves incorruptible, I said with a side-eyed glance at the woman. And I'm far from perfect. I'm no stranger to bending the rules when I have to. Sister Mona continued to smile at me. Any single person is more susceptible. That is true, she stated. But what about 2 people? Can they not benefit from each other's moral compass? Could they not keep the other in check? The sister stood up and crossed the floor, stopping my pacing. The Sablemanes hadn't had a true Luna, a fated mate for their alpha, in over 5 generations. They took chosen mates to keep the bloodlines alive, but the relationships were strained at best, she told me. Well, the Greytooth Pack has had plenty of fated couples leading them before now. But not one made up of both families, she pointed out. The prophecy states that a true Luna will arise and join the families together. Only when the first bloodlines are united can the Moonstone become one again. Once the Moonstone is whole again, so will we be. And a bigger target Theo and I will be, I said. I've had enough of being in the line of fire. But you can stop all of that, the Sister Mona insisted. You can't hide from this, Ayla. It is your fate. Chapter 248. Ayla. My mind was still reeling from what I had done in the pavilion. Now this. And I still had to figure out how I was going to deal with the other pack leaders. I had a feeling my demonstration had them more weary of me than accepting at the moment. I rubbed my forehead as there was a knock on the door. Kingston entered the room. Ah, and here must be the one who has the other half of the stone, Sister Mona said. We all looked at one another in surprise. The women of my order are trained to be observant, Sister Mona stated. A few months every 10 years isn't a lot of time. We have to be skilled to gather as much information as possible. Alpha Kingston, this is Sister Mona of the Moonhaven Order, Theo introduced. Sister Mona, this is Alpha Kingston of the Sablemane Pack. I see, Mona replied. If I recall, you are an adopted Amvarov. Kingston looked around the room in surprise and confusion. I fear I took too long to arrive and have missed something. You could say that, I replied. When we found Luna Matilda's tomb, I remembered something my father had told me when I was a boy, Alpha Tauren said. It was a story about a secret hidden within both Luna Matilda and Alpha Isaac's burial crypts. It wasn't until we found Luna Matilda telling us they weren't buried together that I realized this needed to be looked into further. It led Luna Grace and I to a human city where we found the Moonhaven Order. We are the protectors of the Moonstone prophecy, Sister Mona said. Now, perhaps you can tell me how a Sablemane came to be in possession of the Onyx Crown Moonstone. Alpha Kingston is an Onyx Crown survivor, Theo defended. He just recently retrieved the Moonstone from its hiding spot when it was threatened to be discovered. My father was the Onyx Crown Beta, Kingston said. So you also understand what it means to be the protector of such an important secret, Sister Mona indicated. We briefly filled Kingston in on the information he had missed out on. I was eager to move on and find out what Sister Mona expected us to do next. Say you are right, I stated. And Theo and I are meant to make the Moonstone whole again. What about the other pack leaders? How are we supposed to reconcile them with the fact that the largest pack will now also be the most powerful? I just got done telling them we weren't looking for a crown. I never said this would be easy, Sister Mona said gently. Only that it was your fate. We can't hide it from them, Theo said. Powerful or not, the last thing we want is a war. I think you may have better luck addressing one or two of them at a time, Briggs noted. They don't all see things the same, and it seems to me that diplomacy can often get in the way when we are all in a group. I think you'll have better luck getting honest responses. I think Beta Briggs is right, Alpha Tauren replied. Theo nodded. Agreed. At least when delivering the information, we will eventually have to get them all together to confirm whatever outcome we are looking at. Well, Alpha Kingston is already here, I said. What do you say? Should we do this? Kingston's expression softened. He could sense my apprehension. I didn't want this. My life had already been the object of too much attention as it was. How would I ever find any peace? How could I ever move on from everything I had been through? I will support whatever decision the two of you make, he said firmly. But I won't deny that I believe this is what you were meant to do. We've always known you had a destiny bigger than any of us, Ayla. I shouldn't have, but I felt a little betrayed. I turned away from everyone. I think we need some time to discuss things, Theo said to the others. Briggs, could you see to the other pack leaders and set up a meeting schedule? Sister Mona, I would greatly appreciate your attendance. Of course, she replied. For now, do you all mind giving us some privacy? They all agreed, and I listened to them leave our apartment, not even turning back to watch them go. Mina rested a hand on my shoulder briefly before exiting, but the rest left quietly. When we were alone, Theo came up behind me, snaking his arms around my waist and resting his chin on my shoulder with a heavy sigh. We should clean up, he whispered. I glanced down. We were both still covered in now dry blood. I could only imagine how terrifying we both looked. Theo kissed my neck and took my hand, guiding me back toward our bedroom. I chose not to look at the mirror as he started the shower and we undressed. He pulled me under the hot water and began to wash my body clean. As he did so, I felt some of the pain and anger and guilt and all the other emotions that had been boiling inside me for weeks start to ebb away. But it wasn't just the temporary release I had been getting glimpses of. As Theo finished, I returned the favor. I watched the red-tinted water flow off of him, and I thought about what I'd done, what it had meant, what it would mean going forward, and I felt some of that burden wash away with the filth of that evening. I didn't feel anger toward Malcolm or Amy anymore, but more importantly, I didn't feel guilty for their deaths. I did what I had to do. I understood what Sister Mona spoke about when she said we had changed as a species. After spending the last few months reading so much of our history, I knew we had lost something of who we were. But we were still wolves. I felt Dasha stir within me. I realized she hadn't been there with me like she once had been before. Had I really drowned her out that much? Hey girl, I reached out to her. I'm sorry, I guess I should have asked you how you felt about this whole moonstone thing. She came to the front of my mind, waiting for me to say something else. To ask her what I should have asked her all along. Should we do this? It's our fate. Chapter 249, Theo. I watched Ayla as she conversed with Dasha. I didn't even think she realized I had noticed. Whatever was going through her mind, whatever was being said between them, needed to happen. Kieran had been quiet for days. Only snippets of his rage and anguish would push through at times. But he was at the edge of my consciousness now, as if he was waiting for something. Ayla's hands had stopped and she was still for a long moment. I couldn't see Dasha in her eyes. She was just deep in thought. I reached up and lifted her chin, my eyes meeting hers. Are you okay? I asked gently, running the pad of my thumb along her jawline. She took a deep, slow breath, stepping into my arms as hers slid around my waist. I'm getting there, she replied softly. I know I should be questioning what I did tonight, but I'm not. It still feels like it was the necessary thing to do. It was, I agreed firmly. Too many people have believed they could best us. They made targets out of us. At the very least, they will think twice now. We had a right to do what we did. We will still be a target for others, though, she said calmly. We could reduce that by refusing to merge the stones, give the halves to the alpha leaders to protect. She sighed again. What do you think about all this business with the moonstone? I brushed her wet hair from her face, holding her tightly to me. I think there is some validity to what we are finding out. However, we can't move forward with anything unless we both agree to it. Whatever is meant to happen, we're meant to do it together. That I am sure of. A soft, brief smile touched Ayla's face before her expression became serious again. I think we need to join the Moonstones. I was a little taken aback by how sure she sounded. I understood why she had been against it in the first place. She has had so little peace in her life. Our time together was supposed to provide her with that. I was ready to give her that, regardless of my own doubts, but she didn't seem pressured in her decision. Why the change of heart? I asked. Dasha, she replied. She believes we are meant to do this. She's always believed. Ayla paused as her brow furrowed. She said this will fix things, that it will make us all stronger again, like we are supposed to be. Kieran grunted his agreement with her statement. He and Dasha both knew something we didn't. They sensed something we couldn't. What does that mean? I asked, reaching to turn off the taps. I'm not sure, Ayla replied as she grabbed our towels. She won't tell me. She keeps telling me to trust her. The truth is, I've been denying her for too long. She has always believed we are the Blessed One, and I insisted she was wrong. Now it doesn't matter. She believes we were meant to do this. I won't deny her anymore. We both know this will likely complicate our lives even more. I know, she acknowledged. But that's not a reason not to do it. But we still need to get approval from the other pack leaders. Or at least the majority of them. If we go against them on this, it will guarantee a war. I agree, I said. We'll talk to all of them. From the sound of it, Sister Mona thinks this will benefit all the packs, and I believe her. We'll get them to see that too. And maybe she can help us set up some kind of security plan, Ayla said as she grabbed some clothes. You know, something that lessens the power imbalance this will cause. Exactly, I replied, pulling on a pair of pants. I picked up Ayla's hairbrush and started brushing her hair once she finished dressing. It was getting late. I knew some of the other Alphas and Lunas wanted to speak with us soon. I'm sure they were eager to return home. Let's get some food in you. I put the brush away and turned Ayla toward me. Then we'll meet with one or two of the pack leaders tonight. Ayla nodded. Okay, Alpha Gregory or Alpha Vincent may be good places to start, she suggested as we left the bathroom. I think it should be Alpha Anthony and Luna Nia first, I said. They were hesitant at the pavilion. I don't think it's because they are in league with Delta Charles, but there was something there. It could be embarrassment, Ayla said with a shrug, but you're right, there was something stopping them. And I can't figure out what it could be, I replied. I can see Alpha Trent being an issue. In fact, I'm almost counting on it. Maybe even Alpha Patrick. But Anthony is a friend. I was at his Alpha ceremony 10 years ago. I think they're our first priority. I linked Briggs to tell him to bring Sister Mona up and have Jimmy escort Alpha Anthony and his Luna to our apartment. We ate quickly and set up some refreshments at the dining room table. Briggs arrived as we finished with Sister Mona. Thank you for joining us, Sister Mona, I said as we took our seats at the table. There is more that we want to know about this prophecy and the Moonstones, and I'm sure the other pack leaders will have the same questions. It will make this a lot easier having you here. Indeed, Sister Mona said with a smile. I will provide whatever help you need. Is there anything you would like to know before we meet with the others? No, Ayla interjected. We don't think there is anything we would learn that we wouldn't want to share with the rest of the packs, so there's no reason we should have to go through everything more than we have to. Sister Mona smiled at Ayla and me, pride filling her expression. Absolutely. Chapter 250, Theo. It wasn't long before there was another knock on the door and Briggs escorted Alpha Anthony and Luna Ania inside. We greeted them and took our seats. I hope you don't mind meeting us here, I said. I know it may feel more casual than you were expecting, but we want to assure you we are taking these talks seriously. We are very aware of how complicated the situation between the packs is right now. We respect the authority and the courage you both showed today, Alpha Theo, Alpha Anthony stated. His words sounded hopeful, but I couldn't get past the diplomatic tone to his voice. Thank you, I replied. I know that as a member of your pack, Malcolm's death. Don't apologize, Alpha Anthony interrupted. You did what you must. I can't pretend that I wouldn't react as severely if I had lost what you two had. He glanced at his mate, squeezing her hand. It was the first time I noticed how tightly she had been holding on to his, as if she was needing extra support from him. She seemed nervous, although she was trying to hide it. My stomach dropped, and I worried things weren't heading in a good direction. Before we talk about a pack alliance, I pushed forward, I should introduce you to Sister Mona of the Moon Haven Order. Luna Ania looked as confused as we were at hearing the name, but Alpha Anthony's demeanor said something very different. He looked at Sister Mona with great deference. "Sister," he said kindly, eagerly extending his hand to take hers, "it is an honor to meet you." "Anthony?" Luna Ania pressed. "You know about the Moonhaven Order?" Ayla questioned. "Yes," he replied. "My grandmother told me about them when I was a pup. Her older sister was selected to join the sect. They are a secret order ordained to protect our most sacred writings." Sister Mona's face lit up. "What is your aunt's name?" "Juliana," Anthony replied. Mona smiled fondly. "Yes, she is much loved in the order." "Is?" "Oh, yes," Sister Mona replied. "She's still alive and doing quite well for being nearly 90 years old." "My grandmother would be delighted to know that," Alpha Anthony stated. "Thank you for telling me." "It is my pleasure, young Alpha," Mona insisted. "I hope that helps me maintain your good favor as we continue our talks." "You will be staying with us?" Luna Ania asked. "Sister Mona has been brought here regarding an artifact that was recently found here in the Greytooth Packlands," Ayla explained. "She has informed us of some of what this artifact means. However, there is more we need to learn. I felt that it was important that another pack Alpha and Luna were present, as the situation has implications that will affect us all." Alpha Anthony and Luna Ania looked at each other in concern. "Does this have to do with your ability to command like you do?" Ania asked nervously. "I'm not sure," Ayla replied hesitantly, glancing between me and Sister Mona. "It's possible, I suppose, but I don't know to what capacity." "It won't get rid of it, will it?" Ania pushed, almost sounding desperate. Alpha Anthony tried to calm her. "No," Sister Mona offered. "Luna Ayla's abilities, and Alpha Theo's for that matter, will not be lost." "Why do you ask?" I inquired. Luna Ania looked to her mate. Alpha Anthony nodded. "We wish to continue our alliance with the Greytooth Pack," Luna Ania stated. "However, we have a request." "Please," Ayla invited. "Feel free to voice any request or concern." Ania played with her fingers. She truly was nervous, nearly terrified about what they were about to ask. I hoped it was something we could give. I feared the meeting would end badly if we couldn't. Taking a deep breath, Luna Ania spoke. "I want you to command me to shift." "I'm sorry?" Ayla and I were again left looking at each other in uncertainty. Luna Ania seemed to be holding back tears, and her expression seemed to be filled with shame. I have never shifted," she admitted painfully. "I have spent years trying to figure out why I can't connect to my wolf, but I just can't. It has been a source of great disgrace in my family." Ayla reached out and grabbed Ania's hands, offering kindness and comfort. "I am so sorry, Luna Ania," she said softly. "As someone who has lost her wolf before, I know how hard that can be to live with." Luna Ania's eyes looked up at Ayla. "You lost your wolf?" Ayla nodded, glancing back at me with a gentle smile. "I made a mistake once," she said. "It hurt Dasha to the point she left me. I can imagine how difficult it would be to feel that all the time. To have never met that other part of you." "Do you think you have a—" I started to ask. "She does," Alpha Anthony insisted. "My wolf senses a presence. She is there somewhere." He brushed a hand over his mate's hair. "Ania just needs help reaching her." Ayla took a deep breath and looked around the table. "I would be more than happy to help you, Luna Ania," she stated, honestly. But I don't want to make any promises," she said gently. "If I'm being honest, I didn't think about whether my command to Malcolm would work or not. I don't want you to get your hopes up if I simply don't have the power to help." Ania grabbed Ayla's hands firmly. "I just want to try," she insisted. "Please, this could be my last chance." I looked at Sister Mona. She was sitting with a pleased, knowing look on her face. "Do you think it will work?" I asked. "Only one way to find out," she replied.